Chapter 1 Tropical Cyclone. Chen Wan drove a rather inconspicuous Volkswagen, slowly entering the airport elevated road. The first day of the number 8 windball's landfall in High City, the tropical pressure reached 117 pascals. The palm trees and bauhinia trees on both sides of the airport boulevard were blown all over by the passing typhoon. After starting the wiper a few times to clear the windshield, she managed to maintain a relatively clear line of sight. The weather was extremely bad, and the T2 terminal building kept broadcasting the weather report. This year's 7th typhoon, Xianlu, has made landfall along the coast of our city at 11:36 a.m. today, moving west from the southeast direction. Affected by the convective cloud mass, the maximum wind force near the outer ring of the typhoon I reaches level 8. In the next 6 hours, there is expected to be heavy rainfall with strong lightning. An orange warning for torrential rain has been issued to all units and departments, and we hope that the relevant units and staff will do a good job in preventive measures. The broadcast was done in Mandarin, English, and Cantonese. Chen Wan glanced at her wristwatch, made a big turn to enter B3, found an inconspicuous place to park, leaned against the seatback, placed one hand on the steering wheel, and rested the other on the car window, looking somewhat relaxed. However, her eyes were fixedly staring ahead. The stormy weather was very unsuitable for flying, and only occasionally could you see passengers rushing for their flights or arriving ones. Among them, there was no one Chen Wan was waiting for. He lit a cigarette to wake himself up. He almost didn't sleep last night and had to rush to the airport before the typhoon landed this morning, fearing traffic jams. A faint warm orange glow illuminated the dimness. Hong Kong radio station played yesterday's top hit song. The Cantonese melody mixed with the sandy sound of the rain outside had a hypnotic effect. Chen Wan switched channels. TNB News. Minglong recently completed, mergers and acquisitions. Business Association, election. Legislative Council vetoed. His phone vibrated. Zhuo Jian asked how the welcome banquet was going. With the return of the Crown Prince, even Zhuo Jian dared not be careless. Chen Wan sent a few photos and said, Bay Area Mountain Villa Restaurant. Zhuo Jian took a look and was quite satisfied. Chen Wan always handled matters reliably and put people at ease. After finishing the serious business talk, Zhuo Jian gossiped, I heard he returned with Miss Su. No, Chen Wan stubbed out his cigarette, pulled the gearshift sharply, and stepped on the gas pedal, correcting his friend, he came back alone. Zhuo Jian instantly woke up, pushing away the beauty in his arms and sitting up, did you go track someone? Chen Wan focused his attention on a tall figure coming out from B3 until the person entered a black Maybach, then turned his attention back and replied, it wasn't tracking, it was picking someone up. One-sidedly. Zhuo Jian fell silent for half a moment, then as if accustomed to it, finally let out a soft sentence, you're not afraid to die, Chen Wan. High City has been unstable recently, with the Trade Association Board's upcoming changeover just around the corner. Several forces including Zhudao, Zilong, and Saigon are restless. Starting from last month, frequent hijacking incidents and air disasters have occurred in the archipelago. That man's recent series of fierce and strong acquisition tactics abroad have caused quite a stir. The attack incident several years ago still lingers vividly in memory. Since a few days ago, Chen Wan began to feel uneasy. This was the first day of the number 8 windball's landfall. The flight conditions were exceptionally harsh, and he guessed the person must have returned on that Dassault Falcon 900 private aircraft. The Falcon model is tough enough to withstand a 500 Pascal storm, but the landing is hard, so it's uncertain if there would be a forced emergency landing. Zhuo Jian was speechless, amused, do you really need to worry? Worry about yourself. Chen Wan smiled well-temperedly and said nothing. Old classmates for over 10 years, Zhuo Jian knew him inside and out. Chen Wan was always proper in word and deed, knowing when to advance and retreat. But every once in a while, when he broke the rules, it had to be something major. Zhuo Jian was puzzled, how do you know where he disembarked? OU Airport is a transit station for many international flights. Multiple secret exits have been newly established, and some political figures or important individuals may exit unpredictably. Chen Wan was silent for a moment, ambiguously saying, I have my ways. They were all adults standing on the edge of the storm, and Zhuo Jishuan didn't offer much advice, just objectively informed him, if you go too far out of line, I might not even be able to save you. Chen Wan's voice was mild and calm, no, I don't intend to do anything reckless. That was sincere. The bedmate clung tightly, so Zhuo Jishuan gave a few reminders about important matters at the banquet before hanging up. Chen Wan had been following the black Maybach all along. Once it successfully passed through the underwater tunnel, he abruptly turned the steering wheel to the left, smoothly overtook, and sped away like a gust of wind. The sky became even darker, and the radio was playing, Yu Gong Yishan. Chen Wan turned off the audio system, leaving only the white noise of rain hitting the glass. The palm trees and bauhinia flowers lining both sides of the Gulf Avenue were swaying wildly in different directions. A few days later, at the Bay Area's mountainside villa restaurant. Shaotan Mountain was surrounded by sea on 3 sides. On the typhoon night, there was no moonlight even as evening fell. The lighthouse lit up while angry white waves roared from the mountain base. With the gloomy weather outside, guests were raising their cups and exchanging pleasantries indoors. Though the dinner appeared elegant and glamorous, it actually mirrored the mysterious ocean outside its window, hidden currents swirling beneath calm surfaces. Zhao Xinge arrived neither early nor late, followed by Shen Zhongnian and Tan Yuming. Even Zhuo Zixuan stood further back. In front were the son of a stock king and the grandson of a former chief secretary of political law. He was merely the wealthy but frivolous heir of a family involved in offshore oil extraction, unable to compete with them. Chen Wan had already arrived earlier. He stood in an inconspicuous corner, quietly confirming tonight's dishes and wines with the manager, whispering instructions to lower the temperature a bit more, move the orchids under the crystal chandeliers, and serve the wine without fully decanting it, just 7/10 ready, like a meticulous director carefully coordinating and confirming every detail. There weren't many guests, mostly young heirs from prominent families within High City who shared their generation. However, Chen Wan was well aware that these individuals weren't Zhao Xinge's core circle. In recent years, Zhao Xinge had grown increasingly low-profile and enigmatic, his presence as elusive as a mythical dragon. His inner circle was highly confidential and strict, representing the apex of the pyramid in circles of fame and fortune. This select group consisted of just a handful of people since childhood, and someone like Chen Wan, a secret love child born to the fourth concubine of a second-tier wealthy businessman, could only look up at this world from the bottom with zero access. It was only because of Zhuo Zixuan, his old classmate of over a decade, and the role assigned to play in the prince consort clique, the guy responsible for arranging feasts, entertainment, and errands, that Chen Wan found a place among them. Chen Wan's charm and interpersonal skills won the trust of these gentlemen. Reliable and composed without arrogance or inferiority, he earned a little respect from them. It couldn't be denied that occasions like this often needed people like Chen Wan, graceful dancers skilled in diplomacy. With him around, everyone felt comfortable, thinking highly of him and treating him as half a friend. Though Chen Wan looked relaxed, he was actually very busy. It wasn't until the meal was served that he finally had a chance to take a proper look at the person seated at the main position. His looks were even better than remembered, handsome features sharp yet fierce, wild beauty in their fullness. But his demeanor seemed more relaxed. Honestly speaking, Zhao Xinge had never acted high and mighty, instead, he came across as quite down-to-earth. Perhaps real strength and power don't require pretense of cold seriousness or pride. Beneath his gentle and reserved exterior lay an indescribable bearing and dignity that placed others far behind him. Zhao Xinge's movements were unpredictable. Normally, catching a glimpse of him was harder than climbing to heaven, thus many took advantage of this night to toast to him. Men and women alike, with respectful, ardent, and nakedly admiring gazes. From his school days, Zhao Xinge was the golden boy everyone pursued, the crown jewel desired by both men and women from wealthy families. While peers indulged in yachts, gold, and luxury goods, Zhao Xinge had already become the sole financier capable of attracting foreign investments into Haishi's faltering financial landscape and industrial market, turning things around against great odds. In recent years, the government invited him multiple times to attend prestigious state events on the mainland. In Haishi's declining economy amid sluggish foreign trade, Zhao Xinge represented hope and belief. Zhao Xinge belonged to his family, Minglong Group, and most importantly, to Haisha itself. Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Xinge listened to small talk, occasionally nodding, expressionless. He had little interest in such socializing. However, here wasn't like abroad where human relationships mattered less. After being overseas for a few years, he still had appearances to make in certain situations. Recently, each faction competed fiercely to honor Zhao Xinge's return with extravagant banquets, though none felt as pleasant as tonight. It was hard to pinpoint why the music, seating, and environment felt so comfortable, even the humidity of the air seemed perfectly suited. For several days since his return to China with non-stop engagements, Zhao Xinge had not expected to enjoy such a brief moment of relaxation in this setting. Tan Yuming noticed him reaching for his chopsticks multiple times, the alcohol glass nearly empty, and asked, "Is the food all right?" People didn't know Zhao Xinge as well as he did. When had the crown prince ever seriously eaten at gatherings like this? Since childhood, Zhao Xinge had always been highly particular. Stale ingredients, overcooked dishes, or even an unappealing plating would keep him from touching a single bite. However, Zhao Xinge never voiced complaints or requests. He would just silently set down his chopsticks, keeping his preferences hidden and unreadable, making it impossible for others to guess what truly pleased him. After years overseas eating too much junk, Zhao Xinge's Chinese palate found some comfort in native cuisine and gave a faint Tan Yuming. Zhuo Zixuan, sitting third from the head seat, couldn't hear their conversation. Tan Yuming and Zhao Xinge had grown up together, always closer than him and Zhao Xinge. But seeing that Zhao Xinge appeared to be in a fairly good mood, Zhuo Zixuan gave Chen Wan, seated in the corner, a glance. It meant for him to quickly offer a toast, instead of busily arranging everything only to let others take all the credit. He wasn't supportive of Chen Wan doing things like tailing and monitoring people, those sneaky activities. But when there was an opportunity to build a legitimate connection with the crown prince, it shouldn't be missed and handed easily to someone else. The round table was massive. Chen Wan's seat was far from Zhuo Zixuan, even farther from Zhao Xinge. Among the fine wines and gourmet delicacies, amidst the bustling chatter, it wasn't as if they were separated by space itself, it was like being on opposite sides of the Milky Way. Chen Wan smiled reassuringly at Zhuo Zhishuan, staying put while quietly drinking tea, continuing listening to stories about the Victoria Harbor storms and secret happenings atop Taiping Mountain. Chen Wan's words, "I didn't plan to do anything," were true. However, Zhuo Zhishuan seemed unable to fully trust them. Chapter 2, Pennywort Root and Fresh Water. Not long after, the manager approached Chen Wan quietly, apologizing profusely. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, the batch of mangoes from Vietnam has been delayed due to the typhoon, and we can't make the pomelo sago mango pudding or crepe pancake. Would red bean soup as a dessert substitute work?" Both were quintessential Cantonese sweet treats. After thinking for a moment, Chen Wan whispered a few words. The manager nodded and rushed off. As the dinner drew to a close, Zhuo Zhishuan still hadn't seen any action from Chen Wan, exasperated by his indecision, and personally picked up his wine glass, approaching Chen Wan, giving his shoulder a pat. Sometimes he thought Chen Wan was very clever, sometimes he thought he was rather slow-witted. Preparing so meticulously behind the scenes, dealing with every detail without a sound, wasn't as effective as stepping forward and simply stating, "Long time no see," up front. Those nearby turned their attention toward them, warmly greeting Zhuo Zhishuan. When Zhuo Zhishuan lingered without leaving, Chen Wan had no choice but to also pick up his drink and follow along. Chen Wan assumed that distance like the Milky Way was immense, yet it only took a few steps to cover. When Zhuo Zhishuan led him over, Zhao Xinge was still talking with Shen Zongnian. The gambling industry of Shen family was dominant in Haisher, with intricate ties to Zhao family. Only after their discussion ended did Zhuo Zhishuan introduce, "Xinge, this is Chen Wan." This evening, Zhao Xinge had already endured countless introductions or self-recommendations, all following the same pattern: gorgeous faces, equally prestigious family backgrounds, and earnest respectful smiles. Lifting his gaze indifferently, Zhao Xinge gave Chen Wan a glance, raising his glass politely as a formality acknowledgement of meeting. His gaze remained steady, lingering no longer than a second. Chen Wan didn't find it surprising either, similarly lifting his tall glass, modestly greeting once with "Mr. Zhao," and then falling silent, not offering any extra self-introduction. It wasn't particularly disheartening. Zhao Xinge had met too many people, and Chen Wan wasn't the most attractive nor the most exceptional. Back in school, plenty of people wrote love letters to Zhao Xinge. Of course, Zhao Xinge wouldn't tear them apart or throw them away like characters in brainless novels. His upbringing and manners wouldn't allow that. In contrast, according to what Chen Wan knew, Zhao Xinge was actually a very polite person but maintained strong personal boundaries. He would gracefully thank you and then decline. Likely, none among these people were memorable to Zhao Xinge. Rather than worrying about leaving a unique impression on Zhao Xinge, Chen Wan paid more attention to the cooling tea by his side. Already finished, indicating it must have tasted acceptable. As long as it was satisfactory, that was enough. Haisher, located in the tropics and forever in summer, had a stifling climate. Without the post-dinner dessert, he instructed the manager to purchase old-style cool teas from nearby alleyways, Thunder Root and Pennywort Water, to clear their hearts of heat. Unexpectedly, it was a hit. The ladies mistook them for new creations by the restaurant and requested refills multiple times. Chen Wan did not wish to stay longer. However, Tan Yuming, seated to Zhao Xinge's right, casually invited him to chat. "Ah Wan, let's go bowling tomorrow. I want to show Xinge the Pearl Bridge." The Pearl Bridge, a landmark of Haisher, was the city's first cross-sea bridge, linking Oyu Island and Xiang Island, land worth its weight in gold per inch. The project was bid out under a red directive, with the Zhao family and Tan family jointly financing the capital investment. The two families always maintained close relations with mainland China. This project had been a tough nut that the Haisher authorities couldn't crack until Zhao Xinge led the negotiation team back then. Under the influence of the financial crisis, the special administrative regions market had fallen into a deadlock, and economic exchanges with the mainland dropped to nearly its lowest point in a decade. The launch of the Pearl Bridge was the first project responding to the inland government's internal demand stimulus support policy. Since then, the two regions' interactions gradually warmed up, revitalizing Haishi's economy. Thus, the Pearl Bridge held not only economic significance but also political importance as a symbol. However, after 3 rounds of arduous negotiations when the deal was finally struck, Zhao Xinge immediately flew overseas, handing the subsequent work over to the Tan family. He even missed the official opening ceremony on the grand day of completion. Chen Wan smiled in response to Tan Yuming. "Huli Manor is just across the bridge. We could head there after the typhoon clears for bowling and camping, the view is stunning." "Oh, right, this cursed weather," Tan Yuming complained. "You are always thinking one step ahead." Chen Wan chuckled, not adding anything further. He left the whims to the young masters while handling both deployment and aftermath himself. Weather, geography, personal preferences, all of these were within his grasp without much effort. With nothing more to say, Chen Wan didn't wish to linger too long, so he lifted his glass slightly toward the others. "I'll have the manager add more tea." "Take your time." Zhuo Zhishuan grew irritated yet again. A man who was otherwise so skilled at social niceties during casual conversation failed to perform any meaningful interaction at the moment it truly mattered. Chen Wan was the kind of person who could easily make anyone like him, provided he wanted to. However, this excluded Zhao Xinge. Zhao Xinga glanced at the herbal tea in his cup, then looked at Tan Yuming waving goodbye to Chen Wan, saying nothing. Tan Yuming exhaled helplessly and murmured, "He has no issues." Leaning against the chair back, Zhao Xinga took a sip of tea, remaining non-committal. After knowing each other for all these years, there were still moments when Tan Yuming could not fully fathom him. Even as a child, Zhao Xinga had been mature beyond his years, aloof, taciturn, and over the years, only more inscrutable. Haisha was rife with various sections. Their circle had indeed never admitted outsiders from childhood to adulthood. Still, Tan Yuming knew Chen Wan was an extraordinary individual, his competence, integrity, character, everything was exceptional. Failing to gain favor was regrettable, so Tan Yuming turned his gaze to Shen Zongnian beside him for assistance. The usually reticent Shen Zongnian also muttered softly that it was fine, although lacking in emotional tone. Originally, Zhao Xinga had only raised a standard inquiry out of habit. But for both Tan Yuming and Shen Zongnian to vouch for someone like this wasn't trivial. Still, Zhao Xinga appeared indifferent, raising a brow lightly, "And I haven't said anything." Tan Yuming stared silently. Years spent conversing with Zhao Xinga hadn't killed him, sheer luck perhaps. After the dinner concluded, Chen Wan arranged for parking in advance at the entrance. Exiting indoors, the mountain base's sea waves roared louder now. Raindrops dangled in strings from the eaves, night sea breezes strong enough to blow off many white azaleas and lantern flowers blooming under the cover of darkness. Coming out without a jacket, Chen Wan's shirt flapped freely, revealing a slim waist and narrow shoulders, looking like bamboo in a night rain. Someone emerged behind him. Without turning around, his nose and ears could tell who it was. Chen Wan straightened his spine slightly, lowering his head by half an inch, stepping aside, nearly blending into the night. Oblivious to him, Zhao Xinga strode past, one hand holding his coat, the other on his phone in deep conversation, voice low and steady. The valet handed keys to each owner's respective driver, and Chen Wan heard Tan Yuming shout to his assistant, "Head directly to Gilanfang." Gilanfang, the largest gold pit in Haisha. After Zhao Xinga ended the call, he muttered something that Chen Wan couldn't quite hear. A nerve at the tip of his heart felt as if it had been trodden on by an ant, a faint ache slowly creeping in. Not much, though. He quietly held the umbrella and watched him leave. Tan Yuming stuck his head out from the car window to invite Chen Wan along for some fun, and Chen Wan gave a gentle smile like a lone bright lantern in stormy weather. "Next time, Tan Xiao, there are still many guests who haven't left." Tan Yuming didn't press further. Chen Wan stood straight as the black Maybach enveloped by Cayennes and Bentleys sped off until it vanished into the thunderstorm-laden clouds. Chen Wan blinked, folded up his long-handled black umbrella with a snap, turned around, and walked back into the dazzling world of fame and fortune. When the typhoon, Xianlu, passed, it didn't last long, and by the third day, there were signs of rain stopping and clouds parting. Early in the morning, Chen Wan was called back to the ancestral home. It had been 2 months since his last visit there, and with his mind elsewhere, he took a wrong turn at the mountain foot, not arriving until nearly 11 o'clock. Members of the second and third branches of the family were all present, cousins, uncles, and granduncles, crowded around playing mahjong with grandfather Chen while 2 other tables played bridge. The atmosphere was lively. Chen Wan scanned the room but didn't see Song Qingyao. He then went directly upstairs to a side room on the 3rd floor. The patriarch, Chen Bingxin, looked grave and tapped his cane. "You don't even know to greet anyone." Chen Wan paused, calmly nodding to those below in Cantonese, "Good morning." Only then did people at the card table notice Chen Wan, the illegitimate son of the 4th branch, had always been the most invisible among them. He stood halfway up the redwood spiral staircase, looking down yet humble, creating a sense of eerie contrast. But Chen Wan had been mischievous since childhood, even a feng shui master said he was the most ominous and root-breaking among the 3 generations. There was also that incident which led to his confinement in a mental hospital until he was 12 years old. No one responded to Chen Wan as they were focused on their game, so he continued walking upstairs. The side room on the 3rd floor was narrow, being the top floor, and due to the constant humidity in Haisha, the white walls were already peeling, with water seepage evident. Most of the Chen family's main figures lived on the 2nd floor, only Song Qingyao resided here. She wasn't formally married, and after maneuvering her way through relationships with various rich merchants in Haisha, she eventually ended up staying thanks to Chen Bingxin's inability to get rid of her. Chen Wan knocked on the door, hearing some rustling sounds from inside. "Who's there?" "It's me." The lock clicked open, and a head poked out, "Baby." Chen Wan, used to this, simply replied with a soft stepping inside. The wooden floor creaked from years of disrepair. It seemed several days had passed without cleaning, a layer of dust accumulated, and the edges curled up. Due to poor weather and lighting, the indoor light was dim, and the pale Buddha statue in the lacquered shrine appeared strange and distorted. On the vanity table, a few empty jewel boxes were scattered carelessly. Chen Wan remembered that just last week when he met her for dinner, he gifted her a set of Tiffany jewels, auction pieces not yet available on the market, which he specially asked someone to buy for him because the auction house didn't give him an invitation. And every half-month when he dined with her, he would transfer her money, not in small amounts. Chen Wan slightly lowered his head, looking at the pile of jewelry, pursed his lips, and softly asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't go anymore?" Song Qingyao stuttered, seemingly at a loss, picked up a thin cigarette resting in the ashtray and lit it up, smoking right in front of the golden Buddha statue, showing no fear of divine retribution. The ashtray was almost full of cigarette butts and hadn't been cleaned. Ji Chao withheld my dividend, and Liao Lu cheated me out of a Bulgari set during mahjong. I was so furious I wanted to kill someone. She wasn't originally from the city but was sold to this place and thus spoke with the soft dialect of Jiangnan, maintaining a girlish innocence and coquetry even when speaking to her son. Song Qingyao looked very regretful, leaning her elbows on the vanity, supporting her head, and the oval carved copper mirror reflecting her slim, graceful figure. She had a bone structure that aged gracefully, almond-shaped eyes, pearl-like teeth, plump lip beads, exuding both seductive charm and refined elegance, her long straight black hair fitting her age perfectly without any awkwardness. Chapter 3, A Lotus Petal in the Millennium Year. Chen Wan resembled her, but his demeanor was starkly different, refined and reserved. The flamboyant beauty and youthful charm embedded in his genes had transformed into subtlety and stability. Chen Wan went over and stubbed out her cigarette, saying, "Would you like to move out? If you don't want to live with me, I can help you find another place, a duplex or a villa would both be fine. I'll try my best regarding his side." This wasn't the first time Chen Wan had suggested this to her, and Song Qingyao became emotionally agitated, her eyes filled with blame and confusion. "Why should I leave? I won't go. I'd rather die here without getting what's ours." Chen Wan paused silently for a moment before calmly telling her, "Even if you die, he won't leave anything for you." "Then we'll take it ourselves." Song Qingyao grasped Chen Wan's hand, saying, "Baby, your mom only has you now. You must work hard." Chen Wan opened his mouth slightly, looking at the girl, who never seemed to grow up, and said nothing. Song Qingyao could not swallow that pride. She had been so glorious in her prime during the Millennium Year when she shone brilliantly in Haisher. At that time, all the beauties in Haisher were of the heavy makeup type, but Song Qingyao was like a lotus petal on the lake in Jiangnan. The men in the field of fame and fortune were like wolves sniffing honey, flocking to her eagerly. But she was like a jewel embroidered on the sleeve of a man, symbolizing wealth and power, fit for playing around, but not suitable for being placed in the living room at home. She could pass through men's hands, but they wouldn't dare to settle down with her. Men chased after her yet looked down upon her. Finally, the game of musical chairs stopped at Chen Bingxin, turning even the most beautiful woman into a joke. Chen Wan himself was also an unacknowledged joke, needing 3 DNA tests before finally being accepted from a Tang building on the outer third ring amid citywide rumors and taken back to the Chen residence. Chen Wan carefully operated under the radar for such a long time, just waiting for the day he could thoroughly leave this cage of hell, to legitimately reach that person's world. Freedom and peace were luxuries, things Chen Wan craved since childhood in his dreams. But Song Qingyao wanted more: money, fame, profit, and even the return of her past glory during the Millennium Year. Chen Wan felt incapable of achieving this, but he couldn't bring himself to completely cut Song Qingyao off either and pursue his own freedom alone. During the winter when he was 11, he almost died in a psychiatric hospital due to high fever and loss of consciousness, but Song Qingyao broke in with a pair of scissors and saved him. Did Song Qingyao love him? Not much, but there was some affection. It wasn't much, but it was already the only love Chen Wan had in the world, so it was precious, and he still wanted to cherish it. After remaining silent for a while, Chen Wan asked, "How much money do you need? I can earn it." Song Qingyao spoke softly, yet with a touch of contempt, "How much can you earn?" Suddenly, she leaned in conspiratorially towards Chen Wan and said, "Baby, recently Xie Jiajian has been inviting me out." Chen Wan froze momentarily, his forehead twitching as he solemnly warned, "Don't go." Song Qingyao took a certain pleasure in proving that old Su was still attractive despite her age. Chen Wan frowned, "Don't go. He's married, and he isn't genuinely pursuing you." Seeing her unconvinced expression, Chen Wan earnestly advised, "Recently, Rongxin's board of directors is undergoing a reshuffle. All he wants is to probe your intentions and increase his shareholding." Xie Jiajian was a director of Rongxin, someone who fought their way up decades ago under Chen Bingxin. Since youth, Song Qingyao's beauty had been quite dim-witted, and when combined with a lack of matching intelligence, it often led to catastrophic consequences. She scolded lightly, "Who cares about whether it's sincere or not? I'm not sincere either. I'll just go have a meal with him, see if he has any ideas to help you get into Rongxin." "It's unnecessary," Chen Wan firmly said, "I'm not joining Rongxin, I have my own things to do." Song Qingyao flared up, "What are you doing anyway? Wasting your time idly every day. Liao Zhiha already held a promotion celebration to become general manager 2 days ago. You've graduated for several years and haven't even entered the main office of the branch company. Mom is so worried about you, I can't sleep thinking about you at night." Liao Zhiha was the external nephew of Liao Lu from the second house. Rongxin was once a one-man show under Chen Bingxin until he underwent 2 coronary artery bypass surgeries, leading to the shifting of powers, which mainly fell into the hands of Chao Ji from the first house and Sui Yu from the third house. Liao Lu of the second house ingratiated herself with Chao Ji from the first house to secure a piece of the pie, and all the houses disliked Song Qingyao for being young and good-looking with questionable origins, colluding to suppress her. The legitimate offspring and illegitimate children of the house were fiercely fighting for power within Rongxin, but Chen Wan always remained outside these disputes. But he didn't dare tell Song Qingmiao the specifics, otherwise those assets would soon be squandered away at the casino or poker table. Chen Wan helped her close and organize the jewelry box that had been rummaged through in disarray, cleaned the cigarette butts from the ashtray, and opened the window to air it out. You don't need to worry about me. It's most important for you to focus on your own life. There was a knock at the door. Fourth madam, master has asked us to go downstairs for dinner. Song Qingmiao exchanged a glance with Chen Wan, both falling silent. Chen Wan said gravely, all right. When they went down, everyone had already started eating the appetizer. Chen Wan sat in the unnoticeable last seat and, seeing the servant serve up cold rice noodles and lotus root old duck soup, realized today was the Ghost Festival. The 14th day of the 7th lunar month, also known as Ghost Day, Haisha residents loved stewing soups, with duck soup being a homophone for suppress, meaning ghost suppressing, on Ghost Day. Here in Haisha, this lesser-known traditional festival was valued even more than the Mid-Autumn Festival. People in the business world believed a little in feng shui. Hanging on the wall were tributes to the 8 immortals and the goddess Mazu, with the incense never ceasing. The willow wood cabinet, the heavy flowered carpet, and the green vines climbing to the windows made the dining room seem gloomy and oppressive, leaving no one with an appetite. A full round table gathering from the various families felt like the Last Supper, with its somber tone. The final gusts of the typhoon brought lightning and thunder that illuminated every detail on each person's face. Each harboring their own thoughts, yet laughing and talking cheerfully, discussing nothing more than the politics, economy, stocks, and horse racing in Haisha, complimenting each other while secretly comparing themselves. The young ones had almost all returned from studying abroad directly entering Rongxin, back in the day when Chen Wan had received offers better than many, but couldn't go and stayed in Haisha to attend Keida University. Later, the research place he secured didn't pan out either. Chen Wan simply didn't have enough time, needing to get out of the ivory tower onto the field of fame and fortune as fast as possible. In front of Chen Bingxin, peers discussed projects under Rongxin grandly, each showing off, second and third house madams feeling proud by association, while Song Qingmiao's complexion looked very bad. She twirled her bracelet, drinking bird's nest soup. Chen Wan calmly ate the salad in front of him, without any ripple of emotion. He had no interest in the Chen family's cake and actually avoided entirely. With the current economic slump, the urban development blueprint of Haisha contracted, land allocation policies much less liberal than before. The real estate boom of the past few years approached saturation, and Rongxin always used traditional industries as its pillar of profit, relying on the expansion of land as a temporary solution to thirst. The family-style management system was outdated, never thinking about structural transition of industries, so it was practically a blessing if those projects didn't fail. After graduating from Keida University, Chen Wan targeted energy technology, a sector not yet fully stepped into by others. With drastic changes in the economic situation, the future was undoubtedly going to be about resource battles. Facts proved he bet accurately. The top graduates once boasting diplomas from prestigious universities now faced layoffs and unemployment from investment banks and real estate companies, while Chen Wan, staying at Keida University, founded Kuxiang Technology, which now had quite significant market value. Though small, Kuxiang Technology generated high profits. Chen Wan insisted on registering as a hidden partner. Fellow classmates joked that he played dumb to make big money quietly. Chen Wan chuckled, isn't it good to give you money? Money wasn't the most important thing, what mattered was that he had indeed carved out a crack toward the other person's world. Even if it wasn't wide, it was still a heavenly ladder built brick by brick starting from scratch. Chen Wan bowed his head to drink his soup, dissatisfied with how he remained completely unnoticed. Song Qingmiao gave him meaningful looks, but Chen Wan continued eating silently. Song Qingmiao felt the bird's nest stuck in her throat. Someone mentioned Zhao Xinga, whose return was a huge event in Haisha. Chen Wan slowed down his action of drinking soup slightly. The eldest son of the main house, Chen Yu, said that regardless of whether it was Zhao Xinga's banquet or one set by friends or partners for him as a welcome home feast, Rongxin had never received an invitation. He asked if Father Chen Bingxin thought they should ask someone to help them make the connections. Chen Bingxin's expression wasn't good. In Haisha, he could at least consider himself a senior figure with some standing. His age far exceeded Zhao Xinga's, but he didn't dare blame Zhao Xinga, instead venting his anger on his eldest son. Do I still need to teach you these things? Chen Yu hurriedly acknowledged, inwardly feeling aggrieved. Was Zhao Xinga someone they could just easily interact with? Counting all these events large and small, there had been nearly 10 occasions, yet Zhao Xinga had only appeared less than 1/10 of the time. Chen Jin of the second house was adept at guessing the old man's mind, sneering and saying, the crown prince has been dealing with US dollars for years and likely doesn't even care about our little corner of Shanghai anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put on such an exaggerated airs than before. Chen Bingxin pretended to tap his cane warningly, what nonsense. Chen Jin wasn't afraid, quieted down, but then the second madam laughed and added half a bowl of soup for her son. Madam's brother, Chen Jin's maternal uncle, Liao Quan, was always best at smoothing things over, chuckling, whoever he deals with, in the end, he still has to settle and start a family in High City. I heard some news from Ming Long, not only should Rongxin seize this opportunity well, but the young missus should also give it some thought. If they win his favor, it would mean far more than just having occasional social calls. Speaking of which, the daughters from all the branches shyly lowered their heads, yet their eyes couldn't help revealing the gleam of anticipation and intrigue. They weren't necessarily greedy for what the Zhao family might offer, merely Zhao Xunga's looks were enough to make all the girls in town dream sweet dreams. Chen Bingxin's expression relaxed slightly, perhaps reassured that with so many daughters, each as beautiful as a flower, surely one of them would have a chance. The uncle from the main house couldn't bear Liao Quan selling himself so cleverly, commenting, "Liao, you're speaking too soon. There's still the Su family to consider first." Miss Su from the rumors who was supposedly engaged to Zhao Xunga. Chen Bingxin didn't want their bickering to continue but wanted to uphold his own hope, turning to the elder uncle, Xinyong, how many men does one need anyway? No one at the table found this statement odd. Chen Wan set down his spoon, the long handle clinking against the porcelain bowl with a ding sound, and he wiped his lips with a napkin. The half-bowl of old duck soup he had just drunk felt sour, and despite drinking several sips of tea, it still sat uneasily in his stomach. He couldn't leave the table, otherwise, these boring people would turn their sharp tongues toward Song Qingmiao. After all, everyone in this household understood and took great pleasure in using Song Qingmiao to control Chen Wan. Hearing this, whether male or female, old or young, everyone at the table suddenly regained hope and happily started laughing and eating again. Chapter 4, Keats. Chen Wan couldn't eat, his phone vibrated in his pocket, but he ignored it, looking down at his watch which drew a remark from the main Madame Chao Ji, "Is it that the dishes don't suit your taste? How come a Wan is so thin?" Everyone looked over, and Chen Wan wiped his hands with a napkin, saying, "No, it's just too hot to eat much." Chao Ji's nephew Chao Ji jokingly said seemingly without purpose, "A Wan, who eats feasts every day, naturally wouldn't look at these, right? The other day, my friends praised me about a Wan appearing in Central District, looking quite dapper." Subtle expressions flitted across people's faces. It was precisely at the welcome banquet for Zhao Xunga held in the Central District. The exclusive High Tower restaurant in High City had been booked for 2 whole days. Chen Bingxin interrogated Chen Wan, "What are you doing in Central?" Chen Wan calmly wiped his hands, smoothly lying, "I'm helping Zhuo Zhishuan park the car." Chen Bingxin's clouded gaze lingered on him, and Chen Wan turned his head, calmly returning the stare. There was nothing else Chen Bingxin could do but believe, knowing well how when Chen Wan was younger, he'd fortuitously saved a classmate of noble birth while swimming. Uncle Liao Quan of the second house laughed, "A Wan should grab hold of this lifeline tightly, you can't climb alone. You'll only be more stable if the Chen family prospers too, isn't that the logic?" Chen Wan didn't reply. Chen Bingxin scoffed first, what does he have to hope for? They just use him to run errands, why would they truly show respect to him? When these words were spoken publicly, everyone chuckled secretly. Song Qingmiao seated inwardly, her face flushing red with anger, yet Chen Wan wasn't embarrassed in the least. Although unpleasant, theoretically, Chen Bingxin hadn't been wrong. Chen Wan had always been very self-aware. He never dared to be overly optimistic about whether that circle had truly accepted him since his background, status, and class differences were clearly evident like an insurmountable chasm. But even so, Chen Wan still believed it was better than here. Without considering whether those masters considered him a friend, at least they treated him as a human being. Acknowledging this, Chen Wan nodded humbly but firmly, "That's right. As someone who runs errands and does odd jobs, I have no say in anything." Not to mention that he wouldn't do anything for the Chen family, he wouldn't even take advantage of the connections and convenience from that circle for his own business. This was a well-defined line of defense. Chen Wan, from head to toe, inside and out, from his gaze to his smiles, was anything but pure. Yet, in this single regard, his intentions remained somewhat sincere. He had to spare no effort in preserving this shred of sincerity. Everyone wanted to see Chen Wan's downfall, yet the man himself seemed completely unconcerned, prompting a shift in topic to the eldest daughter of the third house's impending marriage. The Chen residence followed strict rules and was rife with formalities. After dinner concluded, Chen Bingxin clasped his hands together in prayer, leading everyone in incense offerings to both Allah and Mazu. Chen Wan had more than once doubted whether such half-Western, half-Chinese, pseudo-religious practices wouldn't anger deities from both East and West alike. Standing among his peers, performing repeated kowtows, Chen Wan felt as if he were living through another year at the end of the Qing dynasty. Like previous years, Chen Bingxin had invited several feng shui masters to exorcise spirits and worship Buddha, purchasing expensive talismans in an attempt to revitalize the already decaying mansion of Rongxin. The masters wandered around, touching corners of walls and door beams before calculating an auspicious fortune, then everyone returned to their mahjong games with renewed reassurance. Guests came in waves, tiles clattered and shuffled, while statues of Guanyin and Buddha faced constant cries of "Hu," disturbing their serene tranquility. The redwood grandfather clock pointed only to 8, there was still a long wait until departure time. Chen Wan went to the side hall for some fresh air. He never made work calls at the old family home. Bored, he stood by the window watching the rain. With the number 8 typhoon warning hoisted, it arrived hesitantly, dragging its tail, as the night rain gently rustled against broad palm leaves. Ice autumn leaf and begonia petals covered the courtyard. This day wasn't a weekend, but classes had been suspended due to the typhoon, so there were more children around, some from collateral branches of the Chen family, others brought by guests, playing raucously in the main hall. Chen Wan idly watched for a moment before noticing a girl with braided pigtails standing stiffly against the wall in a strange and rigid posture. Chen Wan skillfully shooed away a group of boys who were hovering annoyingly like flies around her, then squatted down beside her. "What are you doing?" The girl appeared to be mixed race, with slightly curly hair and light-colored irises that eyed him warily. Chen Wan offered her a faint smile. Few could resist Chen Wan's smile, regardless of age, 17 or 7. Shaking her head, the girl responded in English, "I'm fine." After checking her over and seeing no obvious injuries, Chen Wan stood next to her, imitating her posture of leaning against the wall. Somehow, this rather absurd way of passing time won her trust. A while later, the girl turned her head and solemnly extended her hand. "Hello, Judy." Chen Wan also reached out, shaking her hand formally. "Hello, Chen Wan." To ensure she understood, he added, "Or Keats." The girl seemed more interested in his Chinese name but struggled with pronunciation. "Chen Wan. Which one?" "Wan as in, to linger." Judy blinked, her grasp of Chinese wasn't advanced enough to understand this word. Chen Wan touched his pocket, pulling out a minimalist business card and pointing at the printed characters. Judy examined it carefully before accepting. The two of them silently observed the evening rain for a while longer. Feeling thirsty, Chen Wan picked up a lychee nut from the offering table and asked, "Judy, would you like some?" Judy hesitated momentarily. "Sorry, Chen Wan, I can't have it." Chen Wan found her overly formal tone amusing. "Why?" Looking troubled, Judy confessed, "My dress is torn. I can't move away from this wall." It was then that Chen Wan noticed signs of scissors damage along the edge of her skirt. Suppressing a grin, he asked softly, "Did they do it?" Kids at 7 or 8 years old were often troublemakers. Judy nodded silently in agreement. Chen Wan took off the shirt draped over his shoulders and handed it to her to tie around her waist. "Use this as a cover for now." Judy thanked him and asked, "Do you need me to tell my mother?" Judy's mother was Madame Du Roy, currently engrossed in a mahjong game in the living room. Once the widow of the wealthiest man in High City and owning half of Tianwan Bay, she had many notable lovers, one of whom was the subject of much speculation about Judy's father identity in High City. Madame Du Roy was engrossed in her extravagant lifestyle and paid little attention to Judy, so Judy insisted there was no need to inform her. Even if she did, Madame Du would only scold her for lacking the proper decorum of a young lady. Chen Wan respected her decision. His shirt was long enough for Judy to wear as a dress, and it even looked quite fashionable on her. Chen Wan peeled a rambutan and handed half of it to her. Judy ate with utmost restraint. It was the peak season for rambutans, which had been airshipped from Vietnam that very day. They were round and plump, their flesh translucently white and sweet, like pieces of glistening snow melting sweetly between the teeth. After finishing, Chen Wan glanced at the fruit basket and asked, "Have another? Pineapple or muskmelon?" With his jacket draped over her shoulders, Judy moved more freely. She peeked up and replied, "Muskmelon." Chen Wan took a knife to cut it. Suddenly, a hand clapped him on the shoulder from behind. Chen Wan reacted swiftly, turning and positioning the knife tip toward the intruder, who hastily raised his hands in surrender, grinning widely, "It's me, Ah Wan." Chen Wan stepped forward to shield Judy, keeping the knife in hand and waving it warningly. "So what if it's you? Step back." He didn't need to turn around, just the whiff of that decayed smell told him exactly which foul fly this was. Liao Quan still wore a cheerful smile, pointing at the knife in Chen Wan's hand, "Put that down first. I haven't seen you in ages, I just want to chat." Chen Wan ignored him. Liao Quan continued, "Family harmony brings prosperity. Your brother-in-law will criticize you again when he sees this." "Let him see." The staircase light fell softly on Chen Wan's face. Without smiling, he actually had an icy cold demeanor. Slowly but clearly, he said, "Do you really think you can send me back to Xiaolan Mountain again?" Liao Quan's grin faded slightly, licking his gums nervously. Xiaolan Mountain was the lunatic asylum in High City, where all kinds of special individuals were detained, officials' mistresses and illegitimate children, top-tier political criminals, mentally unstable celebrities. Chen Wan had spent 3 years there starting from age 9. The year he returned from an outer ring tenement house, when he was 9, during a nap, Liao Quan locked him in a room. He touched the boy's feet, attempting to remove his socks. But Chen Wan was extraordinarily alert and defensive, quickly reacting by stomping hard on Liao Quan's wrist. Liao Quan yelped in pain, slapped Chen Wan, and grabbed his hair. Though young, Chen Wan was merciless and silent. Without a word, he snatched a pair of scissors from the desk and began cutting Liao Quan's fingers. He wasn't some weak nobleman's son. He was a street-smart wild child roaming freely in those outer ring tenements, a fierce dog surviving in a world of survival of the fittest. Having never been tamed, he bristled with sharp spines, leaving Liao Quan's hands drenched in blood. When the Filipina maid heard horrifying screams from the hallway, Chen Wan was almost through puncturing the man's palm and was about to stab his eyes and face next. This incident caused a major uproar. The doctor came home to treat the injuries, saying Liao Quan's right hand might become permanently disabled. Mrs. Liao Lu kicked Chen Wan violently in front of everyone, then slapped Song Qingyao harshly across the face, still unsatisfied. She resorted to drama, crying, yelling, and threatening to commit suicide, demanding justice from Chen Bingxin for her younger brother, Liao Quan, who was the only male heir of the Liao family. Everyone in the household viewed Chen Wan as a madman full of wickedness, incapable of compassion. Where could they find an ordinary child capable of such ruthlessness, causing potential loss of life? Enraged, Chen Bingxin likened Chen Wan to Neza, who killed to protect his mother, lawless, uncontrollable, and utterly ungrateful. He ordered the family doctor to forcibly sedate him, issued a medical report diagnosing him with a mental illness, and sent him off to Xiaolan Mountain. Chen Wan retracted the knife, not sparing a glance at Liao Quan, and continued cutting muskmelon slices for Judy. You know me, someone barefoot isn't afraid of someone shod, I say what I mean and do what I say. Liao Quan couldn't gain any advantage over him before, and certainly not now. Reluctantly looking at his elegant side profile, Chen Wan had a disarming softness, yet his underlying strength remained alluring, but Liao Quan also feared Chen Wan losing control, since the latter seemed genuinely prepared to stab the knife into his eyes just moments ago. Not the time yet. Liao Quan cast a glance at Judy, took 2 steps back, and left. Chen Wan handed Judy a slice of muskmelon. Are you scared? Judy's mouth sparkled as she asked, what? Did I scare you? He had just brandished the knife like he was going to kill someone and wondered if it might leave a psychological scar on the child, so when handing her the fruit, he smiled and used a napkin to wipe off the juice that had gotten on her hands. No, Judy looked up at him. Having probably witnessed Madame Du Ri's romantic escapades with her lover without any reservation, the little girl seemed precocious. She said in English, Chen Wan, you are a gentle gentleman. A gentle gentleman who points knives at people. Judy glanced around the fruit basket and sincerely said, like the mangosteen, Keats. Mangosteen, tough on the outside, soft and white within. Chen Wan didn't quite understand the child's peculiar imagination and innocence. After a moment of being speechless, not trusting her with the knife, he shoved a few fruit forks into her pocket for self-defense and warned, if you see this person again, go where there are more adults. Judy trusted him and nodded obediently. Chapter 5, Peaks and Valleys. According to the feng shui master, the ghost would only be gone after the high hour ended. Everyone else stayed over at the Chen residence, but Chen Wan braved the rain to fetch his car. Chao Ji also stepped out. At dinner, he had hinted about his whereabouts, now no one knew whether this was just by coincidence or deliberate interception. You weren't parking that day, were you? This was a declarative sentence. One doesn't wear 6-figure suits to park cars. Chen Wan always dressed casually in shirts and jeans whenever he returned to the Chen household, looking extremely unpretentious and modest, showing no signs of ambition. Chen Wan calmly glanced at him, then turned the car key nonchalantly, sticking to his claim, I was parking the car. Chao Ji chuckled lightly in the night, all right, if you say so. Chen Wan maintained a superficial politeness, said his farewells, and turned to leave. On the flat ground before the security booth lay a rusted dog chain left by someone unknown. Chen Wan smoothly stepped over it, keeping his eyes straight ahead, unperturbed. He was no longer the illegitimate son who had been tied with a dog chain and teased as a child. The aristocratic families may seem bright and shiny on the surface, but they were indeed full of filth and corruption. The malformation and cruelty of the rich were beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Who would have thought, growing up in such a family, Chen Wan spent his childhood tethered to a dog kennel, barely clothed or fed. As a child, he envied the beggars on the streets outside, at least they were free. A living hell, not worth enduring. The Volkswagen Chen Wan drove was completely unremarkable amidst the sea of luxury cars at the Chen house. Only upon closer inspection did one notice that the car body now bore several new scratches since his arrival, low down on the side. He guessed it was the work of those boys who bullied Judy earlier. He wasn't sure if the tires had been punctured. The rain started pouring harder. To avoid alarming the people inside the house, Chen Wan crouched down to check the tires and confirm their safety before getting in the car. After shutting the door, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion swept over him. He didn't turn on the lights and simply slumped onto the steering wheel for some time to regain his composure. Large raindrops pelted the windshield, yet within the sealed cabin, faint sounds of wind and waves still reached his ears, palm leaves brushing against the windows. Chen Wan lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply twice, finally feeling oxygen flood his lungs and relieve the suffocating sensation from the heavy rain and darkness. His hand fumbled in the dark for the radio switch, twisting it on to release some sound. A collection of golden hits from Hong Kong's millennial divas played softly. You enjoy your life. I struggle to survive. How many people are perched on the mountaintop, overlooking my fatigue? You define life. I disgrace survival. Only suitable for lingering in the valley, organizing my mess. No end in sight, no grace, far removed from your world. The phone on the dashboard vibrated. Chen Wan jolted awake, fingers trembling slightly as he tightened his grip, needing some effort to answer it. Good evening, Mr. Chen. Monica. Sorry to disturb you, but you didn't show up for your follow-up last week, and that prescription isn't meant for continuous use, so I had to give you a call. Last week, Chen Wan was preoccupied with Zhao Xingda's return and had forgotten all about it. He profusely apologized. I'm sorry, Monica, I missed our appointment. Please add the fee for the last consultation to my tab, it was my fault. Monica paused a moment, helplessly replying, Mr. Chen, that's not what I meant. Her patient showed great empathy towards others but cared little for his own well-being. But as a doctor, she couldn't let this slide. Do you have time these next 2 days? Could you make time to come over for a face-to-face diagnosis? This treatment phase is rather special, and it's best not to interrupt it. Monica had been Chen Wan's long-term psychological therapist. Chen Wan didn't think he had any psychological issues. It was Zhuo Zhixian who noticed some off-kilter moments in his friend and occasional glimpses of crazy thoughts, so he recommended Monica to him. Monica was Zhuo Zhixian Sr. at Columbia University. While Chen Wan wasn't particularly concerned about his condition, he didn't want to go against his friend's wishes or trouble the doctor. Thus, he suggested if it wouldn't disturb her too much, they could begin the session now. Monica sighed in relief. Chen Wan was one of those patients who seemed compliant on the surface but were actually the hardest to deal with. She said, all right, then I'll wait for you in the consultation room. Chen Wan feared keeping Monica overtime, so he sped through traffic lights and arrived at Director Street before 10 o'clock. As Monica poured him a glass of water and asked, how have things been lately? Chen Wan was very cooperative on the surface, detailing his recent conditions and symptoms just as he always did during consultations. Monica conducted a hypnosis session. Under the influence of medication, the diseased, authentic persona emerged. I punctured their arteries. Monica paused her note-taking momentarily, gently soothing the patient. Amputated the right limb. The dogs refused to gnaw on their bones. In complete relaxation, the patient's language was disjointed, rapidly describing fragmentary concepts from the psychological underlayers, real reflections without coherent logic. A bullet travels at 6.8 miles per hour, but it can be faster. Late night work, working into the night. After a long while, Chen Wan spoke again. He didn't even look back. Approximately 20 minutes later, Monica ended the hypnosis. Besides Zhuo Zhixian, Monica was the only one aware of Chen Wan's emotional status. Now, with the reappearance of that name in the records, she said, Mr. Chen, you haven't told me he has returned. The fluorescent lamp shone brightly, and only at this moment did Chen Wan truly realize that Zhao Xingda had indeed returned, not merely part of a dream within the hypnosis chamber, nor data from previous brainwave charts and psychological CT scans. Thus, he smiled and said, yes, he's returned. Monica nodded, her eyes revealing neither joy nor sorrow. With the emergence of new variables, Monica rearranged the psychological tests for Chen Wan. Since she took charge of his case, Chen Wan transitioned from reactive depression to concealed depression, exhibiting many rare clinical characteristics. His mental state and behavioral features were extremely complex and contradictory. Perhaps most would consider him a remarkably kind-hearted and gentle individual, yet numerous tests reflected his tendencies towards self-destruction, masking his misanthropy and rebellious facets of personality behind a veneer of gentleness and normalcy. Behind his extraordinary ability to empathize and resonate with emotions lay indifference and apathy towards his desires and needs. For now, everything was precariously balanced in a relatively stable state. Do you believe that his reappearance will significantly impact our previously formulated treatment plan? Although Chen Wan didn't consider himself ill, he would never dismiss others' hard work. After careful consideration, he prudently answered, not entirely. Why? The doctor inquired softly, knowing very well how significant that name carried after years of interaction. My life shouldn't change much, Chen Wan spoke deliberately, word by word. Such as the moods you've asked me to record daily, joy and sadness, contentment and regret, are still mine. I've created them myself, something I can control, all decisions made by me. Doctor, let's just proceed according to the original plan, no need to treat this as a new variable or opportunity. He said this in a matter-of-fact tone, but Monica increasingly foresaw trouble. This further validated her belief that Chen Wan was indifferent to himself and never sought help from others. However, she did not contradict what Chen Wan had said, instead, she delicately made a suggestion, perhaps you could. Chen Wan slowly but resolutely shook his head, my illness is not because of him, and furthermore. I believe, I need to, and am fully capable of, autonomously controlling my emotions. Please help me achieve this. Monica did not press the issue. Chen Wan belonged to that rare category of patients who possessed the strongest willpower, always compliant, easygoing gentlemen yet the most stubborn patients, impervious to external forces. Alright, Monica relented, I respect your wishes, but if possible, I hope you can take at least a week off. I need to more meticulously and comprehensively observe your condition during episodes, and provide you with systematic and continuous therapy and training. For those consciously self-destructive individuals, it becomes nearly impossible for them to control themselves towards the end. Chen Wan looked troubled, I'm sorry, doctor, I have a very packed work schedule lately, there's really no time to spare. A week won't work, what about 3 days? Still apologetic, but firm in tone, Chen Wan replied, not recently, we can find time later. Monica remained silent for a moment, then sighed, Then you must take your medication on time and come for regular checkups. Chen Wan smiled as he agreed. It wasn't that he shunned medical treatment or deceived his doctor, but he had a new project he wanted to secure. His daily rest time was minimal, and the amount of true sleep even less. At 10 o'clock Thursday night, Chen Wan drove alone to the Polish casino. Even though it was a weekday, the casino was packed. Chapter 6, Doing One's Best While Maintaining a Calm Heart. He arrived early, the client hadn't yet come. The scheduled croupier collected the keys and led him into the card room. This client had come from Shenzhen. Chen Wan had learned that the person enjoyed playing a hand, so he invited the guest to the Portuguese hotel as the host, booking a private booth. The croupier was a tall, young Ukrainian woman who spoke fluent English, Chinese, and standard Cantonese. She led Chen Wan up via the side elevator. Chen Wan asked her if there was any special event happening at the hotel tonight, since he always used to go up by the main elevator. The sightseeing elevator offered a view of the water city within the hotel's garden, which was very beautiful. The croupier smiled faintly and mentioned that there were indeed some distinguished guests arriving tonight, adding nothing more. Chen Wan stopped questioning and instead instructed her on some habits of the soon-to-arrive client. The croupier was highly professional. That evening, Chen Wan's guests thoroughly enjoyed themselves. During the break, Chen Wan had some wine from his storage opened, drinking heavily with the client. Fortunately, the project discussions progressed smoother than expected. After a few rounds, the client returned to the table for another bout of gambling. Chen Wan felt his stomach uneasy, excusing himself to wash his face in the restroom. The person wasn't delivered upstairs, they left. Chen Wan froze mid-wash under the faucet. Didn't come, might be, didn't see clearly. It turned out the person who rented the third floor tonight was Ming Long. Weird. Zhao, inside the car, clearly. Wine cellar, surveillance far away, next time. I'll be damned. Chen Wan lifted his gaze. In the mirror, his expression was blank. He dried his hands and walked over to the stall where the sounds were coming from. He wedged the door handle using a mop, then grabbed a bucket of water used for cleaning the mop and poured it all down over the top of the stall. F***CK. Who the F***CK did this? Who's outside? Open the door. You son of AB**TCH, open the door. Wait till I get my hands on you. Screw you. Chen Wan set down the bucket and leaned against the door, lighting a cigarette with an empty expression. He smoked and listened to the curses. Once tired of it, he flicked the cigarette but into the single stall. The person inside seemed to have been scorched and screamed strangely. In the deafening pounding on the door, Chen Wan washed his hands again, squeezed out a little soap, applied it methodically between his fingers, rinsed carefully, and finally dried them before walking leisurely out of the restroom, leaving the cacophony behind. Before entering the private booth, he slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, greeted the client with smiles full of refined courtesy, displaying none of the fatigue or ominousness he had seen in the bathroom mirror. The number 8 typhoon signal was lifted as expected, and the city by the sea experienced rare good weather. The young masters, who had been stifled indoors, began to stir with activity. Chen Wan was always on call, ready to indulge in drinking, eating, and revelry to his fullest extent. He told Zhuo Ziqian that he truly did not want to do certain things, but he also sincerely wanted a glimpse of a certain person. A feeling, if it could be controlled completely, without any spillover, could only prove that it weighed very little. The heart demon that lingered for years now gnashed its teeth and danced wildly, rationality strained to hold it back, just barely managing to maintain the facade of normalcy. Without interfering with the other party, catching a distant glimpse was a tug-of-war between Chen Wan and himself, and the only outlet Chen Wan could grant himself. However, the situation differed somewhat from what Chen Wan imagined. Even if he were on standby 24 hours a day around people like Tan Yuming, he might still not get many chances to see Zhao Xinge. Seeing him once out of 10 times would already count as good fortune that day. He'd heard before that meeting Zhao Xinge was harder than climbing to the heavens. Even members of the Zhao family needed to go through secondary secretaries or tertiary assistants to meet him. At the time, he thought this was merely exaggerated gossip, but now it seemed baseless rumors weren't entirely untrue. Still, Chen Wan excelled at patience and waiting. He strived when opportunities arose and lived earnestly within his own realm when they didn't. Yet, either don't give him a chance, or even the slightest hint, however minuscule, would be seized by him at all costs, regardless of the means. Chen Wan wasn't a young master, his freedom was limited. When he heard about a rowing competition where Zhao Xinge might attend, he pulled an all-nighter to finish work and made an entire day free, though Zhao Xinge ultimately never showed up. Zhuo Ziqian mentioned Shen Zongyan invited Zhao Xinge to a horse race viewing. Chen Wan, on a business trip to AOU, fell silent for a moment, then the next day took the earliest flight, landing and driving alone for 4 hours to reach the estate. However, he learned Zhao Xinge left halfway through. An exhibition match by the Royal Kayak team took place in Xiangjie while Chen Wan was working on a crucial contract. Right after finishing the negotiation table, without changing his suit, he rushed over. Unfortunately, their vehicles passed each other closely, and Zhao Xinge's black Maybach stirred up dust, covering Chen Wan in grime as he stepped out of his car. Chen Wan, severely sleep-deprived and under immense nervous strain, leaned against the railing, watching the horses leap hurdles like lightning, realizing perhaps his luck wasn't ideal. But there wasn't too much disappointment in his heart. Do one's best, then maintain a calm mind. He fundamentally lived in a world without Zhao Xinge, having him around was an additional grace. Yet, he must recognize that absence was the norm. Zhao Xinge actually didn't enjoy going out or attending social gatherings. His appearances in certain settings were merely due to readapting to the Chinese cultural practices. He also didn't have many interests. While other young masters enjoyed golf, swimming, and fitness after work, Zhao Xinge preferred catching up on sleep because his nerves had always been tight since his school days. Zhao Xinge was indeed very busy, so busy that he didn't even remember insignificant people or trivial events on the fringes of his life. In the midst of consecutive flights at the airport, due to last-minute itinerary changes, private flight routes and VIP lounge services hadn't been arranged, forcing Zhao Xinge to wait in the common departure hall for a brief nap. A nearby luxury store's child woke him up. A curly-haired boy cried incessantly, begging his mother to buy him an expensive model gun. Zhao Xinge listened to the white mother and son arguing for 10 minutes, the child's cries were unbearably loud. Lifting his heavy eyelids, still half awake, he watched them for a while, then stood up, walked over, and bought the remaining gun model directly from the store. Carrying the gift box, Zhao Xinge strode away while the boy stared dumbfounded. He even offered the child a gentle and apologetic smile. Finally, silence returned to the world. In June, the City by the Sea held a commercial association meeting. With increasing exchanges in Bay Area trade in recent years, several newly promoted mainland officials attended for discussions, making the meeting more grandiose than previous years. Chen Wan heard from Zhuo Ziqian, who in turn had heard it from Tan Yuming, that Zhao Xinge should likely attend. Just returned from abroad, giving such an event the nod would be a courtesy, and this conference roughly covered the economic prospects and development plans for the City by the Sea over the next few years, alongside policy measures concerning inland trade. All these elements inevitably tied to Minglong Corporation, or rather, to Zhao Xinge himself. Chapter 7, Gentle but strict, authoritative yet not harsh. However, on the day of the meeting's opening ceremony, Chen Wan did not see Zhao Xinge's seat or nameplate on the podium. Zhao Xinge had become increasingly low-profile over the years. Even when he occasionally attended meetings, he adhered to the 3 no's principles: no speeches, no public appearances, and no interviews. Financial journalists and media professionals shared this consensus. Even at events where Zhao Xinge was present, no one dared attempt pointing a camera or microphone in his direction. The hall was designed with a Roman-style circular ring structure, thick carpet covering the floor, warm-tone chandeliers hanging above, exuding grandeur. A large number of attendees were present for this meeting, and security was exceptionally tight. Chen Wan was assigned a rather secluded seat far back. After scanning the venue, he confirmed Zhao Xinge wasn't there. Those in positions of great power and influence often remain aloof, hidden among the crowds like an eye watching from the sky or a hand controlling behind the scenes. The vice-chairman of the Chamber of Commerce enumerated several pilot preferential policies that would be implemented in the Bay Area using less than fluent Mandarin, encouraging innovators to seize the opportunities and take the lead. Chen Wanli picked up on several key terms, quickly jotting them down in his notebook, planning to return and carefully analyze them with his partner later. The mid-session break lasted a full half hour. Zhuo Ziqian walked across half the hall to chat with Chen Wan at the back. Having no personal businesses himself, Zhuo only attended this dull meeting due to family pressure. The signal in the conference hall was shielded, and these few hours without phone access nearly drove young Master Zhuo insane. "You're actually still taking notes." Zhuo Ziqian glanced at the words Chen Wan had written and casually said, "Waiting for this draft to be implemented is slower than finding Shenzongnian." Zhuo Ziqian lowered his voice slightly. "Regarding Jieshi Island, the chamber doesn't have much say, it's the Zhao family's territory. Directly contacting Zhao Xinge was out of the question, but Shenzongnian could probably help arrange an introduction." "I don't need it," Chen Wan said. "Don't be naive," Zhuo Ziqian retorted. To some extent, preferential policies promoted the flow of resources and fairness, but they moved too slowly. The real deals were already finalized within top circles, leaving scraps for those below to scramble over. Chen Wan sipped on his black tea and shook his head again. Zhuo Ziqian laughed with frustration. "What are you being so stubborn about, Chen Wan?" Sometimes Zhuo simply couldn't understand what Chen Wan was thinking. Saying he was indifferent would be inaccurate, he seemed to navigate everything effortlessly. But claiming he meticulously planned and calculated everything didn't fit either. Upon reflection, Zhuo truly hadn't seen anyone achieve their goals like Chen Wan among their social circle. It was embarrassing to admit, but many things that seemed trivial and easy for others remained unspoken by Chen Wan, who chose instead to go through great lengths to achieve them. Some people, after merely having drinks once with Tan Yuming or Shenzongnian, began acting as if they had supreme authority, strutting around with arrogance based on flimsy connections. The good fortune kept slipping away, leaving Zhuo Ziqian disgruntled, and he couldn't help raising his voice. "Chen Wan, can't you make any plans?" Chen Wan smiled good-naturedly and said nothing. After thoroughly checking his notes for any omissions, his tone became carefree. "Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing." Zhuo Ziqian found it impossible to communicate with him. Chen Wan seemed agreeable but harbored strong convictions. Once he set his mind on something, he would adhere strictly to it. During the 2-day meeting, Zhao Xinga never appeared. Perhaps encounters between people really relied somewhat on fate, though they also depended on effort. Opportunities always went to those who prepared. After 9 missed chances, perhaps the 10th would bear fruit. And Chen Wan believed recharging was part of the process. That 10th time came in an auction house, far off in the distance. Zhao Xinga remained low-key, never bringing a horde of bodyguards or assistants trailing after him. Today, he didn't bring even an assistant along, quietly walking forward and sitting in the center seat prepared by the organizers. Each spectator seat was spaced far apart, preventing neighboring individuals from disturbing each other. Chen Wan was seated in a dark, remote corner. From afar, Zhao Xinga seemed more restrained than before. He genuinely enjoyed observing Zhao Xinga. Leaning back in his chair with crossed legs, glancing through the catalogue while appearing unconcerned, Zhao reminded Chen Wan of a lion that nonchalantly looked down upon the world. Although appearing calm, there was a certain languor about him. Occasionally bored, he might lift his gaze to glance briefly, then retreat into his own world. The dim lighting cast a serene shadow of a person, imbued with an aura of solitude. Zhao Xinga was not exactly as Chen Wan remembered him. Even Tan Yuming and Shen Zongyan, who had grown up together with Zhao, might not have noticed what had changed. However, Chen Wan was so keen on observing Zhao Xinga that he was almost at the truth. Zhao was using increasingly authoritative decisions to conceal the weariness in his gaze and mannerisms. When power is bestowed upon a person, it also comes with certain shackles. Zhao Xinga resembled an unyielding mountain during a crisis. That faint trace of fatigue was like a leaf drifting down from a valley stream, insignificant and unnoticed by all except for the birds flying towards this mountain every day. Respecting the high mountain, Chen Wan was the bird circling year after year. Before the auction began, the surrounding guests were chatting in low voices, which Chen Wan could hear bits and pieces of. It was a jump from the financial tower, 78th floor, and the pool in Huajing Park was stained red with blood. Many people witnessed it. The police came and quickly cleaned it up, not allowing journalists inside for filming. Mrs. Mai cried every day, even protesting at Minglong Tower. It wasn't just because of the bad debt. Mai Jie wasn't honest, playing tricks and circles while trying to collaborate with the Hua family. Eventually, he lost patience, proving to be even harder-hearted than his old man. Best not mess with him, signing charity contracts for disabled children one side, forcing billionaire enemies into bankruptcy leading to suicide on the other, life and death decided in a single thought. That person was like Voldemort whose name dared not be spoken, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning him. A slight commotion arose nearby when a staff member made a mistake serving tea at Zhao Xinga's table, causing surrounding voices to quiet down temporarily as they lowered their eyes pretending not to notice. But Chen Wan saw Zhao Xinga politely lifting his hand to the staff, calmly saying it was no issue, his voice polite and kind. Chen Wan thought that even if those gossipers' private slanders reached Zhao Xinga's ears, he wouldn't become angry. In fact, Zhao Xinga was more approachable than many others, though his presence was commanding, but his emotions always stayed peaceful, gentle yet stern, dignified but not fierce, respectful and composed. However, being ruthless was another matter entirely. Chen Wan didn't really listen to what was showcased at the auction. All he knew was that Zhao Xinga successfully bid on a Ming Dynasty blue and white flower mouth bottle, because it was settled after one price call without any daring competitors daring to compete against Zhao Xinga. When the auction concluded, Zhao Xinga walked out with a middle-aged man. The latter was much older, but perhaps due to his height, the famous Haisher official standing beside Zhao lost some of his usual charisma. The two occasionally conversed, with Zhao Xinga speaking less and listening more. This auction's guest threshold was set very high, so there weren't too many attendees. When they passed by Zhao Xinga, they simply greeted him with a respectful, "Mr. Zhao." And Chen Wan was among them. As he left the exhibition hall with a colleague, their paths briefly crossed with Zhao Xinga's, but neither stopped nor exchanged glances. Not surprising at all to Chen Wan since Zhao Xinga probably didn't recognize or even notice him. Even though Chen Wan had attended several dinners involving Zhao through Tan Yuming's and Zhuo Ziqian's introductions, Zhao Xinga wouldn't remember a miscellaneous individual. Chen Wan was fully aware of his own place. Nor did he care, he wasn't seeking recognition. Chapter 8, Sunset Car Chase. On the way back, they had to descend the winding mountain road. While Chen Wan was driving along properly, he suddenly encountered a Rolls-Royce on the overtaking lane splashing mud onto his car. Held in the afternoon near the suburban hills, the auction venue caused further trouble because rain mixed with accumulated water and muddy dust along the asphalt mountain roads, turning the exterior of his BYD car and its windows into a pitiful sight. At first, Chen Wan ignored it. He was always a law-abiding driver and gentlemanly on the road, simply activating his windshield wipers. However, after being maliciously blocked twice in succession, even the most tolerant person would grow enraged. He had just washed his car before coming here. And during each overtake, the Rolls-Royce not only failed to keep distance but moved closer, resulting in water splashes everywhere. At one moment, the rearview mirrors of both vehicles even collided, producing an audible grinding sound. Almost visible sparks flew, though it lasted merely a second. The other driver's skills were impeccable, causing no actual harm, aside from immense pressure and mental strain on the one behind the wheel. This was nothing less than outright provocation. Once the Rolls-Royce had fully passed, it showed off by swerving sharply in a puddle with reckless abandon, kicking up a cascade of muddy water that splashed onto the windshield of Chen Wan's BYD car. Chen Wan felt as if he'd been doused with a bucket of water. Chen Wan's lips curled down, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he slammed the accelerator pedal to the floor, chasing after the offending vehicle. The summer evening sky darkened late, with remnants of the sunset lingering, allowing for a vague glimpse of the Rolls-Royce's license plate number, utterly ordinary, plain enough that no one would expect someone skilled in subterfuge sat within. When he arrived earlier, it was in his usual Maybach. Even so, those plain numbers alone exuded an unparalleled arrogance. The speed of the other car fluctuated, akin to a cunning cat teasing its prey. The Rolls-Royce was new, and Chen Wan quickly recalled all important occasions within High City, confirming that he'd never seen this specific car before. He also struggled to think of any reason why, given his low-profile demeanor, he might have offended someone. Several times, he pressed the gas pedal to the limit, nearly matching the Rolls-Royce for about a third of its length, but the heavily tinted one-way glass prevented him from spotting anyone inside. An empty road stretched ahead, with an orange sun suspended over the mountain ridge. The twilight illuminated vast skies, while the two cars raced forward in pursuit, neck and neck, gracefully maneuvering around corners. Sometimes close together, other times farther apart, palm leaves on the roadside were flung every which way by their high-speed chase. Pushing limits, adrenaline surged, Chen Wan clenched his jaw tighter, and for the first time, his humble BYD car, used only for work commuting, reached supercar-level speeds. However, in the face of overwhelming speed and superior hardware, even his impressive driving skill proved insufficient. Catching up to the Rolls-Royce was nothing short of impossible. Moreover, due to Chen Wan's purposeful discretion, his BYD model hadn't been upgraded for several years. He routinely drove this old car back and forth to work. Helplessly, Chen Wan could only watch as the Rolls-Royce disappeared into the fading horizon. As night fell completely, the expansive and silent highway became home to just his single car. Chen Wan decided to open the window, letting wind rush in. Air carrying marine moisture always lingered, with palms and silver grass along both sides of the road illuminated by headlights, creating an oceanic symphony of cicada and frog calls. It was then that Zhuo Ziqian's call came in, announcing the auspicious opening date for his hotel near Miwang Road, inviting Chen Wan to attend and celebrate. Chen Wan, still recovering his breath after his high-speed chase, steadied his hand on the steering wheel, adjusting his Bluetooth headset before replying, "Good location." I almost wore my tongue out convincing the old man to finally agree to come. Zhuo Ziqian confided freely with Chen Wan, remembering how they used to share homework in school. Your red envelope should reflect sincerity. Chen Wan's heartbeat returned to normal as he changed the radio station. Of course, he agreed generously, teasing, "I'll hire a lion dance team to parade from Finley East Road all the way to Prince Section West for you." Unbothered by the jest, Zhuo Ziqian laughed heartily, stopping briefly before pausing for a moment and saying, "Zhao Xinga will be there too." Chen Wan didn't disclose that he had encountered Zhao earlier at the same auction, responding calmly, "That's it?" Chen Wan asked bewilderedly, "What?" "Forget it." Zhuo Ziqian wasn't sure what he intended to say either, switching topics. "By the way, will you have time that day? Come help me beforehand." Chen Wan scoffed, "Make me your boss. If I don't make this opening grand enough, I'll be left to fend off the knives of Zhuo Yujian and Zhuo Xingyan. No one else can I trust." Zhuo Ziqian said seriously. In High City, Zhuo had met plenty of people, yet no one as dependable as Chen Wan. Chen Wan understood the internal strife and intrigue within the Zhuo family. He had an important contract to sign that day, but could manage his schedule to arrive in time. Just as Chen Wan was about to confirm his attendance, Zhuo Ziqian whispered mysteriously, "And I hired a master to cast a divination. For the store's opening, we need someone with woo-woo water element destiny present to bring harmony. They must have an auspicious destiny that matches lunar phases and favorable signs, none other than you." People in High City doing business always pay attention to feng shui, and Chen Wan expressed understanding. "What time?" One has great brotherhood spirit," Zhuo Ziqian chuckled, "just come at 3. On the opening day, it was good weather. When Chen Wan arrived, there was still a long time before the first batch of guests entered. He roughly visited the surroundings. The hotel backed onto Jayatuoli Mountain, facing the south shallow bay. It was equipped with the most luxurious configuration and even built a private pier. Guests staying here could directly take a yacht to nearby Ding Island to watch fish schools and visit tropical orchards. No wonder even Zhuo Ziqian, who was usually carefree, was so attentive. He had invested heavily. Zhuo Ziqian, the second-generation heir, was used to being a laid-back boss. Following behind Chen Wan, he watched him go through the ribbon-cutting process with the manager in an orderly manner, handle reception arrangements, verify guest seating arrangements, and even change some of the evening's banquet dishes and wines. His heart felt more at ease. Chen Wan suddenly turned around and asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhuo Ziqian shrugged, "Nothing." He just thought Zhao Xinga was blind for not seeing anything. Chen Wan's throat was dry and he was exhausted, collapsing on a long chair. He randomly grabbed a cup of sweet liqueur and drank it down, lazily waving his hand. "Don't be too grateful, just giving me a share of the stock will do." Zhuo Ziqian took the empty glass from his hand and poured him another cup, saying that once he truly became the head of the household, he would definitely reward Chen Wan, but for now, all he could offer was a permanent exclusive room in the top-tier Seaview suite. In the evening, the shallow bay sunset was very beautiful, and guests gradually arrived. Chen Wan helped Zhuo Ziqian get through everything earlier in the day, so now he blended into the crowd, not stealing the thunder from his friend, allowing the glory to shine on his buddy while only occasionally reminding the manager if something wasn't quite right. Tan Yuming sent Zhuo Ziqian flower baskets, 2 whole cars worth, which required 3 people to carry them, plus banners inscribed by a master calligrapher after a consecration ritual. Zhuo Ziqian was very happy, and Tan Yuming was also satisfied. Chen Wan could understand that high cities businessmen like to talk about feng shui, but watching red couplets pasted awkwardly on Roman columns made him feel somewhat lost for words. For the first time, he began doubting the circle he had meticulously and strategically reached out to join. The person beside O seemed normal enough, though, like Shenzongnian. Zhao Xinge and Shenzongnian arrived right on the dot. Zhao Xinge didn't casually appear to support others, but this time he also sent relatively valuable gifts. These kinds of people, to say it simply, have interest-driven relationships within their world of fame and profit, yet the bonds from growing up together were real as well. Which weighed more or less, that depended on how each measured it in their own hearts. The rooms and seats were divided according to status. Chen Wan was assigned to sit at the same table as Tan Yuming, a separate private room. There weren't many people, just those they regularly associated with in their circles, one might say, factions. Chen Wan was assigned to this table entirely because of his close relationship with the boss of the day himself, and also because he didn't belong to any particular social circle. To tell the truth, among the guests present today, he really wouldn't have been appropriate for any other table. Chen Wan wasn't embarrassed. Sitting calmly beside Tan Yuming, this time he and Zhao Xinge weren't separated by a table, but they weren't particularly close either. The round table was large, and from an angle, he might have been in the other's blind spot. Furthermore, since he didn't speak much, Zhao Xinge may not even have noticed someone like him was at the table. Zhao Xinge hadn't touched his chopsticks many times that night, drinking wine only lightly, leaving Chen Wan somewhat confused. This menu had been drafted by him, slightly different from the others. In the afternoon, Zhuo Ziqian had said this table counted as insiders, so there was no need to pick those tiresome and unpractical dishes served at the other tables. He asked Chen Wan to choose freely, trying out the skills of the 7-star chefs they hired at high cost from Italy and Chengdu. Chen Wan didn't hold back much then, but this time Zhao Xinge didn't seem to buy it, and Chen Wan didn't know what the problem was. Zhao Xinge was difficult to please, so the vast majority of people couldn't figure out his preferences, and neither could Chen Wan. Chapter 9, Romeo and Juliet. Zhao Xinge had just left the old family estate that afternoon. Generally, when he returned to the ancestral home, he wouldn't allow big banquets to be thrown there, but since he hadn't had the chance to meet the extended branches of the family since returning from abroad, the elder patriarch had called everyone over. There weren't too many melodramatic feuds or backstabbing within the Zhao family. The direct line of relatives were all playboys who indulged in entertainment until death, relying on Zhao Xinge alone to provide for their lifelong wealth and glory. As a result, Minglong Group's power structure had always been relatively concentrated and stable. Except when standing before Zhao Maozheng, an overbearing patriarch obsessed with control, Zhao Xinge had enjoyed significant decision-making authority since he was young. And in recent years, as Zhao Maozheng aged and his health deteriorated significantly, Zhao Xinge, despite being young, held a high rank within the family. Even uncles from distant branches approaching 50 would address him as Little Master, while the children of the family simply called him Big Brother. Zhao Xinge, mature beyond his years, responded solemnly on the surface, though inwardly, he felt utterly annoyed, wishing to throw these chatty little toddlers into the swimming pool outside one by one. Since his youth, Zhao Xinge had been regarded as the crown prince of talent. During festivals, both direct line and collateral relatives loved presenting their children to him. Zhao Xinge had to give out red envelopes, ceremoniously urging the younger ones to study hard and grow up quickly, as if his mere blessing could enlighten them. By the time Zhao Xinge arrived at the old estate, everyone was already gathered. The long round table was filled with people, and Zhao Maozheng sat at the head of it. However, until Zhao Xinge took his seat, no one dared to start eating. Once Zhao Xinge sat down, dinner officially commenced. With no fierce competition for benefits, the atmosphere seemed artificially warm. Female relatives from various branches all kindly inquired after Zhao Xinge's well-being. Later, they teasingly brought up the marital matters of the younger generation within the family, though no one dared to inquire about Zhao Xinge's own situation. Neither public nor private matters. No one dared to dictate him. The dishes at Zhao residence hadn't suited Zhao Xinge's taste for years. Lifting the soup bowl, he glanced at its contents, sighed silently in his heart, and decided once he finished the meal, he would take Shenzongnian's car to Zhuo Ziqian's new hotel. A youth sitting beside Chen Wan was named Jiang Ying, an amicable person returned from studying art in the U.S. He came from a renowned literary family and currently worked as a curator and antique appraiser in High City. Though not involved in cutthroat business affairs, he maintained good relations with Shenzongnian and thus did not shy away from bringing up topics others had avoided recently. I heard that Mrs. Mai still goes to the gates of Longming Tower daily to protest, seeking justice. Tan Yuming scoffed, even showing her pictures of her husband partying at nightclubs with young models didn't make her believe. Before jumping off the building, my Jiahui even managed to transfer all his debts to his daughter, who hasn't graduated yet. Another person shook his head helplessly and told Zhao Xinge, now rumors are becoming more exaggerated. It said that my Jiahui's last call before jumping was made by you. Everyone is scared now, fearing your so-called death call. It wasn't clear what Zhao Xinge was thinking about, but only when everyone turned to look at him did his eyes refocus. Often, during gatherings or meetings, others considered him steady and reserved, not showing emotions easily. But sometimes, he was actually daydreaming. Zhao Xinge knew this matter had caused a citywide stir, but he cared little for reputations, whether people thought of him as Lord Yama or Kali, it mattered not. Wiping his hands clean with a warm napkin, he calmly explained to everyone, I did not make the call, rather, both parties merely chose different methods to enforce the contract. Black ink on white paper, crystal clear. Upon the deadline's expiration, creditor Zhao Xinge chose to file for enforcement, whereas debtor Mai Jiahui opted for permanent bankruptcy. Listening to him analyze it this way, everyone fell silent for a moment before changing the topic. In the room, Chen Wan was the least experienced and ranked lowest in seniority. He actively took charge of serving soup to everyone. When the lazy Susan reached Zhao Xinge, he was speaking with Shen Zongyan and did not reach for it. Tan Yuming wanted something else, so he spun the lazy Susan away. Chen Wan tapped his wine glass lightly, doubting whether his previous encounters had merely been luck. He knew Zhao Xinge was picky, but tonight, it seemed Chen Wan couldn't figure out what he wanted. Perhaps time had passed too long, and the image of the young Zhao Xinge he remembered appearing in the school canteen during his studies had become a figment of his imagination. Chen Wan guessed Zhao Xinge might just have no appetite today, yet later, when the waiters divided small bowls of abalone seafood porridge among everyone, Zhao Xinge slowly ate it all. Chen Wan emptied his cup of wine, seeing his own downturned eyes reflected through the transparent glass wall, feeling somewhat perplexed. He spoke very little and was unfamiliar with the people present. Occasionally, he exchanged a few words with Jiang Ying, who would take the initiative to talk to him, but for the most part, he quietly evaluated the culinary skills of the expensive chef invited by Zhuo Ziqian, silently grading them in his mind. He liked to see things through from start to finish, so he recorded the taste and texture of the dishes so that he could later provide feedback and suggestions to his friends. As the banquet was about to end, everyone came over to have a drink with Zhao Xinge since it was not easy to meet him, and it would only become more difficult in the future. Chen Wan was somewhat hesitant, but he also felt there might not be another opportunity to toast Zhao Xinge amidst a crowd, so he poured himself a full glass of baijiu as a sincere gesture. Unfortunately, just when it was his turn, Zhao Xinge glanced at his wristwatch and left with Shen Zongyan. Chen Wan blinked in confusion, feeling like his heart had missed a beat, his hand already reaching out to lift the wine glass. Fortunately, no one noticed his movements except for Jiang Ying sitting beside him, who offered a look of reassurance to avoid any embarrassment. Chen Wan didn't care much about losing face but felt somewhat regretful. He scratched the back of his head, smiled at Jiang Ying, and unhappily drank the glass of baijiu slowly. Under-fermented, the aftertaste was slightly bitter. But the alcohol was chosen by himself, so he had to finish it despite its bitterness. Everyone gradually left, and Chen Wan stayed behind until the last moment. No matter what occasion it was, he always lingered at the end to handle the closing details. Sure enough, he discovered a cigarette box and a Zorro lighter left on Zhao Xinge's seat. Chen Wan paused, as if he had unexpectedly found treasure. His expression remained calm as he approached, examining the items critically. The cigarettes were Romeo y Julieta, a brand he thought only produced cigars and did not make cigarettes anymore. But they were now customized privately, the design of the box was classic and of high quality. Chen Wan twitched his nose, recognizing the citrus note, which was subtle and light. In his memory, Zhao Xinge rarely smoked and never did so in public places. He once glimpsed him during a dinner outing when the other person took a puff of a slender cigarette. His sharply formed lips looked red, soft, and inviting. Chen Wan stood still, his eyes lowered, his expression blank. Take it. Or not take it. This was a VIP room, not equipped with cameras. His fingers were beginning to act uncontrollably despite his better judgment. Outside, the violin music played as people walked past. Only separated by a door, Chen Wan appeared relatively composed, though his heartbeat quickened, like a thief ready to pounce with everything prepared. The Pandora's box was right in front of him, mysterious, dignified, and temptingly close, just waiting for him to open it himself. Chen Wan's hand slowly extended. After a few seconds, it retracted. Chen Wan decisively called the manager and told him a guest had left some belongings, asking him to wrap the cigarettes and lighter neatly to deliver them to Zhao Xinge's assistant. The manager had worked alongside Chen Wan all afternoon and trusted him greatly. Chen Wan had particularly instructed him on the matter, so the individual must not have been an ordinary person. After a while, the manager returned, reporting that he couldn't reach Zhao Xinge. Chen Wan understood, it's fine, this guest is hard to track down. After all, even the Zhao family people needed to go through secretaries and assistants to see him. Taking back the cigarette box and lighter, he said, thank you for your efforts. You can continue your work. He wandered around the brightly lit reception hall for quite some time before finding Zhuo Ziqian, who looked cheerful, evidently satisfied with their afternoon's effort. Zhuo Ziqian asked, "Did you drink?" Although Chen Wan could hold his liquor well without easily showing intoxication, his demeanor was odd at the moment. Chen Wan didn't want to mention his unsuccessful attempt to offer the toast and mumbled vaguely before handing him the neatly wrapped cigarette box and lighter to pass along. Ordinary cigarettes and lighters were nothing special, but such a private customization counted as personal belongings. If someone with ulterior motives obtained them, a simple investigation could quickly reveal who they belonged to. Zhuo Ziqian opened the meticulously wrapped craft paper package and glanced inside. The slight intoxication that had made him feel elevated due to being flattered by others earlier in the evening subsided. After observing Chen Wan for a while, he sighed, "Why don't you just give it to him yourself?" "There's no need." Chen Wan originally hadn't intended to smoke but was somewhat tempted by the Romeo cigarettes. He pulled out his own cigarette pack, flicked it open, lit up, and took a deep drag, momentarily letting his hesitations fall aside, instructing carefully, "Tell him a server found it, don't mention me." Sick, Zhuo Ziqian's sense of satisfaction from earlier in the evening was all gone thanks to this, and he scolded, "There's no need, why bother when there's no need?" Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, or perhaps it was his self-satisfaction for the day that made him unable to stand seeing a close friend look so desolate and bitter. Zhuo Ziqian's voice involuntarily rose. Chen Wan looked at him strangely and naturally blurted out, "I don't seek anything." This was the truth. He liked Zhao Xinge, but he wasn't trying to pursue him. He had never intended to do so. Zhuo Ziqian truly couldn't understand, "Have you not thought about it even a little? Are you doing charity here by helping around?" Chen Wan found this a bit amusing in his heart. He also looked at Zhuo Ziqian without understanding, thinking about how to explain to this good friend who always followed instincts rather than emotions that giving doesn't necessarily require return. "No, wanting to occasionally glance at someone or do something for the person I like does not conflict with my decision not to pursue them." If he could completely restrain himself, these feelings wouldn't have taken root in his heart for years. Zhuo Ziqian clearly still couldn't comprehend. Chen Wan, under his gaze, had no idea what to say. He pressed out the cigarette butt, helplessly saying, "If you must ask, then let's say I seek for him to feel a little comfortable and pleased wherever I am." Chen Wan didn't even need to become very familiar with Zhao Xinge, being able to occasionally meet in the same circle was enough. If he could make the other party happy for a few minutes where he is, that would be perfect. It seemed as though in those few minutes, his feelings found meaning in just those fleeting moments, which were sufficient. In terms of time, it might only be a few minutes, but in Chen Wan's memory, it could be eternal. Zhuo Ziqian couldn't understand his reasoning and mockingly praised him with a raised thumb, sarcastically saying, "All right, excellent, Mr. Great Philanthropist." After sending off Chen Wan, Zhuo Ziqian called Zhao Xinge, and it turned out Zhao Xinge hadn't left yet. Usually, after business engagements ended, he wouldn't linger for an extra second. Chapter 10, The Rose Meets the Tiger. "I just ran into the Fong family people, chatted for a moment, and now I'm in the parking lot." "Okay, wait a minute, I'll come down." Among the fleet of luxury cars, Zhuo Ziqian spotted the Maybach, went over, and knocked on the car door. The rear window lowered. Zhao Xinge leaned against the seat back, his hand resting casually on the windowsill. He nodded towards Zhuo Ziqian and asked, "What's up?" Zhuo Ziqian slightly bent down and handed him the items. "The service staff found this while cleaning. It should belong to you." The cigarette box and lighter were wrapped in brown paper, neatly and cleanly, resembling a gift more than lost property found during cleaning. Zhao Xinge accepted it, unwrapped it, took a quick glance, and suddenly lifted his gaze, staring directly at Zhuo Ziqian. His eyes were calm yet profound, deep and impenetrable. Zhuo Ziqian suddenly felt sweat forming in his palms, although physically he was standing above Zhao Xinge. Still, Zhao Xinge's dark brows and indifferent gaze carried an air of scrutiny and sharpness, even if he himself might not have intended it. Zhuo Ziqian suddenly remembered their childhood days playing rugby together. They were all on Zhao Xinge's team. Losing a game didn't upset him. He would patiently guide everyone to adjust tactics and give some words of encouragement, brief but impactful. Some people naturally possess leadership and security qualities that easily unify the group. Zhao Xinge was lenient toward teammates who performed poorly, but anyone caught pretending to pass unfairly would never be seen around Zhao Xinge again. Weakness could be forgiven, but lying and cheating, Zhao Xinge would not tolerate. Zhuo Ziqian really wanted to know if there was anyone in this world who could lie to Zhao Xinge without feeling uneasy. Oh, there was one. Mr. Great Philanthropist, indeed. He owed Chen Wan from a previous life. No, he owed him this life too. Just as Zhuo Ziqian was about to say something, Zhao Xinge gave him a faint smile, "Thank you for making the trip." Not at all. Since he was speaking to him, Zhuo Ziqian kept maintaining a slightly bowed posture. Zhao Xinge handed him a cigarette, patted his shoulder, said, "The hotel is great, a prosperous opening," and then left. While Chen Wan was helping Zhuo Ziqian see off guests at the hotel, he had unknowingly stumbled and narrowly avoided a potential disaster. He always thought that Zhao Xinge wouldn't remember him, but he didn't realize that he had a face that easily made people want to commit crimes. Also, Zhao Xinge might have 100 things to handle in a day, yet perhaps there were fewer than 10 people he needed to meet in a week. Besides, Zhao Xinga was an incredibly alert and perceptive person with heavy suspicions. Leaning back with one leg up in the rear seat of the car, Zhao Xinga played with the lighter and then tossed it aside. The weather in Haishur City was unpredictable, and now raindrops were already splashing outside the car window. The rainwater stuck to the glass like smeared ink as strong winds battered it. It seemed like the observatory would soon issue another red rain warning. The day after the last evacuation due to the number 8 typhoon signal, Zhao Xinga attended a video meeting and then went to Tan Yuming's club. That evening, the lighting, music, and even temperature were exceptionally suitable, making everyone feel relaxed. It was subtly different from previous visits. When the fruit platter was served, Shen Zongnian asked Tan Yuming, "Is your place upgrading its service?" Lying back on the sofa, Zhao Xinga glanced at the platter of mostly tropical fruits that he liked. The mangosteens had been neatly crossed with a shallow X. This fussy and delicate fruit could stain your hands purple if you cracked it open directly, but leaving the fruit exposed too long would cause oxidation and discoloration. Cutting such a cross allowed easier access while keeping the flesh protected inside the shell. There was also a type of pomelo called ruby red which had been carefully sliced open and had its seeds removed, details so meticulous that even someone as picky as Zhao Xinga enjoyed a few more segments that night. It wasn't a service upgrade for Tan Yuming's club, rather, it was because someone new was paying attention. Chen Wan concealed his presence in the dim light, while Zhao Xinga boldly observed and assessed him under the spotlight. Scenes like this happened more than once. After one dinner gathering ended, they moved to Shen Zongnian's tea house. The men sat around an 8-protector table discussing business deals while Chen Wan quietly carried a teapot to boil water and prepare tea. He hardly spoke, but his hands were very white. Between his right forefinger and middle finger, there was a small mole that occasionally appeared and disappeared when his fingers flexed. He looked mild, respectful, and domestic in manner. Even the temperature of the cups used to warm the tea was just right under his care. All these intricate details were ingrained in Zhao Xinga's mind like precision charts. Wherever Chen Wan was present, the humidity of the air felt perfectly comfortable. Though their encounters were infrequent, they were sufficient. Sufficient enough to trigger Zhao Xinga's caution. To be fair, Chen Wan's actions were straightforward and generous. His meticulous attentiveness left no trace, subtle and natural. Most importantly, he treated everyone equally. No flattery towards the high-ranking ones like Tan Yuming or scolding the server who accidentally spilled wine, behaving politely and appropriately all along. He was clever, striving to transform his careful and considerate social etiquette into universal goodwill, a demeanor not aimed at anyone specifically, but extending uniformly to everyone's preferences, keenly observing each nuance and taking care of everything thoroughly. He skillfully molded himself into the stereotypical image of a humble subordinate serving superiors, constantly deepening that impression in public eyes. These were reasonable and flawless performances where Chen Wan excelled almost divinely, almost successfully fooling everyone except Zhao Xinga, whose body and mind were filled with tricks comparable to the numerous holes of a pineapple. Everyone naturally accepted Chen Wan's kindness without hesitation, except Zhao Xinga. Zhao Xinga wasn't arrogant enough to assume it was all about him, but why did Chen Wan pour the Dahong Pao tea twice before offering it to him that night? There is a saying in Haishur, the stronger the tea, the bigger the deal. People here drank strong tea, but Zhao Xinga changed to lighter teas after damaging his stomach during overseas stays where he couldn't adapt to Western cuisine. Occasionally, his secretary would forget to double filter the tea, yet Zhao Xinga could always taste it from the first sip, though he chose not to mention it. This was a highly personal and private habit that Zhao Xinga seldom discussed. While Zhao Xinga wasn't accustomed to being overly critical of others, unless there were fundamental issues, he generally didn't make a fuss. However, these habits were tiny yet intimately personal. Zhao Xinga didn't like to explain things with coincidences, he preferred subtle clues, unraveling mysteries step by step, and extracting objective rules from randomness. Coincidence is random, but only rules are eternal. Chen Wan intended to use vulgarity and worldliness as labels and disguises for himself, but he missed one point. Zhao Xinga had not noticed his intentions. When a person's motives can't be seen, it makes them very dangerous. Chen Wan was smart, but luck wasn't on his side when facing Zhao Xinga. Roses encountering tigers do not need close sniffing to reveal their fragrance. From childhood to adulthood, Zhao Xinga had seen honey-tongued and dagger-hearted people, those who wielded two-edged or three-edged knives, and countless instances of pretended refusal followed by acceptance or deliberate capture after seeming release. The cigarette box and lighter were merely a small test, proving nothing at all. Not climbing up the ladder was merely seen as Chen Wan being reasonable, not harmless. He thought he gave imperceptibly, and Zhao Xinga could silently refuse just as easily. Chen Wan, quietly present, resembled an indistinct and fleeting wisp of fog, occasionally wafting by, then scattered by the wind. Zhao Xinga disliked vagueness, disliked the unknown, disliked uncertainty, and disliked others playing mind games with him. That was why that day during the auction, BYD suffered an unforeseen calamity. Chen Wan went to the shop the next day to pick up his car. After its battle against Rolls-Royce, which was far beyond its capability, the BYD developed problems and had been sent for repairs. The owner, a familiar acquaintance, questioned how such a reliable commuting vehicle could have its engine system overheating uncontrollably. Chen Wan tapped the hood of his beloved car with a cold smirk. "I ran into a lunatic." After the auction that day, he specifically investigated but found no trace. The license plate of that arrogant Rolls-Royce seemed to vanish into thin air in Haisha. Just like Zhao Xinga disappeared silently again almost 2 months after the grand opening banquet. Even Tan Yuming couldn't find him. Zhao Xinga managed thousands of affairs daily and held a special identity. A few years ago, while overseas, he survived a perilous gunshot incident and had to be careful. Everyone understood, or got used to it. Chen Wan never proactively inquired, but Zhuo Ziqian knew him and deliberately guessed during their group meal that Zhao Xinga might have gone to Canada because there was an important economic industry secret meeting held there. Zhao Xinga had just been elected as an Asia-Pacific Trade Conference representative, so it was highly possible he attended. Tan Yuming interjected, saying it wasn't so. He guessed Zhao should be in Singapore as Minlong planned to build new factories there recently. It wasn't typically something Zhao Xinga would personally handle, but this batch of fully intelligent factories kept Minlong, or Zhao Xinga, foremost in the industry frontier. It marked the first large-scale production deployment of the new AI program, though he wasn't sure, and turned to Shen Zhongnian, who either truly did not know or chose to stay silent. He was always tight-lipped and laconic. Tan Yuming squinted suspiciously. You're not fooling me, are you? In school, Zhao often worked on robots and models, calling Shen but avoided both Tan and Zhuo because they lost focus too quickly. Shen Zhongnian shrugged indifferently, keeping his usual cold demeanor. No, I'm not. Chen Wan didn't know whom to believe. The conversation circled back without yielding a single clue, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He couldn't help thinking, it was hard enough being Zhao Xinga's friend. He wondered if the person standing beside Zhao in the future would also endure this, meeting every 3 to 5 years with strict secrecy surrounding the individual's whereabouts. One could only passively wait, silently standing guard. But these matters had little to do with Chen Wan. He didn't even deserve it, yet he had already become that person waiting for a rabbit under a tree, not knowing how long he could persist. Once that person really appeared, he wouldn't continue waiting. Zhuo Ziqian observed Chen Wan drinking tea silently without a word and felt uneasy. When parting, he pulled him aside seriously and warned, don't mess around. What? Zhuo Ziqian looked him over carefully and said, those were just our guesses. Don't go flying off. If Zhao Xinga wants to hide, even his grandfather couldn't find him. Chen Wan stared at him like a fool. Am I insane? Zhuo Ziqian regarded him as a madman and responded seriously, exactly, you are. Chapter 11, Red Lights at the High Monument. Wednesday was a stock trading day, and Chen Wan went to Mingji Zhonghui to handle some formalities. The central ring area was vast, with the White Dove Square as its central coordinate radiating outwards. The Bauhinia tree-lined path provided shade from its lush branches. Big groups like Zhao's Minlong or Shen's Poly had their offices in the skyscrapers on Inchgold Finley Street, whereas emerging small and medium-sized companies like Kuxiang, owned by Chen Wan, could only rent a few floors of a commercial building on Tai Zi Duanxi. Wherever people gathered, there was bound to be a hierarchy chain. Graduates of Harvard, Stanford, and MIT headed for Finley Street while those with Columbia and UPenn degrees settled for the west side of Tai Zi. Chen Wan stepped into the air-conditioned building and surprisingly ran into Zhao Xinga. The man who'd been absent for over 2 months, only living through rumors, suddenly appeared, causing Chen Wan's mind to blank out momentarily. A slow, baseless happiness bubbled up inside him. It was also a useless kind of happiness. Chen Wan wasn't sure if Zhao Xinga remembered him. He hesitated for a second, originally intending to pretend he hadn't seen him and walk right past. He had even turned his toes to change direction when, suddenly, Zhao just happened to look up in his direction, possibly checking whether his ride had arrived. Zhao looked like he'd already waited for a while, likely rushing off somewhere. Chen Wan couldn't ignore him now, so he walked over. Zhao Xinga seemed to have a vague recollection of him but couldn't place who he was exactly. Chen Wan wasn't surprised by this, so he gave a brief introduction, which Zhao acknowledged with a nod, casually mentioning that his car had broken down. Chen Wan lightly smiled, politely asking, are you in a hurry? If you don't mind, my car is nearby, I can give you a lift. Zhao Xinga looked at him, would it be convenient for you? Chen Wan hesitated, he had merely asked out of politeness, not expecting Zhao to actually accept. Something exploded inside him simultaneously as he criticized himself for not driving a better car today. How could Zhao Xinga possibly ride in a BYD, especially one that had been recently damaged by some lunatic? Still, Chen Wan didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he said yes and asked where Zhao needed to go. Zhao mentioned a place, and Chen Wan agreed promptly. He led the way, maintaining an appropriate social distance, not too close, but nearer than during their previous outings. Zhao, tall with long legs, carried himself with an inherent dignity, their arms slightly swinging in tiny movements, stirring up the stifling heat around them. Chen Wan's heartbeat resonated with the rhythm of Zhao's footsteps, akin to the flapping wings of pigeons in Central Plaza. His arm must be burning hot, Chen Wan thought vaguely. Chen Wan slipped his hand back into his pocket, pulling out the keys and unlocking the nearby BYD with a press. The beep startled a flock of pigeons lounging near the fountain. Chen Wan gentlemanly opened the rear door for Zhao Xinga and held his hand above the roofline in a proper gesture. Zhao Xinga matter-of-factly stepped into the back seat. The newly repaired interior of the BYD felt cramped for him, forcing his long legs to uncomfortably fold onto one another. Chen Wan apologized, "The car isn't very spacious, Mr. Zhao, please bear with me. There's water available beside you." "Thank you." Zhao remained distant. After confirming if the temperature was comfortable, Chen Wan didn't say anything else, focusing on driving without a single extra word of small talk. In the back seat, Zhao was equally silent, so quiet that Chen Wan started doubting if he was the only person in the car. Yet, the heavy presence behind him was tangible, calm but oppressive, keeping him alert all the time. If Chen Wan had eyes on his back, he would have noticed Zhao observing him, openly, without any pretense. Chen Wan drove crisply, shifting gears efficiently, giving way courteously when necessary and overtaking smoothly when required. Zhao Xinga resembled an expressionless examiner, his gaze falling on Chen Wan's hands, the right one that had once poured tea for both of them now gripping the steering wheel. Zhao Xinga shifted his sight elsewhere. For some reason, every intersection along the way seemed cursed with red lights, leaving the pair stranded silently in the car waiting out each interminable 32 seconds. To Zhao Xinga, it was a leisurely inspection. To Chen Wan, it was a sweet torment. Hardly a breath could be heard in the car as their gazes accidentally met in the rearview mirror. One calm and arrogant, the other gentle and modest, for just a second, then they turned away. Chen Wan gave an apologetic smile, somehow blaming himself for the red light, feeling that he was wasting Zhao Xinga's time. Zhao Xinga didn't respond to the smile but instead glanced aside, answering a call. "Traffic jam. I'll be there soon," he said. The man always spoke little, succinct and low, every word like an ant treading on some tender nerve of Chen Wan's before crawling into his heart. Their destination was Yingqi, the notorious den of extravagant debauchery in High City, famous for its indulgence, wild parties, and limitless decadence. Of course, Chen Wan had no unrealistic thoughts or desires. He was perfectly clear-minded and rational. But thinking is one thing, and reality is another. If emotions were so easily controlled, so freely reined in, then surely their power would be too mundane. If Shuo Jian were present, he would surely applaud Chen Wan's greatness in personally sending his love to a 10-mile field of pleasure. A secret admiration is like walking down a silent path to nowhere, where no sound must be made, and no turning back allowed. All along the way, red lights continued to hang overhead. When green finally appeared, the beep sounded sharp and urgent. The towering skyscrapers loomed like grave markers, burying someone's quiet, nameless, unspoken affection. Arriving at Yingqi, Zhao Xinga requested not to be dropped off at the main entrance. Though unfamiliar with Chen Wan, his tone was naturally commanding. Chen Wan didn't turn back but nodded through the rearview mirror as he reversed the car. "Which side door would you prefer?" he asked while maneuvering. As the club was frequently patrolled by police, Yingqi had many hidden entrances, each accessible based on membership levels. With good grace, Zhao Xinga asked, "Where do you think it'd be better to let me out?" Chen Wan hesitated, unsure of Zhao Xinga's intentions, whether he wanted to appear grandly or inconspicuously. The internal structure of Yingqi was complex like a maze, divided into 8 gates, Water Gate, Rain Gate, Koan Gate. In High City, feng shui was popular. The boss consulted a master to design paths that all lead deeply within, intertwining and extensive. Chen Wan also wasn't sure whether Zhao Xinga was heading to Block A or Block B. While Block A hosted illicit performances, Block B was even deeper waters. Despite his ignorance of specifics, he understood that it wasn't his place to inquire where Zhao intended to go. Before Chen Wan could respond, Zhao Xinga added kindly, "You decide where's convenient for parking, and I'll get out there." This left Chen Wan even more confused. This statement, seeming considerate, actually shifted the decision-making power onto him. Chen Wan's choice could reveal a lot, where he assumed Zhao Xinga might head, how much he knew, and whether he wished others to notice Zhao stepping out of his car. After thoughtful deliberation, Chen Wan said, "How about I drop you off at the Water Gate?" The Water Gate served as the hub, leading straight to a private elevator from which guests could travel wherever desired. Noticing Chen Wan returning the ball into his court, Zhao Xinga watched him in the mirror, responding smoothly, "You seem to know quite a bit." Chen Wan wanted to deny it, fearing that the more he said, the more he might slip, so he stayed silent. Truthfully, he had entered only once with Shuo Jian and left promptly after seeing some uncomfortable, licentious performances. Ultimately, Chen Wan still chose to leave Zhao Xinga at the Water Gate without asking if a ride back was needed, then immediately drove off. Only when Zhao Xinga's taillights disappeared did he enter through another gate. An early arrived shareholder awaited outside and escorted Zhao Xinga via the exclusive elevator to the 78th floor. Rising high above the city in the foggy night, the towering building felt monstrous, with the one-way glass allowing a direct view of the hedonistic chaos below. High City sparkled brightly, like a giant ship navigating through the dark ocean. Upon entering the guest room, a nearly 40-year-old man released the boy on his lap and walked over, extending a hand upon hearing the door open. "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Xinga condescendingly reciprocated the handshake lightly. "Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yaozong glanced behind Zhao Xinga but saw no one. Yet he knew that even a mere cough from Zhao would summon dozens of K-48, toting bodyguards from unknown corners of the seemingly airtight room. When Zhao sat down, Xiao beckoned to bring another boy over to sit by him. This new boy was even prettier than the one on his lap, clean-cut and obedient. Zhao didn't object and said to the boy, "Pour me a drink." The boy obediently retracted the hand he had extended toward Zhao and sat politely beside him. Xiao's cloudy eyes narrowed. "Mr. Zhao doesn't like it. I specially selected them for Mr. Zhao." Neither of these boys were from this place. Xiao had brought them along himself after rigorous selection, choosing only the best. Zhao Xinga cast a perfunctory glance at the modest boy by his side, resting one hand casually on the back of the couch, relaxed, and said, "Mr. Xiao is considerate." Then, to the boy, he inclined his chin slightly and spoke softly in command, "Put your sleeves down." Chapter 12, Zhao Xinga's Plan. Confused, the boy still obediently complied, pulling down the cuffs of his white shirt to cover up the mole on his wrist. Zhao preferred not seeing such things. Xiao misread this gesture, thinking Zhao showed at least some sincerity, chuckling, "It seems Mr. Zhao knows how to be gentle with beautiful company." The cold air conditioner in the room was blasting powerfully. With one leg crossed over the other, Zhao remained silent. Xiao, unconcerned, got straight to the point, "What does Mr. Zhao think about the matter I mentioned earlier?" Zhao responded evasively, "We can discuss the land deal later. Let's look at the goods first." "Fine." Xiao was very prompt, ordering an underling to carry out a box and open it for display. Zhao took a brief look down with a flicker of disinterest before offering an almost imperceptible smile, "Goods sourced from Baihe Guild." "Really?" Xiao momentarily paused. In High City, besides the well-established wealthy families like the Zhao family and Shinzhua clan, there existed numerous old millennium-era gangs that wreaked havoc, ferocious, ruthless, disorderly, often corrupting officials to act as their protective umbrella while repeatedly crossing legal lines, lingering in shady gray areas. Because of the intricate interwoven relations among these parties, both customs and police had once been exceptionally stymied. Baihe Guild was one such example. Mai Jiahui, rumored to have jumped off a building due to a single call from Zhao Xinga, had also been Baihe Guild's second-in-command. Local police forces, having built some surface rapport with Zhao Xinga, sought his assistance after paying multiple visits, hoping to harness the commercial clout of Minglong Group in the upcoming cleanup operation. With the group consistently benefiting from preferential customs policies, Zhao accepted the offer, viewing it as a golden opportunity to eliminate certain disruptive elements within the market. Having witnessed Mai Jiahui's fate, Xiao Yaoming recognized the authorities' determination to root out Baihe Guild. Fearing for his own survival, he acted swiftly. Using incriminating evidence of Baihe Guild's crimes he possessed as leverage, he requested Zhao's help to extricate himself and establish a new identity while promising lucrative business deals involving high-value resources and a piece of land in Baoli Bay. Mai Jiahui had handled finances, Xiao oversaw supply chains and properties. Given how Mai Jiahui, seasoned veteran as he was, fell to Zhao, Xiao fully realized he couldn't rival Zhao in this contest. Furthermore, Baihe Guild's protection days were numbered, and self-preservation required betrayal to forge a way out. Although illegal, the high-profit supplies held no interest for Zhao, yet the parcel of land did. It was a special zone allocation, impossible to acquire merely through wealth. Once dock construction commenced, annual shipping traffic volume would amount to billions. This was what Zhao coveted all along. Believing his chips heavy enough, Xiao had no idea that Zhao had already negotiated with the finance department. Upon the conclusion of Operation Hurricane 7, the contraband goods and the associated network would be handed over to customs, while the land would go to Zhao Xinga. Minglong Group would subsequently secure the property through bidding procedures. Zhao always acted out of personal interest, so this informant wouldn't be doing it out of goodwill. Mr. Zhao is sharp-eyed, yet don't blame me for being cautious. Giving up our overseas line pains me, so I need assurance you know its true value. Have you tested sufficiently, Mr. Xiao? Zhao remained unperturbed. Of course, certainly. Xiao then ordered his men to bring out the real goods from a hidden door for Zhao to inspect. Zhao Xinga twirled a few times and pointed out several minor flaws. When dealing with gangs, if you agree with them too easily, they might not trust you. Zhao Xinga's criticism made Xiao Yaozong believe he was truly interested in taking over this business line. This isn't too concerning, Italians are used to revolvers, making it less likely to misfire. Zhao glanced at him, neither confirming nor denying. Xiao continued, this batch only involves 3 ships worth of cargo storage. If the other side requests more, reassembling the rest would still be doable. Alright, Zhao then asked casually, how much is left? 8 ships. Xiao didn't reveal the whole truth, it was actually 13 ships, plus a few crates nearby yet far away. They were right inside Eagle Pool. Due to its complex space structure, Eagle Pool wasn't just for entertainment, its basement served as a security bank where Swiss professionals handled confidential matters. Xiao had already stored part of the goods there since the person he was meeting was Zhao Xinga. He couldn't help but take extra precautions. Yet Zhao arrived alone, devoid of any murderous aura, leisurely sipping the wine offered by the boy. If modifications are necessary, will Mr. Xiao guarantee the schedule? Xiao smiled and said, Mr. Zhao can rest assured. Although he handed this business line to Zhao Xinga, Xiao himself didn't want to completely let go. He hoped to share in the transportation profits, aiming for a long-term cooperation agreement with the other party. With that thought, Zhao gave his approval and mentioned trying a few shipments first. Of course, Zhao agreed. Seeing how delighted Zhao appeared, he questioned whether Zhao had forgotten something. Zhao replied that evidence against Baihe Guild would take time to gather. Zhao observed him for a while before agreeing, stating the payment could be exchanged simultaneously with the shipment, upon the delivery of the evidence. Zhao grew troubled immediately. His original intent was to divulge everything only after forming an interest community with Zhao. However, Zhao's implication was clear: no evidence, no shipment release. Without Zhao's protection, his freighters wouldn't make it across the strait, and the Italians were the most punctual. So Zhao had no choice but to say, "I'll have my men prepare some of the evidence before the shipment departs and send it over via secure communication." Zhao remained unsatisfied, asking, "What does some mean?" About 50–60%, this evidence functioned like a guarantee. Zhao was also a businessman and couldn't leave without holding on to something. After so many years, omissions may inevitably occur in every transaction record. Agreed. Zhao didn't press further, knowing customs mainly needed a valid reason for their actions. The bureau and supervisory office personnel were very skilled. Once a breach was discovered, everything would unravel. The final topic of discussion was the stock transfer. Zhao wanted to quickly understand the situation within their board of directors and was willing to acquire the shares held by Xiao Yaozong. On the other hand, Zhao wanted to step back, travel lightly far from troubles. Moreover, he harbored intentions to drag Zhao into the scheme. Agreements and promises were mere illusions, the greatest reliance was mutual benefit. Zhao skimmed through the agreement brought by Xiao and threw it onto the table with a slight noise. His dark eyes intently stared at the other, saying, "If Mr. Xiao sells defective shares, I will activate the golden law." Xiao was shaken. He was certain Zhao hadn't thoroughly reviewed the terms, but the latter immediately deduced his shares had defects. The Golden Law was proposed by Zhao during his solo charge against Wall Street sharks in an anti-monopoly court overseas years ago. It contained 12 golden rules. After winning what seemed an impossible case, Zhao rose to prominence. A finance journalist from the London Times named it the Golden Law, also known as Zhao Xinge Law. This significantly impacted the financial circle at the time, showcasing how a young Chinese man, with unparalleled skills and determination, restored balance amidst prejudice and discrimination. In business dealings, Zhao aimed not just for a single profit but established a systematic approach, focusing on long-term effectiveness. The Golden Law imposed harsh penalties on malicious sales of defective shares. Later, it was unanimously approved by the High City Trade Economy Association and introduced into the market. Though lacking legal force, it served as a market rule, industry norm, and public morality, often referenced in economic litigation. Xiao dared not play tricks in front of the law's originator and agreed to draft another agreement after completing the property valuation. Zhao Xinge looked fairly satisfied. The meeting concluded. Xiao Yaozong invited Zhao Xinge to watch a performance he had booked in advance. It was predictable, a titillating show filled with seductive colors. To avoid unnecessary complications, Zhao Xinge agreed to take a look. Xiao Yaozong was delighted. He couldn't figure out Zhao Xinge's preferences but refrained from going too far. Zhao Xinge had been immersed in circles of fame and pleasure for many years. No matter how extravagant or decadent the scene might be, he had seen it all. His arrogance and pride kept him uninterested. But Xiao Yaozong certainly knew his stuff when it came to hedonistic pleasures, choosing only top-tier treasures. Zhao Xinge, however, found nothing interesting after watching for a while. Seeing that Zhao Xinge remained unmoved, Xiao joked, "Mr. Zhao is either disinterested or has someone special in mind. If you have someone special, then I've overstepped, and I apologize." Zhao Xinge found the other man amusing and presumptuous, replying loftily, "Mr. Xiao is overthinking things." Chapter 13, Overly Clever. 2 days later, as per their agreement, Xiao Yaozong transmitted a ledger to Zhao Xinge. Zhao made his own copy and handed it over to customs and the inspectorate. Under Zhao Xinge's protection, Xiao's shipment quickly passed through the inner harbor. Unluckily, seasonal winds and ocean currents caused delays at sea, and they set off again only after the weather calmed. It wasn't until the cargo ship safely crossed the Jixi Strait that Xiao sent another encrypted video, but he didn't provide the password directly. By the time the Criminal Investigation Unit successfully decrypted it, the shipment had already passed through an international port and entered international waters, making pursuit more complicated. But this no longer concerned Zhao Xinge, who had acquired the land plot on schedule. He planned to build a dedicated dock to establish his own transportation network in maritime empire. To completely eradicate the gang's influence, the securities and banking regulators, alongside the police, inspected goods, gold, and virtual currency stored by Xiao Yaozong at the Eagle Pool Private Bank. They also investigated anyone who appeared there that night. Given that Baihe Guild had operated across High City for years, its members were embedded in every industry, from highly paid white-collar workers in Fortune 500 companies to cleaners receiving social security allowances, even officials and politicians. These people underwent psychological indoctrination, resembling a cult in many ways. Higher-ups had long planned to dissolve them but lacked a breakthrough. Zhao Xinge's willingness to get involved simplified the matter significantly. Adhering to the principle of rather apprehending 10,000 innocents than missing one guilty person, the police meticulously reviewed everyone present that evening, creating a lengthy list and asking Zhao Xinga if any of them were his associates, lest mistaken arrests cause awkwardness. Zhao Xinga scanned the list and replied, none. Security cameras had captured Chen Wan's car that night, along with Zhao Xinga getting out of the same car. The head of the criminal investigation department carefully asked if the car belonged to Zhao, otherwise it would be exempted from checks, which could save some effort. Zhao denied it, stating it was merely a rideshare and urged the officer not to cut corners. Who knows what strange character they might uncover. Chen Wan was a friend of Zhuo Zihan, not particularly important. Zhao Xinga saw no need to specifically investigate him, he didn't have the time, but such people often seemed questionable. Whether human or demon, the authorities could discern the truth easily enough. Chen Wan wasn't exactly an easygoing individual. As for Tan Yuming and Zhuo Zihan, their lack of judgment was forgivable, but it was surprising to see Shen Zhongyan fall under his charm too. Chen Wan was summoned for interrogation during a negotiation session. He was in the middle of discussing the transfer of a new national patent contract. This was the most crucial project for Kuxiang at this stage, on which Chen Wan had invested a great deal of effort, staying up countless nights, attending undesirable networking events, and leveraging numerous relationships to secure this opportunity. Chen Wan was taken away by the police under the shocked and suspicious gazes of investors. Despite his calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic, and reassuring them that there was no problem and it was just routine questioning, he noticed distrust and withdrawal in their expressions. Worried about jeopardizing everything, Chen Wan promised to provide an explanation soon. Urged by the police, he had to go to the station first. Just as Zhuo Zihan called him, Chen Wan revealed the situation. Zhuo immediately offered to mobilize family connections to intervene, but Chen Wan stopped him. Zhuo Zihan actually didn't have much say in the family, so Chen Wan didn't want her good friend to seek help from estranged elders for her sake. Chen Wan said they should first observe the situation and advised Zhuo Zihan not to spread it around. He didn't want it to reach Zhao Xinga's ears. Getting summoned by a police officer for questioning wasn't something to be proud of. Chen Wan remained calm throughout, being someone who had grown up in Laos Han, this situation wasn't a big deal for him. The police didn't cause much trouble for Chen Wan either, just asking some routine questions according to protocol. Since Chen Wan had always been upright and above reproach, he could withstand scrutiny. However, when the police mentioned the passenger in his car, Chen Wan cleverly deflected the conversation to exclude Zhao Xinga. This wasn't exactly lying, but he was clearly more cautious and vigilant answering these questions than those about himself. The police certainly knew that Zhao Xinga was not implicated and chose not to expose Chen Wan's subtle wordplay. His effort to protect Zhao Xinga rather affirmed that he was indeed innocent. However, with years of experience handling cases, the officer rarely encountered someone with such strong psychological composure who could play edge games with the authorities. The officer deliberately intimidated him, "Mr. Chen, it's best not to outwit the police. This is a criminal summons inquiry, every single word you speak will be recorded, false testimony can result in a criminal charge." Chen Wan had an easygoing temperament and looked trustworthy. "Sir, I take full responsibility for everything I've said." The inspector scrutinized him meaningfully and while arranging the tracking of that shipment with Zhao Xinga over the phone, casually mentioned this incident. Zhao Xinga lowered his gaze and absent-mindedly played with the handgun model he bought at the airport as he listened. When the other party brought up something, his casual actions paused for a moment before continuing again. It was unexpected yet reasonable. Chen Wan was confirmed to have no issues and displayed some qualities Zhao Xinga hesitated to admit: intelligence, discretion, and reliability. Still, Zhao Xinga disliked uncertainty, disapproved of taking risks, and loathed people thinking they were smarter than they really were. Due to this minor disturbance, Chen Wan encountered a bit of trouble on the investor side, but thanks to his agile mind, he told them he was assisting in the investigation and turned a potential liability into merit. Upon seeing there were no further risks, the investor signed the contract with him as planned. After all these twists and turns, Chen Wan got entangled and missed several gatherings of the young masters. Tan Yuming asked about it, prompting Zhuo Zihan to scold the police station people as useless for arresting people indiscriminately and causing Chen Wan to get entangled unnecessarily. Even though they had grown up together, Zhuo Zihan and Tan Yuming naturally got along best among the group. Though they were all grown-ups now, having internal measures and no longer divulging secrets like they did as children, both had mischievous dispositions, indulged in worldly pleasures, performed poorly academically, hence Zhuo Zihan and Tan Yuming talked the most within the circle and seldom stopped criticizing the police station staff. He recounted in great detail how Sir had caused trouble for Chen Wan, exaggerating about how project delays forced Chen Wan to run around everywhere, exhausting him mentally and physically, with an unappealing complexion. Tan Yuming also became enraged, slamming the table and saying that Chen Wan had every virtue except that he was too honest and didn't know how to leverage power to suppress others. Zhuo Zihan felt as if he'd found a kindred spirit, enthusiastically agreeing. Occasionally, his eyes would glance toward the main seat. Of course, Zhuo Zihan had no idea that the real culprit sat in the main seat right now, nor what had happened that night. He merely wanted to see if the person would show any reaction or fluctuation upon hearing that name. There was none. As usual, Zhao Xinga maintained an aloof demeanor, acting disinterested, rotating his teacup as an observer. In reality, Zhuo Zihan had always believed Zhao Xinga's true nature was cold. His apparent benevolence, steadiness, and seeming amiable demeanor were just surface-level traits cultivated through years of self-discipline and sophistication, carrying condescension and pity from a higher position rather than genuine empathy. But Chen Wan firmly believed he was an upright and kind person. Zhuo Zhihan had nothing left to say. Wherever Zhuo Zhihan and Tan Yuming were, there was bound to be noise. Zhao Xinge had a detached expression and wasn't very interested in topics about Chen Wan. He thought tonight was somewhat boring, the food wasn't very tasty, and the indoor air was stuffy and lacked circulation. This was their private room, which wouldn't normally be used by other guests unless specifically arranged, but perhaps the manager forgot to have someone open the windows ahead of time for ventilation. Zhao Xinge barely touched his chopsticks, and Shen Zongnian glanced at him. Zhao Xinge shrugged. The topic of Chen Wan was still not over. He must not have expected one day that even if he wasn't present, he would be the focus of these young masters' conversation. Since Jiang Ying was not as familiar with Chen Wan as the others, he questioned why Chen Wan was so stubbornly unwilling to ask for help. In fact, if they had been informed, it would have only taken a phone call to solve things. Zhuo Zhishuan waved his hand. He's the one who least likes to bother others. Tan Yuming said they should correct this flaw of Chen Wan's, and Zhuo Zhishuan enthusiastically responded. Jiang Ying also offered to smooth things out with the police station side. Procedures need to be followed, but there was no need to make things difficult for people. Although he didn't see much of Chen Wan, he thought very highly of him. Zhao Xinge thought internally, surely it wasn't that useless. That's not what the officer said. Chen Wan looked like someone who could skillfully navigate any social situation. Even if a fight broke out, after stabbing someone, he would smile elegantly and say he was sorry. When Zhuo Zhishuan's gaze unconsciously swept over here again, Zhao Xinge politely and calmly met his eyes. Leaning back on the chair, Zhuo Zhishuan seemed very relaxed, showing no signs of guilt. Zhao Xinge hadn't said much all night until the dinner was almost over when he suggested, "We've officially signed the plot in Baoliwan. How about I invite everyone for an offshore celebration?" His manner appeared generous and magnanimous. Tan Yuming was thrilled. By offshore, it meant taking a yacht beyond territorial waters. Many activities prohibited within the jurisdiction of High City were unrestricted once at sea, allowing for total freedom of entertainment. However, going offshore required rather complicated procedures with a long approval process, which many people found troublesome despite having money. But whether something was troublesome or not ultimately depended on how influential your connections were. Glancing at Zhuo Zhishuan, who was currently discussing what programs to play with Tan Yuming, Zhao Xinge seemingly casually said, "Let's take the whaleship 17, it has remained in use since its maiden voyage." Whaleship was a heavyweight cruise ship series produced under Minglong Corporation, and Model 17 was the only luxury and splendid behemoth in all Asia. It rarely went offshore unless for extremely prestigious guests or grand celebrations. Tan Yuming excitedly scolded, "What extravagance! The whaleship is too big. With just us few, we'll get lost inside." Zhao Xinge said, "Then invite more people, it would give Minglong a good chance to promote their new docks." Zhuo Zhishuan immediately replied, "In that case, I'll invite Brother Wan." Zhao Xinge remained silent. Shen Zongnian put down the wine in his hand and glanced at Zhao Xinge. Chapter 14, The Croupier is God. With Tan Yuming around, arrangements for the offshore trip were quickly finalized. As a socialite in High City, he invited quite a number of people, all useful in the future. Tan Yuming had long thought that Zhao Xinge's way of doing business wouldn't work. If Zhao Xinge were to do it himself, it wouldn't succeed either. This isn't abroad. Once you're back home, you need to master human relationships and form cliques. When Zhuo Zhishuan informed Chen Wan specially asked who exactly was hosting this event. Looking into Chen Wan's eyes without saying anything, Zhuo Zhishuan's dark eyes stayed steady. Chen Wan always strictly adhered to a principle concerning various gatherings. If organized by Tan Yuming or Shen Zongnian, Chen Wan would attend. If under Zhao Xinge's name, he would not. In Chen Wan's mind, Tan Yuming was considered half a friend. Seeing Zhao Xinge by coincidence during a friend's gathering was good luck. But Zhao Xinge was not a friend. If he attended using the face of Tan Yuming and Zhuo Zhishuan without being directly invited by Zhao Xinge, it was entirely a different matter. Without a blush or hesitation, Zhuo Zhishuan lied to him. Tan Yuming wants to go offshore and borrowed the ship from Zhao Xinge. People are also invited by Tan Yuming. Strictly speaking, it was factually true. Only then did Chen Wan agree. He hadn't shown up in public for a while, and Tan Yuming had called quite a few people this time. Zhuo Zhishuan even subtly gave Chen Wan some heads up in the bathroom sink encounter. He told Tan Yuming, "You know about the incident with the police station." During this period, Chen Wan did not want to come, he was simply overwhelmed with matters to handle. Besides, many unfamiliar faces were coming this time. They might not know Chen Wan well enough, unaware of the importance or hierarchy, so it was hoped that Tan Yuming could bridge the gap and connect lines. At the very least, Chen Wan should not be underestimated or bullied. Zhuo Zhishuan was fully aware of the group of people involved, they were either rich or powerful. Not judging by good or bad, but there were certainly some difficult characters to deal with. Compared to Tan Yuming, Zhuo Zhishuan didn't quite measure up. Both were playboys, but Tan Yuming truly held real power despite appearances. Though he seemed unhinged, his position as the eldest son of the Tan family and his connections with Zhao Xinge and Shen Zongnian made him someone no one in High City dared provoke. Tan Yuming had a twisted nature. He could be pleasant with those close to him, yet ruthless towards those he disliked. Zhuo Zhishuan got along well with him both as children and now. But they came from families where maturity often brought clarity about interests, making relationships less pure than before. Still, Zhuo Zhishuan found his connection with Chen Wan much stronger. To have a true confidant, even just one, was already incredibly rare. Tan Yuming agreed, of course, Chen Wan is also my friend. Hearing this reassured Zhuo Zhishuan, his expression relaxed as he began to sweet-talk, saying exaggeratedly, Chen Wan has been so busy lately, without time even to sleep, but when I told him it was you inviting us on the offshore trip, he immediately agreed and even asked if he could help out. This warmed Tan Yuming's heart, realizing how thoughtful Chen Wan was. While everyone else readily agreed to come along, none of them offered any assistance, not even Shen Zongnian, who'd been too busy to pay attention recently. As the two conversed joyfully, a deep and composed voice spoke from behind, "Excuse me, let me pass." Zhuo Zhishuan turned around startled. He was certain that the private room was empty moments ago, otherwise, he wouldn't have shared these thoughts with Tan Yuming. So engrossed were they in their conversation that they failed to notice someone entering. Fortunately, it wasn't someone else. Zhao Xinge walked out, washed his hands with scented soap, dried them with a paper towel, and glanced at Zhuo Zhishuan through the mirror while raising his head. Tan Yuming noticed nothing and asked Zhao Xinge, "Where's Nianzi?" There were very few in High City who dared to address Master Shen by such a familiar name. With a calm gaze still fixed on Zhuo Zhishuan, Zhao Xinge pushed away Tan Yuming's hand trying to reach out, saying bluntly, "I don't know." The voyage would last for 2 days and 1 night, and the captain chose a scenic route. Departing from Baisha port, they passed through an area full of coral reefs. It was high summer, the seawater a dazzling blue-green hue. By evening, vast skies filled with orange-red clouds spilled over into the sea. In deeper waters, pink dolphins accompanied the ship. Zhuo Zhishuan's worry proved unnecessary. Chen Wan hardly needed support from Tan Yuming. He possessed a natural talent. After introductions, everyone instinctively turned to Chen Wan for information about the yacht's wine cellar inventory or the opening hours of the outdoor swimming pool. Before long, the gathering essentially couldn't function without him as though the boat belonged to him personally. Though this circle harbored countless skilled networkers, balancing social grace was tricky. One misstep could make one seem servile, while too little could render someone insincere. Chen Wan was respectful yet confident, gaining trust easily. Once in international waters, card games commenced. Although High City had a thriving gambling scene, activities were bound by many regulations with restricted betting limits that weren't satisfying enough for these young gentlemen accustomed to lavish spending. Here, the rules were set by themselves. It was all about indulgence and excitement. Otherwise, there was no point venturing out to sea. For the first few rounds, Chen Wan served as the croupier. Exhausted from recent travels, his health had declined slightly, and today he dressed modestly in linen shirt and black suit pants. The ocean breeze stirred his white shirt, emphasizing his slim waistline especially as he leaned down to deal cards. During one waiting period, someone mentioned the infamous Bai's Tang case involving Zhao Xinge. Throughout, Chen Wan acted completely unaware, diligently dealing the cards, not engaging in the chatter surrounding him. However, thanks to Tan Yuming, everyone soon learned that Chen Wan had indeed been summoned for questioning. With a graceful smile, Chen Wan responded tactfully, never uttering a word regarding Zhao Xinge, his impeccable speech and tight lips earning admiration. In this round, Zhao Xinge became the banker after calling a bet. Chen Wan didn't go easy on him, handling the game professionally. Seated to Zhao Xinge's left was Qin Zhaoting, whose father dominated stock trading and was known as the stock god of High City, an excellent card counter who discreetly played tricks, this being entirely within the rules. After all, venturing offshore was precisely to remove constraints. Any means necessary for victory were permissible. The dealer, Chen, was very fair. He stealthily eliminated his tricks during the shuffle. This too was allowed. Players could play however they wanted, and dealers could judge as they saw fit, giving them far more power than the tool-like dealers in regular casinos. This added to the game's fun and unpredictability. Players had to deal not only with other players but also with the dealer, who might be either an ally or an obstacle. The higher the stakes, the more critical the dealer became. Some dealers were well-liked, treated like deities of wealth, while others were despised, regarded as harbingers of misfortune. They could shuffle and deal without following convention, leaving you unsure if the next card would be poison or gold. In Paradise Berlitz for gambling, there is a saying, the dealer is God, the dealer is the master. Those favored by the dealer wouldn't necessarily gain everything, but they would certainly secure half of it. They could make you win big or lose all your money. After several rounds, everyone agreed Chen Wan should serve as the dealer. Unlike others who toyed with the players at will, Chen Wan worked hard to maintain a relatively fair environment on this small gambling table. Because of that, everyone developed the illusion that the dealer favored them. Even simple tasks like shuffling and dealing cards, which are purely recreational, were taken seriously by Chen Wan. The gaming table was set up on the open-air deck, where the evening glow burned onto the sea and fell upon him, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Flower cards flipped gracefully between his fingers. His gaze was sharp yet calm, and his expression warm and humble, It seemed like the divine himself granting blessings, controlling the holy cards in his hands, dictating wins and losses, wealth, and the fates of each player. Zhao Xinge examined the cards dealt to him by the other side. 2 black spades kings, 1 plum j. How amusing indeed. Beside him, Qin Zhaoting didn't know what cards he had received, but he glanced up at the dealer and mysteriously smiled. For a moment, all expressions around the table became intricate. Leaning back against his chair, Zhao Xinge's expression remained indifferent. Chapter 15, Hidden Cards. Chen Wan remembered cards. He broke down the 4 suits into fragmented parts. Zhao Xinge's previous hand already dismantled 1 flush sequence, so Chen Wan wouldn't give him the joker again. It wasn't uncommon for a dealer to remember cards, but memorizing every point, score, cards drawn in earlier rounds, and playing styles of all 4 players at the table was truly something terrifying. However, the young masters neither noticed nor possessed the intellect to catch these subtle details, they simply enjoyed themselves immensely at Chen Wan's card table. The Chen dealer had sharp eyes, steady hands, and a brain that operated at high speed, distributing luck equally among the players to create balanced competition where the victor would emerge purely based on skill. The ace of this round went to Mr. Huang. Thus, the enigmatic smile from Qin Zhaoting was unclear to Chen Wan, whether it was due to receiving the small ace or merely a feint. Unfortunately, Zhao Xinge desperately needed that small ace this round. Chen Wan remembered cards, and Zhao Xinge calculated them. By the halfway point, Zhao Xinge had already deduced through Huang's chasing cards and Tian Cheng's full house that the small ace must be in Qin Zhaoting's hand. Rather than adjusting the order to collect points early, Zhao Xinge deliberately prolonged the process until the small ace appeared prematurely in the pool, a kind of reprieve. His current hand wasn't great, but why worry when his score was high? The MVP of the last round was eligible for a replacement draw. Focusing intently on the nonsensical cards in his hand, Zhao Xinge didn't even lift his head but instead extended his right hand backward, lightly tapping the poker table. A clean white hand pushed a face-down card toward him. Zhao Xinge flipped it over. It was another joker. God strives to remain impartial, yet inevitably harbors favoritism. Lifting his gaze, Zhao Xinge stared directly at Chen Wan. The dealer's features were gentle and benevolent, perfectly composed and faultless. Amidst the lively chatter of the poker table and the sound of the ocean waves, the light had dimmed. Their gazes met sharply yet subtly, for just a second before breaking apart. Throughout, not a word passed between them, yet countless battles of wits had already been fought in their minds. Zhao Xinge calculated how Chen Wan distributed cards, while Chen Wan predicted everyone else's moves. Zhao Xinge's hand was not good this round, but he did not mind. Even a poor hand has its own way of playing. However, Chen Wan was so meticulous that there wasn't even the slightest hint of bias. To compensate for those who got bad hands, a chip would be awarded as a bonus. This chip turned out to be the small king, proving Chen Wan had predicted the cards beforehand. How much would an expert dealer earn annually in Shenzhongyan's casino, one capable of calculating base balance, turn card probability, and precisely forecasting card order? Probably starting from £1 million. Chen Wan must have simulated and calculated hundreds of times in his mind, narrowing down among hundreds of possibilities to pinpoint the combination and appearance sequence of every single card. And all this happened within 3 minutes, this time including shuffling, distributing cards, and dealing with jests from players. Under such circumstances, he still managed to control the win-lose probability with a precision that did not exceed a 5% difference. He underestimated him too much. With a poker face, Zhao Xinge retrieved his gaze and threw the small joker into the pool, ending the game. After finishing this round, Zhao Xinge stopped playing. He thought Chen Wan was flawless, protecting himself well enough to seem beyond reproach, but he could not know that Chen Wan indeed considered everything. Yet these were not the most crucial reasons. The hand dealt to Zhao Xinge this round was really not good, seeming large on the surface, but in fact hard to form consecutive plays, so Chen Wan held on to a small king. This bottom card was actually Chen Wan himself. If Zhao Xinge needed it, he would find it, if not, then he would never discover it. Of course, Chen Wan still hoped Zhao Xinge would never need to use it, hoping Zhao Xinge's path would always be smooth, encountering nothing but success. When the sky grew completely dark, Tan Yuming called for the card table to be taken inside the cabin, and everyone went upstairs for dinner. Chen Wan and Zhao Xinge were not seated at the same table, barely catching a glimpse of each other. Even though they were on the same cruise ship, so many things lay between them. The cruise was almost a never-ending night. After dinner, the sound of chips continued to echo across the deck. Being the most sought-after dealer, Chen Wan moved elegantly and calmly between various card tables. Taking a hard-earned break halfway through, he stepped out onto the deck to clear his head. Being a dealer was no easier than being a gambler. It might appear more powerful, but in this kind of setting, he definitely couldn't distribute cards however he pleased. At any of the tables, pulling out a player at random would make someone important. He had to rack his brains maintaining the subtle balance among all sides while ensuring the card games weren't so dull they could be figured out at a glance, all to keep the young masters entertained and happy, a truly brain-draining task. The night sea breeze was pleasant, blowing away the heat of the day. The waves gushed over the water's surface. With his nerves taut for too long, Chen Wan felt a headache coming on. He absent-mindedly lit a cigarette to relax, oblivious of when another person stood behind him. Caught off guard, Chen Wan quickly removed the cigarette from his lips and politely offered the prime spot for viewing the seascape. This was the best vantage point. Glancing at him without saying a word, Zhao Xinge left Chen Wan stuck, neither able to leave nor stay comfortably. While he didn't want to initiate unnecessary conversation, turning around and leaving immediately would also seem rude. Skilled at navigating the card tables, he found himself momentarily flustered. With no one around, there emerged a slightly awkward silence between them. But the awkwardness belonged solely to Chen Wan. Zhao Xinge never experienced such discomfort. He remained poised and calm. Politely smiling, Chen Wan broke the ice. Mr. Zhao seems to be in luck today. Likely winning quite a lot. Ignoring his attempt at small talk, Zhao Xinge extracted a cigarette from his pack, placed it on his lips, and silently stared at him. With the vast night sea behind him, Zhao Xinge's gaze was darker and deeper than the sea itself. After a while, he suddenly spoke, Chen Wan. Chen Wan slightly froze. This was the first time Zhao Xinge had addressed him by his given name, not Mr. Chen, but simply Chen Wan. Tilting his head slightly, Zhao Xinge said, I forgot my lighter. Chen Wan immediately extinguished his own cigarette neatly, took out his lighter, and lit the cigarette in Zhao Xinge's mouth with both hands in an obedient gesture befitting a subordinate lighting their superior cigarette. Zhao Xinge arched an eyebrow. Lighting cigarettes can often be intimate. Under usual circumstances, people with ulterior motives would rush forward to light it right next to him, heads bumping. Chen Wan maintained perfect propriety throughout. Foiling another probing attempt by Zhao Xinge. Chen Wan was still there waiting for him, one hand holding a lighter and the other forming a shield against the wind, protecting the flickering flame with earnest and straightforward eyes, calm and lucid. The deep blue waves of the sea and moonlight illuminated his face, his skin glowing white, making him look like some creature that had swum up from the depths of the ocean. His fervent stance, holding a tiny spark while waiting for someone, reminded Zhao Xinge of a fairy tale book about a matchstick seller, something he vaguely remembered from childhood. Regardless, it struck him how the entirety of Chen Wan's being shimmered with an allure, pure, sacred, deeply evocative of pity yet equally inciting an urge to torment, especially for someone like Zhao Xinge, whose mind functioned differently. Leaning down, Zhao Xinge brought the tip of his cigarette close to Chen Wan's flame. They were so near, Chen Wan almost felt himself drowning in the dark intensity of Zhao Xinge's features. It dawned on Chen Wan suddenly then, how Zhao Xinge's handsomeness was strikingly potent, merely concealed by his usual composed and peaceful demeanor. Chen Wan's heart rate skyrocketed uncontrollably as every ounce of seawater and starlight in his gaze ebbed away, leaving only Zhao Xinge, head slightly bowed. The culprit remained impeccably calm, glancing up momentarily, his irises pitch black, stirring ripples in the otherwise tranquil water within Chen Wan's own eyes. That condescending look exuded immense pressure, causing Chen Wan's hand to tremble faintly. Just as the sea breeze was about to extinguish the faltering flame, Zhao Xinge suddenly reached out to steady Chen Wan's hand, asking, Why are you trembling? Chapter 16, So Damn Handsome. Chen Wan felt his heart leap out of his chest. Not trembling, he replied, still appearing composed. The fire protected in the palm of his hand wavered under the night sky, its flicker akin to the quiet, tumultuous currents beneath the ship. It froze those 10 seconds of mutual eye contact into a dense, cobalt blue painting. Zhao Xinge's expression seemed tinged with mockery as he simply took the lighter from Chen Wan's grasp. The cigarette between them had already gone out, and he furrowed his brows, reigniting it himself. The sea breeze flapped his shirt, accentuating his tall, superior figure. His hair slightly disheveled, standing at the railing like an arrogant megastar from some Hong Kong film of the 90s. Damn, he's so damn handsome, thought Chen Wan, albeit maintaining a straight face. However, after one glance, he respectfully stepped back half a step, creating a safer distance. But it made no difference. Clamping his cigarette between his lips with a subtle fragrance wafting, its source unknown to Chen Wan but reminiscent of lethal absinthe, disturbing his focus entirely, his soul lost to wandering thoughts. Playing idly with Chen Wan's lighter, Zhao Xinge even scrutinized it closely, showing no intention of returning it anytime soon. Seized unjustifiably, Chen Wan harbored no verbal protests, regretting silently for not carrying a more expensive and better version. At least something from Cartier would do Zhao Xinge better justice. After Zhao Xinge finished lighting his cigarette, he paid Chen Wan no heed, leaning casually over the railing and gazing peacefully out at the nighttime sea. Chen Wan contemplated whether he should leave when Qin Zhaoting appeared, smiling and saying, Couldn't find you two anywhere, didn't know you'd be here. This was said as if they had sneakily agreed to escape together. Chen Wan smiled and responded calmly, Came out to clear my mind, just coincidentally bumped into Mr. Zhao. His tone was exceedingly courteous, giving no misimpression that he and Zhao Xinge were on intimate terms. Only in solitude facing Zhao Xinge did Chen Wan reveal minute fluctuations, tiny imperfections that made him appear more lively and less robotic. But once in public, his awareness and body instinctively switched into impeccable standard mode, his charming smile flawless and faultless, beyond reproach. Qin Zhaoting's amusement intensified slightly as he remarked, If you've rested enough, let's head back. Yu Ming is urging everyone to sit down everywhere. The time to open the cards had been predetermined. Once midnight passed, the second half would commence. Just as Chen Wan was about to step inside, Zhao Xinga coolly spoke, "What's the rush? Can't I finish this smoke?" Chen Wan found himself rooted to the spot once again. Though Zhao Xinga's speech wasn't harsh, his status and abilities lent all his actions and words an imposing presence, paradoxically inspiring greater respect the more amicable he acted. Qin Zhaoting raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it bad luck to miss the timing? Going to see is very particular about geomancy, and there are even more intricacies around the gambling table, seat orientation, auspicious moments, all come into play." Zhao Xinga paid no heed to these matters. In the face of absolute strength, geomancy could be ignored. He stood steadily there like an iceberg on the ocean's surface, whales stayed clear, ships diverted. And so it was that when Zhao Xinga said this, Qin Zhaoting did not leave either, remaining silent without uttering a word. Chen Wan produced yet another agreeable smile, attempting to mediate. "Mr. Zhao has had too much good fortune tonight, he wishes to leave some luck for everyone else." Qin Zhaoting immediately turned his head towards Chen Wan, asking, "Then what about Mr. Chen?" Zhao Xinga also looked at Chen Wan. One was urging him to go, the other wouldn't let him. Chen Wan wasn't going to offend Qin Zhaoting, but he leaned toward Zhao Xinga. "I'm here to catch a bit of Mr. Zhao's good luck. Later we can see how well it works on the gaming table. What do you say?" After hearing these words, Qin Zhaoting also smiled. "All right, let's see if it works later." It was unclear whether Zhao Xinga was satisfied with this response or not. He continued leaning against the railing and finished that cigarette slowly, then observed the sea again for a while before tilting his head in relaxation. Chen Wan simply waited quietly beside him. As the second half began, everyone became increasingly excited. Chen Wan had already announced that he would try to share in Zhao Xinga's good fortune, naturally he couldn't lose. But he understood tact. After winning several rounds, he deliberately held back and smoothed things over, saying that Mr. Zhao's good luck remained loyal, others couldn't take it away, and whatever little he managed to receive now counted as used up. Even after listening, Qin Zhaoting found no fault with his explanation, laughing heartily. Willing to accept losses, the group enjoyed the favor Chen Wan showed, continuously letting him win. Whether money was involved or not was secondary, mainly it was about the auspice sign. Businesspeople in Haisha valued this greatly. But the young masters playing were utterly unrestrained, having no sense of monetary value. In later rounds, someone, high on the thrill of gambling akin to those drunkards loudly urging drinks, urged Chen Wan to remove the watch from his wrist as part of the bet. What was the point of just betting money? To them, money meant nothing. The watch on Chen Wan's wrist wasn't exactly a luxury brand, but he'd worn it for many years, it was a personal item close to his body. The act of removing the watch carried a certain degree of humiliation at the gambling table, so he didn't plan to hold back this round. Knowing one's limits, that was the first lesson 9-year-old Chen Wan learned at Xiaolan Mountain. With everyone chattering, Zhao Xinga was disturbed by the noise. Lifting his eyelids lazily, he pushed all his chips forward, declaring he would deal the cards. The gold chips clinked loudly, attracting everyone's attention who collectively voiced they wished to follow his lead. With a shrug, Zhao Xinga conveyed a "be my guest" attitude. There were 4 people seated at the table. The 2 opposing parties from the previous round had already paired up. This time, their goal was to defeat the opponents sitting across. They couldn't join, leaving only Chen Wan, who could either follow Zhao Xinga or establish his own deal. After quite a while, Zhao Xinga hadn't heard anyone speak up, not bothering to look up, casually asking, "Will you follow or not?" Chen Wan was momentarily stunned. Originally, he didn't intend to follow as he barely had any chips left. Even if he followed, he wouldn't contribute much to Zhao Xinga. Yet, in front of so many people, he wouldn't dare refuse Zhao Xinga, thus agreeing to follow. For spectators, it made no difference whether they joined in or not, but once seated at the table, the dynamics shifted. When Zhao Xinga directly named Chen Wan, his tone calm but words firm and commanding, "Chen Wan, if I play, I want to win." In an instant, Chen Wan felt transported back 10 years to that summer he spent on Xiaolan Mountain. He flowed with grace, flashing a faint smile and making a polite, "please," gesture, exuding gentlemanly indulgence and self-assurance, of course. When wise men become partners, they combine forces powerfully. Chen Wan and Zhao Xinga, between the 2 of them, probably held more cunning than could be counted. Understanding each other without words, they unleashed their ruthless competitive spirits fully. Fingers accidentally touched when drawing cards, creating an electrifying moment that quickly dissipated. Playing cards was like courting, predicting each other's moves, you chase, I follow, setting up traps for each other, disguising intentions. Their seamless teamwork left others envious, remarking how perfectly matched they were. Chen Wan dared not accept such praise, lest he provoke envy from the rest of the business community in Haisha. Polite and modest, he credited his small gains to the generosity of Mr. Zhao's luck. Others at the table watched with envy red-rimmed eyes, but only Chen Wan sighed inwardly, following Zhao Xinga's dealing wasn't so simple. His thoughts were unfathomable, his moves erratic. Once he went mad, he didn't hesitate devouring even his own side's chips. Anyway, with his strong hand, he simply didn't care about these small fish, whether it was 1 or 2 cards. Zhao Xinga himself had fully enjoyed the game, but Chen Wan suffered due to his lack of rock-solid psychological resilience to handle Zhao's plays. Though Zhao Xinga was ruthless, since he hadn't figured out Chen Wan's strategy yet, he certainly didn't want Chen Wan to decipher his either. Chen Wan seemed flawless, so Zhao Xinga decided to expose him full of flaws. Just as Chen Wan was about to be devoured by the player next to him, Zhao Xinga would flash in like a savior, akin to a cunning cat teasing a mouse. Whether advancing or retreating, winning or losing, living or dying, all rested on Zhao's whims. By the end of the rounds, Chen Wan's brain cells were stretched thin, but he still felt it was worthwhile because he sensed that Zhao Xinga was genuinely having fun. With 2 hands, Zhao Xinga managed to acquire the land beneath the Jiaoxi Tower and the buildings of Xingtiandi. The players across were already showing signs of frustration, much to Chen Wan's internal amusement. Following Zhao Xinga's dealing might have been mentally exhausting, but the rush of adrenaline was unmatched, akin to lightning-fast exchanges of intellect and skill. Each open confrontation was met with secret alliances, creating an invigorating battle where opponents became each other's reliable backdrops, leaving a lasting impression of intense satisfaction within Chen Wan. As the night deepened, the ship sailed further into the sea. Zhao Xinga held unlit cigarettes between his lips, scanning the new cards in his hand. He casually picked out a spade, followed by Chen Wan swiftly playing a diamond A before their opponents could calculate. Without delay, Zhao Xinga bridged this play with a queen card, courteously asking, "I'd like Qiongxi manner." How polite he sounded, as if negotiating. Across the table, the face of the player quickly changed. This was the same person who had earlier requested Chen Wan remove his watch. This man groaned in despair, hesitating whether to go all in, burning the pot, while Chen Wan immediately played his last remaining club K to hold down the king, complimenting Zhao Xinga's flush. Whatever Zhao Xinga desired, Chen Wan gave his all to secure it. Playing their separate hands without any visible communication, each guarding their position diligently, they cut through like a knife against the gambling table's chaos, stealing fortunes and risking everything. Finally, the decision was sealed. With Zhao Xinga in the mix, even letting loose, Chen Wan accumulated considerable winnings, ensuring his watch remained safely on his wrist. Someone half-jokingly tried bartering for a shop at Wangchun Corner Commerce area. Chen Wan smoothly declined. That shop wasn't particularly big nor well located, but it had been won over by Zhao Xinga in a prior round, passing exactly to Chen Wan, thus falling into his possession. Though Zhao Xinga only acted effortlessly and unintentionally, Chen Wan decided privately to take it as a gift from Zhao Xinga. The gambling continued until after 1 a.m., and Chen Wan treated everyone to a late-night snack. Zhuo Jian accompanied him ordering food, questioning why he didn't use Zhao Xinga's night card in the final round. In external settings, Zhao Xinga and Shen Zongnian never used night cards. "You're wasting something precious. Do you know how many people stared wide-eyed?" Night cards, customary in pleasure quarters, whomever obtained them could request a favor from that person. This was all part of business etiquette, even the gambling table valued integrity and comradeship. Many collaborations were struck on the gambling table just as they were at the drinking table. Chen Wan shook his head. "It's inappropriate. Too suggestive." Different types of night cards carried different connotations. The final red heart K implied sexual innuendo, which wasn't suitable. Taking a step back, applying such dynamics on himself would come off as ingratiating behavior. Zhuo Jian rolled his eyes. "You're overthinking this." Zhao Xinga wouldn't mind at all. They often engaged in such behaviors outside anyway. If they meticulously analyzed every detail, there would be no end to it. Besides, these rituals of human relationships were all about weaving connections. Both banquet and gambling cultures worked similarly. Since childhood, Zhuo Jian had been deeply immersed in bureaucratic culture, understanding these nuances thoroughly. For those like Tan Yuming and Zhao Xinga, these were mere tools. "But I would mind," Chen Wan paused, turning around to look at him with calm eyes laced with obscure obsession, "because I don't have such intentions. I also don't engage in ambiguity." Chen Wan was very firm, patting his shoulder and giving an inappropriate and fundamentally impossible analogy to demonstrate his determination. "Not even if we were friends would I engage in ambiguity." He wasn't sure whether Zhuo Jian understood this or not. "Zhuo Jian. You've always thought there's something wrong with my brain, haven't you? That's why Monica ended up by his side." Chen Wan didn't want the relationship between him and Zhao Xinga to involve anything beyond ordinary friendship. It was hard to say what a patient lacking self-control might do. If he really crossed that line and opened that boundary, he would absolutely, under no circumstances forgive Zhao Xinga, regardless of whether Zhao loved him or not. Zhuo Jian looked at his calm expression and felt a chill run down his spine. But then again, he also thought it sounded like an excuse. How mystical is it? "Monica said your condition could improve if treated properly." "You're just..." Chen Wan still shook his head, asking him not to continue further. There was nothing left to discuss on this matter. Chen Wan was gentle to everyone else but cruel only to himself. Though he seemed easygoing, he adhered to a steadfast set of unspoken principles of unrequited love and conduct that should never be broken. Growing up in such circles, Zhuo Jian had never encountered anyone like Chen Wan. The extreme form of obsession isn't going crazy over being loved, but exercising extreme restraint and rationality over one's own words and actions, even coexisting with the torment of unfulfilled desires almost as a form of self-flagellation. Yet, Chen Wan always maintained consistency, knowing exactly what he wanted. What he wanted wasn't Zhao Xinga's love. Chapter 17, Sharing the Moment Across the Sea. The atmosphere suddenly turned bittersweet and heavy. After a moment of silence, Zhuojian deliberately joked, "Is this what they call platonic unrequited love?" Chen Wan chuckled quietly. Loving Zhao Xinge was his own business, how much he loved, and in what way, that was entirely his choice too. This was Chen Wan's basic code of private affection, he was both its creator and executor. Within his world, he perfectly followed through, resolutely upheld it, and would not allow others to break it. Including Zhao Xinge himself. But all of this was because the person in question was Zhao Xinge, for whom he willingly went to such lengths. It was precisely because this person was Zhao Xinge that it became both bitter and sweet. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't work. After having late-night snacks, everyone got their room cards and dispersed. The room keys were randomly drawn. All cabins were first-class suites with no difference between them. As Chen Wan walked down the carpeted corridor, dim lights flickered about. Even with great soundproofing, when passing certain rooms, occasional sounds could sometimes be heard. The young masters played wildly, and Chen Wan just hurried along, focusing on moving forward. Following Zhao Xinge's strategy had been mentally exhausting, leaving him feeling somewhat tired. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. "Mr. Qin, haven't rested yet?" Chen Wan greeted politely. Qin Zhaoting leaned against the window by the corridor, smiling at him, "Rarely coming out, so I'm appreciating the night sea." It was very late, the large ship sailing at some intersection point of longitude and latitude across the ocean. Outside the window, it was pitch black except for the faint light from a distant lighthouse. The sound of waves lapping against the water echoed. Chen Wan nodded, ready to take his leave, but the other party indicated a desire to chat. "And you? Why are you up so late?" Naturally concerned, after the young masters had eaten and dispersed, Chen Wan double-checked the next day's weather and itinerary with the crew's captain and housekeeper. This wasn't actually his responsibility, but none of these young men seemed suited for doing it. Being used to attending to every detail, he preferred asking a few more questions for peace of mind. Chen Wan didn't intend to have a deep conversation with Qin Zhaoting, merely saying, "I just took a little walk to aid digestion, Mr. Qin." Click. Suddenly, a young man in a white robe emerged from the end of the corridor, incredibly beautiful. Chen Wan hesitated briefly but soon resumed conversation as if nothing unusual happened. Room numbers were indeed assigned randomly, but the owner of this cruise ship wasn't subject to that. As the owner, they enjoyed a personal exclusive cabin. The suite at the bow of the ship offered the best view. Other cabins had at most 2 windows, while this premier room could feature panoramic ocean views on 3 sides. Qin Zhaoting observed Chen Wan's demeanor. Despite the situation, Chen Wan remained graceful in his conversation, his expression unchanged. Qin Zhaoting's eyes lit up with a smile as he observed him for 2 seconds and said, "You're too formal. You can call me Zhao Ting like Tan Yuming does. Let's be friends." Chen Wan also smiled and was about to speak when the door of the first-class cabin where the young man had earlier emerged opened again. This time, it was the owner of the room himself. Even in the middle of the night, he was impeccably dressed in a suit. With his back turned to Qin Zhaoting, he asked Chen Wan, "What's wrong?" Chen Wan respectfully nodded towards the man behind Qin Zhaoting, "Mr. Zhao." Only then did Qin Zhaoting realize Zhao Xinge had come out, smiling at him and asking, "How come you haven't slept yet? Are you done or have you not started yet?" Chen Wan's expression remained unchanged, he focused inwardly and didn't join their conversation. Zhao Xinge didn't respond to Qin Zhaoting's inquiry but criticized them with a faint tone, "Talking in front of someone else's door in the middle of the night isn't very polite, is it?" Regardless of their conversation being barely audible, impossible to disturb the guest in the soundproofed rooms, even if pushed 10 steps back, the distance between where they were standing and Zhao Xinge's exclusive cabin wasn't close enough to constitute a doorway. But Chen Wan immediately apologized, "I apologize, Mr. Zhao, for disturbing your rest." Qin Zhaoting. Given Chen Wan's good attitude in accepting responsibility and his physical distance from Qin Zhaoting, Zhao Xinge no longer pursued the matter. However, when he noticed that Chen Wan hadn't looked at him while speaking, the smile on his face appeared mechanical and rigid. Zhao Xinge suddenly said, "Which floor is the wine pool on?" Both Qin Zhaoting and Chen Wan paused briefly, the tone making it seem like this ship wasn't Zhao Xinge's own asset, but Chen Wan still kindly replied, "On the 2nd floor. Are you thinking of having a drink?" Zhao Xinge glanced at him, rubbed his eyes, and said calmly and non-complainingly, My sleepiness has been interrupted." So Chen Wan had no choice but to apologize again, "Truly sorry, how about I accompany you down there to select a bottle as an apology?" Zhao Xinge reluctantly agreed. Qin Zhaoting was still around, and Chen Wan naturally wouldn't leave him hanging. "And what about you, Mr. Qin? Would you like to join us for a drink? Didn't I say you could just call me Zhao Ting?" Zhao Xinge looked at Chen Wan. Chen Wan smiled and nodded lightly, for someone like him without a background, more friends meant more opportunities. Zhao Xinge must have really wanted a drink, as he didn't urge anyone forward but rather kept his hands tucked into his pants pockets. Qin Zhaoting waved his room card, saying ambiguously with a laugh, "I'll pass on drinking. A spring night is precious, and there are things more important than drinking." Though it didn't surprise Chen Wan, he politely responded, "Then I wish you a pleasant evening." Zhao Xinge asked, "Can we go now?" Chen Wan quickly said, "Let's go, Mr. Zhao." The wine pool on the second floor was open 24 hours, with expensive wines categorized by age and origin neatly displayed in cabinets. Chen Wan asked, "What would you like, Mr. Zhao?" Supporting his head with one hand, Zhao Xinge idly tapped his fingers on the table and casually said, "You choose." As though the person who insisted on coming down late at night wasn't him. Chen Wan watched as Zhao Xinge stared blankly at the bar counter, like a big lion woken up unwillingly, his eyelids slightly drooping, showing a side different from usual, relaxed and lazy. Chen Wan picked him a not-so-strong Queen of Parma that aids sleep and conscientiously aerated the wine for him. The red wine swayed inside the swan glass, held firmly by Chen Wan. A fragrance filled Zhao Xinge's nostrils, the Queen of Parma was ready. Chen Wan thoughtfully surrounded it with dry ice for a more moisturizing texture. Still, Zhao Xinge somehow felt that Chen Wan wasn't particularly engaged, although he always seemed cheerful and welcoming. Zhao Xinge's powers of observation and discernment were sharp. He realized Chen Wan hadn't spoken much since Qin Zhaoting left, and so considerately suggested, "If you're tired, you can go back and rest." Chen Wan's movements paused slightly, a bit puzzled, and also somewhat disheartened, but he wouldn't stay awkwardly, smiling and saying, "Then, please enjoy your drink, Mr. Zhao. I'll take my leave and rest. Call me if needed." Zhao Xinge. Tan Yuming happened to bump into the situation as he called over, "I heard you went down for a drink." "Pal," Zhao Xinge warned him gently, "I don't want to see any unfamiliar living things in my room again." Tan Yuming shouted loudly claiming his innocence, "It wasn't me." He had mixed with Zhao Xinge for so many years, how could he risk being thrown into the sea to feed the sharks by doing something stupid like that? Zhao Xinge didn't listen to his explanation and hung up the phone. He took a sip of the wine that Chen Wan had aerated, but the fragrance of Queen of Parma had already disappeared. The next morning at 6 o'clock, the whale ship number 17 had passed through the Jishi Strait, and the view opened up. Chen Wan got up very early, planning to enjoy the Formosusland sunrise. To his surprise, someone was earlier than him. Zhao Xinge stood on the deck, the sea breeze blowing, looking like a cold male model in a maritime magazine. Chen Wan peeked out, then pulled back because he felt walking over now would seem too deliberate. But soon, he also thought this movement lacked steadiness. Zhao Xinge seemed to have eyes on his back and knew that someone, thinking no one noticed, shrank back like a groundhog. But he assumed Chen Wan had left, whereas Chen Wan actually stood at the end of the cabin corridor, watching the same sunrise through the window. Chen Wan always consoled himself well, even entertaining himself with a poem. The bright moon rises from the sea, shared by those far apart under the sky. Watching the red sun rise was similar, this shared moment was unilaterally granted by him without requiring the other party's permission, because he hadn't disturbed the other person either. Though Chen Wan and Zhao Xinge were near each other, they were actually separated by a great distance, so sharing this moment was worth celebrating and treasuring for Chen Wan. The cruise ship had already reached the core of the sea area. Influenced by warm currents, there were a large number of deep-sea fish migrating during this month. Tan Yuming said they would have a seafood feast for lunch. On the ship, they could catch and kill fish on the spot, as this class of cruise ship had all the fishing facilities, including fishing licenses and other necessary procedures. The guests could also personally go sea fishing, then hand it over to the kitchen. The young masters last night played cards until exhausted, everyone sleeping late into the morning, so sea fishing was impossible. The kitchen started longline fishing before dawn, catching a variety of marine creatures including shrimp, crabs, clams, mussels, and deep-sea fish, achieving significant results. Chen Wan went to the fishing deck for a look. Although every guest filled out their physical condition, medical history, allergies, and dietary restrictions when boarding, it was still necessary to check once more with the kitchen to be safe, since any problems on the high seas wouldn't allow immediate emergency treatment. After confirming with the butler and the kitchen staff, Chen Wan returned to the third floor via the elevator to change clothes and take a shower in his room. The deck was full of lively marine life, and his trouser hems were wet while his clothes carried a faint smell of the sea. When the elevator door opened, several people came face to face and greeted Chen Wan. Chen Wan responded with a smile, but subconsciously moved half a step to the left while placing his hands behind his back. On the deck earlier, a codfish of dozens of pounds jumped out unexpectedly, and he had helped the sailor pick up the tool. Zhao Xinge noticed that as soon as Chen Wan got off the elevator, he unconsciously positioned himself beside Qin Zhaoting and chatted casually with everyone. The corridor was long and narrow. When passing each other, Chen Wan made sure to move to the other side, trying to widen the gap between them significantly, giving Zhao Xinge the largest possible space for walking past. Extremely polite. Zhao Xinge walked by without glancing at him, but suddenly turned around halfway and stared at the retreating figure. Shen Zhongyan asked, "What's up?" Zhao Xinge had his hands in his pockets, playing with the Cartier lighter, nothing. Lunch was very abundant. People in seaside cities preferred fresh seafood cooked in a variety of ways, steamed, boiled plain, made into soup, roasted with star anise, or even made into raw fish slices, accompanied by simply seasoned soy sauce, sesame oil, or fried garlic oil. These brought out the pure sweetness and tenderness of the seafood, without heating up the body or causing greasiness. It was unforgettable aftertaste. Everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly, except Zhao Xinge who was not very enthusiastic. Chen Wan sighed inwardly and got up to ask the kitchen to prepare a pot of seafood porridge. Chapter 18, The Empress Palace. The cruise followed the new route for 2 days and 1 night, returning to port at Beidao on its way back. Bay Island has developed into a new shopping paradise over the years thanks to its geographical advantages and policy support. The island expanded its area continuously by land reclamation, making itself a desirable spot for tourists. Chen Wan's desire for material goods was naturally low. He didn't pay particular attention to his own expenses on food, clothing, or daily necessities, and usually there were no significant high costs in his life. However, at the duty-free shop, he picked out an emerald watch and a set of gold jewelry for Song Qingmiao. Seeing the large sums deducted from the supplementary card for several consecutive days, Chen Wan sighed inwardly. He knew Song Qingmiao had been frequenting the casino again. After handing over his card to the shop assistant for payment, he noticed a pair of cufflinks placed right at the center of the zillion counter. They weren't the main design of the season, but their craftsmanship was very detailed with a heavy weight to them. Chen Wan gestured to the shop assistant to take them out for inspection. Upon one look, he decided immediately, "Please help me wrap them up, thank you." The saleslady's planned introduction was rendered useless. Actually, she thought these cufflinks weren't suitable for Chen Wan. She intended to recommend some enamel or pearl material cufflinks to this handsome customer. But since Chen Wan made a resolute decision, she could only smile politely and said, "All right, please wait a moment." Qin Zhaoting saw this and came over asking, "Do you prefer something more elaborate?" The eternal life motif from the Wadong series, wouldn't it be too domineering and serious? Given that Chen Wan looked young with a soft face and a gentle demeanor, he might not project enough gravitas to carry them off. No, Chen Wan signed the receipt handed to him by the shop assistant. "It's a gift for a friend." Qin Zhaoting knew Chen Wan treated people well, as if born with a natural ability to love others, but he was still surprised. Even though such a set in the duty-free shop wasn't cheap, he admiringly joked, "Your friends must be so happy then. I wonder who is so lucky." Chen Wan smiled without answering. He barely had any friends except Xue Zhishuan, and Xue Zhishuan never lacked these things. Even the saleslady likely realized that those cufflinks weren't suitable for him, because they were meant for Zhao Xinge. Perhaps when you like someone, you'll simply want to buy anything suitable for them. Chen Wan had a separate cabinet at home where he stored items he felt would suit Zhao Xinge. Pure handmade ties purchased during a business trip to Northern Europe, silk handkerchiefs bought from local markets while attending forums, tie, watches, lighters. In his imagination, he'd already adorned Zhao Xinge countless times with these items. As gifts accumulated like collectibles, Chen Wan never planned to send them away. They would forever remain unseen, serving only his private fantasies of how they would look on Zhao Xinge. These were like entries in a secret stamp-collecting diary of Chen Wan, materials for dreams hidden somewhere deep in his night. Chen Wan happily accepted the neatly wrapped gift box from the shop assistant, only to glance up and meet the gaze of the true owner of those cufflinks, a relationship unspoken. Zhao Xinge was close by, having heard their conversation. It wasn't surprising that Chen Wan appeared to be a sociable person with many friends, being considerate even to strangers and even more so towards his friends, willing to give whatever was asked. That pair of cufflinks, that style, that kind, it wasn't hard to guess the type of person they would be gifted to. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xinge mused silently, pocketing his hands under the counter lights that highlighted his expensive yet stern appearance. He had such a friend. Chen Wan noticed Zhao Xinge's gaze resting on his cufflinks, feeling slightly uneasy, and unconsciously pulled the gift bag closer. Perhaps unknowingly making it seem like he was worried Zhao Xinge might also fancy those cufflinks. Zhao Xinge watched him, as Chen Wan nodded politely and gave a slight smile before moving toward another specialty store. Whale ship number 17 docked at Xiaoxingsing Pier, and Chen Wan took one day out of his schedule to call Song Qingmiao out to deliver her the jade and gold he had purchased at the duty-free port. He avoided going to the Chen residence unless absolutely necessary. Since the last reunion at the old Chen family home during the Ghost Festival, they hadn't seen each other again. Chen Wan was busy, Song Qingmiao busier, window shopping, playing cards, buying bags, drinking tea, every day full of color. Chen Wan kept contacting her regularly, and during one phone call, Song Qingmiao mentioned that she had been unwell lately. Her personal doctor believed it was due to emotional distress affecting her liver and excessive dampness. She asked Chen Wan to accompany her once they disembarked to pray at the Empress Palace for Mazu's blessings. Chen Wan agreed and did not inquire about the significant funds deducted from the supplementary card recently. Song Qingmiao's financial needs and emotional desires were as far as Chen Wan could manage, always trying his best to satisfy her. The Empress Palace was bustling with incense smoke. People in Haishur did not worship Guanyin or Buddha but believed wholeheartedly in Mazu. Men and women of all ages prayed to her, whether for illness, exams, or business, and all made a point to visit Mazu. Dressed in a flowing cascade of black hair and an elegant cheongsam, Song Qingmiao's youthful face and playful demeanor made her look like a teenage girl. Walking alongside Chen Wan, they resembled siblings or even a couple. "I'll go into the inner courtyard to pay respects to the Heavenly Empress and Dragon Maiden," Song Qingmiao said softly. "Today is the auspicious day I've chosen, the 24th day of the month, when the goddess listens to prayers." Chen Wan turned slightly toward the entrance of the temple and softly said, "Shall I wait for you outside?" "No," Song Qingmiao insisted firmly. "If you don't pray when you're here, the Heavenly Empress might be offended." Chen Wan thought back to the Mercedes Maybach parked just before entering the gate. He subtly tried to reason with her. I've heard that the Empress can only be visited once every 3 months. To come more often would make Ma Zhu think we're too greedy. There were 5 statues of Ma Zhu at the temple. Of them, Chen Wan only recognized Lin Monyang, also known as Big Mother Ma Zhu, and Zhuang Jingyun, the third Mother Ma Zhu. These were the 2 most commonly worshipped by Song Qingyao, one responsible for blessings and safety, the other for wisdom and virtue. You already prayed to Lin Monyang last month, Chen Wan suggested gently. Why don't you take some time now to speak to Jingyun Ma Zhu instead? Jingyun Ma Zhu's statue was placed in the West Hall, unlikely to intersect their paths. Song Qingyao thought it over and found Chen Wan's reasoning persuasive but still wasn't fully convinced, as if missing this chance to see Lin Monyang might bring her bad luck for a while. Chen Wan consoled her further, offering to have a figurine of the goddess carved from white jade placed at home for her use. Inside the main courtyard, the abbot called upon a young monk to pour tea for Zhao Xinga, acknowledging him as a veritable patron god, wealthier than even their gilded halls. Haishur had many wealthy families, but none so generous as he, contributing an enormous amount annually in offerings, certainly not a person whom the Buddha could afford to ignore. Zhao Xinga came today for the groundbreaking ceremony of the new pier project, seeking the favorable date and setting the initial offering. Though Zhao Xinga didn't believe in deities or spirits, he only trusted himself. But Zhao Maozhen had insisted on this trip, not out of superstition, but to temper the personality of his heir. Beneath Zhao Xinga's calm and decisive exterior lay an overly proud nature, one lacking empathy and devoid of warmth, a trait unsuited to those who aimed higher. As the years went by, Zhao Maozhen finally admitted that his methods of grooming his eldest grandson might have been too extreme, excessively harsh and demanding for such a young child. In Zhao Xinga's early days, Zhao Maozhen had burned countless models he'd built, cruelly and severely damaging them. And Zhao Xinga's stray dog, adopted after finding it wounded, was shot dead by someone under Zhao Maozhen's orders. Even then, as a child, Zhao Xinga watched silently, without shedding a single tear. Such stories accumulated, each act driven by anxiety over raising a successor suitable for great responsibilities. It wasn't until Zhao Xinga grew to maturity that Zhao Maozhen realized what he'd done, he either succeeded or failed in molding his grandson. Yet by then, Zhao Maozhen's influence waned, leaving him powerless to alter Zhao Xinga's ways. Now both the dock and new routes require the Buddha's blessing, Zhao Maozhen sighed. Zhao Xinga responded emotionlessly, matter-of-factly stating, between 4:30 p.m. and 5 p.m., I can spare 30 minutes. He had no time to waste on gods, he didn't go to visit Buddha, rather, Buddha had better wait for him to conclude meetings. Zhao Xinga barely entered the monastery before regretting wasting time when he could have already approved his new project's blueprints. The abbot droned on, speaking in riddles, none of which Zhao Xinga paid heed to. However, in deference to the importance of his project, a few polite exchanges were maintained. In front of the sacred image, Zhao Xinga remained as composed as ever, his demeanor distant but respectful, politeness thinly masking his thoughts. Occasionally nodding in response to the abbot's monologues, his mind wandered through the lattice windows of carvings to someone else in the outer courtyard. The watch on his wrist indicated 5:30, surely, the ever-observant individual hadn't missed his chauffeur-driven arrival. Opposite, Chen Wan passed by in loose linen shirt sleeves that appeared particularly gentle under sunlight. The temple originally built by South Sea immigrants retained touches of its colonial past, gilded icons and intricate eaves. Against this backdrop, Chen Wan moved gracefully, akin to a purple water lily blooming in the garden pond. The gilded and glazed architecture added a hint of an indescribable charm to the pure ambience. He held the bag for the woman beside him with a patient expression. Zhao Xinga raised an eyebrow slightly in mockery, thinking that although Chen Wan seemed pure and free of desire, discussing love at a sacred Buddhist site was certainly not commendable behavior. Seeing Zhao Xinga's somewhat cold expression, the abbot didn't dare to drone on too much, merely asking him to pass on his regards to Mr. Zhao and wishing the elder good health. Pointing toward the West Hall, Zhao Xinga asked, who do they worship there? Upon sensing Zhao Xinga's rare interest, the abbot explained in detail, in the West Hall, it is Jingyun Ma Zhu, the left assistant in the celestial palace who oversees wisdom. Ah, Zhao Xinga murmured. Did Chen Wan need more wisdom? Who could have a more cunning mind than him? Like in a meeting, Zhao Xinga then asked, when was the statue carved? The abbot shifted his eyes, understanding this was an opportunity, it has been several decades now. The gilded body and colored glaze are fading, and we are currently raising funds for renovation. Mr. Zhao, if you're interested, you may go with me to offer incense, it could be a good omen. Claiming he only had half an hour before leaving, Zhao Xinga glanced at his watch and said casually, all right. Chapter 19, the correct answer. The Buddha statue exuded solemnity. Chen Wan quietly turned the pages of a scripture for Song Qingyao, completely focused on the task, so much that he didn't notice the abbot entering. Zhao Xinga overheard her softly calling Chen Wan, Bibi, and his expression grew slightly complicated. Only upon closer inspection did Zhao Xinga realize that this woman was none other than the famous Song Qingyao from Haishur, known widely in years past. This confirmed their relationship wasn't romantic as initially guessed. Although Zhao Xinga's generation wasn't fully aware of what transpired back then, it was well documented yet filled with uncertainties. Still, he had heard from Tan Yuming that Chen Wan was not originally from Haishur. Song Qingmiao hailed from Jiangnan, which perhaps explained the ink painting-like gentle refinement about Chen Wan. Even Qin Zhaoting had mentioned this observation. As everyone greeted the abbot, Chen Wan also looked up, spotting someone behind the abbot. His heart let out a sigh. Chen Wan could only awkwardly introduce them, "Abbot, Mr. Zhao." The abbot recognized both of them and responded formally, "Ms. Song, Mr. Chen." Song Qingmiao had seen Zhao Xinge once from afar at some dinner event in the past and couldn't help but glance at Chen Wan, surprised yet pleased. She never imagined her seemingly unaccomplished son would know such a prominent person. "Baby, why don't you make introductions?" Hearing the cutesy repetition once again, Zhao Xinge's brow arched slightly. Chen Wan had no patience for niceties right now because he noticed Song Qingmiao push her hair behind her ear, a gesture he knew all too well. Chen Wan remained outwardly calm, but inside he felt something rotten being gradually exposed, bringing a tinge of discomfort. Chen Wan understood Song Qingmiao far too well, recognizing clearly what this particular move of hers usually implied. This was exactly why Chen Wan had 10,000 reasons not to want Song Qingmiao to cross paths with Zhao Xinge. Zhao Xinge was unlike Chen Bingxin who pursued her on sight or Xie Jiajian who secretly courted her despite being married. Zhao Xinge was not someone she could easily see through, manipulate, or exploit. Whatever scheme Song Qingmiao might harbor, whether by herself or relying on Chen Wan, would appear ridiculous and futile before Zhao Xinge. Her greedy delight and vulgar origins as a mother were laid bare in front of Zhao Xinge. Sighing inwardly, Chen Wan gave a brief introduction, "This is Mr. Zhao, my mother," before deciding not to elaborate further. Song Qingmiao chattered on, but Chen Wan wasn't really listening, quieter than usual. For the first time, Zhao Xinge witnessed a reserved side of Chen Wan, whose demeanor was normally always polite and considerate. Zhao Xinge found it odd how even though Chen Wan spoke with an appropriate smile, it seemed fake, not genuinely heartfelt. Uncertain of the reason, Zhao Xinge respected Chen Wan's lack of interest in continuing and simply nodded to his assistant to leave without delay. His stay at Lianjing Temple had exceeded his scheduled time already, wasting any more wouldn't be prudent. Seeing Chen Wan neither warm nor overly eager, Song Qingmiao complained, scolding him for lacking social grace. "You know Zhao Xinge and didn't tell your own mother?" Chen Wan's smile disappeared, and he suddenly turned his head to look at her, with something in his eyes that she found very unfamiliar and hard to understand. That deep and slow calmness, she wanted to interpret it as a kind of reminder, but clearly, it was a strong warning. Even though his voice was so peaceful, it felt slightly cold. "We don't really know each other, so don't think too much about it." Song Qingmiao shivered inexplicably, lowering her volume a bit as she mumbled, "How could we not count? He greeted you." In Haisher, how many people could make Zhao Xinge take the initiative to greet them? "No," Chen Wan lifted his chin, with an expression of gentle coldness, "we're not familiar. He just randomly responded and doesn't even know who I am." Of course, this was a fabrication for Song Qingmiao. Although Zhao Xinge and himself weren't exactly close either, at least they recognized each other by now. The delicate eyebrows of Song Qingmiao furrowed, wanting to say something more, but before she could, Chen Wan spoke first, "Mom." His voice was light. He hadn't called Song Qingmiao "Mom" like that for a long time, which made her pause. Chen Wan's eyes were exceptionally pitch black, like a deep abyss. He looked seriously at his beautiful, greedy mother and patiently warned her, "Yan Wang Luo Cha is not someone we can provoke. No matter how many Buddhas we worship, it wouldn't help, would it?" Everything Song Qingmiao desired, he could work hard to satisfy her, jewelry, money, reputation, but only Zhao Xinge was off limits. Realizing her usually compliant son was being so serious, as if another word would lead to a huge temper tantrum, Song Qingmiao fell silent begrudgingly, yet began thinking some peculiar thoughts at the bottom of her heart. Zhao Xinge crossed the Mingzhu Bridge by car while his assistant's phone call arrived. Ever since the shooting incident in Italy 2 years ago, Zhao Xinge would arrange things in advance whenever he went to the outskirts, despite China being quite safe. However, the people he had offended were far too many. In the headphones, the voice of Chen Wan talking to his mother was gentle and patient, every word clear, reaching Zhao Xinge's ears without omission. Without any expression on his face, Zhao Xinge listened, then said to the vice president waiting on the other side of the video conference, "The budget number for the dock isn't very auspicious, right? Maybe you should redo it." His tone was overly gentle, giving the impression that there could be negotiations. The vice president tried explaining a few sentences, but Zhao Xinge had already stopped listening. Tree after tree passed outside the window, their fleeting shadows falling on his shoulder that seemed somewhat lonely. So many guesses about Chen Wan's motive. And here was the correct answer. Since their encounter at Mazu Temple, Zhao Xinge had been missing for quite some time, so much so that Chen Wan started worrying a bit. But this meeting seemed to be highly confidential, even Tan Yuming didn't mention a single word about it, leaving Chen Wan completely uninformed. They met again because of Qin Zhaoting. During that 2-day 1-night cruise, Chen Wan collected a stack of business cards. Qin Zhaoting also exchanged private contact information with him and invited him to visit his newly opened shooting club. Located on Holland Avenue, the shooting club occupied nearly 1,000 square meters in the prime real estate area of Central District, offering everything from shooting to archery to rock climbing and billiards. Chen Wan arrived early and brought a small gift. Qin Zhaoting asked if he had played before, and Chen Wan replied no. Just as Qin Zhaoting was about to teach him, an SUV drove up. 3 people came out. Chen Zhongnian remained expressionless, and Zhao Xinge was answering a phone call, so when Chen Wan greeted him during their passing, he might not have heard and thus didn't respond. Or perhaps he did hear and didn't respond. Chen Wan wasn't sure. Tan Yiming, having served as the driver the whole way, walked over twirling his car keys, pointing at Chen Zhongnian's back and saying, "Still sleepy," then pointed at Zhao Xinge's back and said, "No manners." Qin Zhaoting and Chen Wan. The club was full of high-tech features, and today they would play electronic target shooting, with 10 targets. There were 15 machines installed in the target trench, and the discs moved randomly, allowing shooters to fire in different directions, scoring based on rings hit. When choosing equipment, someone mentioned the Bailey Bay piece of land, and the rumor of Zhao Xinge building a new pier in Haishir had spread. Jiang Ying asked Zhao Xinge, "I heard you're going to adjust the budget." Tan Yiming spoke quickly, helping him answer, "He thinks the number isn't auspicious." Everyone fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Xinge slowly took off a pair of goggles, tried them on, and corrected the statement. Zhao Maozing's point is that when people get old, they tend to be superstitious. Everyone had doubts about this explanation because Minglong Elder's words no longer counted. In a definitive tone, Zhao Xinge said, "You wouldn't want the Titanic to sink on its maiden voyage, would you?" After he spoke, there was nothing else anyone could say. Many of the people present came from families whose businesses involved cruises and maritime shipping. If Bailey Bay dock were completed, at least 80% of Haishi's cargo ships would have to dock here. The deep water, wind-sheltered bay, long curve of shoreline, and vast capacity would set it apart. Someone said that once the dock was built, they would apply to be the first one to try it out. Another person half-jokingly responded that they should compete based on ability, adding that while they were friends, business was business. It was indeed a major event worthy of financial news coverage. Chen Wan listened silently, envying them a little. It wasn't jealousy of their immense wealth but an inexplicable sense of romance. Chen Wan was a very practical person, but when it came to matters involving Zhao Xinge, unrealistic romantic fantasies would arise in his mind. Being the first ship to sail at Zhao Xinge's new port seemed incredibly appealing. However, no matter how hard Chen Wan might try for decades, his dream would likely remain unattainable. Without any attempt to hide his true nature as a businessman, Zhao Xinge nodded agreeably and said, "That's negotiable, highest bidder wins." He switched into a white shooting suit, accentuating his broad shoulders and long legs, making him stand out like a crane among chickens. Choosing a small anchor-shaped void wing, he aimed and pulled the trigger in just 0.3 seconds, hitting the bullseye from 33 feet away. The sound of bang resonated amidst simulated gunpowder smoke, brimming with arrogance. At that moment, Chen Wan felt as if his soul had been struck. Qin Zhaoting walked over, asking him how he was doing with the game. Chen Wan was actually skilled with guns but had never displayed this talent in front of others. As an expert, Qin Zhaoting patiently introduced several types of firearms to Chen Wan and also gave him some pointers on shooting techniques and aiming methods. Looking refined and gentle, Chen Wan clearly appeared unfamiliar with guns. As today's host, he should naturally spend more time accompanying guests. Listening somewhat disinterestedly to Qin Zhaoting's explanations on gun basics, Chen Wan smiled and told him to go ahead with other tasks, not worrying about him. He'd practice alone for now. At that moment, someone called Qin Zhaoting, who apologetically patted his shoulder and offered help whenever needed. When Chen Wan picked up the gun, he carefully avoided touching Qin Zhaoting's hand. Looking down, he started loading the chamber when suddenly, sensing something, he quickly looked up. To his surprise, Zhao Xinge's gun was pointing straight at him. Chapter 20, His Mistake. Chen Wan's heart sank instantly. Before he could react, a bang sounded, and a light bullet whistled through the air, striking precisely at the target behind him. Standing still, Chen Wan was lost for words. The wall targets moved, it just happened to stop right behind him. While reloading the gun, Zhao Xinge wore a face shield, making his expression unclear. He then changed directions and quickly fired another shot. Raising the gun and pulling the trigger decisively. The mechanical female voice continuously broadcast 10 rings, echoing throughout the hall. The 2 shots occurred less than a second apart, each sound bursting by Chen Wan's ears. Myriad thoughts flashed across his mind. His expression remained unchanged, yet he was drenched in cold sweat. Zhao Xinge glanced at the bullseye to confirm the score. Their eyes crossed briefly, the meaning hidden behind impenetrable depths. Chen Wan's already startled heart raced even faster. He almost certainly thought this was Zhao Xinge's warning. Although it wasn't necessarily due to his secret feelings being discovered, something must have made Zhao Xinge feel uncomfortable or perceive a boundary crossing. Chen Wan's mind rapidly spun, retracing each step to guess what Zhao Xinge was warning about. But he thought he had concealed his intentions well enough that even Zhuo Zhishuan often doubted if he truly liked him, proving his acting skills weren't that clumsy. So where exactly did the problem lie? Chen Wan couldn't figure it out. Not that he cared too much about how Zhao Xinge saw him. For Chen Wan, what kind of person he was in Zhao Xinge's eyes wasn't too important, as there had never been any intention of standing out. It would be better if he remained a zero-presence bystander. This would make it easier for him to do what he intended, remain unnoticed and not alert the other party. Chen Wan stood still, pondering whether his very existence was already causing Zhao Xinga some distress. If that was true, then he'd been completely counterproductive. Initially, everything he did stemmed from the desire to make the other person's life easier. If his presence now irritated or displeased Zhao Xinga, there was really no point in continuing. It would only be burdensome. Secret love needed manners, it followed its basic rules. Not disturbing the person in question was the bottom line, while staying discreet was the principle. There was no reason nor justification for Zhao Xinga to bear even the slightest ripple caused by his feelings. He had made a mistake. Chen Wan's lips tightened into a straight line, and his heart sank to the ocean floor. When things wrapped up, he changed his clothes first and went out to wait on the lawn for the others. Haishi's weather was capricious. Just moments ago, the sun was shining brilliantly, but as a cloud passed by, it turned gloomy. Chen Wan fiddled with his phone, then walked along the road and trailed behind a young boy carrying a jute bag, helping him pick up several spilled empty bottles. The kid was startled, turned around, and said thank you. His face was flushed from the sun, yet his eyes were unusually dark. Drenched in sweat, his gaze was filled with timidity. This area didn't allow scavenging, fearing it might offend dignitaries. He crossed the highway secretly to get here because at the authorized spots, he couldn't snatch anything. Fearing security guards, the child quickly slung the jute bag over his shoulder and left. Wait. Chen Wan finished his red tea, opened the bottle cap, and handed it to him. The boy hesitated and looked him over, so Chen Wan extended the empty bottle again slightly toward him. Only then did the kid shyly smile and whisper, "Thank you," once more. Chen Wan understood exactly what he feared. Gazing at him without seeming to focus on him, he softly said, "Relax, they won't come over here." The child seemed embarrassed, and Chen Wan glanced at his full jute bag before suggesting, "Wouldn't crushing the bottles help you fit more?" "Me?" He couldn't speak Mandarin, so Chen Wan spoke Cantonese to him, pulling out a bottle from his jute bag to demonstrate, flattening, stacking, bundling, all done smoothly in one motion. The kid was astonished. Then Chen Wan asked, "Wanna try?" The child joined him, working through the remaining bottles in the jute bag. Chen Wan chatted idly with him, asking, "Where do you usually look?" In a tiny voice, the kid replied, "Dongyang Street." After binding all the bottles into one stack, Chen Wan said, "Is it hard to find there?" Yes, the child was disheartened. So go a few hundred meters towards Wong Tai Sin Park. In an alley behind Temple Street, there's a small doorway where you should be able to squeeze through. The Shah family mansion security patrol doesn't cover that area. The kid gave him a skeptical glance, feeling incredibly off about such an elegant-looking individual teaching him how to scavenge. It seemed strange, bizarre even, hard to believe. How do you know? Chen Wan smiled faintly, "You'll see if I'm telling the truth after you check it yourself." "Oh. Do you go to school?" "Yeah." "Tired? Going to school and collecting bottles?" The child nodded. Dust clung to the cuffs of Chen Wan's trousers, which he bent down to brush clean, squatting by the roadside to meet the child's eyes. "Why don't you treat this as an extra treasure hunt game?" "A treasure hunt game? What can I possibly find?" Chen Wan was looking at him, but also not looking directly, saying softly, "I don't know, you have to find that out yourself. Everyone discovers something different." The child perked up a little and responded, "Okay." Chen Wan helped him tie up the jute bag mouth, his movements practiced and brisk, as though he'd done this hundreds of times, advising, "These are enough for one trip to the recycling station. Don't stockpile too much, and don't wait until night to go." Prices would drop at night, and veteran scavengers awaited easy opportunities to steal and seize others' hard-earned hauls. The gate opened, and someone walked out. The child, afraid of being scolded, hesitated for a moment to glance at Chen Wan before rushing away with the heavy woven bag on his shoulder. He looked back twice and moved his lips as if wanting to say something but ultimately stayed silent. The person who came out was Qin Zhaoting. Coming over to stand beside Chen Wan, he asked, "Was that a beggar boy?" He explained further, "I've already arranged for extra patrols, but there's no foolproof way to prevent everything." Chen Wan didn't comment, instead, he shifted the topic. Behind them on the second floor, in front of the window of the innermost dressing room, Zhao Xinga stood, looking down at the scene below while unfastening his wrist guard. Qin Zhaoting exchanged some pleasant words with Chen Wan, laughter bright on his face, and gave a light pat on his shoulder. Chen Wan was also smiling, but there was a very subtle difference between the smile he gave Qin Zhaoting and the one he had given the little scavenger. From the second floor, it wasn't clear enough to make out details, but Zhao Xinga's insight was too sharp not to notice. The group finished changing clothes and came out one by one, walking toward the parking lot, chatting along the way. Halfway through, Chen Wan stopped, claiming he had left something behind. He asked everyone to go ahead without waiting for him. Walking back with his head down, his grip was tight. He had already made up his mind not to meddle in matters that didn't concern him. There were so many pitiable people in the world, and Chen Wan lived cautiously himself, far from being any kind of savior. But still. The child dragged the excessively loaded sack slowly, and Chen Wan soon caught up. The kid turned around warily, and Chen Wan smiled, saying, "It's me." A flicker of brightness appeared in the child's eyes as Chen Wan glanced at his toes rubbed raw from the journey. Is there a phone number I can reach you at? Or any other way? Shaking his head, the child provided an address near Wong Tai Sin Park. It was one of his small hiding spots, and nobody knew about it. Chen Wan didn't press further, he simply nodded and said, "Tend to your foot when you get home. We'll see each other again." The child watched his retreating figure until the setting sun painted the young man with a halo of gentle sanctity, making him look like a god descending from the sky only to disappear gradually into the distance. When Chen Wan returned, only the host's side position remained available. These well-off gentlemen usually ate too much luxurious cuisine, so Qin Zhaoting had prepared some authentic family-style Cantonese dishes today to change the palate. Even the dessert after the meal was bowl cake, sold only by street vendors on Lo Chung Bay Road. There were many flavors: red bean, coconut, and pineapple. People eating bowl cakes nowadays did so mostly for nostalgia, as it was a popular snack in High City during their childhoods. After all the heavy meat dishes, the refreshing desserts became surprisingly popular. When there was only one cake left in the dish, Zhao Xinge and Qin Zhaoting simultaneously picked it up with chopsticks. The atmosphere grew momentarily awkward. Tan Yuming leaned against Shen Zongnian, her keen eyes gleaming with anticipation. It wasn't just a matter of bringing another plate out, this was about what happened in the moment. Though she enjoyed watching others become uncomfortable, whether it be Qin Zhaoting or Zhao Xinge, especially since she'd never seen Zhao Xinge flustered in all her life. Unfortunately, she didn't get the spectacle she was hoping for. In situations where Chen Wan was present, it was genuinely hard for things to become awkward. Chen Wan asked Qin Zhaoting if he would like to eat his portion. The bowl cakes were served individually. The server placed one in front of Chen Wan, and he hadn't touched it at all. Qin Zhaoting, known for his agreeable nature, casually asked since Chen Wan was sitting next to him. After all, it wouldn't do for Zhao Xinge to eat someone else's food. Seeing Chen Wan's slightly bent eyes turning towards Qin Zhaoting, Zhao Xinge politely declared he was full, adding that it would be best if Mr. Qin helped finish it off to avoid waste. Chen Wan wasn't fond of bowl cakes. For the rich lords accustomed to exotic delicacies, it might have been a new taste experience, but for Chen Wan, it brought no pleasant memories. Back then, Song Qingyao had hidden him in a cramped 10-square-meter building without supervision, amidst a chaotic slum filled with bullies. Older children would throw the bowl cake Song Qingyao left for him into dog holes, forcing him to compete with dogs for scraps, or stomp on them and shove his head into the mess to make him consume it. No matter how sweet the bowl cake tasted, Chen Wan could always sense a bitter tang beneath it. Disappointed that she hadn't witnessed the drama she anticipated, Tan Yuming fiddled with Shen Zongnian's phone. The last bowl cake eventually ended up in Zhao Xinge's bowl, though he only took one bite. Taking care of Zhao Xinge was an ingrained notion deep in Chen Wan's mind. Noticing that the other hadn't eaten much, he instinctively picked up some osmanthus seeds to suggest trying them out. But halfway through the gesture, he suddenly remembered he shouldn't do this anymore, so he stopped and didn't offer them. Tan Yuming tilted her head and shot a sideways glance at Zhao Xinge. "What's with the face?" Zhao Xinge glanced at Qin Zhaoting, put down his chopsticks, and leaned back against the chair. "It's nothing special." Chen Wan froze for a second, lowering his eyes and setting down the osmanthus seeds. Qin Zhaoting immediately took them from his hand and asked, "What is this?" Chen Wan smiled faintly, his expression imperceptibly abnormal. "Honey-soaked osmanthus seeds, they're meant to be sprinkled on top of bowl cakes." Qin Zhaoting asked again, "Do we just add it?" "How much? Can you help me with this?" Chen Wan mechanically took his own bowl cake, added a little sprinkle, and placed it in front of Qin Zhaoting. After biting into it, Qin Zhaoting turned to everyone and smiled, "I actually find it quite palatable." During the tea break, a server came in and set out cigarette-making tools on the table. At that time in High City, it was fashionable to mix tobacco with specially made tea leaves, infusing nicotine with the aroma of tea. This new trend was widely popular. Some wealthy individuals affected an air of sophistication by rolling their own cigarettes instead of smoking factory-made ones, leading many restaurants and hotels to add these tools to their tea tables. Chen Wan preferred staying out of the spotlight and didn't seek connections or attention, quietly sitting in the corner rolling cigarettes. After finishing, he realized he had made a de Hong Pao cigarette. Thinking it inappropriate, he immediately wanted to discard it, but Qin Zhaoting saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Wan, is there anything you can't do?" Chen Wan shook his head and laughed lightly. "I just did it randomly." Qin Zhaoting questioned further, "What did you roll?" Before Chen Wan could decide how to answer, Qin Zhaoting identified it himself. "De Hong Pao. Can I try it?" Chen Wan wasn't very willing to give it away, he knew exactly who he had made it for, even if Zhao Xinge might not appreciate it, he didn't want anyone else to have it. "This one dropped on the floor, it's dirty. Let me roll you another kind." Since there was nothing better to do anyway, Chen Wan decided to roll a few more. He made Tiguanyan for Shui Jishuan, Sweet Engine for Tan Yuming, and also tried other varieties. Anyone who wanted to try could come take one. "Alright," Qin Zhaoting agreed and took the one from Chen Wan's hand, setting it aside. "You go ahead and make it. I'll watch and learn." Tan Yuming noticed this exchange and grumbled discontentedly, "The two of you are secretly enjoying good things." She shouted loudly enough for everyone to choose their preferred smoke, Baihao, Dan Song, Jingshan Xiaozhong. Zhao Xinga casually scanned the room and saw the lonely de Hongpao tossed into the trash bin, its scattered leaves mixed with fruit peels and paper scraps. Zhao Xinga stood quietly for a moment, unnoticed by anyone. When someone realized they had forgotten their lighter, Chen Wan gentlemanly offered his own. It wasn't Cartier, it was a Zorro. Turned out, Chen Wan owned several beautifully designed lighters. Expensive yet ultimately trivial. As the lighter returned to Chen Wan's hand, he slipped it into his trouser pocket. After returning from the sea trip, he had upgraded his carry-on lighter to the latest and best model. But he would never need it again. Everything was beginning to lose its meaning. Chen Wan had always firmly believed that as long as he didn't disturb or interfere with Zhao Xinga, he could continue living his silent dream indefinitely. However, it seemed like that wouldn't work anymore. The dream was about to end. Chapter 21, A Casual Leaf. For quite a while, Tan Yuming remained extremely annoyed. Chen Wan no longer showed up at the young master's gatherings, but his name was frequently mentioned by others, discussing his current situation. Later, Zhao Xinga simply stopped attending altogether. He wasn't exactly an important person, akin to a random leaf drifting into the window, unable to take up too much space or linger too long in Zhao Xinga's heart. Gradually, it felt like he was indeed forgotten. Zhao Xinga was extremely busy. His demeanor was low-key, but his actions were swift and decisive. The Baoli Bay Dock project was quickly launched, and though nearly 100 companies in High City expressed interest in investing, only the Shen family, Jiang family, and Su family secured a share, leaving even the Zhua family excluded. Speculations arose particularly about the Su family, praising the charm of the Su family's daughter. Zhao Xinga had always maintained caution regarding High City's economy. If possible, he preferred collaborating with inland regions. The inland economy is stable, with policy support and necessary strong regulation. After the three of them finished their meeting at Minglong Building, they walked out of the conference room together. Shen Zhongyan looked at his phone and said, He Xingyuan agreed. Next Wednesday at 9 in the evening, Shaotan Mountain. He Xingyuan was the ship king of High City who later went to the Netherlands to develop European routes. Zhao Xinga planned to build a dock at Baoli Bay, which could not be done without He Xingyuan's cooperation. Shen Zhongyan said, from what he mentioned, he seems to want to bring some people along. Informal talks usually involved mutual friends or veterans from the industry present, making conversations smoother and leaving more room for negotiation. We also need to bring people, Tan Yuming said, thinking that with only 3 or 4 on their side compared to the numerous others, they'd lack presence. Moreover, He Xingyuan enjoys lively gatherings. Unfortunately, Tan Yuming rested one leg on the other knee, however lively it gets, can it match me? Shen Zhongyan. Zhao Xinga had been back in the country for quite some time. Unlike at first when he kept his distance and had lofty standards, he now only requested, just don't do anything unreliable. Tan Yuming was widely revered and responded to in High City, his diverse network included people from all walks of life. Zhao Xinga, with high standards, did not approve of them. Tisk, Tan Yuming didn't know what Zhao Xinga's standard for reliable was. In fact, he thought he himself was reliable but knew the other party would surely object. So, he asked directly, who do you think is reliable? Zhao Xinga looked at him seriously and said, I thought inviting people was your responsibility. Shen Zhongyan, who rarely gave opinions, looked at Zhao Xinga and suggested to Tan Yuming, how about Chen Wan? With Chen Wan around, the atmosphere would always improve significantly. Even barefaced negotiations and fierce confrontations would be softened by a veneer of harmony. This veneer proved quite useful as many things became easier to discuss. Although Chen Wan seldom spoke, he somehow managed to play this crucial role. Zhao Xinga paused for a moment, asking, are there any other options? Tan Yuming quickly peeked from behind Shen Zhongyan, agreeing with his suggestion, none. I don't know anyone more reliable than him. Zhao Xinga neither confirmed nor denied this, remaining silent for a moment before saying gently, if he's busy, consider someone else. Forcing others to comply is meaningless and burdensome. Confused, Tan Yuming stared at him, feeling that Zhao Xinga was pretending again with false righteousness. Without hesitation, Tan Yuming called Chen Wan first. The secretary informed him that Chen Wan was in a meeting. So, Tan Yuming dialed Zhuo Zhishuan directly. Zhuo Zhishuan, staying at his own hotel, replied, I'll ask him shortly, but he's quite occupied recently, so it's uncertain if he can make it. Chen Wan might seem easy to summon and dismiss, but only if he wished to cooperate. Otherwise, no one could force him to do something he didn't want to. Tan Yuming asked genuinely, what's keeping him busy? Need help? His tone reflected some sincerity. Initially, he respected Chen Wan for Zhuo Zhishuan's sake, but later, he truly acknowledged and accepted him. Tan Yuming makes friends regardless of family background or social status, solely based on whether the person interests him or fits his preferences. Zhuo Zhishuan, unaware that Tan Yuming and Zhao Xinga were together and that Tan Yuming had the call on speaker, talked freely, mockingly saying, he's busy going on blind dates, preparing to become the son-in-law of an oil tycoon. Tan Yuming burst into laughter, wow, Mr. Su Qihua sure has sharp eyes. Taking the baseless rumor as fact, he added, by the way, his daughter used to be my classmate in German lessons. She's a pretty fun girl and really suits our Wan. When they get married, we should definitely receive an invitation from Juan, and I'll definitely send a big red envelope. Zhuo Zhishuan said, I will surely relay your message faithfully. Tan Yuming hung up the phone and looked up, asking Zhao Xinga what they wanted to eat for lunch. Zhao Xinga seemed lost in thought. Zhao Xinga? Tan Yuming called out again. Zhao Xinga shook his head, walking past him and murmuring softly, you eat. I have work to do. Tan Yuming, puzzled, turned to Shen Zongnian, isn't it weird not to eat even when working? Shen Zongnian glanced at Zhao Xinga and remained silent. Upon returning to his office, Zhao Xinga did not feel hungry and decided to continue working as usual. Chen Wan has been extremely busy lately. Kuxiang has been bidding for a very important case recently and encountered some issues, so he needs to find connections to facilitate matters. Misfortune never comes singly. Song Qingmiao has started to cause him trouble again. Song Qingmiao met Su Enyi in a flower arrangement class. Su Enyi noticed the jade bracelet on her wrist and liked it, leading to their acquaintance. Song Qingmiao isn't very old but looks much younger, and when women hit it off, they can quickly become friends. This jade was selected personally by my son during his business trip to the northwest. The jade Chen Wan chose himself wasn't extremely expensive but had fine craftsmanship. Su Enyi smiled appreciatively, he's such a filial son with good taste. This design certainly wasn't made from a mold. Song Qingmiao didn't take the time to deeply appreciate all the effort and affection Chen Wan had poured into her, just giving her a sly smile and saying, he's indeed a good boy, and quite handsome too. After discovering that the Su family was the renowned Su family, Song Qingmiao became scheming. Su Enyi, on the other hand, was completely unashamed and asked, is he? Do you have any photos? Let me take a look. As an art student, she thought there were few men nowadays who possessed good aesthetic judgment. Song Qingmiao took out her phone and flipped through her photo album to show her. Su Enyi was direct, really handsome, well-bred gentleman. Song Qingmiao beamed with delight and said, next time, if I have free time, I'll ask him to pick me up so you young people can meet each other and make friends. Su Enyi nodded graciously, good idea. Song Qingmiao was overjoyed. That night, she told Chen Wan about it, but after hearing, he remained silent for a few seconds. No matter what Song Qingmiao said, he felt she wouldn't listen anyway. Finally, he just replied, sorry, I might not have time. It was the truth. The project still hung unresolved, leaving him overwhelmed with work and unable to handle everything. Moreover, Song Qingmiao sometimes was naively excessive to the point where he didn't know how to start addressing her behavior. She was utterly unreasonable yet stubborn, as though if Chen Wan refused to meet Su Enyi, it would be a tremendous loss for her. But Song Qingmiao never considered what kind of family they were dealing with or their true intentions, anyone could see right through their ulterior motives. Recently, conflicts within the Chen family had escalated, with second and third branches increasing their efforts secretly. Song Qingmiao also began to grow anxious, losing her temper. Why do you always say you don't have time when I want you to accompany me? Chen Wan worked overtime until his eyes were red, holding a cigarette, and quietly asked, do you really want me to come with you? He was willing to spend a lot of time and money on Song Qingmiao and had proposed more than once that she move out of the Chen residence, either to live with him or buy another property. Although Song Qingmiao was naive, absurd, and selfish, she was still Chen Wan's only blood relation left in this world, so he still wanted to treat her kindly. However, Song Qingmiao declined every offer straightforwardly. Song Qingmiao was adept at manipulating men, including her own son. Softening her tone, she spoke earnestly for once, baby, you know how my first half of life was. And you haven't forgotten what happened when you were little, right? I haven't forgotten, but, Chen Wan felt disappointed and sad. After pondering for a moment, he asked, do you want me to repeat the same mistakes? What do you mean? Song Qingmiao's voice instantly turned cold, are you looking down on me? Chen Wan, if it weren't for me. No. Chen Wan interrupted her, of course not. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. The grievances and disputes between the older generation weren't his place to judge. As a son, he absolutely should not speak like this to his mother. All he wanted was to protect what he believed to be right to the greatest extent possible. Chen Wan softened his tone and apologized once more, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Song Qingmiao sniffed lightly. Chen Wan cautiously suggested, I just feel that we can completely escape from our past way of living. Free from pandering to authority for personal gain, free from constant intrigue and deception, life could become simpler and purer. Song Qingmiao sighed bitterly, escape. You're still so immature. What skills do you have to escape? All you know how to do is run away. Chen Wan gave a bitter laugh before finally stopping to fantasize about her change, saying, yes, sorry, I failed to meet your expectations. Song Qingmiao was about to say something, but someone called Chen Wan on his side, so the call had to end unhappily. A partner came in and said, Shi Zhangmin replied. He's willing to have a meal with you. Chen Wan finally showed a smile and said, that's great. Han Jin frowned and sighed, smoking less would be good for you. You were such a mess last time and didn't take care of yourself properly. Don't rely on being young forever, you're ruining your health. Chen Wan stubbed out the cigarette butt and smiled faintly, no problem. The pressure was overwhelming, and without an outlet, his mind felt as if it was going to shut down. Chapter 22, Very Dumb Person. The dinner appointment was set 2 days later. Shi Zhangmin was around 60 years old, with slightly graying temples. He was very amiable and lacked pretense. In his early years, he was a renowned action star both on the mainland and Taiwan, having won the Golden Horse Award for Best Supporting Actor. Later, when he reached a certain age, he abandoned acting to go into business. Chen Wan specialized in technology, and initial R&D was a cash-draining process. A steady and powerful source of funding was urgently needed. In the recent sluggish economy of High City, he had his eye on a promising project backed by inland investment. However, this sort of prime opportunity typically didn't come to small companies like his. Shi Zhangmin enjoyed high popularity both in the mainland and Taiwan and had an extensive network of connections. It was rumored that one director over there was his old fan, so Chen Wan wanted to give it a try. Chen Wan didn't know Shi Zhangmin, but they were introduced by a mutual friend. Chen Wan had good interpersonal relationships, and most people who could help him were usually willing to lend a hand. It was because of Chen Wan's sincere efforts, making 3 visits to see Shi Zhangmin, that he agreed to meet him for the first time. Moreover, a close friend of Shi Zhangmin assured him that this young man was worth meeting. Even if things didn't work out, this young friend was still worth getting to know. Shi Zhangmin met Chen Wan, who turned out to be quite exceptional, and their conversation was pleasant. However, Shi Zhangmin was still very straightforward. "Young man, how did you think of coming to me? Coming to me is the slowest and most circuitous route." Chen Wan knew well enough, but this was already the fastest and closest path he could find. Unfazed by Shi Zhangmin's comment, Chen Wan replied, "Mr. Shi, even if it's true, I don't fear slowness." Seeing Chen Wan remained calm under pressure, Shi Zhangmin questioned him further about some plans. Chen Wan gave answers confidently. Shi Zhangmin said, "I say I can't help because this isn't modesty, it's a very complicated matter." Even then, no look of disappointment appeared on Chen Wan's face. Instead, Shi Zhangmin continued, "I can only introduce you to some contacts. The rest will depend on your own follow-up." Chen Wan was already thrilled at Shi Zhangmin's willingness to help. Although the chances were slim, he wasn't afraid of failure. Raising a glass of wine, he toasted to Shi Zhangmin. Shi Zhangmin said, "This really might not succeed. The connections over there are deeply entangled, and dealing with officials is challenging. Can you drink alcohol? That drinking scene isn't a joke, it's pure torture." Chen Wan replied, "My alcohol tolerance is decent. Even if you can drink, success isn't guaranteed. Not only may you miss out on this opportunity, but also waste your time. Your latter stage financial leverage has such a long period, it's difficult to handle," referring to how many billionaires in recent years hadn't managed through tough times. "I understand. I'll do my best. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Shi." As if aware that trying to stop Chen Wan from jumping into this river was futile, Shi Zhangmin stopped advising. After a few drinks, he got up to go to the restroom, while Chen Wan sent a message to the partner in the private room, saying that he might need to go on a business trip soon to strengthen relations there. Hearing the door open, he pocketed his phone, refilled the wine glasses, and smiled, saying, "Mr. Shi." Shi Zhangmin chuckled warmly, followed by a tall person behind him. A storm of wind swept through Chen Wan's heart, but his expression remained calm as he stood up. It had been a long time since he'd seen Zhao Xinge, and Chen Wan had been extremely busy. But perhaps it was also possible that after the warning last time, Chen Wan dared not visit Zhao Xinge and therefore kept himself fully occupied. Chen Wan was uncertain whether Zhao Xinge wanted others to know they were acquainted, so he simply stood respectfully nearby and didn't initiate a greeting. Shi Zhangmin greeted enthusiastically, "Ah Wan, this is Mr. Zhao Xinge, a friend of mine. We haven't seen each other in a long time. We happened to meet on the road, so I invited him over for a drink." Shi Zhangmin never expected to run into Zhao Xinge here. In High City, just seeing Zhao Xinge once could be very hard. Chen Wan smiled as if it were their first meeting, saying politely, "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Xinge scrutinized him for a moment and noticed that he looked much thinner. Keeping the conversation professional, he nodded briefly, "Mr. Chen, it's been a long time." Shi Zhangmin looked surprised. He originally did not want others to know about his connection with Chen Wan, but as they got acquainted, he still thought this young man was quite exceptional, just a bit unfortunate. There had been some gossip circulating in High City's social circle about his mother's situation before. Perhaps it was truly because one grew softer-hearted with age. He thought that if he could introduce Chen Wan to Zhao Xinge, things would go much smoother. However, it turned out they already knew each other. "Ah Wan, why didn't you tell me you know Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Xinge also turned his gaze toward Chen Wan. Quickly lowering his head to pour tea for Zhao Xinge, Chen Wan replied to Shi Zhangmin, "I didn't know you and Mr. Zhao were friends." Zhao Xinge neither drank the tea nor said anything. Earlier, Shi Zhangmin had thought Chen Wan astute, but now he felt the young man was somewhat slow-witted. Subtly, he hinted that Zhao Xinge was an expert in energy matters. If they established a connection, then not only that project but also future resources wouldn't be a worry anymore. However, Chen Wan seemed like he hadn't picked up on the signals at all. He neither offered drinks nor tried to initiate a conversation, simply sitting quietly and listening. While Shi Zhangmin chatted animatedly with Zhao Xinge, Chen Wan discreetly called the manager over to order more dishes, flipping through the menu carefully page by page. Given the preparations for the new dock's groundbreaking ceremony, Chen Wan noticed traces of fatigue in Zhao Xinge's furrowed brows when he walked in. The man had evidently lost some weight. Zhao Xinge was definitely the type who, if something wasn't to his taste, wouldn't eat even if hungry, and he'd never ask for anyone's help either. After ordering, Chen Wan asked the manager to expedite the dishes. Although he no longer felt confident about understanding Zhao Xinge's preferences, he didn't dare to appear overly solicitous. This meal was meant to honor Shi Zhangmin, so naturally, Shi Zhangmin's friend was also his guest. As Zhao Xinge listened to Shi Zhangmin talk, he watched soup and dim sum being served one after another, their inviting warmth wafting upward. His heart stirred slightly, but he still sighed inwardly. Was Chen Wan smart or dumb? He started reconsidering his judgment. Halfway through, he hadn't mentioned any business matters, focusing solely on meticulously choosing courses from the menu. With no harsh tone, Zhao Xinge asked in a fairly gentle manner, "Aren't you full?" Upon hearing this question, both others paused momentarily. He hadn't named anyone specifically, but it was obviously directed at Chen Wan. Not a single useful word had been uttered, yet studying the menu seemed so thorough. Studying it so seriously without eating, ordering too much food but not lifting chopsticks. Chen Wan could only say, "The manager said these are seasonal novelties, Mr. Zhao might want to try them." Seated between the two, Shi Zhangmin silently observed the young men, doubts arising in his mind. From the tone of Chen Wan earlier, he assumed the two weren't very close, but Zhao Xinge's tone made him uncertain again. Playing peacemaker, Shi Zhangmin laughed and said, "Let's all try them. Earlier, Ah Wan and I were busy drinking wine, and we barely paid attention to the food." Glancing at someone whose chopsticks had barely moved, Zhao Xinge sighed inwardly and said, "Eat first, then chat." Seeing Zhao Xinge willing to eat, Chen Wan was actually pleased, and since he ranked lowest among them, he began serving soup. With little appetite himself, Zhao Xinge watched as Chen Wan finished half a bowl before taking a sip. Eating while talking, Shi Zhangmin spoke often, and Chen Wan remained mostly silent. Zhao Xinge took the initiative to semi-factually inquire about the mainland investment in accordance with Shi Zhangmin's words. His voice, low and cool, carried an innate sense of authority and control when discussing business matters. Stunned, Chen Wan felt beads of cold sweat run down his spine. He hurriedly but diplomatically clarified that he harbored no inappropriate designs on the energy market. Currently, real estate in High City's traditional industry was declining, and energy formed the backbone of the economy. Qixiang specialized in intermediate synthetic technologies, merely one small segment within the entire energy production line. Furthermore, this technology was virtually monopolized by Minglong, rendering any threat or partnership via the latest patents held by Chen Wan almost irrelevant. Intellectual property, especially in an era where market industry standards were less developed, was a highly sensitive topic. Chen Wan grew increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. He even put down his chopsticks and served tea to both men, showing a hint of apology for any offense. At this point, Zhao Xinge and Shi Zhangmin both fell silent. Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Xinge looked at Chen Wan with a calm expression but remembered what the latter had said to Song Qingyao that day at Lianjing Temple. Never mind. Chen Wan was not stupid. Zhao Xinge, having his own pride, wouldn't say another word if Chen Wan treated him as a venomous snake and avoided him altogether. They barely touched the newly added dishes before Zhao Xinge stood up politely to bid farewell to Shi Zhangmin. Shi Zhangmin attempted to detain him, but Zhao Xinge left nonetheless. Chen Wan felt anxious and at a loss. He thought Zhao Xinge's appetite had been decent, until the topic of business came up, which dampened Zhao's interest entirely. He sighed inwardly, convinced that Zhao Xinge must now believe him to be manipulative. Perhaps no one in the world would believe that he truly didn't intend to get anything from Zhao Xinge. After Zhao Xinge left, Shi Zhangmin remarked that Chen Wan was too honest in dealing with people. Chen Wan laughed lightly, saying he was simply clumsy with words and wasn't good at speaking. Shi Zhangmin, looking at him through somewhat clear eyes, said, "It's not that you're bad at talking, it's that your heart is naive." However, naivety meant purity. Chen Wan poured tea for Shi Zhangmin and called the waiter to pack up the mostly untouched food and pastries on the table. He could only take them home to eat slowly. Maybe so, since Shi Zhangmin called him dumb, Song Qingyao called him dumb, Zhujiqian also called him dumb, he might indeed be very dumb, always doing very dumb things. Chapter 23, I have no other friends. Zhao Xinge made up his mind not to ask again once he decided not to. Occasionally bumping into references from Tan Yuming and Zhujiqian, he could stay unperturbed without feeling moved. Zhao Xinge wouldn't give himself the chance to make the same mistake 3 times. Things should not exceed 3 times, businessmen most value minimizing timely losses. Fortunately, Shi Zhangmin valued keeping promises and quickly helped Chen Wan establish connections. With strong execution, Chen Wan quickly sprang into action. Indeed, Shi Zhangmin hadn't misled him. The water ran deep, deeply enough to shock Chen Wan and leave him unsure how to proceed. For several consecutive months, Zhujiqian couldn't find Chen Wan. Even messages were replied sporadically, prompting worry, leading him to directly call and ask, "What? Are you busier than Zhao Xinge now?" Monica said you didn't go for follow-ups last week. Not trying to wait for me to catch you at your doorstep, are you? Technically, a doctor shouldn't tell others about their patient's condition, but Chen Wan's situation was special, and Zhuo Ziqian genuinely cared about him. Monica hoped that Zhuo Ziqian could offer some comfort, so occasionally she shared non-privacy-related information about Chen Wan with Zhuo Ziqian. Chen Wan was working overtime, flustered, yet felt some warmth from his friend's concern. Oh, I took a leave from the doctor. I am indeed very busy recently. Once everything is settled, I'll invite you out for dinner. As a young master, Zhuo Ziqian knew how hard Chen Wan worked, but he never really experienced firsthand the hardships of someone without support smiling and flattering potential clients, constantly running around. After a brief silence, he sighed, "What's wrong with you? There's something you need to talk to us about." "I'm fine, still working on the project from last time, plenty to do. How about you two? How have things been recently?" "Not much fun," Zhuo Ziqian said, "not having you around is quite boring." Chen Wan pressed between his eyebrows, "Even when I'm there, I don't talk much. He just watched the young masters play, rarely participating." "That's different. But actually, Zhao Xingde doesn't come out much these days either." Zhuo Ziqian hadn't met with Zhao Xingde much more frequently than with Chen Wan. These days, Chen Wan, traveling everywhere sleeplessly, occasionally heard that name, as if suddenly coming back to his senses amid all the lowly groveling, and saw a glimpse of rosy clouds. The rosy clouds were beautiful, vast, and boundless, belonging to another world, giving Chen Wan a moment of liberation. "Let's not talk about him anymore." Zhuo Ziqian was slightly resentful. For such a long time, Zhao Xingde hadn't asked even a single word about Chen Wan's whereabouts, whereas Jiang Ying, who met Chen Wan later, often inquired about his recent well-being. Zhao Xingde's coldness wasn't in his words, his posture, or even on the surface. It was embedded deep within his bones and blood. Zhuo Ziqian had already seen through him, cold-hearted, oblivious to everything beyond himself, and overly self-absorbed with too many issues. Chen Wan, however, thought silently, why isn't he speaking more? Say a little more. Zhuo Ziqian talked about other things and repeatedly reminded Chen Wan that if there were truly insurmountable problems, he shouldn't shoulder them alone, he must confide in him. Chen Wan agreed sincerely. In the evening, Zhao Xingde turned down an invitation from Tan Yuming. In any place where Tan Yuming and Zhuo Ziqian were present, that name always popped up. And Zhao Xingde no longer wanted to hear it. He had no interest in matters related to Chen Wan and only believed the other party to be unwise. Since childhood, Zhao Xingde had been brought up under the education of survival of the fittest and the triumph of the strong. He didn't believe in hard work being rewarded by fate or the perseverance of drops of water wearing away stone. The turtle only wins in the story of the tortoise and the hare, a matter of pure luck and chance. People who insisted on taking detours deserved to suffer a bit and gain some memory. Until he saw Chen Wan again at the Galaxy Bay Casino Hotel. Thinner. The leaves on the branches looked almost completely dried out. Zhao Xingde could hardly recognize this person as the one who once accidentally floated into his window. Dressed in a simple but high-quality black silk shirt, the man appeared both luxurious and noble. Paired with well-tailored suit pants accentuating a slim waist, he carried an impeccable smile while raising toasts and playing cards with others. Skilled at dealing with all sorts of situations, fluent in flattery and negotiation, he seemed to move effortlessly among the crowd due to his charm and pleasant nature. Playing poker, handling chips and coins, made him look less like the usual gentle and kind figure, rather appearing somewhat vulgar enough to stir an indescribable desire. Chen Wan was beautiful, yet held a lower position, which gave him a certain fragility, a sense of being broken but still standing, causing a peculiar itch in the observer's heart. Amidst the splendid lights, Zhao Xingde couldn't decipher Chen Wan's true expression, so he judged it to be an automatic facade, numb and insincere, yet strangely mesmerizing. He really wanted to call Zhuo Ziqian and Tan Yuming to come take a look at what their old friend now resembled. Though Zhao Xingde had resolved not to further interfere with someone as aloof as Chen Wan, he also thought occasionally showing a bit of compassion wouldn't hurt. Minglong signed more charitable donation funds every month than this required, after all. But facts showed that Zhao Xingde had been too arrogant. When the secretary reported that the project had already been shortlisted before they acted, Zhao Xingde lifted his head from the report sheets. The secretary flipped through the folders for him, mentioning a few things, and Zhao Xingde slowly furrowed his brows. On the morning when the partner informed Kexiang of its successful bid, Chen Wan's heart, which had been taut for an entire month, finally relaxed, giving him a sense of landing abruptly after hovering at the edge of a cliff. He had even prepared for the last step because during that night at Galaxy Bay, despite having drunk quite a lot, the other side hadn't shown any signs of giving in. Yet again, fact proved that heaven rewards diligence and efforts are never wasted. Chen Wan was pleased. He prepared to honor his promise by inviting Zhuo Ziqian to celebrate over a meal but first faced his aggressive questioning visit. "Chen Wan, what is wrong with you? Did you go to attend the customs hearing? Did you make accusations? If others hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Who gave you the guts?" Had it not been for family connections in the customs department, he would never have known that Chen Wan, as a third-party testing representative, participated in exposing a major foreign trade smuggling case involving a series of officials accused of embezzlement and bribery. The influence was significant, and the public targeting role pushed forward amidst political conflicts was avoided by everyone else. When Zhuo Ziqian learned of Chen Wan's involvement, he was scared speechless. Do you know what kind of people Luo Qianxing has behind him? Wanting to bring him down in one hearing. Too naive, Chen Wan. Let me tell you, once someone bails him out, you'll just become a discarded pawn, losing your value, left at their mercy. Chen Wan waited quietly for him to vent, then calmly explained, Xian, doing business is just like this, you give, and you also lose. If he wanted to secure that project, he needed to pay the price. His requirements included overthrowing the Luo faction, and since he possessed professional qualifications, he was eligible to serve as a third-party witness. While others were unwilling, he volunteered. Thus, this business deal became his. Chen Wan's words ignited Zhuo Ziqian's anger once again. He had grown weary of his friend's stubborn and unilateral decision-making, so this is what you mean by having a plan. You can solve it. Haven't I told you before that if something isn't manageable, you must let me know, so we could figure it out together? Didn't I say that? Didn't you agree? Were you just agreeing for the sake of agreement? Are you being sarcastic with me or do you not trust me? Yes, I am incapable. But isn't Tan Yuming around? If Tan Yuming can't handle it, there's Shen Zongnian. And if all else fails, I'll beg Zhao Xinge, alright? I'll personally go to his house and plead with him. Is there anything in High City that Zhao Xinge can't resolve? Why do you have to be so stubborn? Why couldn't you ask anyone but him, Zhao Xinge? Is he so special and superior? Zhuo Ziqian was truly angry, his voice cracking. Chen Wan, you always act like this, adamant, refusing to listen to others. Refusing to accept help from others. Do you think sacrificing yourself without expecting anything in return makes you noble? Is walking on the edge of life so heroic? Back when Chen Wan first started his career, he did even crazier things. He drank until he caused stomach bleeding to secure an order, played target practice games with officials just to sign a document. He looked like a quiet and gentle man, outwardly a perfect gentleman, but in reality, he was reckless, tough on others, crueler to himself, and relentless in pursuing his goals. Zhuo Ziqian used to often lament how useful it would be if he himself were capable. He carried only the superficial title of a young master, yet he could offer no real assistance when his friends were suffering. When Zhuo Ziqian said this, Chen Wan would always look at him in confusion. What nonsense are you talking about? What does it have to do with you? It was his refusal to remain a humble worm at the mercy of the Chen family that pushed him to pursue independence, even to get closer to Zhao Xinge. Once chosen, he had to take responsibility for it. But Zhuo Ziqian was furious this time, his anger so intense that it nearly choked him. His accusations left no quarter. Chen Wan, tell me frankly, I know that people like Tan Yuming and Shen Zongnian don't amount to much in your book as friends. Don't contradict me. Do you really think I can't see that you always maintain invisible boundaries and distinctions, no matter how polite and obliging you may appear on the surface? I understand all this, and it doesn't matter about others. But me. Have I ever been anything more than a mere acquaintance to you? Am I truly your friend? Answer honestly, are you my friend? Since the day when Zhuo Shengyan pushed me into the water and everyone watched, except for you who jumped in to save me without hesitation, I've considered you my best friend. And you? What do you think of me? Isn't it so hard to tell me when something big happens? You think you're brave, but you're actually cold-blooded and devoid of conscience. You, Chen Wan, seem to be the one most bound by emotion and morality, but you're the least empathetic among us. With almost explosive accusation, Zhuo Ziqian railed against his stubbornness and helplessness. Is it necessary to risk your life for such a trivial business? Must you put yourself through this torment? What would happen if it didn't work out? Would Kashiang Company go bankrupt? I definitely consider you my friend. Chen Wan did not refute any other point, only this one required clarification. After a moment of silence, Chen Wan quietly responded, I don't have any other friends, Xian. Chapter 24, No Wrongdoing. Just this one sentence snuffed out half of the fierce flames in Zhuo Ziqian's heart, but it still left him unsettled. After over a decade of knowing each other, Chen Wan had never seen his friend this livid. He paused, then placed his hand gently on Zhuo Ziqian's shoulder, pressing slightly but not too heavily, while his following words fell like a mountain on Zhuo Ziqian's chest. Chen Wan looked at him directly and asked, do you know who the top leader at Xiaolan Mountain 16 years ago was? Zhuo Ziqian felt his eyes widen in shock as he stared directly back at Chen Wan, opening his mouth to speak. You. Yes, Chen Wan confirmed without hesitation, meeting Zhuo Ziqian's gaze squarely. This is the closest step I could take. Though it wasn't guaranteed to succeed. Part of the reason why Chen Wan didn't want to use Zhuo Ziqian and Tan Yuming's connections for this deal was because the solution might eventually lead to Shen Zongnian or Zhao Xinge anyway. More importantly, he didn't want to give Luo Qianxing a chance to escape. Staring at Chen Wan, Zhuo Ziqian found himself speechless. Turned out, he hadn't forgotten for a single day, not even a minute or a second. Chen Wan's blood ran with a madness and a dark hatred that his morals and character had long repressed. This was something Zhuo Ziqian had known ever since they met. Chen Wan was the one who had calmly stomped on a senior student until they sustained a fractured bone. At the age of 9, he had pierced Liao Quan's palm through with a pair of scissors. When he was 12, he set fire on Xiaolan Mountain. At 13, he fought for Chen Wan and Zhuo Xingyan without holding back at all. Now after 14 years, Zhuo Xingyan still took a detour whenever she saw him. At 15, during a banquet, he had coldly watched as the mistress of the main house in the Chen residence suffered a stroke and fell alone in the garden. Without uttering a word, Chen Wan remained silent, making it such that the woman was nearly left to die. People are complex, half devil, half Buddha. Zhuo Zhiqian didn't know what had been like a rope that temporarily tied down the darkness, indifference, and even boundary-crossing tendencies in Chen Wan, allowing him to wear a mask of warmth and kindness while living as a human being. More often than not, Chen Wan overcorrected himself. He possessed an altruistic personality, but only when it came to his friends and family. However, the more Zhuo Zhiqian grew up, the more off-kilter everything felt. That was why Monica eventually appeared by Chen Wan's side later on. After a moment of silence. Even so, Zhuo Zhiqian's throat tightened. Annoyed, he lit a cigarette. Even so, you can't possibly deal with something this big all by yourself without telling anyone. Did you think about the consequences? But deep down, both he and Chen Wan knew that if there were a project, they could ask Tan Yuming for help. But involving the removal of a government official was another matter entirely. The interests of influential families intertwined deeply. Such a task wasn't something either Tan Yuming or Shen Zhongyan could take lightly. They wouldn't go to such extremes for someone they weren't very close to. Moreover, Chen Wan would never place Zhuo Zhiqian in such a dangerous situation or involve him in so much risk. Seeking help from Tan Yuming or Shen Zhongyan would effectively put them in an unfair position, leaving them stuck with an impossible problem. Whether to aid or abandon him, either option was fraught with difficulty. Chen Wan couldn't do this. If these matters could be handled, he'd deal with them personally. If not, he wouldn't drag others into it unnecessarily. Most importantly, Chen Wan would never allow anyone to learn about the Xiaolan Mountain incident, especially Zhao Xinge. Fortunately, Xiaolan Mountain had witnessed a murder case in the past, leading to an investigation by regulatory authorities. As the deeper they dug, the more tangled the web of interests became. The messy affairs 16 years ago had already been sealed under confidentiality agreements. Time buried everything, and even now, retrieving those records would prove virtually impossible. Thus, Chen Wan's past had also been buried and locked away, granting him temporary peace of mind. Cigarette butts lay scattered on the ground, and neither of them spoke anymore. The silence felt palpable. Zhuo Zhiqian no longer knew what he should say to Chen Wan, or what he even could say. Chen Wan's decisions were final. There was no room for interference or change from others, not even Zhao Xinge, let alone Zhuo Zhiqian himself. Only when the cigarette in his hand burned out did Zhuo Zhiqian finally roll his dry throat and, tired and resigned, said, "Awan, can you take better care of yourself?" It was the only thing he had wanted to tell Chen Wan after thinking for so long, and also the last request he dared make, so small it hardly qualified as a request at all. There were thousands of words he might have said, but in the end, they boiled down to just one question: can you treat yourself better? Luo Qianxing is not worth it. In this, Zhuo Zhiqian had no right or qualification to judge anyone. Unaware of others' sufferings, don't persuade them to do good, but he crushed the cigarette butt. From now on, stop using yourself as collateral in business deals. If this one doesn't work, there will be the next one, and the one after that. Do you really need every single deal? Could your body handle it? Look at how you look now, not quite human, not quite ghost. I really don't know if one day, you'll just... Chen Wan pursed his lips and said, "Ah Xian, I haven't mistreated myself." And yet, this was reality. Even without the matter with Luo Qianxing, he would still choose this path. Hai City was a prosperous town, filled with opportunities and glittering gold everywhere. But it devoured its people without mercy, hiding countless bones beneath the shimmering wealth. The competition was fierce, thousands striving forward together, countless boats racing on the river. If you adhered strictly to rules and fairness, where would the chance for profit come from? It hadn't been easy for Chen Wan to climb to his current position, it truly wasn't. The business world is a place of intrigue, and this den of cutthroat competition where the weak perish and the strong prevail. Andreas Avenue's office spaces are always aglow with light, and the CBD on Admiral Street operates around the clock. On the rooftop of the 170-story financial building, there's at least one bankruptcy-related jump off the building every month. Even the slightest slackening could lead to being discarded and buried in an instant, without leaving even a name behind. No matter how many tycoons with their billions see their empires crumble, it can happen as quickly as a mountain collapsing in a day. This was why Chen Wan never dared to relax, meticulously analyzing and personally handling every situation, always ready for challenges, fearing that a moment of carelessness might drag him back into the merciless tides of the commercial sea. Though reaching great heights, he chose to stand independently ahead of the wave, not wanting to get too close to certain people, but being able to watch them from afar like gazing at the sun satisfied him. Zhuo Zhiqian came from a different background, had different experiences, and thus couldn't fully understand or approve of Chen Wan's choices and methods. However, Chen Wan neither forced nor cared, nor did he feel the need to explain extensively. These differences didn't hinder them from being genuine friends. The more Chen Wan found himself amidst the glamorous allure of fame and fortune, the more he cherished Zhuo Zhiqian's value. "You're not mistreating yourself," Zhuo Zhiqian said sarcastically. "Monica mentioned you haven't picked up your medication in half a month." "Yes," Chen Wan rubbed his temple lightly, "I've already apologized to Monica. I made sure to set up an appointment for this weekend and she kindly rescheduled her work for me. This time, I set a reminder on my calendar to ensure I attend the follow-up on time. Hearing this, Zhuozhiqian flared up again. Why do you always worry about inconveniencing others? Your health is important, not someone's schedule. Are you really treating this seriously? I know what's important. And what exactly do you know? Zhuozhiqian didn't believe him anymore. Send me the new appointment time so I can personally make sure you go. The recheck was scheduled for Sunday. Zhuozhiqian had a very good relationship with Monica as her junior in the medical field. Monica told him that the test results from the last checkup weren't optimistic, and hoped Zhuozhiqian could persuade Chen Wan to reduce his working hours and psychological stress, paying more attention to his living habits and mental health. It's difficult, said Zhuozhiqian. Then at least have him take his medicine on time, Monica helplessly responded. Zhuozhiqian sighed. I'll talk to him. On the way back, driving, Zhuozhiqian mentioned that Tan Yuming had invited him to a dinner with the ship king, asking if Chen Wan had time, and if he were too tired to attend, he'd help turn down the invitation for him. Even though if Chen Wan continued avoiding appearances, those rich young men might very well come knocking on Zhuozhiqian's door. Chen Wan laughed, saying Zhuozhiqian was exaggerating. Zhuozhiqian scoffed, you'll see if I'm exaggerating or not. It seemed as if Chen Wan was naturally good at caring for others, but never thought about the possibility of being loved. What Zhuozhiqian didn't know was that someone who had never truly been loved would lack the concept altogether. Chen Wan just smiled without replying. With the project settled, he finally pulled himself away from relentless overtime. He thought for a moment, then asked casually, will he be going? Zhuozhiqian replied, whether he goes or not doesn't matter. If you want to go, go, if you don't, stay. Chen Wan had merely asked out of curiosity and said, I will. After all, for Tan Yuming, he would go. Chen Wan had received very little kindness in his life, so when anyone offered a bit, he would repay it double. Chapter 25, The King of Spades. The long-awaited meeting with He Xingyuan took place in a restaurant atop Shaotan Mountain, where an entire floor was reserved. Chen Wan arrived first despite it not being his territory. He always preferred meticulous preparation. Some people from the other side also showed up. They were seasoned players in the world of fame and wealth, quickly warming up the atmosphere before the real protagonists arrived. Zhao Xinge, surprisingly, was one of the first among the key guests to arrive, but still punctual, not earlier, and alone. Seeing neither Tan Yuming nor Shen Zongyan, Chen Wan proactively greeted him and introduced the other attendees. Zhao Xinge shook hands with each person individually. Among these people, some were friends of He Xingyuan, and others were veterans in this industry. None of them were insignificant, and they would all play pivotal roles in this semi-social, semi-negotiation meeting tonight. The guests discovered that the reputedly high and mighty crown prince of Minglong Group, oh no, he was already the power holder, was not as unreachable as imagined. However, what was unexpected was that he was much younger than they had thought, and far too handsome. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Xinge turned to look at Chen Wan. Chen Wan had just put down his glass after a toast with someone else. He turned around and looked straight into Zhao Xinge's composed eyes. Mr. Zhao, he greeted with a polite smile. Chen Wan was genuinely happy to see him. It had been a while since their last dinner meeting with Shi Zhongbin, and Zhao Xinge had crossed his mind many times. During many late nights in Central, when the final ship leaving Hong Kong blew its horn, or when both body and spirit seemed to reach their limits, sending out distress signals, it was then that Chen Wan often thought about Zhao Xinge. Each time he met Zhao Xinge in person, he suspected his body might automatically generate a few light-hearted, joyful bubbles. But he quickly remembered his own situation, and the atmosphere of their last dinner didn't seem too great either, so his excitement quickly calmed down again. Zhao Xinge noticed how Chen Wan, who had been smiling and charming just moments ago, suddenly became slightly stiff. His posture appeared warm and respectful, but still restrained. This was entirely different from what the secretary described, almost like a completely different person. So who exactly was Chen Wan? It was as if Zhao Xinge was meeting him for the first time. Every time he observed, reviewed, or analyzed Chen Wan, he received a lot of incorrect answers. Zhao Xinge realized that his seemingly subtle observation and analysis could only reveal his own wavering uncertainty rather than any real truth about Chen Wan. Nevertheless, Zhao Xinge did not fully agree with such an approach. Just as he stepped closer to Chen Wan without speaking, Shen Zongyan, Tan Yuming, and He Xingyuan walked in together. They had met downstairs. Zhao Xinge had to go greet them, shaking hands all the while occasionally glancing back at Chen Wan. Chen Wan felt Zhao Xinge's gaze on him was somewhat serious, recalling the misunderstanding during the last dinner with Shi Zhongmin, thus he held back all night, trying his best to lower his profile. Every now and then, Zhao Xinge would glance towards the corner, only seeing a black head turning away to talk to someone else. Chen Wan had a round back of the head. Round heads tend to be stubborn. The discussions proceeded relatively smoothly. Although He Xingyuan started his business in High City with a solid foundation, he recently planned to shift his main operations to the new Nordic shipping route. Collaborating with the Zhao family and Shen family would alleviate concerns for future growth. He Xingyuan was thoroughly entertained. These young masters were easier to deal with than he had imagined. As the drinks continued flowing halfway through, he called over some young men and women to join for entertainment. There weren't overly vulgar activities, just bridge games, dice, and more drinking for added cheer. Even by Chen Yuan's side, a beautiful girl took her seat. This wasn't a situation where he could refuse, and Xing Yuan was certainly not someone he could afford to decline. The table had been tidied up by the waiters and transformed into a card-playing station. Chen Yuan intended to play the role of a humble helper, pouring tea and fetching water, but privately Tan Yuming pulled him aside, instructing him, "Yuan, tonight you're the only one who can play the good cop. I can't rely on Zhao Xinge or Shen Zongnian with those poker faces." Tan Yuming was stressing out internally. Chen Yuan smiled lightly in agreement. Though it wasn't an official negotiation table, this was still a business talk. Despite the calm surface, undercurrents were strong, and there was indeed no room for Zhao Xinge or Shen Zongnian to play the role of the good guy, which would only undermine morale. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people invited. The croupier started dealing, and Tan Yuming was delighted. The first hand let him successfully get close to the opponent, revealing his intentions early on. Unexpectedly, Xing Yuan also laughed heartily. Having formed a good impression of Chen Yuan, he lit his unlit cigarette and gestured invitingly for Chen Yuan to sit beside him. In high spirits, he joked, "This feels like the floodwater rushing into the Dragon King's temple." Watching Chen Yuan help fight Zhao Xinge promised a show. Chen Yuan grinned, but didn't hesitate. He moved directly to Xing Yuan's side. A young boy was assigned next to Zhao Xinge. He casually glanced at him once, then didn't stop him from sitting down. Chen Yuan had played as a subordinate and peer to Zhao Xinge before, but never as his opposite. Sitting across from Zhao Xinge now, in the midst of swirling smoke, he was the only one not smoking. He looked at Chen Yuan, casually gesturing with a pleased sign, meaning for Chen Yuan to take the lead. Chen Yuan focused seriously on the cards and didn't plan to deliberately lose. There was no need, because bad acting would disrespect Xing Yuan. Plus, Zhao Xinge's card skills were about 60 to 40 of his match. Chen Yuan had to fully concentrate to compete. As he thought about his cards, his foot accidentally touched someone's shoe tip under the table. Realizing it, he quickly retracted his leg slightly. After a few cards were played, the tablecloth moved again slightly, and he found himself brushing against someone else's trouser leg unintentionally despite his great care. The touched leg seemed to lift instinctively. Chen Yuan couldn't see but could feel that it was a very long leg. Though the touch was fleeting and light, it registered in his mind. Chen Yuan felt apologetic for the breach of etiquette, immediately pulling his legs back and resolving not to repeat the mistake. However, his ankle and lower calf were highly sensitive areas for him. The feather-light contact hit his nerve precisely, making his entire leg feel numb. Someone watching the game gently reminded, "Chen Yuan, it's your turn." Chen Yuan came back to reality and looked up. Zhao Xinge was calmly watching him, pushing a king of spades gently towards him with polite manners. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he quickly focused on playing his card. In this round, Zhao Xinge still won. Although his gameplay wasn't aggressive, it could be described as merciful compared to their experience out at sea. Xing Yuan leaned over to count his lost cards and joked, "Chen Yuan, you are physically present here, but your mind is wandering." Chen Yuan simply smiled and shook his head saying, "It's just that my skills fall short, I yield wholeheartedly." Having lost, he took responsibility for shuffling the deck. During the break, Zhao Xinge pulled out his phone, replying to a message. A card slipped from between Chen Yuan's fingers, falling to the floor. He muttered an apology and bent down to pick it up. Zhao Xinge's head was lowered, seemingly not having heard anything. When Chen Yuan bent down, the card that fell was a king of spades, possibly the same one Zhao Xinge had used earlier to overturn his score in a previous round. The portrait of Charlemagne on the card face appeared dimly under the tablecloth, among the various postures of guests' legs hidden beneath. Even among so many similarly fine and meticulously tailored suit pants and black leather shoes, the pair directly opposite Chen Yuan stood out remarkably. Bent slightly, those long legs exuded an air of casual relaxation yet retained an imposing dignity. They were encased in black suit pants that revealed the strength and resilience of thigh muscles, echoing the presence of their owner. Below the straight trouser legs, a piece of black sock tightly hugged protruding ankles, stretching down to gleaming black leather shoes, exuding a meticulous restraint mixed with allure. Neither the person's shoes nor their pants were the most expensive ones present, but they were the most eye-catching and enticing, making people want to reach out and touch. What would it feel like to be brushed by such legs? Or even stepped on by them? What kind of pleasure would it bring? Chen Yuan felt a heat in his nose, thinking himself ill and ashamed, desperately pulling back his wandering thoughts and straightening his waist. Until the second round started dealing cards, he was still analyzing who he'd likely touched before based on position, distance, and sensation. As long as it wasn't, everything would be fine. His distraction almost caused him to deal cards incorrectly, but he covered up the mistake without drawing attention. Suddenly, Zhao Xinge lifted his eyes, looking straight at him. Chen Yuan's heart paused, but Zhao Xinge's gaze was calm and gentle. Suppressing the chaos in his thoughts, Chen Yuan dedicated his focus entirely to dealing the cards. Though the stakes on the table were insignificant, businessmen valued omens the most. Starting from the second round, Xing Yuan sat directly beside Chen Yuan, acting as a strategist overseeing the battle, guiding tactics. With a heavy addiction to gambling, although Chen Wan hadn't given water during the first round, the loss made him somewhat uneasy. Occasionally, he complied with He Xinyuan's suggestions and respected his opinion when choosing which cards to play. He Xinyuan probably hailed from Shiguan, speaking rapidly with some peculiar phrases and words that Chen Wan didn't always understand. He had to lean closer to half-guess what was being said. Sitting side by side, both attentively observing the cards, their brows faintly furrowed. Zhao Xinge, unlike his earlier approachable style in the first round, switched to relentless pressure, each move sharper than the last. It was still that king of spades, fiercely devouring the points Chen Wan had painstakingly accumulated. Chen Wan looked at Zhao Xinge in slight confusion, knowing the latter intended to play the bad cop but perhaps too excessively so. This blackness was a bit overdone. The bodhisattva from the last round had turned into a living llama, leaving Chen Wan completely off guard. As his opponent was looking down at the cards, the young boy sitting next to him handed over a cup of mild liquor. Zhao Xinge accepted it without refusal, sipping gently, and the boy's lips curled up in happiness. Chapter 26, He is Free. Chen Wan hesitated about playing the king of spades. He Xinyuan whispered lowly, Wan, show some of the resolve you had back in the hearing. Chen Wan's hand paused momentarily as he turned his head, meeting He Xinyuan's smiling gaze. Chen Wan smiled calmly in return, Mr. He is here too. I was in the audience. He Xinyuan exhaled a puff of smoke, I recognized you the moment you arrived. The calm demeanor Chen Wan displayed during the hearing was significantly different from today, one might even say he was like a different person altogether. Chen Wan turned back to look at the cards in his hand, is that so? Was it for the project in Shin City? That project had some connection with him, He Xinyuan asked, are you not afraid of offending Luo Qiansheng? Chen Wan didn't deny it, saying instead, already offended, there's no point in being afraid now. Something struck He Xinyuan funny, causing him to burst out laughing. Bewildered, Chen Wan stared, and He Xinyuan patted his shoulder, don't be afraid. Chen Wan, He Xinyuan looked at him and said, looking forward to our future cooperation. Chen Wan, exceptionally astute, replied with a smile, then I will humbly rely on Mr. He's care. Their conversation remained low, Zhao Xinge assumed they were merely discussing strategy close together. After waiting for a while, he politely but distantly reminded them, this card. Do you want it? Chen Wan demonstrated the same determination he had shown at the hearing, going all in and revealing a royal flush. There was little reason to let his potential semi-client lose twice consecutively. But Zhao Xinge appeared intent on total annihilation this evening, revealing the previous round's bottom cards again. Second round, over. Though He Xinyuan lost, he didn't appear upset, pouring himself a drink. Chen Wan gave a helpless smile, feeling apologetic for not letting he win in either of the 2 rounds, so he poured the wine for him, saying, apologies Mr. He, my skills are insufficient. He Xinyuan commented about Chen Wan, you're too honest. Having lost consecutively twice, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Yet, despite 2 consecutive victories, Zhao Xinge showed no particular signs of joy, he always kept his emotions under wraps. After finishing the round, someone offered him a cigarette congratulating him, which Zhao Xinge declined, opting to sip from a glass of wine nearby instead. That glass of wine had been refilled by the young boy who had previously offered him a drink, sensing Zhao Xinge hadn't refused before, he started chatting casually. However, Zhao Xinge remained preoccupied with looking down at his phone, seemingly not listening. He Xinyuan was engaged in analyzing the previous round with Chen Wan, determined to figure out where exactly their plans slid into Zhao Xinge's trap. Upon careful inspection, each move seemed uncertain. Zhao Xinge had skillfully laid out clues right from the start. Zhao Xinge inquired, last round, his dark steady gaze swept between Chen Wan and He Xinyuan, shall we both play? Chen Wan looked towards He Xinyuan, he wasn't yet qualified to make this decision. However, He Xinyuan was determined not to believe in misfortune, waving his hand dramatically, designating, Chen Wan will continue for me. Chen Wan agreed. Yet Zhao Xinge remarked, then I will switch partners. Fine, He Xinyuan responded quite easily, Mr. Zhao may decide as he wishes. With an air of nonchalance, Zhao Xinge lifted his chin and gestured towards the young boy beside him, you can take over. The guests' glances exchanged subtlety as the room's ambience became somewhat boisterous and noisy, whether it rained outside through the window was unclear. Chen Wan continued shuffling the deck, glancing briefly upwards, noticing out of the corner of his eye the young boy's flushed face filled with surprise, stammering, I don't know how, Mr. Zhao, I'm not good at it. Again lowering his eyes to the phone, Zhao Xinge, while replying to messages, casually stated, no problem, losing is fine. His tone was smooth, indifferent, possibly perceived by others as permissive. Chen Wan focused intently on shuffling the deck, feeling thirsty, and reached for the nearby wine glass. The condensation droplets on the cold glass rim wet his initially warm hands, the berry-colored liquid streaming down his throat provided a faint sensory stimulation, cold, but quickly sobering. He quickly cautioned himself to regulate his thoughts and behavior, making sure not to make any more mistakes like in the last 2 rounds that could be easily spotted by others, it wouldn't be professional. Now, this wasn't professional either. The scene from last time playing poker on the high seas still surfaced in his mind when Zhao Xinge had called out his name. He said, Chen Wan, if I play, I must win. But now Zhao Xinge said, it's fine to lose. The third round began quickly. The boy was dealt first. He claimed he didn't know how, but he couldn't really be clueless. It was just a mix of coquetry and showing weakness. He couldn't figure out if Zhao Xinga intended to win or lose this round because after entrusting the game to him, Zhao Xinga never glanced at the cards again, nor did he ever inquire about them, instead focusing on replying to phone messages or talking to his secretary. So their plan to consult Zhao Xinga for advice failed. However, soon he realized. Winning or losing wasn't his decision to make because Chen Wan was exceptionally skilled. Despite his serious effort, there was simply no comparison in skill levels. Glancing up, it was hard to imagine the gentle, refined man across the table being so ruthless. The points accumulated over the first 2 rounds almost completely depleted in this one alone. Fortunately though, there were only 3 rounds, and the game ended with him luckily avoiding total defeat by this man's hands. As such, despite Zhao Xinga having won 2 consecutive rounds, by the end, both sides' scores were nearly equal. The onlookers chimed in, agreeing Mr. Zhao and Mr. He were equally matched masters whose alliance would create a formidable team, suggesting their cooperation would be harmonious. Poor boy couldn't guess the motives of those above him. Chen Wan noticed him looking at her curiously and replied with a polite smile. He Xinyuan watched the third round rather thoroughly, understanding mentally that Zhao Xinga had intentionally allowed someone inexperienced to participate as a gesture of respect toward him. Still, watching Chen Wan play was indeed quite exciting. For the next round, he intended to personally go against Shen Zongnian, inviting Chen Wan to watch nearby. After accompanying them through 3 rounds, Chen Wan finally left the card table. Walking out of the side room, he looked around but didn't see Zhao Xinga's figure. It wasn't until he reached the window that he noticed the rain had started falling outside at some point. Though Shaotan Mountain wasn't very tall, the dense trees rustled their leaves, with the rainwater resembling lines of white light falling straight into the sea. A girl originally seated beside Chen Wan poured him some wine. Looking at his wristwatch, Chen Wan asked, "What time do you get off work?" The girl found him very amiable and told the truth, there is no fixed time. Chen Wan understood this meant the people here could be taken away freely by the guests, and Zhao Xinga along with the boy sitting beside him had already disappeared. Chen Wan said to the girl, "You may go back now, I don't need anything else." She hesitated momentarily before whispering, "Mr. Chen, is it because?" "No," Chen Wan immediately said, "I don't have any other needs." "Don't overthink it." Reassured, the girl departed. Choosing a glass of wine himself, Zhuo Zhixuan slowly approached and asked if everything was all right. Chen Wan didn't understand. Zhuo Zhixuan hesitated before speaking, causing Chen Wan to think something went wrong during the banquet, but after much stammering, he finally said, "He isn't usually like this." "What?" Chen Wan responded, bemused. Zhuo Zhixuan muttered under his breath, not sure what came over him tonight. Chen Wan understood and couldn't help but laugh wryly. "What are you thinking?" Zhuo Zhixuan wore an expression reading, "It's okay, you don't have to fake happiness." Chen Wan, "I'm really fine, stop being." Zhuo Zhixuan didn't believe him, trying to figure out how to explain since they were always out mingling around, and while not entirely pure, he continued, "Tan Yuming and I doing stuff outside? You know that already. I'm not going to say hollow lies to deceive or comfort you, but Shen Zongnian and Zhao Xinga are not." Increasingly absurd, Chen Wan couldn't take it anymore and interrupted, "A Xian." Chen Wan looked directly at him, saying calmly, "He is free, I am free too." There was absolutely no relationship between them. If anything, they barely even counted as friends. "Although I don't know how to explain it to you, I still feel that you don't need to pity me. Unrequited love that hasn't been acted upon places both parties on an equal emotional footing. Zhao Xinga had the freedom to seek pleasure, and he had the freedom to stop dreaming. As long as it was still a one-person game, the initiative would always be in his own hands, he could call it off at any time." Zhuo Zhixuan looked at him, finding him too carefree to be someone who had yearned for years, and couldn't help but sarcastically praise him as a ghost of unspoken love. Then Zhuo Zhixuan reminded him, "Don't drink any more tonight. Monica said last time that your medicine recently shouldn't be mixed with too much alcohol, it will stimulate the nerves." Chen Wan said okay and put down the glass of wine, heading to the restroom. The warm-toned space filled with a faint perfume smell made his head drowsy. He just turned on the faucet to wash his face. Click, the door of the stall opened, and Chen Wan suddenly locked eyes with a pair of dark, calm eyes, instantly becoming fully alert. "Mr. Zhao." "Hello." Zhao Xinga glanced at him, then walked over, standing side by side at the sink. He turned on the tap, pressed the hand soap, washed his hands, dried them. Chen Wan lowered his gaze to see the distinct knuckles of Zhao Xinga's large hand, which reminded him of the legs under the tablecloth. Though he knew they couldn't belong to Zhao Xinga. "What's wrong?" Zhao Xinga asked. "Nothing." Chen Wan's expression remained completely calm, a trace of a smile gracing his lips. "I thought you'd already left." Zhao Xinga tossed the paper towel he used to dry his hands into the trash can, then lifted his head, looking at him through the mirror. "Were you looking for me?" Chen Wan hesitated for a second before quickly replying, "No." It seemed Zhao Xinga had stepped out for some fresh air, and noticing that Chen Wan didn't have an immediate intention to leave either, Chen Wan kept the conversation alive. "You've had quite good luck tonight, Mr. Zhao." "Thank you." But, Zhao Xinge, with his cuffs rolled up, slowly raised his eyelids and seriously assessed, "You've regressed." Chen Wan was surprised by the directness and laughed. "That time, I just caught a little bit of Mr. Zhao's luck." Perhaps because they hadn't met in a while, that night on the high seas when they teamed up to dominate felt like it had been ages ago. Zhao Xinge adjusted his wristwatch that had shifted during hand-washing, then glanced at Chen Wan through the mirror, tilting his chin slightly upward and saying, "Maybe you could catch a bit of Mr. He's luck." His tone and expression were casual, as if it were merely a joke without deeper meaning, yet his eyes were intently focused on Chen Wan. Chapter 27, He Forgot His Medicine. Rarely did Chen Wan find himself at a loss for words, so all he could do was chuckle awkwardly because he couldn't say that Mr. He's luck wasn't as abundant as Zhao Xinge's, nor could he say he'd rather catch Zhao Xinge's luck. The former would make him seem like a drunkard, and the latter, like a madman. He hadn't been this close to this face in a long time. It really was a great view, each extra glance worth its weight. Fortunately, Zhao Xinge didn't dwell on the matter further. "How's your project going?" Zhao Xinge suddenly asked. Chen Wan was still smiling when these words snapped him back to full consciousness. In this moment, amidst the quiet, spacious space, it seemed as if his sluggish mind finally connected the dots from the previous conversation. During the card games, Xingyuan said they had fate on their side, especially after Chen Wan won the third round. He remarked that their cooperation was seemingly predestined. This was because Xingyuan was one of the behind-the-scenes investors in the Wanbao Heng project. Their power group had been struggling to find a scapegoat to accuse Luo Qiansheng, and unexpectedly, there came a fearless Chen Wan. Everything had fallen perfectly into place. The berry wine he just drank grew cold in his stomach. Chen Wan hadn't actually known Xingyuan prior to tonight, and only learned about him accidentally during the card games. Until tonight, to Chen Wan, Xingyuan had merely been someone involved in commercial competition with Zhao Xinge, and thus an identity-sensitive individual. Thinking about it now, it seemed he indeed appeared somewhat calculating and opportunistic. The cold drink settled like a stone in his stomach, and Chen Wan let out a quiet sigh. His throat tightened slightly, so his voice was lower, trying to make his words sound sincere and genuine. "I didn't know about Mr. He's connection with Wanbao Heng before." Zhao Xinge frowned, a bit confused, as if he didn't understand why Chen Wan suddenly brought up Xingyuan again. He had only planned to warn Chen Wan not to attend the hearing anymore. Such dangerous affairs shouldn't be meddled in without support. If Chen Wan didn't want to ask Zhao Xinge for help, he could at least discuss it with Zhuo Zhishuan or Tan Yuming. But this time, they no longer needed to worry about Luo Qiansheng. He couldn't reverse the situation now. Since the hearing was confidential, Zhao Xinge shouldn't have known about it either, so he could only vaguely advise Chen Wan. "There are many factions within Wanbao Heng. Shi Zhongmin should have already told you. You need to think carefully before acting." In fact, Zhao Xinge had already decided that he would never pay attention to any matters concerning Chen Wan again, and he had almost succeeded. But this, it went too far. Anything involving politics was always serious and perilous. Zhao Xinge believed that Chen Wan simply didn't realize the severity of the situation, or perhaps, even though he realized it, he still chose to take the risk. Zhao Xinge probably also knew that Chen Wan felt intimidated by him, so his voice and attitude were no longer as firm and cold as when they played cards. One might even call it gentle, even somewhat tender. Of course, neither the person speaking nor the person listening realized this. Chen Wan's throat clenched slightly, his voice low but respectful as he said, "Understood, thank you for your reminder, Mr. Zhao. I'll be more careful in the future." Zhao Xinge thought that Chen Wan was quite receptive to advice. Though headstrong, he wasn't as obstinate and reckless as his secretary had described. However, Zhao Xinge also noticed that something seemed off about him, subtle though it was. Should he say something more? At that moment, someone walked in. It was the young man who had been seated next to Zhao Xinge earlier. "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Chen." The boy seemed surprised that these two people would meet here together, his eyes widening slightly. "Why are you here?" Realizing his outburst might be overstepping his boundaries, the young man quickly approached Zhao Xinge, humbly explaining, "Apologies, Mr. He didn't see you and worried that something might have happened, so he sent me to check." Zhao Xinge glanced down at him, his expression unchanged, but his calm gaze made the young man feel uneasy. Zhao Xinge was unlike any guest the boy had ever met before. Some people don't need to flaunt their wealth or power yet still exude authority and intimidation. Chen Wan felt like the glass of cold wine in his stomach had turned into a solid block of stone, obstructing the flow of blood somewhere inside him. But he managed to smile and said, "I came out to wash my face and happened to meet Mr. Zhao. Mr. He doesn't need to worry." Zhao Xinge wanted to dismiss the boy first, but then Chen Wan's phone vibrated. Because he'd been gone for too long, Zhuo Zhishuan was worried that alcohol had caused him to faint in some corner unnoticed. Then came Tan Yuming, sending 3 exclamation marks in a text, saying roughly that dealing with Xingyuan was tricky, Shen Zongnian was aggressive, and unlike Zhao Xinge, he wasn't willing to cut corners. The atmosphere was becoming delicate, asking whether Chen Wan had time to come over. Tan Yuming's incessant chatter played through the speaker as Zhao Xinge continued to watch Chen Wan, waiting for him to end the call. Chen Wan said he was going back. When returning to the banquet hall, Chen Wan and Zhao Xinge walked separately, so he didn't hear Zhao Xinge tell the boy, "You don't need to come in." Chen Wan remained at the card table for a while. Outside, the rain had become heavier than before. Guests began to leave gradually. Some took their companions along to spend the night there. There was only one road leading down Shaotan Mountain, with several cars following each other. Silver-white lightning illuminated the rain-soaked license plates and signs blurrily. In front was Zhuo Zhishuan's Land Cruiser, followed by Tan Yuming's Bentley, with Chen Wan bringing up the rear. Therefore, he knew that among them, there was no Maybach. The car couldn't go fast due to the rain, and strong night winds swept across the mountain. Trees and wild grass on the stone slopes swayed violently. Chen Wan leaned against the window, his eyes misty, feeling as if the wind and rain outside were blowing straight through the glass and into the car. A glaring high beam hit him as he turned the corner, and the chilled berry wine in his stomach swayed back and forth. Chen Wan finally remembered, oh, he'd forgotten to take his medicine today. The meeting with He Xinyuan had been successful, and soon enough, major business financial media outlets began leaking rumors that Minglong was going to collaborate with the Ship King. The official TCB even claimed outright that, if true, this would be a groundbreaking alliance of strength in High City. High City's geographical location was advantageous, and since the 70s, it had become a bay pearl through its strong introduction of foreign investment and trade promotion policies. This caused severe reliance on foreign capital in terms of economics and technology in areas such as import-export trade, shipping, and logistics, which concealed many underlying problems beneath the prosperity. If Minglong were to step in, the foreign investment market would be heavily squeezed, significantly easing economic control and technical barriers while also establishing inland connections and reclaiming control over economic discourse. The rumors spread wildly, but Minglong seemed neither to deny nor confirm them. When the gossip reached its peak, He Xinyuan personally sent an invitation letter to the various media, an invitation to a wine tasting event and a press conference about the new shipping route plan. The previous meeting had been arranged by Tan Yuming, where both parties privately reached an agreement. This was considered He Xinyuan's public statement towards the public, as well as a response and gesture of goodwill regarding cooperation with Minglong. After the initial Shaotan Mountain meeting, Chen Wan met He Xinyuan once more at the Wanbaoheng Project Advancement Conference. Chen Wan's financial sector alleviated part of the leverage resistance, allowing for a brief respite. As predicted, Luo Qianqing's case went according to his gamble. It seemed that He Xinyuan's influential faction pushed Luo Qianqing down entirely, ensuring Chen Wan's safety. At the advancement conference, Chen Wan personally poured wine for He Xinyuan, as a matter of both professional and personal gratitude. Professionally, He Xinyuan was one of his future clients, and personally, it seemed that they utilized Chen Wan to accuse Luo Qianqing, yet wasn't it also Chen Wan who relied on their strength to avenge himself? He Xinyuan appreciated Chen Wan quite a lot. Without him, the initial meeting with those young masters might not have gone so smoothly. Moreover, after Chen Wan accused Luo Qianqing, before they even acted, Luo had already fallen. Thus, He Xinyuan personally handed the invitation letter to this event to Chen Wan, insisting that he must attend. This press conference would not only respond to the rumored impending cooperation with Minglong but also convey He Xinyuan's plan to shift his focus to the new route heading to Northern Europe. As such, after the press conference, the wine tasting event would feature Felipe, a member of the Norwegian royal family. Interestingly enough, Felipe happened to be an alumnus from Tan Yuming's time at the Royal Institute of Technology, where they had formed a good friendship back in the day. Of course, Tan Yuming maintained good relations with just about everyone. Nordic wine events had many formalities. Tan Yuming mentioned that when Felipe invited him to a private royal wine tasting years ago, there was an unwritten yet intriguing little tradition within their ancient family called secret exchange. Each guest was required to bring 2 bottles of fine wine. One would be given to the staff to place in a blind box, leaving it up to fate as to who would receive it. Through this, friendships were made. The other bottle could be labeled with the guest's name and placed directly on the wine rack for others to sample. Each entering guest would receive a token, which could then be affixed to wines they liked. At the end, the wine's owner would choose to whom they wished to give it. He Xinyuan probably wanted to lay the groundwork for advancing into Northern Europe, so he incorporated these traditions, demonstrating respect and hospitality for Felipe. Chen Wan heard about this rule for the first time, finding it quite interesting. It spurred him to put much effort into selecting the wines. Zhao Xingde didn't smoke often, but he appeared to have some interest in wine and tea. Chen Wan had too few sources of information and relied entirely on observation and deduction. In the end, after meticulous selection, he chose a satisfactory Mulan Duo M218 produced in the eastern foothills of Helan Mountain in Ningxiao. The other choice was a Chardonnay from Chablis, whose character resonated somewhat similarly. Yet, whether in fermentation duration, techniques, or fragrance type, Chen Wan favored the Mulan Duo bottle more. Chen Wan carefully handed the 2 bottles over to the sommelier, specifically instructing that the Mulan Duo was to be displayed on the showcase rack, whereas the Chardonnay was to be placed in a blind box for others to select. He emphasized not mixing them up under any circumstances. The sommelier took them with great care. Chen Wan looked somewhat uneasy watching the man walk away holding the 2 bottles and almost stepped forward to remind him again, but another guest had already caught his attention. Seeing how busy he was, Chen Wan decided not to dwell on it further. This was He Xinyuan's domain, and it had nothing to do with him. Zhuo Zhiqian and Tan Yuming were still stuck in traffic and hadn't arrived yet, so Chen Wan stood alone by the wine cabinet without actively seeking out others for socializing. Suddenly, a voice of moderate pitch came from above. "Chen Wan. Chen Wan looked up to see Zhao Xingde leaning against the railing on the second-floor low-rotation platform, conversing with a foreign man who had wavy hair past his shoulders. The foreigner spoke with a strong British accent fluently, while Zhao Xingde listened attentively with one hand resting on the railing. Upon noticing Chen Wan looking up, Zhao gave a slight wave with the implication of, "Come up." The movement was so subtle that Chen Wan wondered if he'd imagined it, so he remained stationary. Chapter 28, Mulan Duo. In fact, Zhao Xingde had been standing upstairs for quite some time already. Seeing Chen Wan isolated amidst the bright crowd below, although he figured Chen Wan might prefer to approach Tan Yuming instead, he still called out due to the duration of Chen Wan's standing being too prolonged. With dazzling lanterns illuminating the room, one person lowered their gaze while the other raised theirs, their gazes locking without either party averting their eyes. Zhao Xingde's expression seemed gentle, but against the lighting direction, Chen Wan couldn't be certain. He leaned towards believing the earlier wave was all his own misconception. Until Zhao Xingde silently opened his mouth again, "Come up." Chen Wan suddenly snapped back into focus and immediately stepped onto the spiral staircase. Zhao Xingde introduced Felipe to Chen Wan, "This is Chen Wan." He omitted both profession and identity, only providing the name. Fortunately, the foreigner's thought patterns differed significantly as well. Felipe exhibited no airs of royalty, he warmly extended his hand toward Chen Wan and complimented about how the Orient produced beautiful people. Chen Wan's appearance indeed very much aligned with the foreign vision of an elegant traditional Eastern beauty, gentle, refined, carrying a hint of intellectual sophistication. Even though Chen Wan wasn't entirely clear why Zhao Xingde felt the need to introduce him to Felipe, he maintained decorum and smiled appropriately in response. Not long after, Tan Yuming arrived with a large group of old friends from their study abroad days, and Chen Wan graciously made room for them. Zhao Xingde hadn't come here to attend a wine tasting but mainly to meet Felipe. Back when they studied overseas, Felipe had warmly entertained them, and Zhao Xingde valued the Nordic energy market and shipping sectors. High City had always enjoyed a popular trend of studying abroad, even among peers there were distinctions in class and ranking. At that time, Zhao Xingde wasn't yet the secluded, famous figure he is now. Outwardly, among compatriots, there naturally existed a cohesive bond and unity among fellow countrymen. Zhao Xingde was then considered the most prestigious among the Chinese diaspora, a reliable backbone figure, enjoying more familiar and close relationships than he did currently. But time changes many things. Back then, the young masters who studied together were now reunited, reminiscing about their past adventures, rowing races on the Rhine River during spring, skiing through the Greater Caucasus Mountains during their gap year, embarking on expeditions in the coldest months to the Baltic Sea to fish, hunt, and watch the auroras. Chen Wan stood on the fringes of the circle, listening enviously. His university years were monotonous and dull. Rushing to accumulate credits while bootstrapping himself in entrepreneurship from scratch, enduring harsh lessons in the markets and society far earlier than his peers, spending his best years attending countless business dinners until gastritis or fever set in. He didn't find it arduous, nor did he regret it, but there was a sense of regret. Regret over his top-tier academic offers adorned with golden prestige, regret never encountering that vibrant oarsman and skier version of Zhao Xingde. As everyone reminisced fondly about those times, Yao Jianan remarked, "During the ski competition, those white students from King's College looked down on us, but by the final match, our captain led us to dominate and win the medal, leaving them speechless." The captain referred to none other than Zhao Xingde. Everyone burst into laughter, recalling their spirited youth, warming the atmosphere. Yao Jianan was the youngest among the original group of overseas students, treated like a younger brother by all. Though recently graduated with a master's degree, his baby-faced features and almond-shaped eyes reflected his doted-upon upbringing at home, exuding boldness. It had been several years since he last saw Zhao Xingde. Time flies, and people change. Many relationships and friendships, even that slight camaraderie of being peers, would be altered by time, interest, experience, and choices. After completing his studies abroad this year and returning to the country, his visiting cards had received no response, whether sent in his personal name or with the Yao family seal. He even doubted if the cards ever reached Zhao Xingde's eyes. This evening's wine tasting was a godsend, a timely rain, and Yao Jianan's gaze hadn't left Zhao Xingde from the moment he entered. But Zhao seemed to have forgotten him. However, after that spring race, our captain rarely joined us for fun anymore. At his words, everyone expressed some regret and agreement, lamenting those were indeed good times, youthful vigor unmatched unlike now, when they tirelessly chase ambitions amidst busy schedules. Zhao Xingde gave an extremely faint smile, offering no response as he switched to speaking English with Felipe. Felipe had none of the old nobility airs, he frequently mingled with the group of students back then and kept the atmosphere lively. An enophile himself, during school days he took the likes of Tan Yuming into the royal wine cellars to drink no small amount. He asked Zhao Xingde, 2 rounds of wine have been served already, which one is your favorite? As everyone looked over, Zhao said the wines were not yet all presented, so he could not make a conclusion beforehand. Huh, you're still as precise as ever. Felipe picked up a dry red wine with interlocking knots tied around its neck, this one tastes like butterflies dancing on the tongue. Who would have thought Chinese winemaking techniques have reached such perfection? Zhao Xingde's gaze swept over the knot on the wine bottleneck as he agreed, it's very good, I like it. He rarely directly revealed his preferences in public, causing the guests' glances to turn subtle, filled with envy and curiosity about which guest's wine had been so fortunate to gain Zhao Xingde's favor. Until someone said, "Jianan, what excellent wine you've chosen." Chen Wan looked over, bewildered, and realized the Mulan duo he had painstakingly sought out somehow already bore Yao Jianan's wine tag. Seemingly hesitating, Zhao Xingde glanced at the bottle again, a hint of faint doubt flickering in his eyes. Furrowing his brows slightly, Chen Wan quietly beckoned a passing wine steward nearby, inquiring where his 2 bottles of brought wine were currently placed. The steward quickly found the registration in the system. Mulan duo had been placed in a mystery box for random selection, while Chardonnay was displayed on the wine rack for tasting. They were mixed up. In the blind box, whoever drew it would own it. Whether it was due to the steward's unintentional confusion or someone deliberately swapping them, it was temporarily unknown. Chen Wan only regretted not personally delivering his wine to its rightful place. One shouldn't delegate such tasks to others. For several seconds, Chen Wan's mind went blank, his heart feeling somewhat chilled as if immersed in ice from the wine lees. Amidst everyone loudly discussing and praising that once-in-a-lifetime fine wine, they praised its passionate richness and fragrant fullness. Red berries, black plums, red fruits, full-bodied fermentation, resembling Chen Wan's heart that had softened to a sour bitterness. Yao Jianan had never imagined drawing the lucky blind box that gained Zhao Xingde's favor, feeling extraordinarily delighted, even as though fate herself was helping him. Smiling, he said, "During our victory celebration party after defeating the Technical Institute for the championship, our captain brought along a dry red with black currant fragrance." By saying so, it sounded like it was specially prepared and presented to Zhao Xingde, reminding everyone of their spirited, carefree youth back then. Chen Wan stood behind the crowd, head bowed low, failing to notice the hidden glance pressing from the center of the crowd. A gift meticulously prepared under someone else's name made Chen Wan feel a tinge of regret. To find this Mulan duo, he traversed all sizes of wine cellars in High City, personally tasted no less than 100 types of wine, having a few days where his tongue went numb, unable to taste anything, feeling as though his skin was soaked in grape flavor. But Yao Jianan's smooth acceptance also couldn't be called wrong. The wine tasting rules were such, who draws from the blind box owns it. That bottle already belonged to Yao Jianan. In the business world, tea, wine, and cigarettes that pleased others were the best stepping stones. Yao Jianan had no reason not to embrace this unexpected marriage alliance from heaven. Chen Wan had no proof that the wine steward intentionally swapped the uses of the 2 bottles, and it might have been a simple mistake. He would absolutely not do anything as undignified as stepping out to say this was actually his wine. He could only blame himself for not being careful enough. But he thought, if Zhao Xingde truly liked it, then his original intention wouldn't be wasted either. All he wanted was for Zhao Xingde to drink a fine glass of wine, a very simple matter. If one likes someone, they naturally want to give them all that's good. Chen Wan was no exception. As for who gave it, it didn't seem quite as important now, and ultimately, he didn't care too much anyway. Felipe asked, "Zhao, thinking about using a marker?" Each guest at the wine tasting party had a marker. When they found their most favorite wine, they could place their marker on it. Then the owner of the wine would make the final selection among these markers, making the gifting of wine a matter of fate, a mutual choice. Zhao Xingde glanced at the corner and said again, "The wines haven't all been served yet, I won't draw conclusions ahead of time." Hearing this, Yao Jianan felt somewhat disappointed, and Chen Wan also felt some regret. It seemed even his painstakingly sought-after treasure couldn't entirely captivate Zhao Xingde. Chapter 29, Side Effects. When Xingyuan delivered his speech, everyone returned to the main banquet hall. Only Zhao Xingde and Felipe did not need to go down, their identities were not suitable to be casually exposed to the media, so the VIP room was especially prepared for them. Xingyuan was not one for empty talk, and the whole speech lasted just a few minutes. But when a major figure speaks, there is great depth in even a few short sentences. The people below each had their own understanding. If Minglong and Baixing really start expanding their network in Northern Europe, it will be an opportunity for the Yao family. Don't think the Yao family isn't top-notch in High City, but as one of the first big families to emigrate to Europe, their overseas roots run deep. If they can connect with the 2 giant ships represented by Zhao and He, restoring glory in High City would be within reach. Baixing usually does not reject third-party investment, but Minglong cannot say. Ultimately, what Zhao Xingde thinks is what cannot be said. "Hey, Mr. Zhao and Xiaonan are old schoolmates, you don't know, every competition, whenever they went out, Mr. Zhao always took Xiaonan along." Someone looking to ingratiate themselves with the Yao family chimed in, "I remember back then, Xiaonan skiing was taught by Mr. Zhao." If leading collective training sessions for new members as president of the ski club counted. Yao Jianan blushed slightly and said, "Our captain looked after me." Chen Wan put down his wine glass, took a work call, greeted Zhuo Jiyang, and left early. Since he had been drinking, his driver was waiting in the parking lot behind the villa. After exiting the door, a beautiful young lady passed by him. "Chen Wan." Chen Wan paused, nodded slightly, and politely inquired of this woman whose clothing and hair accessories were bolder and more vivid than anyone else's present, "May I ask who you are?" The other smiled and extended her hand, "Su Enyi, perhaps your mother mentioned me to you." Hello, Chen Wan recalled, shook hands with the other without showing any change in expression, though they hadn't formally met, didn't expect to meet here. Su Enyi was very open-minded, saying, Ming was my German classmate, we were considered alumni while abroad before. They had never met, Chen Wan didn't know how the other recognized him, but he smiled lightly, that's quite an edge. Su Enyi was heading to the parking lot because she found the dull wine party boring, so she walked with him. I've seen your pictures, Mr. Chen, you're easy to recognize. Chen Wan didn't know how many pieces of information Song Qingmiao had disclosed about him to others, and sighed helplessly in his heart. Politely addressing the lady, Miss Su has keen eyesight. Su Enyi laughed haha. After He Xingyuan finished his speech, Zhao Xinga accompanied Felipe to chat with him for a bit regarding business matters, which he considered as doing He Xingyuan a personal favor. Once done, he returned alone to the less crowded second floor, where people around Zhuojiang had changed. Zhao Xinga walked to the railing, looked around downstairs once, and then went back to the VIP lounge to retrieve his wine. Queen Parma. His wine did not need to follow the rules, not participating in exchanges or dividing that point of mystical fate into a 1% probability game. With whom he shared it was entirely up to his will. A waiter from the VIP room knocked and entered to inquire, Mr. Zhao, there's a gentleman outside asking if you're available for a meeting. Zhao Xinga was looking at the wine tags, he didn't even bother to raise his head as he coldly replied, don't let him in. The waiter said, understood. Zhao Xinga closed the wine cooler and prepared to go downstairs. The VIP room connected to an open terrace on the second floor, where the windows were large and allowed a good view of the area below. Zhao Xinga noticed Chen Wan walking with a well-dressed young lady towards the open-air parking lot, chatting happily. The woman's attire was somewhat exaggerated, with a long skirt that trailed behind her. Her high heels made walking difficult, and when she stumbled, Chen Wan graciously offered support so she could adjust her dress. They laughed about something they discussed. As their figures disappeared into the night, Zhao Xinga placed the Queen Parma back into the wine cooler. The cold dew on the bottle wall moistened his hands, melting into water that dripped onto the carpet. The door was knocked again. It was the waiter. Mr. Zhao, the wine labels you requested have arrived. Where would you like them placed? The ribbon originally destined to be carried under countless gazes alongside that Chardonnay bottle lost its luster under the lights. Zhao Xinga said quietly, there's no need. You can take it back, thank you. Waiters are accustomed to dealing with whimsical guests like this one, who often change their minds, and responded naturally, all right, then I'll place it back. Never mind, just give it to me. The day after the wine party was Chen Wan's follow-up examination time at Monica's clinic. As scheduled, Chen Wan postponed his work to attend. During this period, he had carefully followed the doctor's instructions regarding medication and rest, except for unavoidable overtime work and social engagements. Monica mentioned his condition remained fairly stable, but during her tests of his emotional state, she found that Zhao Xinga's presence created significant side effects. Hearing this description for the first time, Chen Wan found it somewhat amusing, half laughing, half crying, saying, he isn't medicine. With all sincerity, Chen Wan never considered Zhao Xinga as some drug or means to cure himself. Monica didn't find it amusing, sighed, and said she would help Chen Wan find a sustainable alternative before he decided to stop relying on Zhao Xinga. They both knew the current stability wasn't sustainable. Chen Wan nodded, then shook his head. Zhao Xinga couldn't be replaced, and perhaps he didn't need to be. Even at this moment, Chen Wan still stubbornly believed that he could completely control his emotions and feelings. Monica inwardly sighed but did not contradict him, simply represcribing the medication. In early August, the exchange rate rose, signaling an overall positive trend in the city's economic form for the second quarter. In storms, those affected are always the small players while giant ships remain unaffected. TCB extensively reported on He Xinyuan's recent wine event, confirming the alliance between he and Zhao. Having secured He Xinyuan's cooperation, Minglong Group was also quick to act, choosing a day to hold the press conference and groundbreaking ceremony for Poly Bay Dock. When Chen Wan received the invitation, he was somewhat surprised. His modest establishment, though occasionally referred to as a tech newcomer due to others' courtesy, held little weight against these old money families. However, noticing the invitation came not from Minglong Group itself but from one of its remote subsidiaries, Chen Wan dismissed any further thoughts. Kexiang had indeed done some business with the other party, but the subsidiary Tianying had little renown, and contracts rarely bore Minglong's official header. Therefore, many people were unaware of its connection to Minglong. Minglong might not even remember this forgotten, younger son, of theirs regularly. Zhuo Zhishuan glanced at the gilded invitation and looked askance at him. You're not going to skip it, are you? Why shouldn't I go? Chen Wan questioned. Zhuo Zhishuan had already given up predicting his behavior, thinking most invitations sent earlier under Zhao Xinga's name were usually declined by this person. I'm attending. Chen Wan carefully put the invitation away. Strictly speaking, this was actually official business. Tianying was their partner company, and Kexiang wasn't solely his personal project. Chen Wan wouldn't mix personal feelings with professional matters, he had a responsibility to the entire company. The banquet would be held at Poly Bay. As the area was not yet fully developed and close to the mountains, the pitch-black coastal highway near the suburb was illuminated by the headlights of incoming cars. The one who took charge and delivered the speech at the banquet was a senior cousin from the Zhao family, also a board member of Minglong Group, one of the few competent descendants of the Zhao family capable of shouldering great responsibilities. At events like this, Zhao Xingde usually didn't speak personally, showing up was more than enough. He and Shenzongnian, who both disliked the hubbub, sat drinking beside an inconspicuous corner behind curtains on the second floor, overlooking the glittering and bustling crowd below. This vantage point provided an unobstructed view, making it crystal clear who was socializing with whom and whose eyes met across the room. Bored, Zhao Xingde idly spun the metal on his finger. Shenzongnian sipped his wine. Why are you suddenly wearing this? The tail ring was embedded with the Zhao family crest, representing the highest power and status in Minglong. In the past, Zhao Xingde never flaunted this emblem in business negotiations. It wasn't necessary, nor did he like to do so, even when he first started out. Zhao Xingde said, "It's inauspicious to send someone to the hospital on a day like this." At this explanation, Shenzongnian immediately understood. It was Zhao Maojing who asked him to wear it. This would be Minglong's largest project in nearly a decade, not only involving collaborations with the Shen, Tan, Su families but also carrying heavy governmental approval. Such a momentous occasion warranted the presence of family honor. If Zhao Xingde didn't wear this tightening curse, the old man might get upset and summon doctors, and nosy paparazzi, who have noses sharper than dogs, would undoubtedly seize on this to stir up trouble. Looking down upon the sea of people below, all were masked, putting on identical smiles for social courtesy, busy exchanging pleasantries. In such a grand setting and significant moment, Zhao Xingde and Shenzongnian sat relaxed. Anyone passing by might think their casual posture was due to discussing billion-dollar projects when, in fact, they were merely gossiping about some people downstairs. Not long after, Tan Yuming and Zhuo Zhishuan came up with their drinks. "Did you see Chen Wan?" Zhuo Zhishuan asked. Tan Yuming didn't seem surprised. Shenzongnian took back his phone and asked Zhao Xingde in a level tone, "Did you invite Chen Wan?" This wasn't one of those private gatherings they usually had. Though he acknowledged Chen Wan's abilities, to put it bluntly, Kashian was still far from qualifying for Minglong's guest list. Unfazed, Zhao Xingde claimed ignorance. "When did Minglong start letting me handle their guest lists?" Zhuo Zhishuan stepped in to explain, "No, it's a commercial invitation from Tianying Company regarding the previous Tingwan Bay project they worked on together." Shenzongnian almost forgot about Tianying under Minglong. He glanced at Zhao Xingde but didn't ask further. Tan Yuming suggested, "Call him again and check where he is." He didn't pick up. 2 hours ago, he said he was leaving. It takes a maximum of an hour and a half to travel from downtown to this location. Chapter 30, Mount Fuji is far. 2 hours ago, Chen Wan set off from the outer ring. Today he was on a business trip to the outer ring, needing navigation to reach Poly Bay, which is the largest potential gold port in cargo volume over the next 10 years, hadn't yet reached its peak. Especially coming from the outer ring, there were few people around, only some small-scale factories here and there. Originally, he was the only car on the road, traveling smoothly without obstruction. When passing Route 375, a few chasing vehicles appeared ahead. More precisely, 2 large SUVs were surrounding and blocking a Salong Mati. Being squeezed from both sides, the Salong Mati swerved left and right, its trunk and headlights were already damaged, looking quite disastrous. Chen Wan didn't know the reason behind it, preferring not to meddle in other people's affairs. He pressed down hard on the accelerator to pass them. When overtaking, the Salong Mati desperately signaled him with lights, but Chen Wan paid no attention until the headlights turned on directly. That's when he saw that there was a woman in the back seat. Her face wasn't visible, but her hands were pressed against the window, in a pleading stance. Given how this area was near the sea, yet undeveloped, it only had basic guardrails along winding roads, frequently reported as sites of carjackings or vehicle accidents falling into the sea. Chen Wan glanced at the time, his lips tightened. After slowing down his speed, he suddenly executed a U-turn, catching the 2 SUVs off guard. Today, fortunately, he had driven a sturdy car, durable enough for collisions. But the 2 jeeps were instantly enraged, even crazier than the previous Rolls-Royce. The engines roared angrily, and in their embarrassment and fury, they seemed willing to go to any lengths to retaliate against Chen Wan's interference. Their double-sided attack sent Chen Wan's Volkswagen reeling, its side mirrors crashing off. Chen Wan, sitting in the driver's seat, felt the tremendous impact as his phone with a flashing call reminder fell from his pocket into the gap beneath. His merit diminished, Chen Wan cursed softly under his breath, his vision became blurry, and his breathing heavy. The headlights were smashed, and on this dark road without streetlights, he could only rely on intuition to steer the car. The Volkswagen wasn't as durable as either the Salong Mati or the Jeeps, so Chen Wan decided for a quick resolution. He rolled down his window as both front and rear windows of the Salong Mati lowered as well. Seeing the face of the woman inside, Chen Wan was slightly stunned. Having no time to dwell on it, he gestured to the driver in the front seat of the Salong Mati, who immediately understood. A quick press on the gas pedal created some distance, and at that moment, Chen Wan sharply turned the steering wheel, blocking the road directly. If the Jeeps insisted on relentlessly chasing down the Salong Mati without cost, Chen Wan's Volkswagen would certainly be pushed over the guardrail into the sea. But he wagered that the Jeeps wouldn't dare take such a catastrophic loss. Sure enough, just before impact, the Jeep screeched to an emergency stop, yet the inertia still caused significant jolts to the Volkswagen. The airbag deployed and the seatbelt tightened to its limit, saving Chen Wan from being hurled forward, but his head still collided heavily with a bone-chilling thud. Chen Wan's vision clouded with flashes of light, but relying purely on instinct, he restarted the vehicle and sped away before regaining full consciousness. By now, the Salong Mati had already broken free from the siege, fleeing far ahead. Fully aware they couldn't catch up anymore, the two jeeps meticulously noted down the license plate of this unexpected madman. The Volkswagen continued escorting the Salong Mati until reaching a brightly lit downtown area before stopping. Unwilling to get acquainted with the occupant, Chen Wan was about to signal his turn when the lady in the back seat quickly stepped out and politely knocked on his car window. Reluctantly, Chen Wan lowered the window. The lady was young and stunningly beautiful, remaining graceful and poised despite the harrowing chaos she'd endured. She thanked him warmly, saying, "Sir, thank you so much for your timely help. May I know your name?" Chen Wan's head still spun, but after composing himself, he smiled and replied, "I'm surnamed Chen." "Mr. Chen," she took out a business card and handed it to him respectfully, introducing herself, "I am Su Jiying. Would you like to exchange contact details?" She wanted to compensate him somehow, but seeing his car and demeanor, she realized money wasn't what he lacked. Direct material compensation would have been impolite, so she put it this way. Chen Wan couldn't refuse, so he took the card and said, "All right." Somewhat apologetically, he explained further, "But I don't happen to have my card on me today, my apologies." "It's okay." Chen Wan looked down at the lightly scented business card in his hand. This was Ms. Su Jiying, who reportedly returned to the country with Zhao Xinga and allegedly intended to marry him. Today, Su Jiying originally went alone to scout a very promising but currently unnoticed plot of land. To avoid drawing attention, she only brought along her driver, intending to head straight to Poly Bay for the dinner banquet afterward. The two jeeps targeting her should be opponents of the Zhao family who believed in the rumors of the Su Zhao family marriage alliance. Unable to achieve leverage through Zhao Xinga, they targeted her instead. Choosing specifically to stir trouble on the day of the banquet announcement to make waves, hoping to disrupt the good omen of Minglong and garner bad publicity online. Given that the Poly Bay project also involved the Su family, their actions ensured mutual damage, killing two birds with one stone. Looking at Chen Wan's slightly pale face, Su Jiying worriedly asked, "Are you hurt? Let me take you to the hospital, your forehead and arms are bleeding, and you need a thorough checkup." With such violent impacts earlier, even she sitting in the back seat had felt nauseous, let alone the person driving the car. Chen Wan courteously declined with a smile, "Thank you, Ms. Su, but I feel fine, nothing serious. Please don't worry." Realizing that based on her attire, she too must be heading to Poly Bay for the evening banquet, he tactfully suggested, "You're busy, go ahead if you have other things to attend to." Su Jiying still couldn't ease her mind and asked concernedly, "What about you? Did this delay any of your plans?" She noticed that Chen Wan was also dressed formally, evidently groomed with care. But due to the chaotic and intense battle moments ago, his tie was in disarray, and his collar and cuffs were all wrinkled. He looked quite disheveled. However, that face of his was still extremely handsome. Su Jiying suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of apology welling up in her heart. Perhaps someone was looking forward to a long-awaited date, only to have it disrupted by her. Chen Wan didn't want to cause trouble for others, so he said, "It's fine, I'll just reschedule with my friend. Or I could send you to the hospital first." "Really, it's unnecessary, I'm fine, Miss Su." Seeing his firm refusal, Su Jiying did not insist further, but she emphasized repeatedly, "All right, Mr. Chen, if you feel unwell later, please contact me. I mean it, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rest easy." Chen Wan paused. This Miss Su appeared delicate yet exuded confidence when speaking. He smiled faintly, "Miss Su, I'm really fine, don't worry about me." After Su Jiying left, Chen Wan parked his car by the side of the road and pulled up his sleeve to check his arm. Sure enough, there was a wound, already dried with some blood on his white shirt. He had felt the subtle pain earlier, and now a large bruise had risen, likely from bending too sharply while blocking the jeep's path, colliding heavily against the window. There were slight abrasions on his forehead, barely noticeable unless inspected closely, but his head felt dizzy and confused. With his appearance messy and his clothes disheveled, he wouldn't be attending the banquet after all. Chen Wan sighed wearily and helplessly. Looking at Su Jiying's departing figure heading toward the feast, Chen Wan felt a tinge of envy and regret. Mount Fuji was far away, he wouldn't make it there. The Volkswagen stopped at the roadside like a giant beast in the night, its engine overheating as it panted raggedly. Above the red light, a huge screen had just finished airing an observatory report and switched to financial news. Director Minglong spoke briefly, and Zhao Xinga's face flashed by. Even the official media didn't dare linger on him for too long. Chen Wan couldn't clearly discern his expression, but he caught sight of a ring on his hand. In fact, the camera moved so fast that Chen Wan didn't pay attention to which finger the ring was on, but he knew that Zhao Xinga used to never wear any rings. An approaching car turned on its high beams, directly piercing his vision, causing Chen Wan's eyes to suddenly hurt immensely. Perhaps it was the act of personally escorting his rumored rival to the side of the person he loved, or maybe it was truly his brain damaged by the jeep collision. Emotionally shattered, Chen Wan rarely lost control like this. But the time he wasn't rational lasted shortly, strictly controlled within limits he allowed himself. In truth, it was comforting. Miss Su was an excellent woman, one of those types even he, lurking in the darkness, secretly admiring her would find impressive. She matched Zhao Xinga perfectly. Chen Wan felt fortunate that he made that decision to turn the steering wheel back. The throbbing pain at his temple persisted as Chen Wan closed his eyes and rested motionlessly. The dark 20 minutes inside the car let him piece together the fragments in his body, accumulating strength to drive toward the hospital. Pali Bay. As Salong Mati reached the front gate, reporters outside began pressing their flashbulbs furiously. Despite the tumultuous situation she'd experienced earlier, Su Jiying remained graceful and composed. Stepping out of the car, she paid no heed to the journalists calling her Miss Su repeatedly, striding elegantly into the banquet venue. With her mind preoccupied by important matters, she exchanged brief pleasantries with acquaintances before finding Zhao Xinga's secretary to request meeting him. Zhao Xinga said he was busy. Su Jiying chuckled, feeling his contractual spirit needed improvement, so she directly informed the secretary about what happened before. I suspect it's Hong Chi's people, ask him to quickly dispatch someone to investigate. Hong Chi was the head of Baihe gang, also the escapee who slipped through the dragnet during the last Hurricane Thunder operation. This time around, Zhao Xinga promptly allowed her entry into the VIP lounge. Su Jiying greeted him respectfully, Mr. Zhao. Chapter 31, Thank you, Mr. Zhao, no need. Zhao Xinga gave a faint nod, merely exchanging a glance with her for the sake of courtesy before turning his focus back to the surveillance footage frame by frame. The security team had just sent over videos showing traffic conditions leading to Pali Bay from each intersection. There were a total of 7 intersections. Zhuo Zhishuan mentioned he hadn't seen Chen Wan and couldn't get in touch with him, so he idly flipped through some random footage. Zhao Xinga kept his eyes on the screen and did not turn to look at Su Jiying again. Speak. Su Jiying briefly recounted what had happened along the way. Suddenly, Zhao Xinga asked without speaking throughout her account, what car? Jeep, no license plate. No, Zhao Xinga cut her off, the one after that. Volkswagen. Because Chen Wan had been like Lei Feng, doing good deeds without leaving a name, he even hadn't exchanged complete names with Su Jiying. So Su Jiying had carefully noted down the license plate number. There was no need to check surveillance now. Zhao Xinga shut down the computer, stood up directly. His expression didn't change, but the seriousness and decisiveness in his eyes made Su Jiying pause for a moment. You said he watched you leave and then stopped by the roadside himself? Yes. He wasn't planning to come again. Su Jiying didn't know Chen Wan, but the possibility that Chen Wan didn't know Su Jiying was slim. Su Jiying noticed a very subtle shift in Zhao Xinga's emotions. She didn't know why Zhao Xinga was so focused on a part of the event that wasn't critical. Afraid that Zhao might be suspecting Chen Wan, she carefully explained, it's just a coincidence, though it seemed strange, I really think it was coincidental. They're not together. Zhao Xinga had already stopped listening to her and turned around. While grabbing his coat and car keys, he asked, what's the condition of the other party? Su Jiying couldn't figure out what Zhao Xinga cared about most, but she still replied honestly, injured, lost a fair amount of blood. I asked him, he said there's nothing serious. It seems he doesn't want others to know. Understood, Zhao Xinga strode out of the VIP room, not even glancing back, Miss Su, do as you please. Ranji Hospital. Following the nurse's instructions, Chen Wan went through numerous tests. The doctor finally diagnosed him with soft tissue injury to hand joints and mild concussion, requiring hospitalization. Doctor, Chen Wan tried to decline politely, I don't think it's that severe. Young man, cherish your body, the doctor said seriously, just because you don't feel it now doesn't mean there's no problem. Many injuries won't show immediately, and you injured areas near your brain and eyes, absolutely must not take it lightly. Chen Wan could only agree. There's also admission procedures. Was anyone here with you? No, doctor, can you give me the forms? I'll handle them myself. The doctor looked at him and softened his tone, you can use a card. Let the nurse bring the form directly to your ward for you to sign later. Chen Wan complied and said, thank you, doctor. Ranji is a private hospital, and Chen Wan requested a private ward. All night's exhaustion had left both his spirit and body severely strained. He understood the doctor's glance, but Chen Wan didn't think much of it. He was used to handling all sorts of troubles in life and destiny's trials by himself, such an injury would have been nothing when he was a child. Very hungry, also extremely tired, sleep would solve everything, he thought as he closed his eyes. Still, even in this completely worn-out state, the responsibility etched into his bones reminded him that he probably forgot to inform Zhuo Zhishuan. He didn't arrive on time, likely no one noticed except Zhuo Zhishuan. Thus, Chen Wan used the last bit of battery left in his phone to call Zhuo Zhishuan. Even though Chen Wan described it casually, Zhuo Zhishuan reacted explosively and insisted on coming to the hospital. Chen Wan's, not a big deal, was something Zhuo Zhishuan had been familiar with since childhood. Getting beaten black and blue by senior students in international school, of course, he fought back later, entering forbidden places at 15 to save Song Qingyao from older men's harassment, and other similar events all fell under Chen Wan's, not a big deal. Chen Wan was dependable, yet unreliable sometimes, especially concerning matters involving himself. Alright, stop trying to cover up. I'm coming over right now, Zhuo Zhishuan cursed several times, if I find out who those bastards are, they're dead. Before Chen Wan could stop him, his phone ran out of power. As soon as Zhuo Zhishuan hung up, he encountered Zhao Xinge coming out from the VIP room. I was just about to look for you. He originally thought he would stay here tonight, so he let the driver go back. Now driving from the downtown area would waste a lot of time. Lend me a car, I have something to attend to and need to leave earlier. Although he was asking for a favor in terms of borrowing a car, his tone was obviously not very polite. Zhao Xinge didn't take it to heart and acted decisively. No need, let's go together. Zhuo Zhishuan looked at him with surprise. You. It's directed at me. Zhao Xinge noticed he wasn't pressing the elevator button, so he did it himself and pressed B1. Seeing that Zhuo Zhishuan was still out of it, he asked in a low voice, are you coming or not? He frowned deeply, radiating great authority which multiplied the pressure on others. Though his emotions seemed stable on the surface, Zhuo Zhishuan felt that he had actually started to get angry. Zhuo Zhishuan hadn't seen Zhao Xinge mad many times, so he quickly shut the elevator door. Zhao Xinge drove personally, very steadily, but Zhuo Zhishuan still quietly gripped the seatbelt tightly. He didn't know that someone as cultivated as Zhao Xinge could potentially be such an aggressive road hog. Given the matter involving Chen Wan, Zhuo Zhishuan had a lot of questions. Zhao Xinge gave concise updates without much embellishment regarding what Su Jiying reported this evening, yet Zhuo Zhishuan still didn't understand why Zhao Xinge wanted to come along with him. Facing the skeptical and questioning eyes of the other party, Zhao Xinge explained solemnly and seriously, there are issues caused by White Crane Gang's remaining forces, only Chen Wan knows the specific details. Zhuo Zhishuan understood immediately. Those people wanted to ruin Zhao Xinge's plans at such a moment, how could Zhao Xinge just let them get away with it? This explanation was logically tight and coherent. Zhuo Zhishuan accepted the reason for Zhao Xinge's company silently and blamed Zhao Xinge in his heart. Chen Wan was the unexpected calamity, and he, Zhuo Zhishuan, was the root cause. Logically, Zhao Xinge indeed should be here for this trip. The Maybach sped on the Huanhai Avenue at an extreme pace. The vast sea stretched endlessly on both sides, and only the brightness of headlights shone like certain indescribable feelings, growing clearer and sharper until they broke through the night sky. Ward. Chen Wan had bandages covering large areas of his forehead corner, arm, and shoulder respectively, placed there by a nurse. Iwan. I said I'm not. Chen Wan paused, opening his eyes slightly wider, confirming who the visitor was before tentatively starting again, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Xinge had never seen Chen Wan injured and looking so disheveled. His eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly, then nodded. Chen Wan had just doubted the doctor's diagnosis of mild concussion. He now began to think he had more than that, irregular heartbeat and unrealistic imaginings too. For some unknown reason, ever since Zhao Xinge entered, his eyes remained locked onto him. For a long, extended period. Chen Wan felt as if he was being penetrated through the skin and his soul laid bare. His four-needle point gradually rose, making him despise his current unsightly appearance which hindered the view. Confused and somewhat embarrassed, he asked, why is Mr. Zhao here? Zhao Xinge couldn't answer immediately. He could say it was due to Su Jiying and White Crane Gang to Zhuo Zhishuan, but he couldn't say that to Chen Wan. If Zhao Xinge didn't speak, Zhuo Zhishuan did for him, stating plainly, Miss Su said you saved her. That group was leftover members from White Crane Gang. Chen Wan's mind suddenly calmed down. It was thus. Dazzled by the excitement of seeing Mount Fuji, he nearly forgot that the person he saved was Su Jiying. Suddenly, Chen Wan felt a bit awkward for his previous irrational thinking and mistaken self-centeredness. Not because it was shameful for Zhao Xinge to make a special trip for Su Jiying, but rather that he, himself, hadn't considered this level initially. It was expected for Zhao Xinge to come for Su Jiying, yet Chen Wan shouldn't have overlooked it. Overlooking it indicated that in his subconscious, he harbored hidden desires and ugly dark thoughts, something that went against his will and principles. This was what made Chen Wan feel most ashamed and utterly humiliated. Chen Wan had never considered himself someone with high moral standards. He had done plenty of bad, cruel, dirty things. His hands were far from clean already. But at this moment, this self-condemnation and loathing surpassed even the fact that Zhao Xinge was engaged. There were even moments when Chen Wan wanted to find a place to hide. He dared not face Zhao Xinge and couldn't face himself. Chen Wan was in extreme distress, his body covered with wounds. However, the thing that truly crushed him was the sense of moral guilt. Zhao Shenge didn't understand why Chen Wan's gaze toward him seemed to have lost some of its luster. Perhaps it was because of his injuries, he wasn't as flawless as usual. Zhao Shenge could vaguely see a kind of regret and resolution in his eyes. He didn't know what Chen Wan was regretting or resolving, but it felt as though something was slipping away from this moment, gone forever. Extremely rarely, Zhao Shenge felt a subtle pang of panic, as if his heart had been gripped, yet he still couldn't pinpoint the source. Chen Wan suffered all these disasters because of him. Su Jiying's involvement in the calamity wasn't entirely innocent. There was a saying in Haisher, if you eat salted fish, you must be prepared for thirst. The Su and Zhao families worked together to divide the remnants of White Crane Gang. If she wanted to participate in such risky pursuits, she should have been ready to face the corresponding risks. But Chen Wan received no benefits and suffered many injuries. Just like at Eagle Pool before, his troubles stemmed from Zhao Shen's obstinacy, bringing misfortune from above. It was rare for Zhao Shen's conscience to stir. He lacked experience visiting patients, so it was awkward. He only approached the bed, slightly leaning down, asking Chen Wan gently, "How are your injuries? Did those people carry guns?" Chen Wan thought he just wanted detailed information for tracking enemy movements, so he adjusted his mood, grew serious, and recounted some details from the time. No guns, but they might have weapons or goods in their cars. I noticed the tailgates of two A67 Jeeps were heavily weighed down, and they were original vehicles without license plates. Such cars are usually used for illegal border crossings. Zhao Shenj pressed his lips, lingering slowly and carefully on every wound on Chen Wan's face and hands. Then said, "You observed very carefully." Yet none of it was what he really wanted to know. Chen Wan felt like the other party wasn't quite satisfied with the expression on his face, but this was everything he could remember given the chaotic situation earlier. Chen Wan opened his mouth again, unsure what else he should say. His appearance, bruised and clad in hospital garb, looking apologetic, evoked a very strange sensation in Zhao Shenj. This feeling prompted him to do something quickly and decisively. But after much thought, he could only find an excuse that seemed relatively reasonable and in line with their respective identities and positions. He then asked earnestly, "Chen Wan, they targeted me, but got you involved. If you need anything, feel free to ask me." "Mr. Zhao," Chen Wan softly addressed him. Zhao Shenj stopped, looking intently as he listened. Zhao Shenj probably didn't realize that his own eyes carried even a hint of encouragement, as if hoping for Chen Wan to continue speaking more. Chen Wan had always believed himself to possess great mental resilience and composure, including that night when he hadn't really noticed particularly painful areas on his body. The violent collision by the jeep hitting his forehead didn't hurt, neither did his arm bleeding under the car window. Even watching Su Jiying walking towards the brilliantly lit boulevard was bearable. But the special trip Zhao Shenj made to personally visit and thank him opened up a deep crack in his heart. At first, the blood flowed steadily, gradually becoming thicker and more torrential. Because once again, he realized clearly that Zhao Shenj had come on behalf of Su Jiying. On her behalf to understand the situation, on her behalf to thank Chen Wan, on her behalf to settle the debts and obligations. Rationally, his mind was shouting loudly, warning him to immediately terminate these immoral feelings. Physiologically, however, he could not stop. His brain felt torn apart, bifurcated into two personalities. This kind of pain came late but was extremely clear and profound. Yet Chen Wan kept a straight face, continuing to smile gently as always. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I don't need anything, you shouldn't worry about me." It felt as if Zhao Shen's heart had been suddenly clutched. And that unfamiliar, unfathomable thing inside him continued to slip away faster than ever before. Chen Wan told him not to worry. With the same level of courtesy, politeness, understanding, and deliberate avoidance as always. Asking him not to care about him. Nothing. Zhao Shenj didn't know where the issue lay, but he simply wanted to appear less difficult to get along with so that the other party would understand he was reasonable and had a sense of humanity. "In any case, I caused you injury, it's my responsibility. You deserve compensation and gratitude." Chen Wan said, "No need, Miss Su has already thanked me." Chapter 32, No Need to Fear Me. Zhao Shenj furrowed his brow and said, "She thanks her way, I thank mine. It's a completely different matter." There was no representative relationship between Su Jiying and him. Perhaps because this was something Zhao Shenj considered crucial to clarify seriously, he hadn't noticed that his tone had become more authoritative, making Chen Wan and Zhuo Zhishuan momentarily stunned. The atmosphere in the ward instantly turned subtle and heavy, as if it had physical weight. Or perhaps people are more fragile and disoriented when they're injured. Chen Wan didn't understand what Zhao Shenj meant, only knowing that it seemed like he had messed things up. He opened his mouth, a bit bewildered, and somewhat at a loss. Zhao Shenj kept staring at Chen Wan's slim, frail figure, even feeling like the other person's hand trembled slightly. Very rarely, Zhao Shenj also felt unusually nervous and restless but had no plan of action. It was almost the first time for Zhao Shenj to experience such uncontrollable emotions up until today. Yet there was nothing he could do about it. He softened his tone, "I." Just as Zhuo Zhishuan was about to speak up to stop Zhao Shenj from frightening others, his phone rang. Tan Yuming called to ask about Chen Wan's condition. He had originally planned to come over too, but his father hadn't left yet, and Shen Zongyan also said having too many people leave all at once would be too noticeable, so he gave up. Without exaggerating too much, Zhuo Zhishuan said, his arm, leg, face, all injured. His head is also bruised. Chen Wan. Tan Yuming immediately said, "Turn on the speakerphone, I want to talk to Chen Wan." Zhuo Zhishuan obliged, and Chen Wan spoke first, "Young Master Tan, it's me. There's nothing serious here, don't worry." Tan Yuming asked in detail a few more questions, telling him to rest well and saying that after discharge, they would have a team-building trip at Lion Mountain and throw him a discharge party. As if comforting a child. Chen Wan smiled faintly and said okay. Tan Yuming glimpsed an elegant and dazzling figure in the social scene and lit up. He handed the glass in his hand back to Shen Zongnian. He himself enjoyed gossiping, thinking that gossiping might let Chen Wan relax a bit while eating some melon seeds. Wan, do you know who you saved? Su Jiying. Owing to messing with someone untouchable, Zhao Shenge won't let them go unpunished. Rest assured, you won't suffer such. Chen Wan's head felt burning hot, his throat ablaze, and he struggled to modulate his voice into normal calmness, saying, not Rella. Unmarried wife. A deep and slow male voice entered the speaker calmly but with a hint of dominance. Did you decide? Chen Wan turned to look at Zhao Shenge. Given his ambiguous words, everyone paused briefly. Zhuo Zhishuan glanced at Chen Wan, then turned to look at Zhao Shenge. Zhao Shenge still had that calm demeanor, making him inscrutable. Tan Yuming laughed heartily. Who dares to make decisions for you, Zhao Shenge? This was written by Haidu Evening News, imitating fully the paparazzi tone. Financial giant Zhao Sheng and the eldest daughter of the Su family appeared late at night at the same spot, suspected meeting in Shallow Water Garden Bay No. 7 to build a love nest. Zhao Shenge glanced at Chen Wan. Chen Wan wasn't looking at him, so Zhao Shenge mockingly said to Tan Yuming, so you wrote it personally? Tan Yuming burst into laughter again. Zhuo Zhishuan thought that he had already been one of their relatively close friends, but still couldn't tell whether these two were joking or being serious. In the past, they never talked about such topics when they went out. Perhaps these kinds of matters Zhao Shenge would only discuss with Shen Zongnian. He didn't need to know the truth, but he knew someone would definitely want to find out. So Zhuo Zhishuan deliberately spoke loudly, that Flower Capital News Social also wrote that your journalists captured pictures of you having dinner together at 7 Den. Tan Yuming immediately chimed in, see, it's not just me. I didn't fabricate it to mess with you. Zhao Shenge consulted, eating dinner means you're going to get engaged. I will not be engaged to Ms. Su, he said with a sense of righteousness, either to Zhuo Zhishuan or Tan Yuming. I will only retain the legal right to sue you and the paparazzi magazine for slandering my privacy. Tan Yuming laughed and said he was pretending to be proper. Chen Wan furrowed his brows slightly out of confusion, raising his head a bit, then directly met Zhao Shenge's gaze which had been lingering on him. Zhao Shenge looked at him gently and asked quite seriously, what? Have you seen it? Chen Wan choked a bit, no, I haven't. Tan Yuming said, whether or not you've seen it, anyway, it's all because of you too, Zhao Shenge, you must take responsibility. He should make Zhao Shenge pay dearly, which was what he deserved. This time, Zhao Shenge didn't refute him. He kept talking, wanting to tell Chen Wan more gossip about Zhao Shenge and Su Jiying, until Shen Zongnian took back his phone and said, that's enough, let Chen Wan rest. Only then did Tan Yuming stop and took a sip of wine from the glass in his hand. It was Zhuo Zhishuan's phone, but he never got the chance to speak. His gaze glanced between Zhao Shenge and Chen Wan without being noticed. He thought he used to think he didn't know Chen Wan very well, but now he also felt a bit unfamiliar with Zhao Shenge. The nurse came to call someone to sign forms, and Zhuo Zhishuan thought that surely he was closer to Chen Wan than Zhao Shenge, so he went out with the nurse quite willingly. The ward was left with Zhao Shenge and Chen Wan. Chen Wan wasn't quite sure what Zhao Shenge kept looking at him meant, so he could only smile politely. However, Zhao Shenge thought that his complexion looked better, and his expression wasn't as broken as before, so he felt a bit relieved. Then, he went over, leaned in, and lifted his hand. Chen Wan instinctively leaned back a little, holding his breath completely. So Zhao Shenge stopped, looked at him. Chen Wan blinked once and made eye contact with him. After Zhao Shenge ensured that he had adapted to this distance, he continued his action, and Chen Wan realized that the other person was just trying to adjust the position of his foredrip to make the infusion smoother. Thank you. Chen Wan mumbled awkwardly as he found himself enveloped in Zhao Shenge's cool demeanor. When Zhao Shenge raised his hand, the ring flashed for a moment, the family crest on his pinky exuded an air of low-key mystery. Suddenly, the crest-bearing ring moved close to his face. Chen Wan looked up in puzzlement. Zhao Shenge looked into his eyes and said, weren't you curious? No. Chen Wan, after making sure there was no swelling or bruising at his needle site, Zhao Shenge sat down again, paused, and asked, are you afraid of me? His voice was deep and steady, but the movement under Chen Wan's blanket betrayed his slight unease. This wasn't a question, it was a statement. Chatting with Zhao Shenge defied common logic, conversing with him was like riding a roller coaster. Chen Wan looked at Zhao Shenge and smiled, no, why do you ask like that, Mr. Zhao? Sitting at the same level as Chen Wan, Zhao Shenge's calm and warm gaze was direct yet inscrutable. It gave one the impression of immense depth, you couldn't see through his thoughts, but your tiniest feelings became exposed under his scrutiny. Not. Zhao Shenge focused on him intently, his pitch-black gaze scanning his eyebrows, eyes, and lips. The atmosphere in the room transitioned from earlier stagnation into an indescribable subtlety, but both seemed more natural and composed than ever. No. This time, Chen Wan genuinely answered. He had never feared Zhao Shenge, regardless of how others described him. As long as you're not afraid, Zhao Shenge remarked, then you don't have to fear me. Chen Wan thought his brain might truly be injured. He currently appeared slow-witted, less sharp, less graceful, and even less guarded and impeccable, revealing a part of Chen Wan outside his armor and mask that Zhao Shenj found remarkably genuine, vivid, and tender. Therefore, he reiterated earnestly with a dependable tone and sincere expression, "You don't need to fear me." Chen Wan simply replied affirmatively, appearing docile. Zhao Shenj glanced at the medication prescribed by the doctor for him. He was scrutinizing it carefully while asking, "Chen Wan, how many days did the doctor suggest you stay in the hospital?" Chen Wan replied, "I will just stay overnight for observation tonight, and if there's nothing wrong tomorrow, I'll." "Chen Wan," Zhao Shenj softly interrupted him, pausing briefly with a touch of helplessness in his tone, "I'm asking about the doctor's suggestion, not your own judgment. Not what you think on your own." Chen Wan. In fact, Zhao Shenj's tone was very calm, not like that of a superior to a subordinate, but more like an elder asking a child, with a hint of disapproval, a bit speechless, yet not overly harsh. Nonetheless, it made one instinctively straighten their back and answer truthfully. Chen Wan could only look foolishly and truthfully say, "A week." Zhao Shenj felt his straightforward response was quite obedient, unlike when he earlier said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, no need," which irritated him somewhat. Thus, he automatically ignored Chen Wan's intention to discharge himself the next day and asked, "Will my arranging someone to guard outside your ward disturb you?" "What? Before the reckless people are captured, there is a possibility of retaliation," Zhao Shenj stated seriously, "I am worried they might come after you." Chen Wan took this seriously as well. "Oh, okay, won't be a problem." Zhao Shenj then added, "I'll also send someone else to take care of you since being here alone may not be convenient." Chen Wan hadn't even opened his mouth before Zhao Shenj continued, "Zhuo Zhishuan wouldn't feel at ease either. However, if you prefer that I owe you this favor, you can let me know what you want later once you decide." Zhao Shenj appeared so self-assured that Chen Wan would never engage in such a practice of bargaining over gratitude. Sure enough, the latter agreed readily. The corners of Zhao Shenj's lips slightly curved upwards, barely noticeable. The night shift doctor came to check on the patient, warning that due to Chen Wan's weakened physical foundation, going to the hospital alone after injuring his brain region was very dangerous. Zhao Shenj stood silently, seemingly deep in thought. The doctor also advised not letting Chen Wan sit upright for too long and requested Zhao Shenj adjust the height of the bed head. As Zhao Shenj leaned close, Chen Wan caught a whiff of the De Hong Pao fragrance lingering on his collar and cuffs. It was faint. Fortunately, after Zhao Shenj adjusted the bed head height, he quickly stood up straight again. Chen Wan sighed in relief. "Mr. Zhao, has it been long since you left? If you have matters to attend to, please go back first. There's really nothing major wrong with my health." This was a very crucial moment for Minglong tonight. Surely Zhao Shenj had many things to handle. Zhao Shenj mentioned he just needed to make a brief appearance, others would be handling the stage speeches, interviews, and media interactions with guests. He guessed that Chen Wan's inquiry might imply hoping he would leave sooner. Tired? Zhao Shenj's towering figure and broad shoulders blocked part of the bright light, leaving his expression obscured in shadows. "If you're tired, close your eyes and rest. I'll leave once Zhuo Zhishuan comes back." Chen Wan was completely enveloped in his shadow, as if surrounded by Zhao Shenj himself. Perhaps because the doctor had prescribed sedatives for Chen Wan, or perhaps Zhao Shenj naturally gave off vibes of reliability and reassurance. When Zhuo Zhishuan returned after completing the procedures, Chen Wan had already fallen asleep. Running up and down the hospital had been exhausting, and Zhuo Zhishuan, who'd rarely done these chores personally, had to wait in lines and fetch medications. Already anxious due to Chen Wan's injury, his temper flared almost leading to an argument with someone. Hence, upon returning, he didn't notice that the thermos on the bedside table was already filled, nor that Chen Wan's phone with the chipped corner was already charging. Zhao Shenj said he had to leave first and immediately dispatch people to investigate those individuals. He also instructed Zhuo Zhishuan to monitor the vein on Chen Wan's hand, adjusting the infusion speed accordingly. His words were succinct, essentially summarizing the doctor's medical instructions during rounds, clear and precise without any emotional undertones or personal concern. Although Zhuo Zhishuan recently had some grievances against him, at that moment, watching his tall silhouette and hearing those few words, he felt that Zhao Shenj had reverted to the older brother image from his childhood. Indeed, deep down, Zhuo Zhishuan always regarded Zhao Shenj as his elder brother. In their youth, all the children within the influential social circles in Haishur City admired having a brother like Zhao Shenj. If you got into trouble, he'd tell you not to worry. When you ran out of money, you could use his card. His limited edition mountain bikes were generously lent, and if broken, it wouldn't cause any issues. Zhao Shenj would never get angry. Zhao Shenj always had a way out. With Zhao Shenj around, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved. In Zhuo Zhishuan's memory, Zhao Shenj had been like this since he was young. He had always thought of the other as a mountain, a small one when they were children and a towering peak later on. Yuzhang does not speak, yet remains steadfast and unshaken. He has always been there, allowing friends to rely on him. But as people grew up, many things ceased to be as pure as before. Everyone was changing. Tan Yuming became more arrogant, Shen Zongyan more gloomy, and Zhao Shenj colder. That aloofness emanated from deep within his bones. Even though he still retained the gentleness, reliability, and sense of responsibility of his childhood, treated his friends well, and remained generous and magnanimous, somewhere along the line, Zhuo Zixuan realized that Zhao Shenge was no longer the older brother in his heart. Perhaps it began the day Zhao Shenge stopped playing games with them due to Zhao Maozheng's supervision. Perhaps it was the day when he no longer glanced twice at stray dogs on the road, or the day he no longer showed mercy when a former friend made a mistake. It had been too long. Zhuo Zixuan didn't even know when Zhao Shenge, or everyone for that matter, including himself, began to change. For their circle, true heartfelt friendship seemed rare, and even if such friendships existed, they easily changed over time. So Chen stood out as especially precious. But this night, in Chen Wan's hospital room, Zhuo Zixuan felt as if his big brother had returned. Chapter 33, Sleeping Beauty and the Rebellious Boy. Minglong Conference Room. When Tan Yuming and Shen Zongnian arrived, Zhao Shenge was reviewing the daily flow account of the ward. The same old content held his careful attention as ever. He gave them a brief nod with his chin. Wait a moment. His head was truly round. Expressionless, Zhao Shenge shut off his computer. Tan Yuming sat down on the sofa, assuming he was working, but after answering a phone call, despite keeping his voice low, Tan Yuming could faintly hear words like soup, nutrition, and let it go. Tan Yuming nudged Shen Zongnian's palm, motioning for him to listen in. However, Zhao Shenge ended the call quickly, depriving Tan Yuming of any chance to uncover more clues. Being a curious person, Tan Yuming could not resist asking before discussing business matters, who called. Zhao Shenge readily complied with Tan Yuming's curiosity, the housekeeper. Tan Yuming asked, what's going on? Zhao Shenge took the contract from Tan Yuming's hand and flipped through it while saying, she's got a cat that refuses to eat. Tan Yuming thought Zhao Shenge was teasing him, is that your new cold joke or something? Shen Zongnian also raised an eyebrow. Not bothering to elaborate further, Zhao Shenge jumped straight into discussing the main agenda. It wasn't a very formal meeting, yet it lasted until dusk. After concluding, Tan Yuming asked Zhao Shenge whether he wanted to join them in visiting Chen Wan. There's Jiang too. Xian accompanied him to Baidu Island today to paint. We'll gather at the hospital. Zhao Shenge declined, no thanks, giving an excuse that he didn't want to visit with a large group. I need to return to the old residence tonight. Zhao Maoxing had urged repeatedly, likely planning to hold him accountable for the events during the release and celebration. Alright, Tan Yuming thought Zhao Shenge was awfully unsociable and reminded him, when I organize a discharge party for Chen Wan, you better not miss it. There's no denying his injury is somehow related to you. Zhao Shenge did not commit immediately, only replying, we'll see. The driver was already waiting in the parking lot. Sitting in the back seat, Zhao Shenge did not open his work files as usual right away. Instead, he saw several new photos on his phone. Chen Wan eating an apple, lashes drooping, red lips, water or juice dripped onto his fingers. Chen Wan working while having an N4 drip, looking somewhat pale, expressionlessly typing one-handed, appearing very serious. Chen Wan failing to properly cover himself with blankets, one leg exposed outside, very white. When Zhao Shenge returned to the old residence, the servants began serving the dishes. The Zhao couple was also present. They had just finished an art exhibition in Austria and returned to the country the previous day. Zhao Min specialized in sculptures, while one he painted. The couple was described as harmonious, being artists nurtured by wealth. Zhao Maoxing had realized early on that Zhao Min lacked any talent for business or politics. His anger and hopes were all placed on his eldest grandson, who underwent rigorous training from a young age to ensure that the family's legacy would have a worthy successor. One he asked Zhao Shenge whether he had been busy recently. Zhao Shenge wasn't particularly close to his parents, so he gave a very brief reply. One he then jokingly inquired about Minglong's recent collaboration with the Su family, having heard that their daughter was exceptionally beautiful and accomplished. She asked Zhao Shenge if it was true. Zhao Shenge replied that he didn't know much about it. There was a certain calm detachment in Zhao Shen's words, and when he and Zhao Min exchanged glances, deciding not to press the matter further. They had always been somewhat afraid of this son. When Zhao Shenge was little, the Zhao couple left him in the care of the elders while they traveled around the world indulging in arts and pleasures. Naturally, they remained unaware of the various strict and even cruel elitist doctrines imposed by Zhao Maoxing. By the time they noticed, Zhao Shenge had already transitioned from a high and mighty teenager into a young man of unfathomable thoughts, deep and reserved. Outsiders might find Zhao Shenge enigmatic, but even his own parents understood very little about him and could not claim any closeness. Zhao Shenge made no judgments about how his parents performed, he had never expected anything from them. In fact, he did not expect anything from anyone, including himself. With so many people at the old residence of the Zhao family, the only thing Zhao Shenge carried with him was an intangible, exaggerated, and meaningless responsibility. It weighed 1,000 pounds, bound by shackles, and Zhao Shenge had shouldered it since he was 8 years old until he turned 28, and would likely continue to do so. If viewed from this angle, then perhaps when Chen Wan considered Zhao Shenge a kind person, she wasn't wrong. Responsibility and accountability are also parts of kindness. After dinner, the Zhao couple excused themselves and left. They still had an exhibition tour in North America and mentioned they might not be able to return even for the new year. Out of courtesy, Zhao Sheng simply said, go smoothly, without adding anything more. It was a rather formal family. Zhao Maoxing called out to Zhao Sheng, come with me to the study. Since his son wasn't cut out for the family business, he was unusually stringent with his grandson. The name, Zhao Sheng, was meant to remind him not to confine himself to lofty towers nor indulge in empty fame. Zhao Maoxing, accustomed to wielding life and death authority, at his current age, has only seen his controlling desires intensify, affecting everything from work to personal life. You don't even go home despite your parents being back. Had it not been for his repeated orders, Zhao Sheng wouldn't have appeared here today. Zhao Sheng indeed rarely came back to the old house. His impression of the place was hardly positive. After becoming an adult, Zhao Sheng avoided public appearances, rejected interviews, and refused photo sessions, all for freedom. But the source of his lack of freedom was here. What are you doing that keeps you from finding time to come home? This wasn't a question, yet Zhao Sheng no longer cared about Zhao Maoxing's surveillance and probing. The elderly man, though outwardly harsh now, was inwardly weak, lacking the power to interfere significantly with him anymore. At this point, whatever Zhao Sheng intended to do would unlikely face interference from anyone else. He picked up his teacup, sipped some tea, and effortlessly responded, I'm busy with some things. Zhao Sheng felt little emotion toward Zhao Maoxing. However, he could speak amicably to those he disliked or had no feelings towards because if there was truly someone or something he couldn't tolerate, he'd handle it in a far more direct manner. Zhao Maoxing choked momentarily before staring sternly at him with his turbid eyes, don't play word games with me here. What? Do you think I'm too old to control you anymore? What do you intend to explain to me about the Su family matter? To them? To the outside world? His tone was extremely agitated, and his cane knocked loudly against the table corners, as if Zhao Sheng had committed some great heretical sin. Looking at him oddly, Zhao Sheng said, first of all, my personal matters don't need to be explained to anyone. Second, it was you who released the news of the engagement without my knowledge while I was out of the country. You should be the one to explain things to the Su family and the public. Moreover, if I decide to hold you accountable, you'd need to explain yourself to me. Zhao Maoxing roared angrily, and I must give you an explanation. What is all this for? Don't forget that Minglong has signed a 10-year plan with them, Bisha Island financing is still in the share issuance stage, and the construction site at Lychee Corner just began preparations. So I've divided the financing shares. The construction site will be subcontracted, and as for the contract, I plan to negotiate its termination with them. Zhao Sheng spoke politely but irritably. Enraged to the extreme, Zhao Maoxing berated him, traitorous child. The old man caught his breath and said, you don't think much of Su Jiying. How is she not good enough for you? On the contrary, Zhao Sheng's emotions remained stable, I actually admire her greatly. In fact, quite the opposite, me. I'm not really a good choice for her. In Zhao Sheng's heart, Su Jiying was an outstanding woman, though this admiration had nothing to do with romantic love. The most important thing is, Zhao Sheng told Zhao Maoxing, I don't intend to tie myself to the Zhao family anymore. The person I wish to collaborate with is Su Jiying herself. Zhao Sheng deeply understood that for a woman to achieve such a position in the world of fame and fortune could only mean she was more competent and capable than most men in the field. He even admired Su Jiying on some level. You have no repulsion towards her, yet you refused the marriage alliance. Why? Zhao Maoxing's sharp eyes were still piercing despite their cloudiness, is there someone else already in your life? This was the only possibility that came to Zhao Maoxing's mind, but the informants he had placed around Zhao Sheng had not reported any such relationship. What kind of person? Zhao Maoxing would absolutely never allow anyone unsuitable into the Zhao family. Zhao Sheng didn't care about his probing, but since he hadn't completely clarified his feelings himself either, he carefully reflected before answering conservatively, not yet. It was a highly intriguing response. Zhao Sheng, don't push my limits. You know very well I have ways to find out and intervene. You probably can't now. Zhao Sheng was young, yet his demeanor and tone radiated superiority. If, one day, there is indeed such a person, they will be firmly held by me. They will come to me, belonging neither to the Zhao family nor to Minglong, nor to any standard or boundary within your fantasy, they will belong solely to me. Traitorous Zhao Sheng lacked morality and filial piety but didn't want to further provoke the old man. He simply said, get some rest early. Worrying too much isn't good for your health, then turned to leave. Zhao Maoxing called him back from behind, Zhao Sheng, are you still resentful towards me? Zhao Sheng halted in his steps. Is it because of the models that were burned, or perhaps that poor dog whose head was blown off with a single shot? Zhao Sheng calmly shook his head, looking down from above and replied, I don't have time to hate you. But after 100 years, when you go below, you can ask whether Boizhu resented you. Boizhu, the puppy that 13-year-old Zhao Sheng picked up from a box on a rainy night, it was born not long ago, with a perfectly round head. Without a driver, Zhao Sheng drove a square-shaped Land Cruiser himself. He didn't return directly to the apartment in Central but detoured across half the city, speeding along the coastal highway onto Route 375, the location where the incident happened that night. Desolate, by the sea, without guardrails. The damage to the fence between the greenbelt and the cliff edge overlooking the sea had yet to be repaired, resembling a monstrous beast in the dark. Chen Wan was insane. Zhao Shenge once again realized this point with absolute clarity. The engine start-up and shock performance of the Grand Cherokee Jeep equaled the combined power of 3 ordinary Volkswagens. In a matter of seconds at extreme speeds, the calculation of forcing an emergency braking distance for interception was only successful at a rate of 1 in a million. Once it failed, it would result in total destruction of the car, death without trace. It was hard to say that those who made such extreme decisions lacked a determination to die with the enemy, resolved to take everything with them. With an expressionless face, Zhao Shenge pressed down on the accelerator, the engine roaring loudly as the tires mercilessly crushed over this zone of death. His assistant called to update him on new progress regarding the case. If they want to ensure complete security, someone still needs to go and talk in person, as well as make a courtesy call above, the assistant suggested. With criminal liabilities involved, Zhao Shenge himself would need to take action personally. But as a result, the free time I scheduled for you the evening after tomorrow will be gone. At this moment, Zhao Shenge regretted refusing Tan Yuming's earlier proposal to visit the hospital together. But unless he was certain that Chen Wan was fully secure, he wouldn't feel at ease. I understand. Zhao Shenge glanced at the new photo on his phone. Chen Wan was already asleep. The bedside flowers, campanulas, lilies, carnations, were brought by Tan Yuming's group. They complemented her classical face beautifully, reminding Zhao Shenge of some fairy tale about a sleeping beauty waiting for a kiss to awaken. He had never read those stories when he was little. Zhao Shen's early education did not include the warmth of bedtime stories. Even the comic books and storybooks lent by his classmates at the international school were reduced to ashes in Zhao Maosheng's anger. 10-year-old Zhao Shenge felt so guilty that he secretly bought new ones to return to his classmates but afterward no longer accepted comics or games offered by others. In the dark, Zhao Shenge looked at the photos again and said to the assistant, "You go ahead and prepare. We'll depart as soon as possible." Although the doctor strongly recommended that Chen Wan stay in the hospital for a full week, she insisted on signing the discharge papers on the 5th day. She couldn't leave the company unattended for too long. The caretaker who'd grown fond of taking care of her tried to persuade her, "Mr. Chen, rest for a few more days. Health is most important, money can never be earned endlessly." She used to work in the old estate and started cooking for Zhao Shenge after he returned from abroad. However, Zhao Shenge rarely came home on time, so she hardly visited often and had never received such warm treatment like with Chen Wan. Chen Wan was not only beautiful but also kind. She followed all advice willingly, drank soup when asked, ate fruits when prompted. The caretaker hadn't seen such an obedient young person. Previously, Chen Wan lost weight because of the Wanbao Heng project. Now, under careful care, she regained some weight and appeared more spirited. Feeling sympathy for Chen Wan, who suffered so many injuries and whose hospitalization saw no relatives visiting apart from friends like Mr. Zhuo, the caretaker once heard her talking to her mother, who was either playing cards or shopping. When Chen Wan assured her there was nothing serious, the call ended swiftly. Chen Wan smiled, "Auntie, I'm really fine now. Staying here any longer will make me moldy." Unbeknownst to him, the caretaker had been working for the Zhao family for over 10 years. Thinking she was a temporary hire by Zhao Shenge, Chen Wan gave her a generous red envelope before leaving. The caretaker refused it. No need, Mr. Chen, it's my job." She already received a handsome salary from the young master, whom instructed her occasionally to snap pictures of this workaholic friend as a way to ensure he rested properly. Tan Yuming learned from Zhuo Ziqian about Chen Wan's early discharge and began organizing his previous plan, a party celebrating her release from the hospital to wash away bad luck. Chen Wan didn't want these young masters to organize it on his behalf and voluntarily offered, "Young Master Tan, I will treat everyone as a thank you for your concern during this time." Tan Yuming agreed, making an appointment with him. Since Chen Wan set up the event, naturally he should invite everyone himself. Shen Zhongnian, Jiang Ying, and a few other close friends had all visited him in the hospital, and thus needed to be invited, but Zhao Shenge presented a more challenging case. It was a common consensus among their circle that Zhao Shenge was difficult to schedule. Chen Wan thought about whether to ask Zhuo Ziqian or Tan Yuming to extend the invitation on his behalf but deemed it insincere. This was his discharge banquet. If he personally called every other friend but delegated the message for Zhao Shenge through someone else, it would neither be polite nor fair. After much deliberation, Chen Wan mustered the courage to call Zhao Shen's second assistant and politely extended his invitation. The second assistant was equally polite, saying she would relay the message, but she warmly and kindly suggested to Chen Wan that direct personal invitations might have a higher success rate if directly made to Mr. Zhao. Startled, though Chen Wan didn't know how the second assistant knew, he indeed possessed Zhao Shen's private number. It was given to him when Zhao Shenge visited the hospital. "Those people might not let you go. If you find anything unusual, call me directly anytime, don't wait." Chen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Would there be more than 10 people in the entire Haishur who possessed Zhao Shen's private number? And now, had he really become one of those lucky few out of millions? Chen Wan tried to sound as calm as possible and said, "All right." Seeing that he kept studying the string of numbers without further response, Zhao Shenge added, "But I generally don't answer calls from unknown numbers." Chen Wan hesitated for a moment, and the joy within him quietly deflated like a punctured balloon. However, Zhao Shenj continued, "You should give me yours." His tone was strictly businesslike. Chen Wan lifted his eyes and slowly blinked. Chapter 34, which Mr. Chen. On the phone, Chen Wan thanked the second assistant for her warm reminder, but in fact, he never intended to try it. This was Zhao Shen's emergency number for him, only to be used when things went awry. It shouldn't be abused for personal purposes. That sequence of digits felt like some kind of password or spell that could switch on his emotions. Despite already being silently repeated countless times in his heart, he never believed he would actually dial it. Apart from the phone line, Chen Wan and Zhao Shenj also shared a common group chat started by Tan Yuming. However, they weren't good friends. Many a late night, Chen Wan had opened the other party's account homepage but never thought of actively adding him as a friend. The party was scheduled for Sunday, and up until Friday, Chen Wan still hadn't received any reply from Zhao Shen's second assistant. From initially checking emails and messages daily with high expectations, he later almost gave up, convinced Zhao Shenj wouldn't come. Zhao Shen's time was precious, measured down to the minute or even seconds. Even when invited by Tan Yuming and Shen Zhongyan, he didn't always accept. How much less for Chen Wan? This was his first invitation to Zhao Shenj under his own name, and although Chen Wan did not have specific intentions, he simply felt obliged, since Zhao Shenj had hired security personnel and an ante for him. Out of courtesy, it would only be appropriate to personally thank him face to face. With Sunday drawing near, there was still no word from Zhao Shen's assistants. According to custom, this kind of invitation should always receive a clear reply, whether coming or not. After careful thought, Chen Wan couldn't help calling again. It wasn't the same friendly and amiable second assistant who answered. Instead, it was the legendary special assistant, known for being quite unfriendly. Yet, Chen Wan felt the attitude of the person was respectful enough. He indirectly brought up the matter of the next day's invitation, and the other party stated that Ouyang's schedules were usually arranged by the second assistant. The second assistant was currently on a business trip, so he needed to confirm before giving Chen Wan an answer, for which he deeply apologized. Chen Wan sensed something slightly off, but due to the other party's extremely professional tone, he refrained from asking further questions. However, Mr. Chen, the special assistant finally said, "The weekend is Mr. Zhao's personal time, sometimes we aren't sure we can contact him either. If you have an urgent matter, it would be best to call him directly, that way it may be more efficient." Chen Wan froze. It was exactly what the second assistant had said. Both the second assistant and the special assistant suggested contacting Zhao Shenj directly through his private number, making Chen Wan couldn't help remarking internally how even insiders found it difficult to reach Zhao Shenj. It wasn't easy for anyone. Chen Wan had never truly considered directly dialing Zhao Shenj's private phone before, but both of these close aides independently proposed the same suggestion, leaving Chen Wan hesitating. Would a direct call disturb Mr. Zhao? "It probably won't, Mr. Chen," the special assistant replied naturally. "If Mr. Zhao doesn't want you to reach him, you certainly won't disturb him." That made sense. The other side likely had extensive experience with failed attempts at reaching him. Chen Wan thanked them, saying, "All right, I'll give it a try then, thanks, assistant he. You're too kind." After hanging up, Chen Wan stayed motionless holding his phone, meticulously drafting every single word in his mind, conducting thorough psychological preparation. When the special assistant came in to deliver documents, Zhao Shenj was in the middle of a video meeting. He saw his boss glance at the phone once but quickly put it back into the drawer. By the end of the workday, when the special assistant entered again to retrieve Zhao Shenj's approved documents, the private phone was sitting on the desktop. Zhao Shenj stayed in his office busy until 10 o'clock. The CBD campus of Haishur was a city that never slept, with every skyscraper brightly lit. He picked up the phone which had not rung at all but whose battery was down to 5% and walked out. On the corridor, he encountered his assistant heading to the tea room. It was the second assistant who had been purported by the special assistant as going on a business trip recently. She respectfully asked, "Mr. Zhao, shall I leave your schedule free for tomorrow evening?" Zhao Shen's time was precisely measured in hours. Usually, she handled his schedule, having already planned out all sectors for the coming week, leaving only tomorrow evening's slot empty to be filled. Because Zhao Shenj had delayed checking it with her. The fluorescent lamps in the corridor shone brightly during the night, illuminating Zhao Shen's face, making it look somewhat stern, giving the second assistant an instinctive feeling that she shouldn't have asked this question at such a moment. But this was her job. Fortunately, Zhao Shen's phone vibrated just then, and he quickly glanced at the screen. Because his gaze was so direct and swift, the second assistant unconsciously followed it and lowered her head. However, the caller ID wasn't a name but some sort of symbol or pattern that she couldn't quite make out. Zhao Shenj didn't answer immediately, gesturing with a slight lift of his chin for her to go ahead, and then he headed towards the elevator, answering just as the call was about to disconnect. Upon answering, he did not speak right away. Chen Wan listened to the blank white noise from the other end, her heart beating rapidly, but she maintained a very composed tone. "Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Shenj still didn't respond until just a second before Chen Wan's heart felt like it might stop altogether, when he finally spoke, calling her name directly, "Chen Wan." Chen Wan felt like her ears had exploded. Zhao Shenj sounded as if he were in some kind of spacious environment, his voice pressed low with faint echoes. Chen Wan gripped her phone tightly despite her effort, her voice steady, radiating a calm gentleness. It's me, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Shenge didn't take the elevator but stepped into the stairwell instead, alone on this floor. After the motion-activated lights went out, everything was pitch black. He leaned against the wall, his free hand inserted in his pocket, looking relaxed while gazing downward. In a calm tone, he asked, "What's the matter?" Chen Wan recited the draft she had prepared all day. It's like this. A few days ago, I was hospitalized, and everyone came to see me. Now that I've been discharged, I'd like to invite everyone out for dinner. It's set for 7 p.m. on Sunday. I wonder if you're available. A few seconds passed, then Zhao Shenge softly asked, "Are you inviting me?" Chen Wan's heart thudded nervously. "Yes, I'd like to invite you. Are you available?" Zhao Shenge neither confirmed nor denied his availability, only strolled down the stairs slowly, raising his wrist to glance at his watch as he continued in a bland tone, "Sunday at 7 p.m., now it's Saturday at 10 p.m. Hearing this, Chen Wan also realized how abrupt and lacking in sincerity her invitation seemed, as invitations for meals were usually sent out several days in advance, let alone for someone as preoccupied as Zhao Shenge. This wasn't following protocol. His mistake lay in not listening to the second assistant's advice to personally call and invite earlier, thus wasting precious time unnecessarily. How incredibly rude. Chen Wan grew worried, fearful that Zhao Shenge wouldn't perceive her earnestness, explaining hastily, "I apologize, Mr. Zhao. It was thoughtless of me." Nor did she mention that she had already called his assistant twice, sending the invitation through weeks ago. She simply added, "I should have invited you earlier. Would you have any availability remaining on Sunday evening?" To his surprise, Zhao Shenge found Chen Wan refrain from mentioning she had made an advance appointment with him a week prior through his assistant, silently taking full responsibility instead. He paused for a moment and said, "Tuesday was when you phoned my assistant?" Startled, Chen Wan realized the assistant must have relayed the message to Zhao Shenge, so why was he finding out about it only tonight? With ease, Zhao Shenge explained, "She said there was a Mr. Chen extending an invitation, but I wasn't sure which Mr. Chen." Whether true or false, Chen Wan could not ascertain, but she took the blame graciously. "Perhaps I forgot to leave my name. Because I didn't receive a response, I dared to attempt dialing your private number, hoping you don't find it abrupt." Chen Wan always thought too much. The phone number was an emergency one left by Zhao Shenge. Using it to invite him for dinner, he wondered if Zhao Shenge would consider this as being overly greedy. Zhao Shenge said in a tone full of implication, "So I gave you my private number." This could be interpreted as Zhao Shenge sarcastically pointing out that Chen Wan didn't make the personal call soon enough, or Zhao Shenge genuinely forgot that he had given his number to Chen Wan. In any case, it had too many possible interpretations. Chen Wan carefully explained, "You did, on the night when I was hospitalized. Have you forgotten?" After speaking, Chen Wan regretted it a little. This sounded too much like reproach or blame, which was absolutely not his intention. He just wanted to confirm and remind Zhao Shenge of the matter. But no matter how he phrased it, it seemed wrong, and Chen Wan wished everything could go back to normal quickly. Zhao Shenge appeared to have noticed nothing unusual, simply responding with an, "Oh," and leisurely saying, "I remember now." Chapter 35, I don't want to be perfunctory with you. Chen Wan really couldn't figure out his attitude, so he directly asked, "Will you come tomorrow evening?" "Who's coming?" While walking, Zhao Shenge held the phone, like young employees who've just finished overtime work in the park, calling their partners or families as they leave the company. "Mr. Tan, Mr. Shen," Chen Wan mentioned a few names. "Why me?" Zhao Shenge was very strict. Not only did he inquire about the guest list, but also reviewed the reason for the invitation. Chen Wan started doubting whether his thoughts were revealed, yet he felt it probably wasn't the case. Perhaps Zhao Shenge just thought he wasn't familiar enough with him yet, hence asking more questions for safety reasons. Chen Wan responded calmly and appropriately, "When I was hospitalized, you helped a lot, even helping me find a nurse." "I haven't thanked you." Zhao Shenge couldn't tell if he agreed with this explanation or not, merely commenting lightly. "Is that so?" Zhao Shenge neither confirmed nor rejected the invitation outright, merely stating, "It depends. I'll go if I'm free." Chen Wan immediately replied, "All right, then goodbye, Mr. Zhao." Upon hearing his clear lack of intent to further persuade, Zhao Shenge looked at the city light streaming past the car window and softly said, "Goodbye, Chen Wan." Afterwards, the heated phone plunged into darkness instantly, its battery completely drained. As the other side hung up too quickly, Chen Wan had no way to guess Zhao Shenge's emotions, but his ears did feel a bit warm. Every time Zhao Shenge called his name, it felt both solemn and oddly familiar at the same time. Chen Wan certainly knew this was just his own presumption, but he found it hard to shake off the habit of savoring every detail repeatedly. The awkward, ambiguous phone call left Chen Wan restless all night long. Until the afternoon of the next day he still didn't know if Zhao Shenge would show up. Chen Wan was the first to arrive at the hotel, and each time the door opened, he turned around to take a look. When the clock struck 7 and the door remained motionless for a long while, Chen Wan's heart finally calmed down like ebbing seawater. Zhao Shenge wouldn't come. Chen Wan focused on entertaining the guests. Not many people came, 5 or 6. Qin Zhaoting also showed up although he was uninvited. Qin Zhaoting had been on a business trip in Europe before the Minglong banquet and learned about Chen Wan's injury after he returned from Jiangning, thus following along. I wasn't in Haisha recently and missed visiting you at the hospital. I hope my showing up tonight isn't unwelcome. Chen Wan smiled politely, assuring that everyone was friends, then invited others to sit down. At that moment, the box lounge door, click, opened. Chen Wan was pouring tea for his friend and hadn't had the chance to lift his head, assuming it was another server, saying, "Hello, may I bother?" He raised his head. His voice halted. Today, Zhao Shenge didn't wear a suit, a simple shirt making him appear youthful. Facing the room full of eyes, he walked in unperturbed, undoing the top 2 buttons of his shirt and looking at everyone as he spoke seemingly to no one. "Sorry, traffic jam." Chen Wan's heart plummeted to the bottom of the sea and then leapt to the peak of a mountain, but his expression remained an impeccably poised smile. There was no pleasantly surprised reaction to his appearance. Zhao Shenge seemed just another ordinary name on the invitation list. Tan Yuming lazily walked over and said, "Oh my, esteemed guest. I thought you had disappeared again, but it looks like you still have some conscience." He then moved to sit next to Zhao Shenge. Wherever Zhao Shenge went, he would always take the main seat, usually flanked by Tan Yuming and Shen Zongnian, or they all sat together on one side next to Zhao Shenge. Sitting down, Zhao Shenge casually asked, "Are you hosting tonight?" No, Tan Yuming thought he really didn't know Chen Wan was hosting because he had indeed been clamoring to help arrange this dinner after Chen Wan's discharge from the hospital. Pointing at the seat beside Zhao Shenge, Tan Yuming said, "Come on, Wan, sit here, today you're the host." Chen Wan was always a minor figure in various gatherings, quietly sitting in unobserved corners, yet when thrust into such a prominent position, he did not decline and calmly walked over with the same gentle demeanor. Only half a foot away from him, Zhao Shen's fingers gripped the wine cup, revealing sensual wrist bones and strong, graceful arms that were completely within Chen Wan's peripheral vision. However, for some unknown reason, Zhao Shenge appeared less than enthusiastic tonight. When Chen Wan passed dishes in front of him saying Mr. Zhao might be interested to try them, Zhao simply responded, "All right," without extending his chopsticks or even looking at him. Chen Wan lightly pressed his lips, just as he wanted to say something. Qin Zhaoting lifted his glass to toast him, congratulating him on being discharged from the hospital. Chen Wan readily drank the toast. Tan Yuming asked why he only toasted the host and reminded everyone how Chen Wan was hospitalized when he was the only one who hadn't visited, joking that coming here tonight was borrowing everyone else's favor. Qin Zhaoting smiled and generously toasted everyone around. When it came to Zhao Shenge, Qin Zhaoting held up his glass with a laugh and said, "I thought Minglong has been so busy recently, that you wouldn't show." Zhao Shenge picked up the shared glass before Chen Wan and poured himself some wine, signaling with a nod across the table and said, "I didn't know you'd be coming too," glancing at Chen Wan rather amicably, continuing, "Looks like Mr. Chen has better connections than I imagined." Chen Wan paused for a moment. This shift from Wan to Mr. Chen struck him as odd, and he suddenly remembered something. Although Zhao Shenge may not remember or care, Chen Wan felt it was necessary to clarify, out of courtesy. Once Zhao Shenge finished drinking with Qin Zhaoting, Chen Wan turned toward Zhao Shenge, maintaining a slight distance and lowering his voice a little, "Mr. Zhao, I didn't know Mr. Qin would be coming tonight." That day, Zhao Shenge had specifically asked who was invited, and Chen Wan clearly named only a few people, not including Qin Zhaoting. It only occurred to him when Qin Zhaoting toasted earlier. People of Zhao Shen's stature placed great importance on privacy, especially during gatherings. If anyone acted as Chen Wan had done by inviting someone afterward or unexpectedly bringing along individuals not on the original guest list, many opportunists might misuse this to build connections. This behavior was frowned upon, considered both unethical and impolite. Put bluntly, it was social fraud. Tonight was the first time Zhao Shenge had seriously looked at Chen Wan and said, "Is that so?" Caught under Zhao Shen's gaze, Chen Wan felt his heart skip a beat and nodded, yes. He did not want Zhao Shenge to think he lacked sincerity or schemed deceptively, sincerely explaining, "Mr. Qin did not know about my hospitalization, so I did not invite him. He probably joined after hearing from Mr. Tan. So when you asked me last time, I didn't mention him." Looking at him for a while, Zhao Shenge replied, "Understood, Chen Wan." The table was lively and noisy, and Zhao Shen's way of speaking created a private bubble between them, where even the air flowed more slowly and thicker. Chen Wan relaxed slightly but felt somewhat heated under Zhao Shen's gaze. Zhao Shen's eyes were calm, direct, and profound enough to leave one wondering what they meant. In fact, Chen Wan had long wanted to ask what Zhao Shenge was thinking about but didn't know how to phrase it. So he could only smile faintly, pretending to remain composed and polite in response. The soup arrived, divided into several small bowls that guests could serve themselves from the turning plate. Zhao Shenge was usually unenthusiastic about meals. Chen Wan blinked and said, "Mr. Zhao, would you like to try this? It's a mushroom and huayim soup, slowly stewed over an old fire. It was mainly good for the stomach." Zhao Shenge looked at him and said, "Sure." Chen Wan then took a bowl, stirred it slightly with a spoon to cool down the steam before placing it in front of Zhao Shenge. Zhao Shenge felt that if he could, he would even spoon up a mouthful, blow on it, and then feed it to himself like to a child. He felt a bit amused inside. "Thank you." Chen Wan smiled faintly and shook his head. Probably because of accidentally helping Zhao Shenge out before and due to his hospitalization, that night, Chen Wan discovered that Zhao Shenge wasn't actually as unfathomable as he had imagined. He grew a little bolder, trying to recommend a few more dishes to Zhao Shenge, who surprisingly did not refuse any of them. Chen Wan looked at him with some surprise, and Zhao Shenge looked back at him, lifting his chin slightly as if asking what was wrong. Chen Wan averted his gaze and that same thought crossed his mind again. Lion. Zhao Shenge really resembled a large feline, a majestic lion. Proud, reserved, self-disciplined, appearing fierce and stern yet subtly gentle when handled properly, as long as one followed his wishes, he wouldn't be overly picky about anything. With a calm expression, he sat alone, rarely speaking, occasionally glancing at the noisy crowd around him before returning to his own thoughts. Chen Wan became somewhat confused by Zhao Shen's cooperative attitude that night, suddenly experiencing the joy of feeding a big cat. When the seafood arrived, he introduced it to Zhao Shenge. This is deep-sea crab weighing a full pound. It's been raised long enough so it doesn't have a fishy taste. Would Mr. Zhao like to give it a try? Already about 8 or 9/10 full, Zhao Shenge turned his head to look at him, neither saying yes nor no. Chen Wan still wasn't fully accustomed to the direct stare of Zhao Shen's eyes and needed great self-control to maintain calmness while making eye contact. Zhao Shenge pressed his lips together, seemingly searching for the right word. Misunderstanding that he was bothered by the hassle of eating the crab, Chen Wan extended the hospitality befitting a host. Shall I peel one for you, Mr. Zhao? Initially wanting to decline, seeing Chen Wan's sincere anticipation for his answer, Zhao Shenge simply replied, that would be bothersome. Wearing gloves, Chen Wan peeled the crab while Zhao Shenge watched him all along. After dinner, everyone moved to the tea lounge, where Chen Wan continued to sit next to Zhao Shenge. The tea table was much smaller than the dining table, their knees occasionally brushing against each other, and their legs would naturally touch from time to time due to their movements. Chen Wan discreetly retracted his leg, the skin on his thigh felt hot. He wanted to move aside to make room for Zhao Shen's longer legs. But Zhao Shenge stopped him gently, saying softly with great courtesy, I'm fine. Don't inconvenience Qin Zhaoting. Hence, Chen Wan didn't move, merely pulling his legs neatly together, trying his best to avoid any physical contact with Zhao Shenge. Unlike Chen Wan, Zhao Shenge wasn't so restrained, exuding a sense of relaxation. When the server brought out the tea snacks, the manager came over and said, Mr. Chen, the gifts have been kept backstage for safekeeping. Would you like to review the gift list? Everyone brought gifts to celebrate Chen Wan's discharge from the hospital. The gentleman threw away money effortlessly when giving presents, ginseng, health supplements, luxury goods, and everything else imaginable. Someone had even brought a very beautiful large bouquet of carnations. Hotels of such high caliber usually provided a record-keeping service, checking everything with the guests before being responsible for storing them to prevent omissions. Chen Wan took a quick look and returned it, thanking them. After the manager left, Zhao Shenge suddenly said beside him, in a tone that only the two of them could hear, Chen Wan, I didn't bring a gift. Chen Wan was taken aback, it hadn't even occurred to him. He laughed and said, no need to be so polite. Since I invited you so late, you coming here is already the greatest favor. Ignoring Chen Wan's polite response, Zhao Shenge spoke attentively as if concentrating solely on what he wanted to say, I don't know what you like, and I don't want to just go through the motions. His tone and demeanor contained no hint of ambiguity, only sincerity, straightforwardness, and excessive honesty. Chen Wan's brain had almost stalled. Zhao Shenge sometimes spoke in a way that was hard to fathom, but when he was straightforward, it was like dropping an atomic bomb directly into someone's heart, without regard for the other person's well-being. Zhao Shenge really had little experience in giving gifts, things prepared by his secretary or assistant didn't count. So he suggested, when you're free, let's go pick out a gift together. In fact, I'm the one who should be thanking you tonight. Chen Wan's hospitalization had been entirely because of him, so if they were celebrating Chen Wan's discharge from the hospital, Zhao Shenge was the one who should have given a present. Chapter 36, The Hong Pao. Chen Wan wasn't sure if Zhao Shenge was being polite, so even though he really wanted that gift, he only said courteously, it's fine, Mr. Zhao, you don't need to think too much about it. You've already hired security and a nurse to take care of me. Zhao Shenge shook his head and said, all those were just what I should do. It doesn't amount to thanks. As Chen Wan was about to say something more, the server came in, placing one tea tool after another on the tea table. It was time for tea and cigarettes. Silver Needle, Dan Song, Ti Guanyin, lined up one by one. After indulging last time, everyone was very interested, eagerly trying them all, except Zhao Shenge, who did not move. Chen Wan asked, Mr. Zhao, would you like to give it a try? Their tea is pretty good, it's dried well without burning the throat. Zhao Shenge looked at the different teas, lost in thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not knowing why, Chen Wan kindly offered, are you worried about getting your hands dirty? If you don't mind, I can roll you one. His skills in rolling cigarettes were quite decent. Finally, Zhao Shenge looked up at him, paused briefly, and asked, you'll roll it for me? Chen Wan nodded. Leaning towards the teas with his elbow resting on his knee and one hand propping up his cheek, Zhao Shenge turned toward him, asking, what shall we roll? Whatever you'd like to roll, Chen Wan said amicably. Zhao Shenj turned back to look at the teas, and after a short while, with his head lowered, murmured uncertainly as if to Chen Wan or to himself, "De Hong Pao." Looking at him again, Zhao Shenj repeated softly, "De Hong Pao." Chen Wan momentarily froze. Although he originally planned to roll De Hong Pao for Zhao Shenj, he expected to hear a simple, "anything will do," in response to his question. For Zhao Shenj never revealed his preferences or likes and dislikes. In the past, Chen Wan had to guess, check, observe, infer, and even dream to deduce that Zhao Shenj liked De Hong Pao, but this time Zhao Shenj personally said he wanted De Hong Pao. Chen Wan smiled and agreed, putting on disposable gloves to roll De Hong Pao, and then handing it over to him. Zhao Shenj did not take it directly but instead lowered his head slightly and directly took the cigarette from between his fingers with his lips. Lips parted, biting down gently, and moved slightly as the tongue touched the cigarette mouthpiece, moving the entire cigarette up and down. Chen Wan hadn't fully reacted yet. Zhao Shenj's actions felt too natural, as if this was how it should be done. The warm breath landed directly onto Chen Wan's fingers, making their roots hot, which warmed all the way to the palms and arms before igniting a certain spot in his heart. With Zhao Shenj biting the cigarette, looking up at Chen Wan pulled out his lighter and respectfully lit it for him, appearing generous and natural in both expression and action. In that instant as the flame ignited, Zhao Shenj's face brightened, making Chen Wan feel like he was lighting a birthday candle. He no longer had any other wishes. Chen Wan was immensely content, feeling more gratified than ever, having personally rolled the cigarette and personally lit it, watching Zhao Shenj slowly inhale it. Chen Wan lit another cigarette for himself and held it between his lips. Tiguanyin. Its fresh aroma permeated through his heart and lungs. Zhao Shenj glanced at his lighter and asked, "Is it new?" Chen Wan, biting on the cigarette, remained silent, merely nodding. Zhao Shenj picked up the cigarette between his index and middle fingers and commented, "It's quite special." Chen Wan wanted to say, "Then I'll give it to you," but thought it seemed abrupt, so he only named the brand before putting the lighter back in his pocket. Whenever Tan Yuming and Zhuo Zhishuan were around, it was always lively, so lively it verged on noisy. After Zhao Shenj was interrupted several times while trying to say something important, he suddenly tapped Chen Wan's teacup with his knuckles and whispered, "Come out with me for a moment." Chen Wan was confused. The others were busy playing cards and chatting, assuming they were going out to use the restroom or get some fresh air to sober up, so no one paid much attention. The open-air terrace. Zhao Shenj leaned on the railing, his hands resting on the crossbar. The wind blew his shirt, giving him a relaxed and carefree look. "Mr. Zhao." Under the dim light, Chen Wan couldn't clearly see his expression, only faintly discerning his sharp eyebrows and high-bridged nose. "Come here," Zhao Shenj said softly. Chen Wan obediently walked over. The De Hong Pao in Zhao Shenj's mouth was still burning, and the rich aroma of rock tea mingled with the light fragrance of tiguanyin, wafting away into the distance. Chen Wan didn't know what Zhao Shenj wanted to say, so he just stood quietly next to him. The hotel was built in a mountain villa, with dark hills outside the open-air terrace. Cicadas chirped densely, and the sound of pine waves stretched endlessly. The moonlight was as cold as frost, and the night breeze brought insect songs and bird calls. Neither of them spoke, but there was no awkwardness between them. After standing in the mountain breeze for a while, Zhao Shenj tilted his head and asked, "Chen Wan, do you deal with energy transfer?" Yes, Chen Wan was puzzled why Zhao Shenj suddenly took an interest in his profession. He said, "If Mr. Zhao needs any help in this area, you can come to me." Their distance wasn't too far, and when Zhao Shenj reached for his cigarette, he accidentally brushed against Chen Wan's elbow. He asked, "Do you like doing this?" Chen Wan was momentarily taken aback. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever asked him what he liked. So he thought for a moment, seriously answering Zhao Shenj, "Yes, I do." "Do you prefer technology or business?" "More on the technology side." But without sales and public relations, it's hard to delve into the technical aspects, so he mainly focused on the business sector now. Actually, Chen Wan's research capabilities were quite strong. He had applied for several patents during his undergraduate years. If he could avoid socializing and quietly work on technology, he would already be a senior engineer by now. Zhao Shenj asked him some other questions, not in a formal way, more like casual conversation between friends. There were few moments like this between them, chatting privately at a group gathering. Chen Wan patiently answered every question sincerely, without holding back anything. Every question from Zhao Shenj received a detailed answer, but there was no reciprocal inquiry. It seemed that Chen Wan wasn't very interested in Zhao Shenj's affairs and made no attempt to pry into them. Thus, it felt more like a one-sided interview rather than a two-way exchange. After waiting for a bit, Zhao Shenj said when it became clear that Chen Wan had no intention of asking him about his own situation, "Your resume is impressive. Brighton Bailuan is going to launch a spin-off project, a sea oil tunnel, which will need faster oil storage and production intermediaries and facilities. Are you interested?" Chen Wan looked at him with some surprise. Such a project at Brightong was nothing short of heaven sent for Kusiang, especially because it would mean collaborating with Zhao Shenj. Chen Wan was attracted, but also extremely cautious. After pondering for a few seconds, his expression turned serious. "Mr. Zhao, I deeply appreciate your trust in me, but Kusiang is a small company established only a few years ago. Taking part in such a large-scale project might fall short in terms of funding, reserves, experience, and follow-through strength. You should proceed with caution. Zhao Shenge looked silently at Chen Wan. Many people would scheme and strive to cling to Breitong's resources, yet Chen Wan was the one telling him to be careful. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Zhao Shen's lips, or perhaps it didn't. It was hard to tell since he was biting his cigarette. Chen Wan couldn't determine. Zhao Shenge flicked his fingers, taking the cigarette out of his mouth and asked warmly but gravely, Chen Wan, are you questioning my judgment? Chen Wan hurried to explain, no, I'm just saying. Brighton has a highly professional evaluation team. Considering Chen Wan's stubbornness and single-minded nature, Zhao Shenge thought for a moment and changed his tone. Right now, I'm only inviting you to participate in the bidding process. Whether you win or not will depend on their assessment, I won't interfere. Zhao Shenge had reviewed the background of Kuxiang. It was a typical SME specializing in high-tech and cutting-edge projects, low-key but solid in capability, focusing on precise and sophisticated undertakings. This project was originally under Bai Tang's control, but now Brighton and the Su family have taken over it. I don't trust anyone else. This kind of project is large in scale, long in duration, and high in risk, with technology being the key. Zhao Shenge has strong suspicions and a strong desire for control, so it would require someone like Chen Wan with good character and a gentle disposition to satisfy him. Moreover, Zhao Shenge looked directly at him, taking a step closer with a dark gaze as he lowered his voice meaningfully, you walk straight into this yourself. Chen Wan suddenly realized that helping Su Jiying that day had accidentally dragged him into this mess, but he was still somewhat worried. I'm afraid Kuxiang might not be able to keep up with something like. Why are you afraid when Minglong is there to back you up? Such an ordinary sentence, spoken by Zhao Shenge, suddenly took on a tone of, with me backing you up, why should you be afraid? Zhao Shenge was one of the hardest people for Chen Wan to say no to in this world, yet he still didn't reply immediately. With one hand holding the cigarette, Zhao Shenge flicked the ash off. The wind disheveled his hair, making him appear casual and unrestrained, like a movie poster. In the night breeze, he tilted his head slightly. You dared to cross 3 lanes and the central greenbelt to directly collide with the giant Jeep and Grand Cherokee engine, but you're scared to accept Minglong's invitation. Chen Wan paused. How did Zhao Shenge know? It was too dark that night, and he wasn't even clear on those specific details himself. Zhao Shenge wouldn't let him go. On the night of the incident, he immediately had people investigate the road conditions and clues. He also drove the stretch of road personally. Sometimes Chen Wan was like a gentleman, other times a madman, and he was especially skilled at masking himself with a warm and soft exterior. Once he went wild, he didn't care much for his own life. The hearing was one instance, the ring highway chase was another. What's next? Zhao Shenge didn't want to see that happen again. You don't have to rush to answer me, take your time to consider. Zhao Shenge grew up around negotiation tables and was adept at controlling situations. With both authority and grace, he made even such a big matter seem trivial, and don't think I'm compensating you, I'm just suggesting you try. If you really get the bid, Minglong is a very strict party A. The project leader is also difficult to deal with. If you can't deliver satisfying plans and results during the collaboration, the investigation and compensation will not be lenient either. He lit the cigarette again, muffledly saying, think it over and give me a call. After a brief pause, he glanced sideways, do you have my number, Chen Wan? Chapter 37 Palm Heart Dragonfly. Yes. Chen Wan wasn't sure if he was intentionally asking this, but his face turned somewhat awkward while his heart felt rather happy. Be mindful of boundaries, Chen Wan warned himself. The De Hong Pao was almost smoked down to the end, and Zhao Shenge extinguished it. Suddenly, a hand stretched out in front of him, palm facing upward. Chen Wan said naturally, give it to me, I'll throw it away. There was no trash bin outside, so keeping it would be inconvenient. But Zhao Shenge marveled at Chen Wan's service mindset. How does he manage to make everything feel so natural and easy? Although the cigarette butt was almost burnt to its end and hardly hot anymore, Zhao Shenge still gently patted his hand down with some helplessness, saying, no need. Chen Wan's heart subtly shocked, feeling like a dragonfly had grazed his palm. Before he could catch it, it flew away. When they returned, they walked separately. Chen Wan stayed behind to make a call. Song Qingmiao called him before he left, and he hadn't replied yet. Baby, has the doctor checked you? She asked this less out of concern for Chen Wan's condition than because she had something important to say. Is it convenient to talk now? Chen Wan pressed his lips together without saying that he'd been discharged for days and was already at a recovery celebration party, merely replying, convenient, what is it? Song Qingmiao kept her voice low as she revealed a major business secret. 2 days ago, Rongxin's scattered shares were acquired. Xie Jiayan said Fang Yang and the few minor shareholders are contacting him. Baby, how much cash can you put on the table right now? Did you see Xie Jiayan again? Song Qingmiao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting that Chen Wan's focus would be on this, and even dared to question her. She became irritated and snapped, Chen Wan, I'm your mother. Am I supposed to report to you and get your approval every time I see someone? Do you understand how to respect your elders? Chen Wan's lips formed a straight line as he wanted to ask if she respected herself, but he held it back. He took a deep breath, softened his tone, and gave her both an admonishment and a warning. You're making a deal with the devil and playing with fire. Xie Jiayan is devious and cunning. You won't outsmart him. Song Qingyao dismissed his concerns lightly. I don't have to rely on Xie Jiayan's help, you can help me buy Rongxin stocks instead. Chen Wan was deeply confused. Why must we obsess over Rongxin? He took a harsh drag on his cigarette, letting the air escape from his lungs. If you want something else, I'll help you. But this, no way. Unable to extract money from her son, Song Qingyao let loose a string of insults before hanging up in anger. Feeling uneasy, Chen Wan dispatched someone to secretly monitor her account and Xie Jiayan's moves. He spent a moment collecting his emotions before heading back inside. Another round of tea had already been served, and Jiang Ying was talking about a bidding for a red-headed project he'd heard from a clan uncle. Chen Wan asked Zhao Shenj, doesn't Minglong have any intention yet? The Lis and Qin families are just sitting tight, waiting for you to make a move. They plan to wage a price war and have injected foreign capital much earlier. With the current exchange rate increase, they're determined to win at all costs. Zhao Shenj lifted his head as Chen Wan walked in through the open door and calmly replied, no hurry. He disliked acting rashly. He preferred letting the prey come to him willingly. If the prey didn't know how to proceed, he could lay down the path and steps, teaching them step by step, hand by hand. But if the prey didn't want to come over. Zhao Shenj leaned against the backrest, twirled his wristwatch, and his gaze grew slightly regretful and ambiguous. No matter, there were always ways, even when things needed to be forced. You'd better come willingly. When Chen Wan sat beside Zhao Shenj, noticing him watching himself, Chen Wan even smiled briefly and refilled Zhao Shenj's teacup. Zhao Shenj also politely returned the smile. You'd better come willingly, Zhao Shenj reiterated silently once again. Afterward, Zhuo Jian left with Chen Wan's car. Since everyone had drunk alcohol, the drivers were operating the vehicles. Zhuo Jian said, the people who hit you have already been caught. Is that so? Yes, they were captured on a visa-free island. Chen Wan nodded. That's good. At least now he wouldn't have to constantly worry about Zhao Shenj's safety. Zhuo Jian fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly turning around. It seems that Zhao Shenj directly took those people away from the police. Nobody knew what exactly had happened. Whether the captives were alive or dead, how they were dealt with, all these details were unknown. Chen Wan still nodded, not paying too much attention. To him, being caught was enough. Seeing Chen Wan showing no reaction, Zhuo Jian spoke outright, Chen Wan, something doesn't feel right. What? Though he has maintained relations with the police for many years, taking people away like that. It breaks protocol. He rarely intervenes personally. Those people weren't important enough to go to such great lengths to capture a few evidently hired assassins. It would only alarm others. Zhuo Jian stared quietly at Chen Wan. There's no reason for him to act like this unless. Chen Wan was busy looking at his phone. This evening, Zhao Shenj sat next to him, so he couldn't afford to waste any time on his phone, which meant his workload messages had piled up. From partners, subordinates, collaborators, all needing his reply. Unprompted by Chen Wan, Zhuo Jian completed his sentence, unless it's because of your grudge. Chen Wan was typing messages while telling him, not for that. Are you projecting your assumptions onto him? I'm serious. Chen Wan thought Zhao Shenj's action seemed off as well, but he couldn't quite pinpoint where. Zhao Shenj was never the kind of person one could easily read through. Zhuo Jian was unaware of the twists and turns that existed privately between Zhao Shenj and Chen Wan, as Zhao Shenj and Chen Wan appeared more polite and formal in public. Even tonight, when Chen Wan offered to ladle soup or light cigarettes for Zhao Shenj, it seemed like he was treating a barely familiar superior with respect. Their conversations on the open terrace also involved going out and coming back separately, with one following the other. Chen Wan deliberately trailed half a step behind Zhao Shenj. Other people might not even notice they left together, let alone conjure any wild speculations. To Zhuo Jian, after the hospital room incident, Zhao Shenj had become somewhat more humane, at least now allowing Chen Wan direct conversations. Zhuo Jian kept urging Chen Wan with his eyes until Chen Wan finally put down his phone to explain. He's looking for Hong Chi's whereabouts and leverage, which is crucial for the offshore oil project that Minglong has taken over. Baihe Guild is part of a vast network implicating many individuals and trade secrets. Zhuo Jian eyed him suspiciously. How do you know? Chen Wan briefly recounted how Zhao Shenj suggested he participate in the bidding process and summarized, Zhao Shenj values this project highly. Any clue is significant. Since those hired assassins were able to trace Miss Su's movements, it shows they have inside help. Such professional hitmen are hard-nosed, they've been in custody countless times. If they're handed over to the police can't resort to torture to extract information, they'll never get them to talk. But with Zhao Shenj's methods, he'd likely prize something out. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Jian widened his eyes, many thoughts flooding into his mind, ultimately compressed into a single sentence. Chen Wan, why don't you give it a try? Try what? Chen Wan understood and didn't hesitate, saying, no thanks. Zhuo Jian said, he trusts you, at least doesn't dislike you. Chen Wan nodded and picked up his phone again to work, saying, so don't betray his trust. The more trust, the more self-disciplined one must be. Zhuo Ziyan nearly felt heartburn due to Chen Wan's obstinacy. It's not that. I just think that since you can talk. Chen Wan paused quietly for a moment, shaking his head and saying, I've already gained far more than I initially expected. But these weren't things he deserved. They felt stolen. He'd never imagined having an opportunity to be Zhao Shen's business partner. And Zhao Shen wasn't someone Chen Wan could risk. Chen Wan told Zhuo Ziyan while also warning himself, don't mess with him, it's not good for him. The difference between heaven and mud was insurmountable. Zhao Shen operated within the secular evaluation system and stardom of his world. Chen Wan, covered in mud, struggled up the ladder not to soil Zhao Shen with blemishes and troubles. Zhuo Ziyan didn't know what to say anymore, still not entirely giving up on his intuition, so he asked, then what if he initiates contact? Must you dismiss me with such reassurances? Chen Wan, caught between laughter and exasperation, lightly massaged his nasal bridge. Clearly dismissing this flight of fancy, he patted his buddy on the shoulder, saying, if there's ever such a blessing, I'll invite you for drinks first. Chen Wan was a democratic partner. Regarding the collaboration for the offshore oil engineering project, upon returning, he convened a meeting with his partners who were alumni, along with the technical team. Everyone was very excited upon hearing this news. Chen Wan couldn't help but smile helplessly. It's indeed an opportunity, but the challenge isn't small either. If we proceed, don't blame me for working overtime later. Not blaming you, boss, this is from Ming Long. Participating in a project of such scale and level was akin to gilding one's resume. Ming Long's released bids targeted high-tech and specialized small companies because large enterprises were harder to control whereas smaller companies or experimental studios had simpler structures and personnel relationships. Ming Long wanted to hold tightly onto the technological control. Kuxiang met the tender requirements, but if Zhao Shen hadn't recommended it, Chen Wan wouldn't have participated in the bidding. However, since Zhao Shen mentioned it, it showed that he currently needed someone reliable and trustworthy. Chen Wan was willing to do everything Zhao Shen required. Absolutely no one in this world would be more loyal to Zhao Shen than him. As long as Chen Wan made up his mind about anything, success was the goal by whatever means necessary. The phone number that he knew by heart, backward and all, still hadn't been dialed even once, and Chen Wan had been so busy that he disappeared from the young master's gatherings for quite some time again. Zhao Shen didn't call to ask either. He neither asked Tan Yuming nor Zhuo Ziyan. Deep down, he knew Chen Wan had accepted his proposal. Zhao Shen's suggestion for Chen Wan to attempt the bid wasn't entirely self-serving. This project carried immense profits, involving numerous connections. Compared to funds, technology, reserves, or experience, Zhao Shen valued loyalty more. Zhao Shen trusted Chen Wan's character. However, his claim of not interfering was genuine. If Kuxiang couldn't pass the third-party assessment team's scrutiny, Zhao Shen wouldn't favoritism, things would proceed as they should. They could always seek opportunities for collaboration in the future. Chapter 38, Growing Grapes. The day the bidding results came out. After preliminary negotiations with Ming Long, Chen Wan's assistant suggested contacting their headquarters. Chen Wan finally made the official call, something he had established a rule about. Only after completing this task could he make this call. The other party picked up just as the line was about to disconnect. Zhao Shen said, Chen Wan. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Shen seemed to chuckle lightly, congratulations. Chen Wan wasn't sure if there was a sense of relief in it, but he gave a generous smile, accepting the congratulation. There was silence for a moment before Zhao Shen spoke. I heard the tender document was remarkable. The fatigue and exhaustion of countless sleepless nights evaporated at this instant. Chen Wan sought no reward from Zhao Shen, neither material nor emotional recompense was needed. Being able to help sincerely and concretely was satisfaction enough for him, and extra praise or recognition was an unexpected delight. Chen Wan couldn't bring himself to mention how much effort he put into the work, only humbly saying it was due to the evaluation party's appreciation. Discussing cooperation, Zhao Shen said it was unsuitable to finalize details over the phone and invited him to discuss face-to-face at Ming Long. Alright, Mr. Zhao, whenever you're free, I can visit your esteemed company. Zhao Shen replied, I've finished my meeting. Chen Wan thought for a moment, appreciating the efficiency and decisiveness of an industry giant, and said, then I'll be there in about 40 minutes. A partner who happened to be in his office asked Chen Wan, shall we go now? I'm heading out anyway and can drop you off. Before Chen Wan could answer, Zhao Shen spoke on the phone, I'll send someone to pick you up. Chen Wan said, it's fine, I can drive myself. You've never been here before. You won't get through the core area security check, and also, Zhao Shen added unapologetically, you might get lost and won't find a parking spot. Chen Wan suddenly realized he had no idea about Zhao Shen's exact location. Ming Long occupied half a parkland, with several buildings merely serving as employee offices. Zhao Shen's working place was confidential, protected by multiple layers of security checks. He could only say, then thank you. The person sent by Zhao Shen arrived soon, picking up Chen Wan and driving along a section of the central elevated highway from the Taizi section westward before entering the underground parking lot through a non-public access route. When they got out of the car, the legendary second assistant, with whom Chen Wan had previously spoken on the phone, was already waiting. The strikingly beautiful urbanite smiled and said, Mr. Chen, my name is He Yun. Just call me Assistant He. Assistant He, nice to meet you. Assistant He chose one of the many identical elevators, gestured politely inviting Chen Wan inside. Once Chen Wan entered, she opened the lock with her fingerprint, and the elevator ascended smoothly. Chen Wan assumed he'd be taken to a meeting room, but they seemed to be heading toward Zhao Shen's office instead. The office was on the 72nd floor, not ostentatious or overly luxurious, sparsely furnished but spacious and grandiose, offering an incredible view of the serene bay outside the window, the sea vast and calm, the sight stunning. Mr. Zhao, upon seeing him after several days, Chen Wan felt a bit tense, though he didn't let it show. Zhao Shen stood up from his office chair. Today, he wore a black shirt, crisp and structured, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with faint veins showing on his arm where the sleeves were rolled up. Chen Wan had never seen anyone wear black with such authority, a warm, low-key kind of dignity. Behind him lay the iconic landmark of the coastal city, every inch of land valuable, the blue ocean stretching endlessly and the sky high and far. Coffee or tea? Tea, please. As assistant he stepped out and closed the door behind her, somehow neither of them spoke up first, and the office fell silent. They hadn't met face to face for quite some time. For a moment, they glanced at each other from 2 meters apart, and their previously slightly familiar relationship seemed to grow a little distant again. Over the phone, it wasn't noticeable since they only heard each other's voices. But when they saw each other in person, that distance naturally appeared. It was inevitable. Their acquaintance had always been superficial, and their relationship fragile. If either of them didn't make an effort, everything would return to where it began. Despite trying to act natural, both were conscious of the shift between them, making them polite with one another. However, this shift wasn't entirely unfamiliar, it carried something subtle, indescribable. It was Zhao Shen who broke the silence first. Sit. He moved toward the guest sofa, saying, this is the first draft of the contract prepared by the legal department. Take a look. Chen Wan said okay, but hesitated for a moment. The guest seating area consisted of a large single-person main seat paired with a slightly longer row of guest seats. Zhao Shen bypassed the main seat and sat directly on the guest row. Chen Wan, of course, couldn't sit in the main seat, yet sitting alongside Zhao Shen might have seemed too intimate and overstepped boundaries. Zhao Shen looked up and asked, what's wrong? After weighing the situation, Chen Wan feigned nonchalance and took a seat next to him, keeping an appropriate social distance. Zhao Shen seemed unaware and dived straight into business talk. Chen Wan considered himself responsible and professional, but today Zhao Shen had distracted him more than he expected. Even though they weren't very close, Chen Wan could still feel the warmth radiating from Zhao Shen's arm. Zhao Shen's arms must be incredibly strong. He couldn't help but think. Chen Wan's peripheral vision gradually shifted to Zhao Shen's lips and Adam's apple, every part of him exuded sex appeal. It must have been because he hadn't seen Zhao Shen in too long. Leaning forward, Zhao Shen pointed to the 6th line on page 12, asking for his opinion. Chen Wan breathed softly, somewhat belatedly wondering why such a big company as Minglong needed both parties to review the same contract. Communication between intelligent people was remarkably efficient, and few could keep pace with Zhao Shen's train of thought and logic. A born negotiator, Zhao Shen was seasoned in wielding power and manipulating opponents in the cutthroat world of wealth and fame. Yet, there was an altruistic quality about Chen Wan rarely seen in modern businessmen, which made Zhao Shen want to treat him even better. Zhao Shen said, you don't have to concede everywhere. If you need to demand something, then demand it, because I will. Chen Wan smiled faintly, replying, Minglong's offer has already been quite generous. So, do you have any questions? Chen Wan looked at the responsible party section, may I ask who exactly from Minglong will oversee this project later? Zhao Shen arched a brow and replied, me. Chen Wan opened his mouth in surprise, having assumed that Zhao Shen would merely lend his name, handing the reins to a vice president after signing the contract. The Baoli Bay project has always been under my direct supervision. Seeing Chen Wan's stunned expression, Zhao Shen delivered a serious warning with almost playful menace, I am busy, so if the project needs attention, I may contact you anytime via calls or messages. Of course, Chen Wan responded promptly, being a highly professional partner. Of course, it's reasonable. By the time they finalized the details, it was already past working hours, right around dinner time. Logically, Chen Wan should have treated the prospective client to a meal. If it had been anyone else, he would have already extended the invitation. But it was Zhao Shen, and their meeting far exceeded what Chen Wan hoped for. Another invitation would have seemed presumptuous and greedy. Chen Wan hadn't dined alone with Zhao Shen before, and this might be the only opportunity. The project involved more than just Kuxiang and Minglong. The Shen family and Tan family provided funding but didn't participate in actual operations. However, the Su family and an engineering team were also involved, with Su Jiying and the chief engineer designer soon to join. Just as Chen Wan was preparing to say something, Zhao Shen closed the contract and called out, Chen Wan. Chen Wan looked up. Are you free tonight? Chen Wan's mind went blank for a second, then he said, yes. Zhao Shen closed the contract, stood up, and very naturally reached out his hand to say, then I will treat our potential cooperation partner to dinner. Chen Wan smiled slightly, also extended his hand, and officially shook hands with him. Then I'll trouble Mr. Zhao. Zhao Shenj personally drove the car, and Chen Wan sat in the front passenger seat, feeling somewhat surreal. He stealthily and cherishedly touched the leather seat lightly with his hand hiding by his side. The car's air freshener scent was faint but extraordinarily enchanting. He involuntarily moved his nose slightly as if wanting to get closer to sniff. It's too embarrassing. Chen Wan lowered his gaze while fastening his seatbelt. If this were a kidnapping, it would be great. He might be the only hostage who loves the kidnapper with all his heart and is willing to sacrifice himself. As dusk enveloped the surroundings and the lights illuminated, Zhao Shenj drove Chen Wan through red traffic lights under the sunset, passing the mid-level flyover into the sea tunnel, moving from urban forests to the azure ocean sky. The cabin remained abnormally quiet, an odd sense of unease spreading. Zhao Shenj turned on the radio, saying, "Pick one you like." Chen Wan casually flipped to an old Cantonese song and froze. Asked when the grape would first ripen. You have to wait and keep waiting. Even if it doesn't come, still remain faithful. Zhao Shenj signaled rightward and asked, what's the lyric about? Chen Wan thought for a moment and replied, it's about growing grapes. Zhao Shenj glanced back at the road conditions, suppressing a bit of a smile at the corner of his lips as he turned the steering wheel. Is that so? Chen Wan straightened his body and nodded. Seems like it. I'm not entirely sure either. This brief idle chat somehow dissolved some of the stiffness and unfamiliarity they felt earlier during their initial meeting. Chapter 39, Only You Can Deliver. Zhao Shenj parked the car at a roadside restaurant at Puyi Street, close to floor-to-ceiling windows where the outside displayed a sea under the night sky, the lighting not overly bright. Chen Wan found it less like a formal business setting, but two people, without any teams accompanying them, would indeed feel odd at those typical business dinners involving white liquor. The restaurant wasn't large, nor crowded, yet possessed a high-class atmosphere. A small square table held a candle, adding a touch of warmth appropriate for friends' casual chats. They sat facing each other, Zhao Shenj having long legs folded gracefully without touching Chen Wan. However, Chen Wan felt his legs had been encircled beneath the small table by a pair of long legs, making him hesitate to move. His counterpart seemed completely unaware, stable as ever. It was Chen Wan's guilty conscience that made him sensitive. Chen Wan steadied his heartbeat, pretending to look outside the window, but instead saw a pair of dark eyes reflected in the glass, mysterious, calm, but fathomless. Chen Wan's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't like a lion anymore. Zhao Shenj is a wolf. And the head wolf raised his cup elegantly toward him, to a successful collaboration. Chen Wan socially responded by tapping cups with him, to a successful collaboration. After all dishes were served, they ate while chatting, regaining much of the familiar and relaxed atmosphere. Though not intimate enough to talk about everything, Chen Wan wouldn't let the conversation fall flat. Zhao Shenj stayed consistent as usual, listening more than speaking. Yet, the subtle probing and leading tactics he often used during negotiations failed to take effect. Amidst shimmering lamps and clinking glasses, each harboring hidden intentions, their actions remained perfectly proper, showing no cracks. When dinner concluded, Chen Wan headed to the restroom. Shen Zongyan called Zhao Shenj to go to the tea house. Tan Yuming must have been quite near Shen Zongyan's ear since his laughter and even breaths could be heard. Zhao Shenj didn't care about his eavesdropping and directly said, it's not over yet. Shen Zongyan paused for a moment, surprised that signing a contract, which wasn't overly complicated, required such a long time. While it was a major deal for Kashiang, compared to the whole project, it was just a single step within a massive endeavor. As an investor, he wasn't overly concerned or focused, the person just had to be reliable. Shen Zongyan patted Tan Yuming on the shoulder. After Tan went off to play, Shen asked Zhao Shenj, how's it going? Zhao Shenj, I don't know. Shen Zongyan said, hanging in the balance. After a pause, Zhao Shenj said, he peeled crabs for me again. Shen Zongyan, so you're pretty great. Was Zhao Shenj truly confused? He tossed the hot white towel used for cleaning his hands, leaned back against the chair, and insisted on asking, is he always like this? Not knowing Zhao Shenj long enough to judge or analyze Chen Wan's behavior, Shen Zongyan ultimately recognized him earlier than Zhao did. Like what? Just that. Completely obedient, giving whatever is asked without temper. Does he treat everyone this way? Shen Zongyan rarely saw Zhao Shenj being so neurotic, but he was honest, saying, not exactly. Shen Zongyan had seen Chen Wan politely yet firmly decline disrespectful invitations and witnessed him straightforwardly avoid excessive physical contact from others. Chen Wan seemed easygoing but not fawning, neither soft nor weak. This was one of the reasons why Tan Yuming admired him. Zhao Shenj made a faint, oh, sound. Shen Zongyan couldn't help but notice the hint of pride in his voice and decided to pour cold water over him. Maybe he's just afraid of you, besides. You are now his client. Zhao Shenj fell silent, recalling what Chen Wan had said at Jingnian Temple to Song Qingyao. Shen Zongyan relentlessly added, what if he isn't? Zhao Shenj rigorously pointed out, neither am I. Although it was widely rumored that he didn't discriminate between men and women, in reality, work dominated his life entirely. Shen Zhongnian paused for a long time, finally growing a bit of conscience and speaking up for someone else. If he really isn't, don't mess around with him. Thoughtfully reflecting for a while, Zhao Shenj responded politely to Shen Zhongnian, it probably wouldn't be okay. Shen Zhongnian, remembering some slightly twisted habits of his, issued a friendly reminder, he isn't just anyone. Neither Tan Yuming nor Zhuo Zhishuan will allow you to act freely as you wish. Zhao Shenj never cared about these warnings and replied amiably to Shen Zhongnian, therefore, he'd better be voluntary. When dinner ended, Chen Wan hadn't intended to have his prospective client send him back, planning to call for his driver to pick him up. However, before he could open his mouth, Zhao Shenj asked, in a hurry to go back. Thinking Zhao Shenj still wanted to discuss the project, Chen Wan said, not particularly. Zhao Shenj then said, want to go shopping? I still owe you a present, remember? Chen Wan hesitated slightly. He remembered, always remembered, but he thought Zhao Shenj had forgotten. Let's go to Chongguang department store, or is there anywhere you'd like to visit? Chen Wan shook his head. Anywhere would do, but he was worried, can you just leave like this? Although domestic security was definitely much better than abroad, Zhao Shenj had a special status. Out of prudence, Chen Wan reminded him of the shooting incident Zhao encountered in Italy years ago, which he couldn't forget. Zhao Shenj gave him a faint smile and turned the car key while getting out, they won't recognize me. Chen Wan was convinced by that smile, or maybe even dazzled by it. On the way here, Chen Wan had been too excited and nervous, only realizing afterward how skilled Zhao Shenj was in driving. Possibly fearing that stores might close late, Zhao Shenj drove rather fiercely. The starting sensation and overtaking were all quite familiar. Chen Wan momentarily couldn't recall the scene. In theory, he shouldn't have seen Zhao Shenj drive personally, let alone sit in the front passenger seat of his car. At a red light, Zhao Shenj stopped the car. His fingers moved slightly on the steering wheel as he turned and asked him, am I driving too fast? Chen Wan snapped back to reality and smiled faintly, shaking his head no. Zhao Shenj stared at the upward curve of his lips for 2 seconds, then looked away, reaching for the water bottle as the green light lit up. Chen Wan quickly said, let me do it. Zhao Shenj handed him the water, stepped hard on the gas pedal, and waited until the car passed through the intersection and reached a smooth boulevard. Only then did Chen Wan pass the opened water bottle back to him. He deliberately grasped the bottle from its lower half, giving Zhao Shenj plenty of room to hold it, a very thoughtful gesture. But perhaps due to Zhao Shenj's focus on the road conditions, their hands still touched for a moment. Zhao Shenj's hand was made for holding guns, calloused, with clear knuckles and broad strength. The patch of skin on Chen Wan's hand that brushed against Zhao's ignited like wildfire, burning hot and spreading heat along his nerves to his brain. Yet Zhao Shenj quickly moved his hand away. The brief touch had lasted no more than a millionth of a second. Whether he hadn't noticed or simply didn't care, he naturally said, thank you. Chen Wan coolly replied, you're welcome. The duty-free shops and boutique stores in Times Square were bustling even late at night, but inside the department store, there were fewer people. As they passed by the watch counter, Chen Wan immediately spotted a wristwatch that suited Zhao Shenj perfectly. It truly matched him well, the low-key moondial would frame his knuckle-defined hands beautifully, becoming new material for daydreams. Chen Wan wanted to tell Zhao Shenj, forget sending me a gift, why don't I just give one to you? However, he only imagined this scenario and planned to secretly purchase the watch later. Zhao Shenj followed Chen Wan's gaze, his expression becoming slightly enigmatic. That wristwatch shared the same style as the Infinity series cufflinks from last time. When Zhao Shenj stepped closer, blocking Chen Wan's view of the counter, he tilted his head slightly and said, let's check something else. Chen Wan followed him to another section. The distance between them wasn't too close nor too far, strolling casually while browsing around. Chen Wan rarely shopped at malls with anyone. Zhao Shenj wasn't walking fast, looking carefully, as though selecting a gift for Chen Wan was an important matter. Come here. Chen Wan approached and asked, Mr. Zhao, are you giving me cufflinks? Raising an eyebrow slightly, Zhao Shenj responded, why can you send gifts but I cannot? Chen Wan chuckled, saying, of course not, inwardly wondering if Zhao Shenj was really thinking about the cufflinks Chen had beaten him to buy before. After studying for a while, he tapped a certain pair of cufflinks displayed under the counter and said, this one is pretty good. The clerk astutely took out the cufflinks for the customers to try on. Zhao Shenj said, hand them to me. Chen Wan paused briefly. The clerk smiled and handed the cufflinks to Zhao Shenj, who then said, Chen Wan. Your hand. Zhao Shenj's expression was calm, his gestures gentlemanly without any trace of ambiguity. Somewhat stiffly, Chen Wan raised his arm as Zhao Shenj leaned down slightly, focused and intent, attaching the cufflinks. His fingers inadvertently pressed against the blue veins on Chen Wan's wrist. Chapter 40, Trust Your People. Are you nervous? What? Your pulse rate has accelerated. Zhao Shenj was teasing Chen Wan, such a fleeting touch wouldn't have revealed anything abnormal. Chen Wan smiled, keeping his calm demeanor, jokingly saying, nervousness aside, having the clients serve me feels quite humbling. With an ordinary tone, Zhao Shenj generously declared, these are all minor details, but winning the bid has saved myself and Minglong from significant trouble. Suspect everyone, trust none, choose your partners wisely, show your trust and recognition accordingly. Since Minglong selected Kexiang as our business partner, it means we trust and acknowledge you. Kexiang didn't offer an exorbitant price, but my sincerity must be expressed. To win you over. Chen Wan nodded, believing him without a doubt. The reputation of how Zhao Shenge conducted himself as a client had reached his ears. Minglong's current success wasn't just due to the decisive leadership and ruthless efficiency of its boss, but also owed much to his bearing as a young tycoon, courteous to talent, open-minded, and magnanimous. This was acknowledged universally. Zhao Shenge was merciless toward his competitors like a gale sweeping through fallen leaves, but to those in his inner circle, he was very protective, showering them with generous rewards. Therefore, whether subordinates or former collaborators, all felt genuine admiration for him and were fiercely loyal. It felt like a century had passed. Zhao Shenge finished putting on the cufflinks and retreated half a step with gentlemanly manners, saying, "Take a look. Do you like it? If not, we can take our time to choose." Chen Wan said with his eyes curved into a smile, "I like it." He stretched out both arms as if showing off new clothes during a festive occasion for children. Zhao Shenge looked at him quietly. The rubies complemented Chen Wan beautifully, matching the small brown mole on his finger. He could almost imagine that on the day of signing the contract, this hand would wear these cufflinks to sign Chen Wan's name and then shake hands with him to seal the deal. Zhao Shenge had the clerk pack up the cufflinks while Chen Wan took a work call. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Shenge asked the clerk in a low voice to have a craftsman engrave a pattern on the back of the cufflinks. The pattern was simple, so there wasn't much delay, and Chen Wan didn't know about it. All Chen Wan knew was that Zhao Shenge actually enjoyed shopping malls, which didn't quite fit Zhao Shenge's image. Even after purchasing the cufflinks, he still didn't seem ready to leave. Zhao Shenge usually stayed indoors, thus he shopped very attentively, occasionally speaking a few words with Chen Wan. Chen Wan patiently accompanied him, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Later, Zhao Shenge found a tie clip and bought it together with the cufflinks as gifts for Chen Wan. The price wasn't particularly extravagant, but it truly suited Chen Wan well. The sales clerk handed over the gift box to Chen Wan. Zhao Shenge extended his hand first, "Let me do it." Chen Wan hesitated, not wanting to trouble Mr. Zhao again. "It's fine," Zhao Shenge swung the bag and said, "We're going to shop a little longer." Chen Wan didn't realize that, a little longer, would be until the mall closed, with groups of tourists and shoppers descending from the escalator, causing a sudden surge in foot traffic. Chen Wan quickly moved to Zhao Shenge's outer side and asked, "Why?" "You walk inside," Chen Wan shielded him from the crowd, "so they won't bump into you." After observing for a moment, Zhao Shenge said gently, "Come closer, don't let them bump into you either." There were too many people, even though Chen Wan tried his best, some still pushed towards Zhao Shenge from behind. Chen Wan frowned and blocked them, unaware of how cold his expressionless face appeared. After observing for a moment, Zhao Shenge softly said, "I'm fine, let's go." Together, they squeezed out of the building, where the space became suddenly quiet and open. Chen Wan needed to return to the company to fetch his car, and Zhao Shenge dropped him off at the western segment of the Crown Garden. The park still glowed with bright lights at 11 o'clock, and Zhao Shenge parked the car. Chen Wan affectionately reached back to touch the leather of the driver's seat before departing. There wouldn't be another chance. As he unbuckled the seatbelt, he began to say, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, I'll just." Chen Wan paused, bowed his head, and pressed again. But the seatbelt still wouldn't release. Turning his head, Zhao Shenge looked at him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Wan silently sighed in his heart. It really did resemble a cliché scenario from television dramas. He swore he hadn't meant anything by it, but the seatbelt indeed failed to respond. After appreciating the situation for a few seconds, Zhao Shenge did not lean directly over to inspect, giving enough room for gracefulness as he politely inquired, "Need help?" But Chen Wan quickly regained his composure and declined Zhao Shenge's offer with tact, "No, I'll try it myself." He didn't want to get too close to Zhao Shenge, especially in such a confined and dim space. He really struggled to control his emotions and actions. Chen Wan didn't want to scare Zhao Shenge, nor did he wish to lose control in front of him. Smiling faintly, Zhao Shenge waited for a while, but Chen Wan still couldn't unfasten the belt. Suddenly, Zhao Shenge pressed a button on the central console. Click. The seatbelt released. Chen Wan was surprised, learning for the first time that high-end customized cars could unlock the seatbelt through encryption from the console. Maybe when something reaches an extremely high price, nothing is impossible. Zhao Shenge remained straightforward, resting one hand casually on the steering wheel, the synchronous lock, forgot about it. "Oh," Chen Wan nodded, believing him without hesitation, got out of the car, bent down, and thanked him through the window while saying goodbye. With one hand on the steering wheel and his body tilted to the side, Zhao Shenge appeared very handsome in the night. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were focused. "Chen Wan, goodbye." Suddenly, Chen Wan felt that today wasn't about a regular business meeting, it reminded him of a dreamlike moment. But it was time to wake up now. Cherishing the moment, Chen Wan smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, goodbye." Furrowing his brows, Zhao Shenge didn't like Chen Wan's smile. It seemed as if those laughing eyes were desperately trying to memorize something or bidding farewell under the cover of the night. Therefore, he impulsively stopped him. Chen Wan. Chen Wan paused. He reminded him, we will sign the contract next week. They still had to meet next week. Alright, the street lamp by the roadside reflected in Chen Wan's eyes as he smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, until we meet again. On the day they officially signed the contract, Chen Wan did not wear the ruby cufflinks or the tie clip. Later, Zhao Shenge discovered that actually, regardless of the occasion, Chen Wan never wore them. The contract signing involved 4 parties. The Shen and Tan families only invested funds without participating in operations. Attending the signing were Zhao Shenge, Su Jiying, and Chen Wan, as well as an engineer named Fang Jian, Zhao Shenge's classmate from Cambridge, a postdoctoral researcher, and the project chief engineer leading a laboratory team. The 4 sat at the conference table, each occupying one side. The atmosphere was formal and serious. They took turns signing, exchanging contracts, and after the procedures were completed, Su Jiying warmly extended her hand to Chen Wan. Mr. Chen, I'm genuinely delighted to have you as a partner. Though the project was jointly divided between the Su family and Ming Long, the Su family held minimal equity, leaving most decision-making authority with Zhao Shenge. Unexpectedly, they chose Chen Wan. Smiling, Chen Wan shook her hand. Closing the file folder, Zhao Shenge declared, the meeting is adjourned. Chen Wan then released Su Jiying's hand and shook Fang Jian's hand. Of the 4, Zhao Shenge and Su Jiying represented Party A, the main and smaller bosses respectively, while Fang Jian was the third party, and Chen Wan was Party B. Networking upwards was important, but lateral relations should not be neglected. Fang Jian wasn't as warm as Su Jiying. He appeared rather aloof, serious, with white hair adding to his stern look. As one of the youngest recipients of an international award and a prominent figure in marine engineering, he was among the few people in High City who dared to challenge Zhao Shenge. To him, it didn't matter what background someone came from or their net worth, they mustn't violate scientific principles. Despite being somewhat rigid and stubborn, Fang Jian was passionate about research. Due to the high confidentiality level of the project, he established an encrypted chat group, pulling the other 3 in. Each day, he posted engineering plans, theoretical supports, and sometimes foreign language documents or structural charts, diligently continuing regardless of interruptions. Often followed by long awkward silences. Neither of the 2 busy executives paid much attention to him. Still, Su Jiying was good at maintaining appearances, occasionally replying at first. But as the content grew increasingly sophisticated, resembling ancient scriptures she couldn't comprehend, even she found it hard to interject. That left only Chen Wan continuing to engage. Unwilling to let the great man perform a solo act in the group, even when some posts were confusing, Chen Wan would make an effort to understand and respond. Moreover, the sector he was responsible for overlapped with Fang Jian's area, leading to more interactions as the project progressed. Chapter 41, Devotion. Gradually, Fang Jian began to feel that Chen Wan was different from the 2 capitalists reeking of money from head to toe. This person understood his academic achievements and research spirit. His attitude towards Chen Wan changed significantly, even directly tagging Chen Wan with, @Chen Wan, whenever he thought of a brilliant idea, whether it was 1 o'clock at night or 4 in the morning. Although Zhao Shenge never spoke in the group chat, whenever Fang Jian sent out new messages or needed to report matters or discuss new solutions, he always nudged Chen Wan. Seemingly online forever, all Chen Wan needed was a single question mark from Zhao Shenge, and he'd promptly take on the role of Zhao Shenge's dedicated personal AI translator, ready to assist anytime. Of course, Ming Long also had its own technical team. Zhao Shenge mainly controlled the overall progress of the project, coordinating various aspects comprehensively. However, recognizing how important this was to Zhao Shenge, Chen Wan tried to explain Fang Jian's solutions as thoroughly and understandably as possible. Mr. Zhao, Dr. Fang's principle is roughly as follows. The winter ocean current is an uncontrollable variable, so we will try to finalize everything before November. Alright, if there are any questions, you can contact me anytime. Am I disturbing you? Chen Wan had a strong sense of responsibility, eat the Lord's bread, do the Lord's work. Zhao Shenge seemed to have chuckled lightly, Chen Wan. Chen Wan's hand tightened. I'm not the kind of Party A that exploits employees. Zhao Shenge was considerate, you don't need to reply when you're busy. He never demanded Chen Wan respond immediately at all times. But Chen Wan always gave a response to everything. They started using voice calls because Zhao Shenge didn't like inefficient communication. At their current chatting frequency, it was subtly surpassing the level he shared with Zhuo Zhishuan. Zhao Shen's call request felt as imposing as the man himself, pressing on an unsuspecting Chen Wan. In Chen Wan's social understanding, only people who were extremely familiar and friendly would voice call each other anytime. Chen Wan inwardly questioned but sounded proper, Mr. Zhao. Chen Wan. Zhao Shenge responded once, then fell silent. The calls suddenly quieted, transmitting each other's breathing sounds, sometimes in sync, sometimes mismatched. Zhao Shen's breaths were steady and low, yet Chen Wan felt something burn through an invisible current into his brain. Still, Zhao Shenge remained silent, so Chen Wan said, Mr. Zhao, let me explain the structural composition of the sea oil tunnel support to you. Explain. Zhao Shen's tone was low and magnetic. Chen Wan struggled to focus and began explaining seriously for party A. Halfway through, Zhao Shenj said, "Chen Wan, someone is calling you." Chen Wan had been too engrossed to notice and looked back, saying, "Oh, it's my colleague. It's meal time. Alright, go eat first." Chen Wan said, "It doesn't matter, we can finish this discussion first, or do you want to eat first?" Zhao Shenj replied, "Go eat first, we'll talk more in the afternoon." Chen Wan took a few seconds to understand, meaning could they still voice chat in the afternoon? He immediately said, "Okay." Zhao Shenj said, "I have 2 meetings this afternoon, from 2:40 to 3:20 and from 5 to 6 o'clock. I'm free in the evening." Chen Wan couldn't react quickly enough. Not hearing a reply, Zhao Shenj asked rather formally, "When are you available?" Chen Wan, for some reason, also started sharing his schedule. "I'll head to the securities building at 2:30 p.m., it'll take about half an hour. Then at 3:15 p.m., I'll go over the drafts with my team, which will probably take 40 minutes before uploading them to our group chat. At 4:30 p.m., a client will visit, and it should take around 1 hour to finish up, then I'm done for the day." After speaking, he realized he had shared far too much detail. To sound professional, he quickly outlined a timeline in his mind and added, "So our overlapping availability is between 3:45 and 4:30 p.m., and after 5:30 p.m. Alright, wait for my call." Maintaining a professional attitude, Chen Wan said, "Alright, Mr. Zhao," while swallowing down the instinctive urge to repeat, "I'll wait for your call." After hanging up, Chen Wan spaced out for a while, caught in a complex state of mind. Of course, he was happy to be able to talk to Zhao Shenj, but he also had doubts and a sudden confusion as though struck by a falling pie from the sky. He had never imagined having such close, high-frequency contact with Zhao Shenj, even if it was all business. Their conversations were mostly made up of long passages about ocean current movement theories, tree diagrams, and economic data lines. Even finding a casual chat phrase was hard, let alone any warm greetings like good morning or good night. Even if Chen Wan's phone was lost one day, whoever found it would only think these were messages exchanged between 2 somewhat unfamiliar colleagues or superior subordinate workaholics filled with polite formalities. But Chen Wan seemed to have developed an obsession with checking his phone. Every few minutes, he'd confirm if there were any new messages from the other side. He hoped every question of the other person could receive the fastest and most comprehensive answers. In the new week, the Baoli Bay project received a self-inspection recommendation letter from the Environmental Protection Association regarding marine pollution indicators. Fang Jian was extremely angry and directly stated in the group chat, "I can guarantee that all the data in the model are international standards. A bunch of amateurs from the environmental protection institutions are instructing professionals." Su Jiying said, "They have released their own new regulations. If we don't comply and make necessary adjustments, the next step will be a yellow card warning, which will delay the construction schedule." Fang Jian directly responded, "There is nothing to change, their new regulations are unreasonable." Genius always has a temper, and this group usually depends on Chen Wan for smoothing things over and bridging gaps. He meticulously reviewed the non-compliance prompts marked in the recommendation letter and broke the tension by saying, "This isn't difficult. We just need to optimize a few data points. Balancing efficiency and environmental protection from both commercial benefits and technical operability aspects is feasible. I'll handle the reanalysis, it won't take too long." Su Jiying followed his cue, "Then I'll arrange more people to work on PR efforts on my side." After they had all spoken, Zhao Shenj asked a few questions, and after the meeting ended, he said, "Chen Wan, stay behind." Fang Jian's temper is strong and his pride even stronger. Zhao Shenj believed that conversing with someone still emotionally charged was inefficient. He preferred to face problems directly, solve them quickly, and not waste emotions on anything unhelpful for problem solving. Zhao Shenj presented his opinion. "Mr. Zhao, I do not agree with simply replacing the instruments." Chen Wan did not always share Zhao Shenj's views and would say so straightforwardly, "The marine environment is inherently unstable. Inconsistent monitoring variables could cause even greater errors." Zhao Shenj pointed out, "The recommendation letter sets a fixed deadline. This is the most efficient method." Chen Wan argued rationally, "But there may be endless after effects." And added, "Actually, there are ways to make them less rigid." After saying this, Chen Wan regretted it slightly as he didn't want Zhao Shenj to think he knew many sneaky shortcuts. Zhao Shenj raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying, and let him go offline first for rest. Chen Wan estimated that after he logged off, Zhao Shenj would continue working, perhaps through the night. But he did not try to dissuade him since he also needed to work overtime. In the following period, to meet the Environmental Protection Association standards, Fang Jian's team produced a new compound modeling, and discussing via voice call became unclear and inefficient. Therefore, public business communication between Chen Wan and Zhao Shenj increasingly turned into video conferences. This way, Chen Wan felt like he had obtained a close-up ticket to observe Zhao Shenj himself, although comparing Zhao Shenj to some rare animal on Earth might seem exaggerated, for Chen Wan, this analogy was not unwarranted. The exclusive viewing pass allowed access not limited to mere work interactions, and owning it required great luck. For example, when Zhao Shenj finished a video conference but forgot to disconnect the camera, Chen Wan could watch Zhao Shenj work. If this were a live stream, Chen Wan would happily pay and could watch all day long, undoubtedly becoming the top sponsor. However, this was free, so he only watched briefly before pretending he hadn't logged off yet and turning off the camera. Each week when Fang Jian released new data, the two would connect for discussions. It wasn't that Zhao Shenzh and Chen Wan talked frequently. Often heard through headphones were the sounds of paper flipping and mouse clicking. Occasionally, Chen Wan could hear him tell his secretary, "The tea is too strong," or "not now." Once during a video conference, Chen Wan was so focused that when he looked up, he saw the magnified handsome face of Zhao Shenzh, who was looking down with lowered eyes. Both were too close to their cameras, making the encounter even more unsettling than in real life. Chen Wan coolly stepped back a little and then asked, "Mr. Zhao, is there something you'd like me to explain?" Zhao Shenzh would ask him some questions. Chen Wan greedily recorded every subtle expression and unintentionally revealed habit of Zhao Shenzh with precision, yet never overstepped the boundary. He never initiated casual conversations with Zhao Shenzh, never used it as an opportunity to inquire about his well-being. Each time, he maintained professionalism akin to giving a remote report to his superior. Perhaps growing up in the Chen family amidst scheming and manipulation made him instinctively admire strength. Chen Wan felt that men were more attractive at certain moments while working than when they were in bed. Zhao Shenzh's mechanical strictness and precision in his work, coupled with the strong ambition that permeated his very being, was the reason why Minglong's market value increased by more than 60% during his 5 years of leadership. Of course, Zhao Shenzh was not perfect, and Chen Wan had long known this fact. At times, the other party would reveal a domineering nature, a strong desire for control, and many, somewhat strange demands. For example, during one video conference, Zhao Shenzh asked Chen Wan, "Do you mind if I record the screen so I can review it later?" Official video meetings were usually recorded as meeting records, so Chen Wan had no objections. He just thought that if Zhao Shenzh had informed him in advance, he might have dressed a little more formally instead of wearing the overly casual sweater he had on now, since it was the weekend and he hadn't planned to go out. Another example was Zhao Shenzh's unilateral insistence regarding his workaholic tendencies. Fang Jian built the model together with students from Columbia University, and due to the time difference, the video meetings often disrupted day and night schedules. Zhao Shenzh himself could operate like a machine, running without interruption, but he wasn't fond of Chen Wan pulling all-nighters constantly. "Chen Wan, go to sleep." If Chen Wan was found online during the time he promised to be sleeping, Zhao Shenzh would ignore him, not responding to any questions, which left Chen Wan feeling restless. During video conferences, Zhao Shenzh seemed to prefer Chen Wan sitting at certain fixed positions and orientations. If it was at home, Zhao Shenzh liked him to be in the study with the best lighting. If it was at the company, Zhao Shenzh preferred him to sit in front of a large desk, and the background light couldn't be too strong. "Chen Wan, you're too far away, I can't see you." Chen Wan would then move closer to the camera, hoping Zhao Shenzh wouldn't notice the dark circles under his eyes from last night's lack of sleep. "Chen Wan, the lighting at your end is too dim." Yet, in the screen, Zhao Shenzh himself sat quite far from the camera, although this allowed Chen Wan to see where he was, he still hoped Zhao Shenzh would sit closer to clearly see his face. But Zhao Shenzh stayed leaned back in his chair, watching him from afar without moving closer. Chen Wan couldn't see his expression, only hearing his voice. "Chen Wan, increase the volume. Or speak closer to the microphone." "All right." At moments like these, an inexplicable sensation would rise within Chen Wan, difficult to describe. Chen Wan believed that he was diligently observing, capturing, and recording every habit and trait of Zhao Shenzh, but he seemed to forget that if Zhao Shenzh didn't want something noticed, no one in this world could discern even a fraction of it. And Chen Wan also forgot, when one gazes at another, they are being gazed upon as well. Chapter 42, Is She Your Friend? In the new week, the observatory urgently issued a black rain warning signal. Simultaneously, the transport department warned that landslides caused by typhoons and heavy rains led to road collapses in the eastern district. The central Tsim Sha Sui area saw multiple route closures, and the municipal center released notices of a typhoon leave policy, urging citizens to work from home unless absolutely necessary. Weather warnings were classified into yellow, red, and black levels. A red rain warning generally suggested staying indoors, whereas a black rain level mandated business closures and school suspensions. In the following days, apart from government offices and special departments, Haishur city largely ceased operations. Roads once bustling with traffic stood empty, and the entire city was drowned in endless rainfall. With home office arrangements, Chen Wan naturally connected with Zhao Shenzh more frequently, and the location of their video conferences had to shift from the company to their respective homes. Without his suit and tie, Zhao Shenzh exuded a sense of relaxation, appearing much more vivid and authentic than usual. "Chen Wan, didn't you rest last night?" His tone was mild, carrying no hint of reproach, yet it strangely made one feel guilty. "I did rest. But not much." The weather already added efficiency costs, leaving only overtime to make up for it. Indeed, he had stayed up until the early hours of the morning. It was unclear whether Zhao Shenzh believed him or not, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, leaning back in his chair, he casually asked, "What are you drinking?" "Tea Kuan Yin." Chen Wan's essential companion for late-night work. Zhao Shenzh nodded, flipping through the documents. In the afternoon, due to a sudden increase in wind force, the signal in the area where Chen Wan lived was interrupted, and power wasn't restored until the evening. Zhao Shen's hair hadn't been completely dried after his shower, making his eyes appear darker than usual. Are you safe there? Chen Wan glanced at his still damp hair, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything, simply replying, very safe. Even though the signal remained intermittent with delayed dialogues, this connected channel gave off a sense of mutual reliance amidst an apocalyptic world. Without each other, Zhao Shenj and Chen Wan would both have been spending this stormy, undefined period alone. Zhao Shenj would talk to Chen Wan about work in different parts of his home. In the morning, he was by the bay window. By evening, he had moved to the study with its wooden decor, which immediately reminded Chen Wan of a particular perfume scent. An orange-based one that Chen Wan ended up buying a bottle of as well. The marble on the bay window seemed cold, so Chen Wan chose a wool handmade blanket, which also remained in that gift cabinet that could never possibly be sent out. Zhao Shenj listened as Chen Wan reported the data from yesterday and then suddenly stood up, saying, I'll go grab a charger. He went into the bedroom, revealing just a glimpse of the bedspread and what appeared to be a model on the bedside table, though it only flashed by briefly. By the time Chen Wan wanted to see more clearly, the screen returned to Zhao Shen's face. Closer to the lens now, his finely chiseled features exuded a strong presence when magnified. What's wrong? Zhao Shenj tilted his head slightly as he asked him. Unfazed, Chen Wan replied, Nothing, Mr. Zhao. Let's continue. All right. Zhao Shenj put the phone back in its regular position and informed Chen Wan that Jean Franny had been stranded in Haishur City these past 2 days because of the typhoon and was willing to meet him if he had some spare time. Jean Franny was a senior marine geologist with many years of research experience in ocean current movements and tectonic plate activities, possessing deep theoretical knowledge and extensive field investigation data. Fang Jian had encountered some issues in the foundation structure underground and wanted to visit her for consultation but couldn't make it happen. Through overseas connections, Zhao Shenj finally managed to get in touch with her. As the youngest recipient of the prestigious Qingsu Award in this field, Jean Franny's schedule was packed. It was only because her team was stranded in Haishur City during their transit due to the typhoon that they had a little time to spare to meet them. Chen Wan asked, when? Tomorrow morning, Zhao Shenj opened his laptop. I received the reply half an hour ago. Chen Wan looked out the window worriedly. It's raining so hard. Since the afternoon, the sky had been dark all day. The observatory had issued 3 consecutive warning orders. In the next 16 hours, a super heavy downpour was expected. A pedestrian bridge in Jinchong was destroyed by floods, and the transport department issued another joint notice with the police asking citizens to avoid traveling unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Shenj said, they can only squeeze out time tomorrow. Once the typhoon clears, they're flying to the UK immediately. After thinking for a moment, Chen Wan asked, Mr. Zhao, may I join you? Still looking down at the document sent by Fang Jian, Zhao Shenj didn't even look up, simply replying, no. Chen Wan sighed inwardly and could only say, make sure to stay safe. Looking at the deep concern etched between his eyebrows, Zhao Shenj smirked slightly. The next day, it rained heavily throughout. With fierce winds lashing around like the end of the world, the entire city fell into a gloomy and eerie silence. Zhao Shenj was unreachable all day, leaving Chen Wan uneasy throughout the day. He hadn't eaten much either, especially since the latest weather news was updating real-time increases in casualties. Chen Wan worked with a heavy heart, checking his phone perhaps over 100 times. It wasn't until the evening that Zhao Shenj finally told Chen Wan that it was over. And it was through a video call again. Zhao Shenj seemingly disliked any form of low-efficiency communication such as text messages. Chen Wan had somewhat gotten used to it. Chen Wan. Mr. Zhao, did everything go smoothly? In the evening, Chen Wan wasn't wearing loungewear but a shirt not overly formal, indicating that he must have been waiting all day for Zhao Shenj to contact him. After taking off his coat, Zhao Shenj appeared in the yellowish light of the entrance hall, looking like a painting in the video frame. And the person inside the painting asked Chen Wan, what exactly do you mean? Whether the question was referring to whether Zhao Shenj's trip went smoothly or if the meeting with Jean Franny went smoothly. Chen Wan said in a general way, how was your day, you and Fang Bo? Chen Wan didn't give Zhao Shenj the answer he wanted to hear, and Zhao Shenj didn't give him what he wanted either. Instead, he suggested kindly, you might want to ask Fang Jian about the professional stuff, basically it's all between him and Jean Franny. Chen Wan felt a headache coming on. Zhao Shenj was, really not easy to fool. Zhao Shenj walked to the brightly lit island counter. Chen Wan could clearly see his damp shirt clinging to his chest muscles and abdomen, highlighting a strong but restrained physique. Zhao Shenj sneezed and poured himself a glass of cold water. Unable to help himself, Chen Wan recommended, Mr. Zhao, after being caught in the rain, you should drink hot water instead. If you have ginger, it would be best to boil some ginger tea to ward off the cold. In fact, Chen Wan's concern was somewhat disordered. Zhao Shenj hadn't actually been drenched much. He didn't know where all that water came from. The car had driven straight into the underground garage. Though other garages had indeed flooded, the tycoon's villa costing hundreds of millions was built with flood defenses so robust that even a tsunami wouldn't faze it. Zhao Shenj said he didn't have ginger, then seriously tinkered around and asked if mulled red wine would suffice. Chen Wan, it works. Zhao Shenj took a bottle from the wine rack and poured half a glass. Chen Wan asked, what are you drinking, Mr. Zhao? It isn't wise to consume strong alcohol immediately after getting chilled from the wind and rain, as it could lead to a headache. After sipping, Zhao Shen's lips turned rosy and soft. He glanced at Chen Wan with a sidelong look, saying, "The one you brought to Felipe's wine party." Chen Wan faltered. This statement could carry many interpretations. The one you brought to Felipe's wine party. Which one? It seemed like the phone video froze for a few seconds before Chen Wan quickly regained composure again. There was no way Zhao Shen knew the Mulan Dolo bottle belonged to him. That meant it must be another bottle. Chen Wan smiled and said, "Chardonnay is good for calming down." Leaning casually against the island counter with one leg bent, a pose making him look unusually tall, Zhao Shen looked at Chen Wan and asked, "Is Chardonnay what you brought?" Having let down his guard just a moment ago, Chen Wan tightened up again, being cautious enough not to answer right away. After a pause, he still managed not to lie when he replied, "Yes, I did bring Chardonnay." But Zhao Shen wasn't someone easily deceived. He allowed no ambiguity or attempts to slip through his fingers. "Alright," Zhao Shen swirled his wine, examining its color, "so you did bring Chardonnay. What else then?" Each guest was supposed to bring 2 bottles, and Chardonnay was the one already placed on the wine rack. Chen Wan smiled again, "I don't quite remember." Zhao Shen looked at him for a while, then said, "I was kidding you." He raised his glass toward the phone screen. "Actually, I'm drinking Queen Palma." Zhao Shen was baiting Chen Wan. But Chen Wan didn't particularly want to delve deeper into the wine party conversation and responded indifferently, "Queen Palma suits well for dispelling the cold too." Not interested in discussing which wines were better for health benefits or sleep induction, Zhao Shen fixed his gaze directly into Chen Wan's eyes. "Can you guess who we met today in the scientist's living room?" "Who?" Walking out from behind the counter, Zhao Shen turned off the light. The video feed suddenly darkened, obscuring Zhao Shen's face from Chen Wan's view. In the darkness, Zhao Shen gave an ambiguous chuckle, "Miss Su Enyi." After a moment's thought, Chen Wan recalled the pretty lady he'd encountered once. Without dwelling on it, he provided an objective analysis. The Su family's marine energy patent is probably nearing operational approval. With frequent extreme weather events this spring, they must also be eager to move forward. From the faint rustling sound in the phone call, it sounded like Zhao Shen turned on a dim light and moved to the study. Even though Chen Wan hadn't been inside Zhao Shen's home nor knew its address, through these days' video meetings, he'd formed a rough understanding of Zhao Shen's living environment. Examining Chen Wan carefully, Zhao Shen remarked, "You seem very knowledgeable." Chen Wan replied, "Know thyself, know thy enemy." Their projects didn't overlap significantly, but there were still some competitive overlaps concerning their interests. Zhao Shen asked, "When do they plan to launch the project?" Chen Wan, "On the 13th of next month." "Did Su Enyi tell you?" Zhao Shen put down his glass and reminded him, "The launch date hasn't been made public yet." Not being public meant this was still an internal secret. Chen Wan didn't understand why he was asking this. The information was what he had inquired about in his own way, but he was afraid Zhao Shen would think it unorthodox or underhanded, so he cleverly concealed the question that followed, trying to seize the upper hand to muddle through. "No, how does Mr. Zhao know that Miss Su and I are acquainted?" "Good question." Zhao Shen remained calm. "Didn't you leave the wine party together?" Hardly having escaped the subject of the wine party earlier, they were back to it again. For various reasons, whether out of guilt or regret, Chen Wan wasn't too keen on bringing up the wine party. Zhao Shen asked, "Is she a friend of yours?" "Not really." "Then is she someone you're meeting for blind dating?" Chen Wan nearly coughed, saying, "Miss Su's talents, appearance, and family background make me unworthy to aspire." Zhao Shen didn't bother with his diplomatic niceties, cutting straight to the point, "If you don't like someone like Su Enyi, who do you like?" Tonight's Zhao Shen seemed somewhat pushy, leaving Chen Wan slightly confused as he answered, "There's no one special." Zhao Shen didn't seem entirely convinced, examining him for a moment before kindly saying, "It's fine, just idle chatter. If there is someone, I can have Tan Yiming keep an eye out for you." Chen Wan looked at him for a moment, shook his head, his gaze clear and composed, saying, "There really isn't anyone." Zhao Shen's profile was hidden in the shadows of the light, his expression unreadable. After a while, he smiled at Chen Wan and said, "All right." Chapter 43, There was a firefly. This visit to Jean Franny gave Fang Jian some theoretical gains, but due to the inability to implement practical operations, only a preliminary 3D model was created. A few days later, the black rain warning gradually downgraded to red rain, then yellow rain, until it was completely lifted. With the end of the typhoon holiday, the period of working from home for residents finally came to an end, and the activities of various departments in the Baoli Bay project were restarted. Due to the impact of previous adverse weather, a backlog of social engagements and meetings that required greasing palms piled up. The Baoli Bay project holds a very significant position in Minglong Future's 5-year plan. For regular meetings and social engagements, Zhao Shen wouldn't show up, but when occasions included relatively higher-ranking officials or important figures, Zhao Shen would bring Su Jiying and Chen Wan along to attend. Chen Wan and Zhao Shen hadn't seen each other for a while, but their video calls had been frequent, so they didn't feel any sense of unfamiliarity. However, Chen Wan found that the Zhao Shen on the phone and the real-life Zhao Shen were somewhat different. In reality, Zhao Shenj appeared colder, less talkative, and harder to read. The Zhao Shenj who started working on his computer with his hair half-dry seemed to be some kind of exclusive edition, or perhaps just something Chen Wan imagined. As soon as the video call ended, that side of Zhao Shenj would disappear. With meetings and social engagements flooding in, Chen Wan consistently behaved attentively yet low-key and took on the role of designated drinker with the diligence expected of a party bee. Such things were utterly normal for someone who'd built themselves up from nothing, even expected and effortless, so he didn't notice Zhao Shenj's slight frown. In these ostentatious gatherings filled with polite toasts and hidden struggles for dominance, it was either east wind prevailing over west wind or vice versa. Chen Wan wouldn't let Minglong or Zhao Shenj come out on the losing side, nor would he allow a lady to take the fall. He could drink without turning red in the face. After several cups of Qinghua Lang and dry red mixed together, his complexion remained unchanged, his eyes clear, honed by years of hard knocks. When Zhao Shenj returned after finishing his conversation with the official, Chen Wan had mercilessly swept away several waves of people like autumn leaves. Zhao Shenj stopped him, saying, "That's enough." Chen Wan sat upright, turned his head to look at him, smiling and nodding faintly, his smile bland as if he were an AI strictly following instructions. Zhao Shenj couldn't tell if he was drunk inside or not, but still indicated Su Jiying to fetch the sobering soup. Su Jiying whispered to Chen Wan, "You're too honest. Why bother with them? They don't even know how to abuse their power." Chen Wan. "Do you feel unwell?" Chen Wan smiled, "Miss Su, I'm fine." Compared to the drinking sessions he attended for business deals, these were nothing. Among those accompanying and participating in the gathering were people who had previously known Chen Wan. Upon seeing him attending with Zhao Shenj, their gazes changed noticeably. Just as the socializing was about to end, someone discreetly found a chance to privately inquire whether Chen Wan could help them smooth relations with various small projects under Baoli Bei or put in a good word for them in front of Zhao Shenj, maybe even serve as an introducer. Zhao Shenj heard Chen Wan modestly explaining that he was just an inconsequential role in this project plan, without much say. Moreover, Zhao Shenj was simply his boss, and their relationship was very hierarchical, strict superior-subordinate, party A party B dynamics. They didn't share much personal connection in daily life, not being particularly familiar, so Chen Wan couldn't do anything more, feeling helpless. Of course, Chen Wan's words sounded far more polished, but Zhao Shenj likely got the gist of it. After the social engagement ended, the driver parked the car, and Zhao Shenj first got into the back seat. When Chen Wan tried opening the front passenger door and couldn't pull it open, the driver lowered the window respectfully and told him, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhao said to invite you to sit in the back." Chen Wan didn't think much about it, assuming that Zhao Shenj probably thought it'd be more convenient to talk this way. So he smiled and nodded, "All right, thank you." He walked around to the other side of the rear seat, opened the door, and found Zhao Shenj leaning against the car back, responding to work messages on his phone. As Chen Wan got inside and called out to Mr. Zhao, he naturally kept some distance and did not interrupt further. The car started moving, and the interior dimmed down. Zhao Shenj put away his phone, placed one hand on the car window and looked outside as if lost in thought, remaining silent all along. Seeing Zhao Shenj no longer busy, Chen Wan asked, "Mr. Zhao, would you like some sobering soup? I can grab some on the way." Tonight, Zhao Shenj had also consumed alcohol, and when Miss Su arranged for sobering soup earlier, Chen Wan had taken one portion, though he hadn't noticed if Zhao Shenj had partaken in it. Zhao Shenj seemed to be deep in thought. When he turned toward Chen Wan after hearing him, his eyes took a couple of seconds to fully focus. However, he did not answer Chen Wan's question directly. Instead, Zhao Shenj steadily stared at Chen Wan as the streetlight swept across, throwing light and shadow in flickering patterns over his handsome face like it was embedded in some 90s retro film. Really, damn good looking. Every time Chen Wan saw it, it was always impressive. Feeling heat rise in his face under Zhao Shenj's gaze, Chen Wan assumed he interrupted Zhao Shenj's thoughts, so he didn't rush to speak again, offering a slightly apologetic smile. Indeed, Zhao Shenj was pondering. He could not discern any intention or purpose from Chen Wan's eyes. Zhao Shenj had used numerous methods to test and tempt, yet Chen Wan remained consistent all along. Chen Wan's flattery, enthusiasm, and initiative were all overly transparent. Only someone without ulterior motives would be so straightforward. What did Chen Wan want? What did Chen Wan care about? What exactly was he thinking? How much of those polite refusals stemmed from mere social decorum, and how much truly reflected Chen Wan's genuine intentions? Zhao Shenj knew none of this. Chen Wan appeared obedient but moved freely within boundaries. While Zhao Shenj seemingly held the upper hand, he found himself failing repeatedly. He thought that despite having made progress in the virtual world these days, in reality, they stood still, or even regressed, ending up with a label of, not too familiar. Zhao Shenj had never been in such a passive position during a confrontation. Was his opponent Chen Wan? Not entirely, it was more the indifference and lack of desire shown by Chen Wan. This indifference and lack of desire, of course, did not mean Chen Wan cared nothing for Zhao Shenj's feelings or attitude. On the contrary, he appeared to care greatly, but what exactly did he want? Zhao Shenj believed there wasn't much. Being without demand was the most sophisticated tactic. No one spoke as the car continued driving, and the silence inside the Maybach exiting Queens Road Central resembled a silent play, fleeting shadows incapable of illuminating the expressions on either of their faces. Zhao Shenge thought much, for long, and finally said, "Chen Wan, we're working together on this project." Chen Wan didn't quite understand why Zhao Shenge suddenly said this, but he felt very pleased internally. However, Zhao Shenge had stopped believing in Chen Wan's superficial joy. Chen Wan had too many past incidents. He acted as if he cared a great deal in front of Zhao Shenge, yet perhaps the next second, he would tell others that he was just a nobody in Zhao Shenge's eyes. Zhao Shenge asked, "What do you think?" Chen Wan earnestly nodded with his usual sincere expression, as if highly agreeing with Zhao Shenge's words. The gains from this project for Kashyang could not be simply summarized by money alone. It was more about the platform and influence, along with the unparalleled feeling generated by intellectual exchange between him and Zhao Shenge at work. Zhao Shenge stared intently at him and told him, "We are business partners." Chen Wan smiled with agreement, "That's right." Zhao Shenge wasn't sure if Chen Wan truly understood, but he neither wanted nor knew how to expose Chen Wan and thus didn't reiterate it. It was only when the wealthy businessman who wanted to meet Zhao Shenge through Chen Wan extended an invitation via someone else to attend a vacation resort that Zhao Shenge brought Chen Wan along. From the moment they saw Chen Wan get out of Zhao Shenge's Maybach, their faces were written all over with, as expected, all those refusals were merely lies. Today was entirely a private trip. Chen Wan saw the other party slightly hesitate for half a second, but maintained his flawless smile as always. Greeting them warmly, acting composed and elegant, making people feel at ease as if nothing happened, though internally, he felt very awkward. Zhao Shenge probably didn't know that Chen Wan had recently sworn in front of this person how unfamiliar they were, and now directly got slapped in the face by the fact, letting them witness him descending from Zhao Shenge's private car. Chen Wan didn't know why Zhao Shenge invited him along for this socializing event, guessing it was likely because he already knew the other person, so conversation would be smoother, and he could play a role as a bridge connecting the two for smoother negotiation. During Zhao Shenge's regular gatherings and social occasions, he didn't usually accept drinks from others. But today, he returned every toast and informed the drinkers that he had come here with his partner. With that statement, everyone understood that Chen Wan wasn't the nobody Zhao Shenge claimed he was. After the dinner, the host led the guests to a villa halfway up the mountain, casually visiting parts of the resort on the way. They would stay overnight in the villa and return the next day. A sightseeing vehicle took them around the top of the mountain, where there was an abandoned observatory called Kepler, named by Queen Victoria during the 19th century. The tour guide said that at Gadori Mountain's latitude and longitude, the observation time of Fomalhaut, the fifth brightest star in the southern fish constellation, was 3 to 4 times longer than elsewhere. Therefore, even after High City returned, the original telescopes of Kepler Observatory were still not removed despite its abandonment. Many tourists booked stays at this resort specifically to visit. If it were holidays or special celebration events, this mountain top was also an excellent location for viewing the harbor fireworks and light shows. The gossip tabloids of High City have reported many instances of rich young masters racing cars on the mountain roads with female celebrities or throwing extravagant amounts of money to secure a good position for stargazing. Zhao Shenge and the host walked ahead, occasionally turning back to see Chen Wan silently following behind like a soundless shadow. Tonight the wind was strong, and the evening stars were absent in the sky, with only distant specks of light faintly appearing from across the harbor. Next time. The guest villa was located halfway up the mountain, no need to take the sightseeing bus. The rest of the time was left to the guests to arrange freely. Bars and tea houses at the foot of the mountain stayed open all night. Mineral hot springs were available in the mountains for tourists to enjoy, and many people gathered at the lakeside for night fishing. None of these appealed to Zhao Shenge, who decided to return to the villa to rest. Su Jiying wanted to go soak in the bath, and Zhao Shenge looked at Chen Wan. Feeling it was unsafe in the mountain, Chen Wan said, "I will also go back and rest." The villa wasn't either very near or far from their tour stop. A short hike down the mountain road awaited them. Odd rocks and flowers illuminated by moonlight made the night walk quite poetic. Occasionally, they encountered one or two tourists out jogging or walking at night, and Chen Wan remained vigilant, noting the surrounding conditions carefully. Though he knew that Zhao Shenge was usually protected discreetly when outside Hong Kong Island's inner ring, he still wasn't reassured. For Chen Wan, Zhao Shenge's safety came first. Chen Wan walked neither too close nor too far from Zhao Shenge. Zhao Shenge's tall and broad-shouldered figure cast a shadow that seemed to envelop Chen Wan. Suddenly, he heard Zhao Shenge's lethargic voice, "Chen Wan. There's a firefly." Chapter 44. The firefly flew away. Zhao Shenge pointed at the edge of the grass. Chen Wan looked over and saw a patch of orchids growing under some towering trees by the roadside. Their lush stems were abundant with long, green leaves that shimmered faintly with occasional light. He stepped closer for observation and then turned back to Zhao Shenge, asking, "Do you like fireflies, Mr. Zhao?" The moonlight fell softly on Chen Wan's shoulder, his eyes gleaming as though lit by a lamp. Zhao Shenge paused momentarily, not answering whether he liked them or not, but simply said, "I used to have many insect specimens. However, it was a very long time ago when he was still a child. Later, all of them turned into ashes in a fire." Chen Wan pondered and asked, "Do you want one?" "What?" "The firefly. I can catch it for you." Before he turned 9, Chen Wan lived in a tenement filled with flying bugs, cockroaches, and rats, making this task no big deal for him. Zhao Shenj fixed his gaze on him unwaveringly, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he nodded slightly. Chen Wan bent down cautiously near the orchid cluster, waiting patiently. Standing just behind him, Zhao Shenj watched as Chen Wan's lean figure, with its long limbs, crouched like a vigilant antelope ready to pounce. In no time, Chen Wan had caught the firefly. He stood up, walked to Zhao Shenj, and presented his clasped hands before him. Deprived of fairy tales due to a lack of childhood reading material, Zhao Shenj couldn't find an apt analogy. He also found Chen Wan's gesture resembled that of entertaining a child, so he refused to take it. After waiting for a bit, Chen Wan wasn't offended and smiled good-naturedly, asking, "Do you want to take it away or watch it here?" With the slight distance between them, Zhao Shenj smelled the fresh scent of the orchids clinging to Chen Wan's hair. Lowering his gaze, he inquired, "Can it really be taken away?" Chen Wan replied, "If you wish, I can ask the reception for a bottle." Not wanting Chen Wan to leave, Zhao Shenj said, "Let's just watch it here for a while and then let it go." His tone carried an unexpected gentleness. "All right." Chen Wan opened his hands, gesturing Zhao Shenj to observe closely. The little lantern-like creature ascended slowly from his palm, lighting up their faces. Their gazes followed the glow, intersecting with each other's. Zhao Shenj's eyes remained tranquil, while Chen Wan's eyes mirrored a pool of autumn water. Anyone could see through others, yet no one truly could fully comprehend each other. Surrounded by the verdant mountain hues, tree shadows blurred their facial expressions. The serenity amidst the wind felt like a tug-of-war or a silent standoff. Zhao Shenj's piercing black eyes stared intently, while Chen Wan's expression remained calm and composed. Unable to detect even a ripple in Chen Wan's gaze, Zhao Shenj quietly reminded him, "Your firefly has flown away." Lifting his head, Chen Wan watched as the insect drifted farther away. He asked Zhao Shenj, "Would you like to see another one?" He could catch another one. Zhao Shenj shook his head. What use would there be in grasping onto something that didn't yet belong to him? As night deepened, along the mountain path, lamps hung ready for nighttime wanderers. Chen Wan took the initiative, "Shall we head back?" Deep in the forest, he couldn't help but prioritize Zhao Shenj's safety. At the trail crossing lay a mossy stone stairway. Since Chen Wan was carrying the lamp, after descending, he turned around and held it in front of Zhao Shenj, saying, "Be careful, it's slippery here." Zhao Shenj stood motionless on the steps for a moment. Then Chen Wan extended his hand, not opening his palm but forming it into a gentlemanly fist, offering Zhao Shenj to hold his arm. Lowering his gaze, Zhao Shenj focused on that pristine forearm, grabbed it securely, and navigated past the moss-covered pebble path. In the quiet garden path surrounded by flowers and trees, their overlapping shadows resembled two night travelers carrying a lantern. Chen Wan wished to escort Zhao Shenj back to the well-lit villa with adequate security swiftly, but occasionally, stray cats crossed the road, lying right in the middle unwilling to move, prompting Zhao Shenj to politely make way for them. Squirrels leapt among the branches above, rustling leaves as Zhao Shenj paused to observe. Chen Wan noticed that Zhao Shenj was usually distant towards people but showed a lot of patience with animals. Seeing how earnest the other man had been, Chen Wan helplessly joked, "Mr. Zhao, I can't possibly catch this one for you." Finally, Zhao Shenj chuckled lightly. Chen Wan saw him back to his private villa and said, "Mr. Zhao, see you tomorrow." Zhao Shenj called him back, "Chen Wan." Zhao Shenj beckoned him closer with his hand. Chen Wan approached, and Zhao Shenj acted like a perfect gentleman as he gently removed a grass leaf from Chen Wan's collar. It must have stuck there when they were catching fireflies, the darkness on the road meant neither had noticed it. "Thank you," Chen Wan smiled in gratitude and extended his hand, "Can I have it?" "There's no trash can nearby." Zhao Shenj didn't give it to him and said, "It's fine, I'll just take it back and throw it away." Chen Wan nodded and left. Zhao Shenj fingered the orchid leaf and went back inside. The next day, the host escorted the guests down the mountain. While waiting for the car, a tiny cat, yellow and white striped, came out from the bushes and rubbed against Chen Wan's legs. Chen Wan noticed Zhao Shenj talking and saying goodbye to the host ahead, with no one paying attention to hear. The little cat kept lingering, so he patted its round head. The cats around here were internet sensations who weren't afraid of humans due to being overly indulged by tourists visiting for photos. This one then turned around and approached Zhao Shenj. The host laughed loudly, using imperfect Mandarin to flatter Zhao Shenj. Mainland tourists all love cats, once they see one, they can't move anymore. Cats are more effective than hot springs or gourmet food. We've raised quite a few, many adopted from stray cat charities, it's also good karma. Fuling is our most popular little cat in the resort last year according to visitors voting, it seems she really likes Mr. Zhao. Zhao Shenj glanced down at the calico cat beside him, raised his foot with restraint to keep distance, and then walked away. The Mercedes Maybach arrived, and Zhao Shenj said to Chen Wan, "Let's go." Reluctantly, Chen Wan greeted and bid farewell politely to the host, then got into the car. After returning from the Korodal Mountain Villa, Chen Wan met with Shui Zhishuan once. Due to delays caused during the Black Rain period, the project progress had stalled. Recently, the pace of advancement had become very intense. Most of Chen Wan's time, whether online or offline, had almost been occupied by Zhao Shenj, and Zhuo Zixuan already had some complaints since Chen Wan had never been separated from him for such a long time without meeting. Zhuo Zixuan picked a place for drinking. Chen Wan arrived early. When Zhuo Zixuan entered and tapped Chen Wan from behind, he said, "What are you doing, playing with your phone even when we're out?" Chen Wan looked up and smiled, "I'm working." Work. Zhuo Zixuan was extremely dissatisfied, "It's the weekend." Zhao Shenj, what kind of terrible client is he that he makes you work during nightlife hours even with such a big order? Chen Wan wanted to tell him that actually it wasn't the client chasing him but himself following after the client seeking work assignments. Habits can be terrifying things. If Zhao Shenj hadn't contacted or called within a certain period, Chen Wan would unconsciously feel anxious, reflecting on whether he'd done something wrong. His career ambition would kick in, and every task would leave him hoping for feedback. He knew it wasn't good, and he was trying hard to control it. "You've been so busy recently. Last time when I tried calling you through voice messages, why was your line always busy? I couldn't get through for an hour." Zhao Shen's video meetings indeed lasted longer. Chen Wan poured him a drink to apologize, "I've been too busy with work, there are so many things to discuss." "No matter how busy you are, you can't let it get to this point. Are you exhausting yourself like this just to make money that isn't even going directly into your pocket? How does Zhao Shenj manage to exploit you so much?" If not for Monica's assurance that Chen Wan has been seeing the doctor regularly and maintaining a good condition, Zhuo Zixuan might have incited Tan Yuming to confront Zhao Shenj. Of course, Zhuo Zixuan wouldn't dare himself, but Tan Yuming could pressure Shen Zongyan to restrain Zhao Shenj. Kill two birds with one stone, Zhuo Zixuan thought himself quite smart. Chen Wan disagreed with his friend's opinion and earnestly contradicted him, "He hasn't exploited me, Zhao Shenj is the best client I've ever encountered." Chen Wan indeed cared a great deal about this project, to some extent not less than Ming Long and Zhao Shenj. Not just because of Zhao Shenj. Rather, this was a rare opportunity for him to truly realize his ambitions and demonstrate his worth. It could be said that in Chen Wan's career so far, he had never been treated so favorably. He didn't have to beg for an opportunity with strong liquor and insincere smiles, he didn't have to drink until vomiting every day just to get the investor's smile, he didn't have to compete maliciously with others through deceitful tactics, because all of these had been handled by Ming Long, or more accurately, by Zhao Shenj. Chen Wan could purely do things he was interested in, things he hadn't done for a very long time, experiencing one of the few scientific pleasures and essential achievements in work. These feelings had already been very distant from Chen Wan, so much so that Chen Wan was almost starting to forget what it felt like. Besides, putting aside his feelings towards Zhao Shenj, the other party was a very respectful client, a decisive and wise collaborator with extensive knowledge, and a reliable comrade-in-arms who could be depended on. Chen Wan just felt that he wasn't professional enough. Although his conversations with Zhao Shenj were basically about official matters, their interactions were like an addiction, invigorating but also bringing the ebb and pain after the tide. In many moments when he was single-sidedly infatuated, Chen Wan used a strong, steadfast, nearly cruel self-discipline to control the fluctuations of his emotions and conceal his true intentions. However, Chen Wan was still willing to taste honey from the tip of a blade, willing to stay restrained amidst sinking, and remain clear-headed while struggling. Zhuo Zixuan regretted, having a crush on a capitalist, "Chen Wan, you have some masochistic tendencies in you." As the weekend approached 11 o'clock, Zhao Shenj started working again after taking his medicine and received a photo on his phone. Chen Wan looked down in the middle of revelry, his expression unclear. Despite being dressed the most formally among everyone present, several directions cast naked gazes at him. He remained unaware, seriously looking at his phone. Zhao Shenj stared at the wrist in the picture for a few seconds before making the call. Shen Zongyan picked up, Zhao Shenj didn't say anything, so Shen Zongyan asked, "So this is what you mean by having your itinerary reported?" This was something Zhao Shenj had casually mentioned during a meal, and Shen Zongyan was curious if it was indeed being followed. Ignoring him, Zhao Shenj directly asked, "Who's there?" "It's just Zhuo Zixuan," Shen Zongyan replied. The photo had been sent to Tan Yuming by a friend. Tan Yuming, having many dissolute friends, had logged into Shen Zongyan's social media account at noon and forgot to log out, which led Shen Zongyan to immediately see the image. The friend had originally noticed Zhuo Zixuan and wanted to ask if Shen Zongyan and Tan Yuming were around to join them for drinks. With many thoughts, Shen Zongyan directly chatted with the person using Tan Yuming's account and asked for a photo, which naturally included Chen Wan. Shen Zongyan immediately forwarded it to Zhao Shenj. Hearing no response from Zhao Shenj, Shen Zongyan deduced, "Looks like it wasn't reported." "Hang up." Zhao Shenj placed his phone aside. The antipyretic he took half an hour ago began to take effect, making his head heavy and his thoughts foggy, his breathing slightly warm, yet he insisted on reviewing the data in hand before opening a chat window with an old classmate. "Did you make no progress today?" A bit revealing the scrutiny and supervision from the client. Fang Jian didn't conduct physics classes in the group chat today. Chapter 45, Sharp Silence. After replying to several emails, Zhao Shenj finally got a reply from the other side. "You wouldn't bother reading anyway. I've already discussed today's mental structure diagram with Mr. Chen alone. Fang Jian, somewhat satisfied, informed him, with the current depth, both you and Mr. Su might not understand it easily, so we've decided to create a simplified version to coordinate with Ming Long's technical specialist. Fang Jian held great talent and had little awareness of flattery toward the client, directly telling his old classmate, you don't need to worry about it, we'll give a detailed report once it's time to prepare for funding. Zhao Shenge fell silent for 2 seconds and said, post it in the group. Fang Jian, not so fast. Zhao Shenge, no simplification needed, just post the original version. Fang Jian, can you make sense of it? Zhao Shenge, you can try me. Fang Jian was someone who had a clear schedule and didn't like others to interrupt his plans. I'm doing experiments now, I won't be free until after 1 in the morning. Zhao Shenge, as the client, politely informed him, I have meetings tomorrow, so I'd appreciate seeing it in the group in 10 minutes, thank you. Fang Jian swore a few times, if it weren't for the substantial funds from Ming Long and his own cohort of PhD and master's students awaiting guidance, he would have quit the group immediately. 10 minutes later, a compressed file appeared in the group chat, with a large upload size that took a long time. The raucous noise of the music gave people headaches. Chen Wan thought he might have misread, but after careful comparison, he confirmed it was the same file Fang Bo sent him in the morning. Chen Wan didn't know why they had changed their mind because Fang Bo had told him earlier that they were going to streamline these documents into an easy version before presenting them to both clients together. Still, no one in the group said anything. However, where there's Chen Wan, there's never silence or awkwardness. He acted as though he saw these materials for the first time and commented on them briefly below. Then he quickly opened Zhao Shen's private chat box, waiting for the other party to ask something, but received nothing for a while. Chen Wan waited some more until Zhuo Zhishuan had already toasted with several girls at different tables, yet the chat box remained eerily quiet. Was Zhao Shen still working and hadn't seen it? Or was he also enjoying nightlife somewhere? Several times, Chen Wan began typing but then deleted it all. He was on the supplier side and could only passively wait for the client to reach out. There was no logic for a supplier to push the client, especially not on a weekend. Chen Wan declined an invitation to drink from a lady when his phone suddenly lit up. To his surprise, Zhao Shenge had actually called him directly. Chen Wan stood up and stepped out of the booth under Zhuo Zhishuan's confused gaze, finding a slightly quieter spot to answer. Mr. Zhao. Chen Wan. Zhao Shen's voice was lower than usual, even deeper than normal, which made Chen Wan feel somewhat disoriented though he couldn't confirm. Mr. Zhao, do you want to discuss the plan that Fang Bo posted in the group? Zhao Shenge did not respond right away, hesitating for 2 seconds before asking, are you outside? Is it too noisy? Chen Wan covered the receiver and hurriedly looked for a quieter place. Yes, I'm outside, but I'm free now, we can talk. I just finished reviewing the 3D diagram this afternoon. Zhao Shenge asked, are you convenient? Yes, I am. Understandingly, Zhao Shenge said, if it's inconvenient, we can speak later. Chen Wan firmly replied, it's fine, work is important. Today, Mr. Fang also mentioned to me. Zhao Shenge coughed lightly. Mr. Zhao, Chen Wan paused, is something wrong? His deep and hoarse voice wasn't just Chen Wan's imagination. After another pause of 2 seconds, Zhao Shenge said, no, continue. Chen Wan hesitated for a moment, lowering his voice, Mr. Zhao, health comes first. With seasonal change, flu had been spreading rampantly. Many employees at Kexiang had taken sick leaves consecutively, including partner Han Jin, leaving Chen Wan practically alone holding everything together. Afraid Chen Wan might also fall ill, Han Jin got intravenous drips for a few days and came back to work promptly. Upon returning, he said that the outpatient clinic at the hospital was overcrowded recently. Glancing at his wristwatch, Chen Wan suggested, if you're feeling unwell, take a rest first, I'll quickly put together a report about the 3D diagrams. I'm fine, Zhao Shenge said, it doesn't matter. Chen Wan noticed that his tone sounded lighter than usual, though not weak, it lacked the solid power it typically carried, and became worried. Mr. Zhao, have you taken your temperature? Have you taken any medication? Realizing his tone may have been too anxious afterward, Chen Wan softened his breath and added, it's flu season, and many people are getting sick. One must still take caution since early-stage colds ignored may take longer to cure. Zhao Shenge murmured, is that so? Chen Wan responded affirmatively, sensing Zhao Shen's lack of care for his physical well-being, and pressed further, Mr. Zhao, which part of your body feels unwell right now? I'm running a fever, and my throat hurts. I don't know if I've developed a high temperature. Chen Wan furrowed his brows, you should measure your temperature first. If it's high, you'll need to take antipyretics, there must be some medicine at home, right? It seems like it's expired, Zhao Shenge replied, no matter, let's handle work first. Chen Wan frowned, not following along with what Zhao said but asked instead, can the driver send you somewhere? On sick leave. Before Chen Wan blurted out, then let me bring the medicine to you, he stopped himself. Zhao Shenge always kept his whereabouts strictly confidential. It would have been too presumptuous of him to ask such a question, it felt almost like fishing for private information to exploit an opening. Even though he had grown closer to Zhao Shenge lately, they were certainly not familiar enough that it would justify showing up late at night to deliver medicine to Zhao Shenge's residence. Likely even Zhuo Zhishuan didn't visit Zhao Shen's home arbitrarily. So what made Chen Wan think he could? Torn between rational concern and self-restraint, Chen Wan felt his anxiety grow while simultaneously worrying about being perceived as suspicious or ulterior motived. His usual straightforwardness abandoned him in these moments, each second dragging longer than before, and gradually the conversation grew heavier, colder. Hesitation was, after all, a kind of rejection. And Chen Wan's extended hesitation left room for misunderstanding. Silence was sharp yet intangible. Until a female voice from behind interrupted, "Hey, Mr. Chen, come back quick, deep bombs are here." It was the girl Zhuo Zhishuan had invited over earlier to drink with them. They were in a band and had much to discuss with Zhuo. The already delicate atmosphere became more sensitive. Zhao Shenj paused for 2 seconds before saying in the phone, "You go ahead and do what you're doing. I'll hang up now." Chen Wan started at the sound of Zhao's name calling out through the receiver, but by then Zhao Shenj probably hadn't heard him, for the line had gone busy. From that moment onward, Zhao Shenj felt an actual headache set in, but he persevered and returned to work in the study, finishing the review of hundreds of pages of documents shared within the group chat during this lonely night. Truthfully, Zhao Shenj never saw himself as someone who placed undue demands on others. He disliked forcing anyone into anything, especially Chen Wan, priding himself on being a calm and collected individual. But perhaps the influenza virus was just too fierce, causing people's nerves to become fragile and their minds unclear, leading to erroneous self-overestimation. Since childhood, Zhao Shenj had possessed everything, but rarely did he ever get what he wanted. And maybe he'd never truly have it in the future either. When a strong person's last sliver of unextinguished vulnerability and capriciousness accidentally surfaces, and isn't met with understanding, it nearly equals permanent sealing and obliteration. Long after the call ended, Chen Wan remained frozen in place, breathing becoming faster. But without the medicine around, there was nothing immediate he could do. He belatedly realized that perhaps he had made the wrong decision, a fleeting instant lost forever, irreversible. Attempting to give one's best efforts while preserving dignity and propriety often leads to being overly cautious, caught off guard and stumbling. Chen Wan felt disillusioned with himself, slightly disdaining himself even. "Sorry," he quietly whispered inside, unsure to whom, possibly to the ill Zhao Shenj, or perhaps to the past version of himself who genuinely cherished the idea of sincerely treating Zhao Shenj well. He failed, he was incompetent. "Where have you been?" Zhuo Zhishuan eyed his expression closely. Returning, Chen Wan drank a little alcohol. "Hey," Zhuo Zhishuan intervened, "what's wrong?" Chen Wan wiped his face, collecting himself, and said, "Nothing." Zhuo Zhishuan snatched the drink from Chen Wan's hand, furrowing his brow and speaking earnestly, "Talk." Chen Wan swallowed hard, explaining truthfully. "Zhao Shenj is a strange guy, so not understanding him is normal," Zhuo Zhishuan said. "Still, there seems to be a misunderstanding on your part." "What is it?" It's like, although Zhuo Zhishuan wasn't as perceptive as Chen Wan, when it came to romantic matters, he fared better than someone stuck fixating on a single option like Chen Wan. "Don't you feel like you're overcompensating a bit?" Chen Wan murmured, "You don't understand." Zhuo Zhishuan patted his shoulder, "I do, how can I not? It's like a unrequited love, you're walking on tightropes, teetering along cliffs, every step carefully measured as if treading on thin ice." For so many years, he wasn't unaware of how Chen Wan had been feeling. You want to be good to him but are scared to, unsure how. But have you ever considered, you're overanalyzing everything, making it bigger than it needs to be in your head? To others, they just see it as normal social courtesy. Chen Wan looked down, "Is that so? You're afraid, so use me as a benchmark. Like last time, let's say if I said at the poker table that I wanted to win, would you help me?" "I would." "What about before that, if I got into trouble in Yingqi, would you cover for me?" "I would." That was indisputable. "How about further back when we were eating together and I left my cigarette case in the hotel, would you personally return it to me?" "I would." "Do you like me?" Zhuo Zhishuan spread his hands, "That's settled then, what are you scared of?" "Chen Wan, you're too cautious." Zhuo Zhishuan had never had an unrequited crush, yet it didn't stop him from pontificating. "In other people's eyes, all those things you worry about, obsess over, they're ordinary, mundane social norms. Not one of your actions has crossed beyond what friends normally do. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't even guess you like someone." He seemed awfully knowledgeable. The more generous with feelings you appear in unrequited love, the longer you hide them. When you're unsure what to do, simply gauge it by how regular friends behave toward each other. Even forgetting our friendship, if tonight Tan Yuming said he was sick at home, and you happened to be out, asked if you could bring some medicine, so what? That'd be utterly normal. If you didn't ask, it wouldn't be you, it wouldn't be Chen Wan. Chen Wan jolted slightly, as though something struck squarely at his chest. Ordinarily, even if it was a simple collaborator, Chen Wan would extend adequate emotional value, politely asking if there was any way he could help. Yet when it came to Zhao Shenj, due to his own hesitation and restraint, all he gave were brief pauses filled with hesitation and coldness. In a way, Chen Wan treated Zhao Shenj worse than an average friend. Gradually, Chen Wan began to feel a deep pang of regret and self-blame. His entire heart, all his love, were meant for Zhao Shenj, yet the person who deserved this special affection received the least of it. It wasn't fair, it went against the original purpose entirely. Perhaps Zhao Shenj didn't need Chen Wan's solicitous greetings or medication deliveries, Zhao Shenj likely had everything and could refuse. However, Chen Wan shouldn't remain silent, silence was a statement, an expression of lackluster concern. This severely contradicted his original intent. Chen Wan wished Zhao Shenj felt cared for, hoped Zhao Shenj wasn't lonely when sick, hoped Zhao Shenj took his medicine properly and rested adequately. Chen Wan felt remorseful and resolved to amend this in the future but wondered if there'd be any chance for compensation. Chapter 46, Ordinary Friend Principles. Shen Zhongyan arrived at Minglong during the 7th hour. Zhao Shenj had been working despite his illness. Waking up at night with sleep gone completely, Zhao Shenj chose not to take more medicine. Sometimes, work was more effective than drugs for him. Because his driver had also caught the flu, these days Zhao Shenj drove himself to and from work. The desk was stacked with many folders, neatly categorized and thoroughly approved by Zhao Shenj, who remained efficient and systematic despite working overtime while unwell. An ashtray brimmed with cigarette butts, the strong smell of orange extract inside becoming sharp and pungent. From Zhao Shenj's face, Shen Zhongyan could not infer what had transpired after the photo Zhao sent last night. Zhao Shenj's demeanor remained always calm and composed. Shen Zhongyan opened the window to let fresh air flow in, poured himself a cup of tea without asking many questions. Zhao Shenj directly spoke business, both men succinct and straightforward with no nonsense, highly efficient. During the discussion, Zhao Shenj coughed several times, forcing him to pause speaking. He covered his lips with his fist and furrowed his brows in evident discomfort. Shen Zhongyan asked, "Are you sick again?" Zhao Shenj's physique had always been contradictory and mysterious since he was a child. Sometimes, it was formidable, other times, it was quite fragile. His formidable side shone through in swimming, shooting, and equestrian exams and competitions where he often set records that left opponents doubting reality. His fragile side was evident as he almost always caught the flu during flu season, and stomachaches were an everyday occurrence for him. Shen Zhongyan thought this was because Zhao Shenj didn't care enough about his body, whether it came to eating or sleeping. Even AI systems required regular maintenance programs, but there seemed to be no such process in Zhao Shenj's life. He was like a high-speed, non-stop working machine. Zhao Shenj's voice was more hoarse than yesterday on the phone, "No." His phone lit up, and he looked at it for a while before replying and putting it back down. The screen lit up several more times later, but Zhao Shenj ignored them. Shen Zhongyan felt that his efficiency dropped in the latter part, like an AI program had developed an unnoticed glitch. It looked fine and operational, but something was off, perhaps only Zhao Shenj himself knew what it was. Should I ask Tan Yuming to probe? Zhuo Zhishuan wasn't entirely idle either. Today, after finishing his business at the Securities Trading Center, he stopped by to have dinner with Chen Wan. "No need," said Chen Wan as he put down his overheated phone, his expression somewhat serious. Zhuo Zhishuan noticed that Zhao Shenj had provided detailed replies regarding official matters in their conversation. Because Chen Wan had broken down the complex models devised by Fang Jian into easily understandable data and text, it was evident that effort had been made. Zhao Shenj expressed his gratitude, using proper language without any resentment between the lines. As adults, none of them would let personal emotions affect work. However, Zhao Shenj briefly glossed over Chen Wan's inquiries about his health. When Chen Wan asked whether Zhao Shenj's driver had returned to work yet, if not, he could take his car as he was going to the securities building anyway, Zhao Shenj simply replied, "No need, thank you." Chen Wan stared at these few words for a long time. Last night, Chen Wan tried calling Zhao Shenj back, unsure if Zhao was asleep, working, or for some other reason, the call went unanswered. Considering the late hour and not wanting to disturb his rest, Chen Wan did not dial again. This morning, he sent messages to inquire about Zhao Shenj's health and simplified the items needing his approval within the group, hoping to reduce his workload. All official matters received serious responses from Zhao Shenj, every item carefully annotated with appropriate courtesy. But regarding his own condition, he didn't say much. Chen Wan couldn't determine whether Zhao Shenj really had a fever afterward, whether his sore throat and headache had improved, or how severe his current situation was, or even if he was feeling better. All Chen Wan could do was to read the sentence, "No need, thank you," on his phone for a long time. Zhuo Zhishuan wasn't sure what he had figured out. Zhao Shenj always spoke in so few words that others generally couldn't guess his thoughts. Zhuo Zhishuan didn't know how Chen Wan interpreted it, only seeing him bite his cigarette and lower his gloomy eyes as he typed a message in the chat box, "All right, then you go ahead, take care. Zhuo Zhishuan." Chen Wan stubbed out his cigarette and immediately messaged Tan Yuming privately, asking, "Young Master Tan mentioned last time that he wanted to play bowling. Is he still interested? The bowling alley renovated recently has reopened. He said that if young Master Tan was interested, he could arrange it. Of course, he'd leave enough time for the sick person to recover." Chen Wan rarely took the initiative to suggest organizing gatherings, usually, he just followed instructions when the young masters planned events and ensured everything went smoothly. Yet that cryptic phone call kept sticking in his throat like a thorn. Chen Wan didn't think Zhao Shenj would get upset over something so trivial. His tone on the phone was polite, and apart from taking a bit longer to reply to messages, he remained patient as ever with his work duties. Still, Chen Wan distinctly sensed that something intangible was quietly slipping away. He wasn't sure exactly what it was, something he hadn't even possessed, yet it already seemed to be slipping out of reach. It was those inexplicable emotions urging him to persevere, to give generously, to express his heartfelt intentions gracefully. Tan Yuming, naturally, was more than delighted. He praised Chen Wan for being considerate and said Shen Zhongnian had been busy lately, leaving him with little time to go out. Bowling was a beneficial physical activity, so there should be no reason for anyone to object. Tan Yuming gathered his friends, all of whom gave him face and responded quickly, except Zhao Shenj. Zhao Shenj rarely spoke in the group chat, as if his account were fake. It wasn't until the day before departure that Chen Wan remained uncertain whether Zhao Shenj would join them or not. He had booked the bowling alley ahead of time. Several cars departed from the island simultaneously and crossed the Mingzhu Bridge, quite an impressive sight. Chen Wan recognized Zhuo Zixuan's Cayenne, Tan Yuming's and Shen Zhongnian's Lincoln, Qin Zhaoding's Bentley, but among them was also an unfamiliar Land Rover. It drove fast and steady, moving swiftly as though about to pass through the Mingzhu Bridge into the azure sky. Chen Wan followed closely, hoping he would have a chance to correct his mistakes. He didn't necessarily need to catch up with that Land Rover, but he couldn't stay trapped in place anymore. The bowling alley beside Haley was newly opened, nestled by the mountains and the sea. There stood a giant bowling pin model at its entrance. The building featured panoramic windows on all four sides, offering views of the ocean and lush green lawns. It was membership-based, with few patrons inside. Chen Wan did not book the entire venue, but instead bought exclusive access to some lanes, a detail showing how thoughtful he was, because the young masters didn't like crowds, yet they didn't enjoy complete silence either. The number of people couldn't be too many nor too few, it was about finding the right balance. Although Zhao Shenj had gone to work even when sick these past few days, some tasks had still piled up, and there were plenty of phone calls. Hence, he was the last one to get out of the car. Truthfully, Zhao Shenj hadn't intended to come today, but Tan Yuming called him multiple times, claiming there was something important to discuss. And he sarcastically suggested that since Zhao Shenj's health was so poor, he should strengthen his body through exercise. When Zhao Shenj arrived, he nodded at everyone. His gaze passed over Chen Wan, treating him no differently than others. Jiang Ying was nearby and struck up a conversation with Zhao Shenj. Chen Wan had trouble finding a moment to greet Zhao Shenj, so he went to deal with the bowling alley manager first. By the time he entered the locker room, most people had already left. After putting away his things and closing the cabinet door, Zhao Shenj was seen organizing his belongings. Chen Wan walked over and looked at him, saying, "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Shenj was putting on a wrist guard. Hearing Chen Wan call him, he raised his eyes and nodded once. Neither distant nor overly warm. Chen Wan walked directly toward him. Seeing that Zhao Shenj struggled a bit to put the wrist guard on with one hand, he asked, "Do you need help?" "I'm fine, no need," Zhao Shenj replied while adjusting the wrist guard himself. Chen Wan just stood there, neither leaving nor making any move. He maintained a straight posture, waiting patiently and attentively. In an understanding tone, Zhao Shenj said, "You can head over now, I'll lock the door shortly." Shaking his head firmly but calmly, Chen Wan replied, "No problem, I'll wait for you." Before Zhao Shenj could refuse, Chen Wan proactively inquired, "Mr. Zhao, are you feeling better from your cold?" "Not really concerned about it, probably healed," Zhao Shenj casually answered, although his voice still carried a hint of hoarseness. Chen Wan clenched his hands tightly, feeling that Zhao Shenj seemed indifferent to his own health. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Would you like some honey water?" The manager came to inform him that only Zhao Shenj hadn't ordered any drinks yet. VIP customers received personalized services, where the staff delivered the orders directly to the tracks. Given their status, the manager paid special attention, fearful of neglecting any details. Instead of directly addressing the group of young masters, he coordinated through Chen Wan for everything. With all personal belongings arranged and ready to leave, Zhao Shenj said, "No, thank you." As Chen Wan accompanied him outside, he said, "It won't be too sweet, you can try it. It's good for your throat, and after drinking, it feels quite soothing." Finally, Zhao Shenj looked up at him, his expression serene and calm, though his mind flashed with countless thoughts. What exactly was going on here? Unattainable yet unable to be driven away. Just behaving recklessly without restraint. Based on what? The atmosphere grew subtle, the currents swirling. Everything seemed unchanged, yet something had shifted subtly. Neither brought up that phone call from the other day. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss. They exchanged polite nods and casual greetings, indistinguishable from their usual interactions. Beneath the surface, however, they both acknowledged silently what was unspoken, yet each remained perplexed about their own feelings. Chen Wan looked at Zhao Shenj with the utmost seriousness, his dark eyes calm but filled with an earnest persistence. He accepted Zhao Shenj's scrutiny openly and candidly. The ordinary friendship principle had now replaced the unrequited love principle as a new benchmark and guideline for behavior. Could Chen Wan care about a friend's illness? Could he wait for a friend to leave together? Could he order a throat-soothing honey water for a sick friend? Since all of these were acceptable, why wouldn't they be applicable to Zhao Shenge? Within the bounds, Chen Wan wanted to give Zhao Shenge much, even more. If Zhao Shenge didn't want it, discarding it would also suffice, but Chen Wan still desired to offer it. Upon observation, Zhao Shenge felt that there was a slight difference in Chen Wan compared to before. There was humility now, yet not as meek and soft as prior, revealing genuine sharpness beneath a veil of serene calmness. Zhao Shenge struggled to describe this change exactly. Nevertheless, given the many precedents in their history, Zhao Shenge nonchalantly responded, "Sure, thank you." Chapter 47, The Silent Bridge. Chen Wan opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, the door was pushed open from the outside. The subtle atmosphere between them dispersed upon the interruption. Qin Zhaoting came in for a towel, glanced between the two of them and casually remarked with a smile, "Are you guys discussing something?" Zhao Shenge didn't answer, and instead, Chen Wan smiled lightly, saying, "We were just about to go out." It wasn't exactly a direct reply either. Qin Zhaoting chuckled, then turned to enter the rest area, fumbling with the password lock on the item storage cabinet twice without success. Unsure if it was his input method or some system glitch, he called out to Chen Wan. "Iwan. Can you help check? Maybe we need to call the manager, but my phone is locked inside too." Reluctantly, Chen Wan went back to assist him. Meanwhile, Zhao Shenge announced, "I'll head out first." Watching the tall figure disappear through the doorway, Chen Wan quickly opened the cabinet for Qin Zhaoting, and both walked out. During this period, Qin Zhaoting chatted with Chen Wan, though his mind was occupied with other thoughts. A seemingly independent system within him functioned automatically to respond politely to the casual talk, unaware entirely of what he actually said, ensuring only the minimum standard of social propriety. As Chen Wan approached the bowling lane, he naturally parted ways with Qin Zhaoting. Zhao Shenge hadn't stepped onto the field yet, instead conversing with one of Chen Wan's acquaintances who wasn't very close. In truth, among Zhao Shenge's few close friends, hardly any were unfamiliar to Chen Wan. Zhao Shenge's private circle of acquaintance was already small, he mistrusted people easily and avoided socializing, so the same group of people frequently appeared. This particular friend had recently returned from abroad to visit relatives, and Tan Yuming invited him along for a reunion. Tan Yuming was the first to pick his ball but performed poorly, lacking focus. His ranking on the large-screen scoreboard was overshadowed by players on other lanes until Shen Zhongyan and Jiang Ying took turns, which improved the team score. Unbothered by entering the game immediately, Zhao Shenge mostly listened while speaking little during the conversation with his friend, only standing by the lane to watch when the friend decided to play. Chen Wan walked over, asking, "Mr. Zhao, are you not going to play?" Shaking his head, Zhao Shenge watched attentively as a few of his friends bowled, then noticed Chen Wan hadn't left yet. "Polite," he said, "there's nothing I need from you, so feel free to go play yourself." Chen Wan smiled slightly at Zhao Shenge and sighed internally. Seeing that Chen Wan had nothing more to say, Zhao Shenge turned back to continue watching the bowling. When a new round started, Tan Yuming threw a 4-6-7-10 combination, and Shen Zhongyan received a work call, so Tan Yuming asked Chua Zhishuan for assistance. After several failed attempts leading to a miss, Tan Yuming looked toward Zhao Shenge. Examining the pin's position, finding it intriguing, Zhao Shenge decided to choose a ball. Immediately after stepping onto the field, he achieved a turkey. Chen Wan watched intently, observing how Zhao Shen's long and powerful arm executed side spin to send the ball rolling down the lane in a curve, achieving a greater angle and cutting cleanly between the 1 and 3 pins. It was a steep angle that required precise calculation and absolute control to achieve successfully. That fierce and merciless ball had not impacted the pins but struck the wall of desire in Chen Wan's heart. For a moment, he felt Zhao Shenge resembled a handsome and enchanting leopard, agile and stealthy, waiting patiently for the opportune moment to strike with absolute force and deliver a fatal blow. A single ball wiped out the scoreboard rankings, causing players from other lanes to stop and watch, with some bold enough to whistle in admiration. Zhao Shenge leaned over, his palms resting on his knees, while Chen Wan stood nearby under the large screen counting through the rankings one by one, very meticulously. After finishing, Chen Wan turned back contentedly, only to meet Zhao Shen's gaze unexpectedly. The alleys were lively with the mechanical female voice announcing scores mixed with chatter and laughter. Yet their gazes locking formed an invisible bridge that blocked all external sounds, making every surrounding noise irrelevant. Their eyes became exclusive channels for communication, silent transmissions restricted solely to Zhao Shenge and Chen Wan. Though neither could interpret the unspoken words they tried to convey, even uncertain about what they themselves wanted to say, both refused to look away. Zhao Shen's face was devoid of expression, his gaze calm and deep. Chen Wan's heartbeat quickened clearly. Suddenly, he raised his hand, smiling gently as he clapped a few times in celebration. His eyes curved like a crescent moon, truly delighted by Zhao Shen's triumph, his smile and eyes shining genuinely like warm sunlight capable of bringing warmth to those who received it. Zhao Shenge paused momentarily, then turned his head away, refusing to look further. His point surged ahead, the mechanical female voice announcing it across the hall. Tan Yuming fell silent for a few seconds, utterly puzzled, asking Zhao Shenge, "How exactly did you do that?" Zhao Shenge tilted his head back drinking water, throat moving, calmly telling him, "Maybe I used my brain." Tan Yuming forcefully speared a piece of pineapple from the fruit platter. So proud you are. Zhao Shenj politely nodded. Jiang Ying burst into laughter. Zhuo Zhishuan's score was crushed, returning defeated, accusing his friend, when I went for 3 consecutive shots I nearly died of thirst. Why didn't you send someone with a fruit platter? Chen Wan retracted his gaze from the track, asking, did you go up? Zhao Shenj set down his water cup, his throat refreshed by its soothing moisture that quelled dryness and the residual itchiness from his cold. It was honey water that he had once rejected. Its temperature and sweetness were perfectly suited. In this venue, Tan Yuming ordered a pineapple beer, Zhuo Zhishuan got a sports drink, Jiang Ying chose ice water, and the honey water in Zhao Shenj's hand was personally fetched by Chen Wan from the front desk. Zhao Shenj noticed. It was hard not to notice. That sincere, warm gaze untainted by any impurity reminded Zhao Shenj of Pearly. Chen Wan seemed like a silent shadow, never disturbing you, just watching from afar, waiting as though at your beck and call, as if the quiet seconds of that night were mere illusions conjured by Zhao Shenj's feverish mind. Having no experience, Zhao Shenj had been resolute. If Chen Wan was willing, that would be ideal, otherwise, he would follow his own way. But now he realized, it might not work. Chen Wan wasn't anyone else. If he truly wouldn't consent, Zhao Shenj actually pondered whether to persuade himself to accept losing another, Pearly. Nor could it be called losing, perhaps no one would believe this, yet Zhao Shenj, despite his prominent status, never owned anything complete or wholly his. Of course, Chen Wan was not Pearly. Zhao Shenj had never made that mistake, but his eyes were so black, and his gaze so genuine. Zhao Shenj could only tell himself that he was willing to give more opportunities to someone with such dark eyes. If Chen Wan still failed to pass muster, then it would still need to be done his way. As for what the result would be, we'll see. He'd bear whatever comes, Zhao Shenj coldly thought. Having finished the honey water, Zhao Shenj moved to grab a glass of chilled juice. Chen Wan, testing balls nearby, saw this and predictably soon approached, saying, Mr. Zhao, after physical exertion it's best not to have something cold. There is still honey water available over there. Some people might be able to risk it, but Zhao Shenj's stomach could not afford such venturesome choices. Zhao Shenj did not put down the juice, politely declining, no need, this is fine. Chen Wan did not give up, continuing to offer suggestions, we also have tea, it's the Hong Pao. Zhao Shenj looked at him, saying nothing. Was he afraid of offending him, or feeling a bit guilty about his unpolished behavior during that ambiguous phone call? Zhao Shenj was always generous to others, but extremely harsh towards Chen Wan. Whenever Chen Wan showed even a hint of compromise or flattery, Zhao Shenj would push further, revealing his calculating and nitpicking merchant nature toward Chen Wan with great clarity. Where was Chen Wan's limit? How much space had been allocated for Zhao Shenj? Was it the same as for everyone else? Zhao Shenj wouldn't treat him so leniently anymore, testing, overstepping boundaries. If necessary, destroying and then putting back together. He could always rebuild. Chen Wan, Zhao Shenj lowered his eyes, gazing at him softly and said, I don't drink the Hong Pao anymore. Chen Wan paused, asking, then what tea have you been drinking lately? I'll ask someone to brew a cup, it won't take long. Zhao Shenj scrutinized every subtle expression on his face, casually replying, Taiping Hokue. When Jiang Ying placed her order earlier, Zhao Shenj had heard the waiter apologize, explaining that today's green teas were temporarily sold out. As someone who handled everything meticulously, Chen Wan should have known, yet he simply nodded. A while later, he truly brought Zhao Shenj a cup of light Taiping Hokue. Zhao Shenj rarely drank green tea, but it smelled quite fragrant. He clutched the teacup with both hands, unsure how Chen Wan managed it. An extremely sour, bitter sensation mixed with minimal regret seeped from his hardened heart, not much, but enough to permeate and entangle his nerves. Chen Wan was too domineering, too reckless, verging on acting with total abandon. For a long time, Zhao Shenj remained silent, gazing at him with dark, quiet eyes that revealed his lack of options. Slowly, he spoke word by word, gently, thank you, Chen Wan. Chen Wan slightly startled, unsure why Zhao Shenj was expressing gratitude, and said there was no need to thank him. After Shen Zongnian returned the phone call, Tan Yuming urged Zhao Shenj to go back on the lane and invited Chen Wan to join them. Chen Wan said he'd just played several rounds and now wanted to watch. In the second half of the game, only Zhao Shenj, Shen Zongnian, and Qin Zhaoting remained on the scoreboard, forming a tripartite standoff. The players took turns stepping up as the giant score display scrolled ranks constantly. Later, Shen Zongnian automatically forfeited due to an important work call, leaving Tan Yuming furious and threatening to smash Shen's phone. Shen Zongnian, while answering the call, reached out to pat him, showing both apology and soothing gestures. Tan Yuming let it be. Now only Qin Zhaoting and Zhao Shenj remained. Qin Zhaoting picked up his ball and grinned, Xinga, what do you say? Zhao Shenj adjusted his wrist guard, no problem with me. Are you tired? If not, let's continue. Qin Zhaoting selected his ball. Zhao Shenj went to his lounge chair for his towel, which Chen Wan handed over, saying, the auntie came to clean up the trash earlier, so he had set it aside. Zhao Shenj looked at him, suddenly reminded of his basketball teammates from school days whose girlfriends used to bring towels and water. Suddenly, a heavy thud reverberated across the bowling alley as Qin Zhaoting's ball hit, sweeping away pins in a cacophony. Damn, scared the crap out of me. Tan Yuming exclaimed, grabbing Shen Zongnian. Shen still hadn't finished his phone call, sparing a glance. Zhao Shenge was calmly wiping sweat nearby, breathing lightly. His sweat-soaked hair and features appeared unusually dark, and his black eyes focused on Chen Wan, making him look young, like a college boy. Chen Wan wasn't startled either. The heat radiating from Zhao Shenge increased his skin temperature, but he didn't step back. Controlling his heartbeat, his smile was gentle, come on. Zhao Shenge hesitated momentarily, looking somewhat uneasy. He muttered a soft, handed over the towel, and silently walked away. Chen Wan held Zhao Shen's towel, intending to move further back so as not to interfere with his shot. However, after Zhao Shenge chose his ball, he slightly tilted ever so slightly in this direction, an action so slight and fast that no one else could possibly notice, but Chen Wan stopped moving right there. Watching Zhao Shenge complete his throw. It was still a spare. As the rankings on the scoreboard continued to rise, a young boy from the adjacent bowling area approached him to challenge for points. His ranking was getting very close to Zhao Shenge's. Zhao Shenge casually declined, saying it wasn't convenient. This was an authentic college student who didn't know Zhao Shenge's identity. Even with his stern face and overpowering presence, the boy remained unafraid, refusing to leave even after being turned down, smiling broadly as he kept watching the game. Chen Wan observed his attire and figured that this student could afford inviting a group of classmates here to play, so his family background must be pretty good. These young boys, their thoughts easily read in their eyes, untainted by any notions of interest or calculation yet, only filled with simple admiration and affection. Chen Wan had seen this kind of expression countless times before. Back in high school, when Zhao Shenge played basketball at the school gymnasium, students from several grades would come out in droves just to watch. The gymnasium had a limited number of spectators allowed inside. Since Chen Wan wasn't enrolled at the main campus, she could only endure mosquito bites while waiting outside the stadium gates, occasionally catching glimpses of the swaggering youth strolling out confidently. Among them, one figure stood out as more composed and restrained than his peers but still freer and more relaxed than now, occasionally bearing a smile that was now almost impossible to see. Chen Wan noticed a male student take out his phone to take photos. She approached and gently reminded him, hello, no photos are allowed without permission, please understand. Not even photographs of financial journals were permitted in Zhao Shen's case. The young man let out an, oh, and apologized immediately. He might have bold instincts but wasn't spoilt. Probably nobody understood his impulse better than Chen Wan. After all, who didn't have those moments in their youth when they couldn't resist capturing pictures of Zhao Shenge? Chen Wan wouldn't make things difficult for a kid. She simply said, delete the ones you've already taken. The boy immediately complied right in front of her. Chen Wan confirmed there were no backups, then invited him to eat some fruits nearby. The boy looked at her, slightly puzzled. This person seemed amiable, yet maintained a strong attitude underneath, and still, was quite approachable. Then he asked, can I add you on chat? Brother. Zhuo Ziqian burst out laughing. After just 2 games, Zhao Shenge stepped off the lane. Seeing this, Chen Wan took the chance to politely reject the boy's friend request and walked over, asking, Mr. Zhao, is there anything wrong? Zhao Shenge glanced at the boy eating fruit and said, my wrist guard slipped off. Chen Wan said, let me help you. Zhao Shenge looked up at him for a moment, then extended his hand directly towards the other person. Chen Wan quickly resecured the guard for him. Bowling wasn't an overly strenuous sport, focusing more on technique and spectacle. But later on, maintaining the hit rate mainly relied on stamina, and Qin Zhaoting struggled to keep up with the high score. Just when everyone assumed Zhao Shenge would effortlessly continue to secure strikes, an unexpected February 7th, 10-pin combination appeared on the lane. Qin Zhaoting was slightly surprised. If Zhao Shenge could perform double pin peaks, how could such a mistake occur? But he was secretly pleased, it meant the final winner would be himself. The February 7th, 10 formation was considered nearly unsolvable. Shen Zongnian had decent skills, but technical precision wasn't his forte. Among those present, probably only Zhao Shenge himself could resolve it. However, his eligibility to throw a fill ball was now gone. Normally, each game consists of 5 rounds, with 2 chances per round, but this new bowling alley implemented the latest club point contest system to enhance entertainment and competition. In high-score matches, players aren't allowed a second fill attempt. Instead, they must choose a teammate to complete the round. Chen Wan paid attention to Zhao Shenge throughout, worried he might be disappointed about not hitting all pins. When Zhao Shenge noticed his gaze, Chen Wan gave him a comforting and encouraging smile. Qin Zhaoting came closer, smiling, getting rusty. Zhao Shenge gave a faint smile. Qin Zhaoting hoped to win with greater dignity and justification, suggesting, why don't you just appoint someone to complete the last frame? Although everyone knew no real solution would appear, it was merely fulfilling a symbolic formality. Zhao Shenge didn't seem inclined to do so, nonchalantly responding, just finish it. Each track had a scoring button next to it. Pressing it meant the match was over. Qin Zhaoting shrugged and was about to press to settle it. Hold on. Chen Wan walked over, took a look at the pin positions, and turned to them saying, "Can I give it a try?" Chapter 48, Christmas Tree. Qin Zhaoting was surprised for a moment. He had thought Chen Wan didn't play much today either because she didn't know how or wasn't interested. Qin Zhaoting looked toward Zhao Shenj. This was Zhao Shenj's turn, only he could make the decision. Chen Wan also looked at Zhao Shenj and asked again, "Can I?" "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Shenj looked at her for a moment, stepped back a few paces, and gestured courteously as if granting permission. Chen Wan took the ball from his hand. As their figures brushed past each other, she whispered in a voice only they could hear, "We probably won't lose." Zhao Shenj raised an eyebrow. When Chen Wan said they wouldn't lose, it meant they wouldn't lose. Bowling was the only club activity he ever participated in during his busy and tiring college years. She mentally calculated the angle and speed of the throw, selected an unusual path to enter the lane with her swing. Thud. It sounded like a spring thunderstorm as flashes of lightning illuminated everything. The white ball advanced at an unstoppable speed, prompting a burst of exclamations from the surrounding spectators. Christmas tree. The name derived from when pins February 7th, 10 are left standing in a line resembling a Christmas tree. The dazzling trajectory mesmerized onlookers. The ball crashed into the pins, scattering them all into the well. How romantic. One female player softly told her boyfriend that she wanted to try too. A Christmas tree strike would bring good luck all year. Tan Yuming suddenly stood up to applaud for Chen Wan and loudly accused Zhao Shenj, "You're cheating." Zhao Shenj stared at Chen Wan, who was tilting her head back to seriously count points on the big screen, and calmly replied, "You can scold me as much as you want." Shen Zhongnian looked at Zhao Shenj. Everyone in the arena was praising Chen Wan's superb skills after hitting such an incredibly rare one-in-a-million Christmas tree strike. But was Chen Wan truly the only one with remarkable skills? This type of complicated endgame scenario might not occur even once in 100 games. How meticulously must one calculate to ensure the ball leaves behind exactly those numbered pins to form this Christmas tree? Zhao Shenj gazed indifferently back at Shen Zhongnian, while Shen urged Tan Yuming, "Go ahead and yell." Even though Qin Zhaoting ultimately lost the game, he still came over generously to congratulate, smilingly commenting that Chen Wan was indeed concealing her true abilities. Chen Wan modestly smiled, crediting the thick lead established by Mr. Zhao earlier, else no matter what, she wouldn't have been able to pull off a comeback. Zhao Shenj had long become immune to such flattery, but as they moved into the shower room, he called out her name. "Chen Wan." Do you often hit the Christmas tree?" Chen Wan's bowling style was simply too elegant. Besides, the odds of hitting a Christmas tree were astronomically low. "No, this is my first time." Perhaps succeeding was due to her sincerity, as she really didn't want Zhao Shenj to lose. "Is that so?" "It is." Then Zhao Shenj said, "This is the first time I've received such a shot." Chen Wan was slightly astonished. Zhao Shenj had been playing bowling since his school days, yet through all these years, no one had ever hit him a Christmas tree. Surprisingly delighted, Chen Wan exclaimed, "What an honor." Zhao Shenj was tired of hearing words that sounded sweet and heartfelt but proved nothing and represented nothing. He directly questioned, "Why did you hit it for me? Was it because of that incomprehensible phone call where no one could discern anything clearly? Or was it out of guilt, trying to offer some compensation or make amends?" Chen Wan realized he wasn't asking idly. She retracted her smile, becoming solemn. She said, "Because I hope you're happy." Zhao Shenj paused, standing stock still, feeling his heart beating distinctly. Once more, Chen Wan's face exuded genuine sincerity, devoid of any pretense, just as if her greatest wish in life truly was for Zhao Shenj to be happy. The alley was loud. Zhao Shenj made no response. Chen Wan assumed he hadn't heard clearly, so she repeated very formally, "I hope you're happy, Mr. Zhao. Hope you always win, hope you keep getting lucky, hope you stay healthy without illness, hope many people care about you. Most importantly, I hope you are happy." After a long while, Zhao Shenj lowered his head slightly and finally revealed the first smile of the day, no, the first smile in days. It was a wry, resigned smile, yet there was also an undertone of helplessness. But as it was faint and transient, it quickly disappeared before Chen Wan could even react. Qin Zhaoting walked in just then. He semi-seriously, semi-jokingly said, "Isn't 2-on-1 a bit too much?" Zhao Shenj reached for the towel on Chen Wan's hand and said, "You can find backup too." The washroom was separate. Zhao Shenj didn't bring shower gel, so he used Chen Wan's. Since Chen Wan hadn't played much bowling, she finished washing up faster and waited outside. Outside the bowling alley, the sky was bathed in a golden haze, the sunlight illuminated lush green grasslands, and beyond, the ocean tide began to rise. When Zhao Shenj came out, Chen Wan was replying to work messages. The same scent of shower gel wafted by, making Chen Wan's breathing hasten slightly as she pocketed her phone and addressed him, "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Shenj wasn't sure if he had added that boy as a friend contact. He glanced down at the phone screen and said, "Let's go." At the parking lot, they all went their separate ways to get their vehicles. Tan Yuming and Shen Zhongnian's Lincoln was parked beside Zhao Shenj's Land Rover. Tan Yuming suggested that he wanted to drive Zhao Shenj's car. After once nearly crashing the vehicle into some roadside trash bins and almost driving into the landscaping strip, Shen Zhongnian had never again let him drive a high-clearance vehicle. Tan Yuming, despite being a lousy driver, had an insatiable desire to drive Zhao Shen's brand-new behemoth of a car. With great generosity, Zhao Shen simply said, "Here," tossing him the keys. Tan Yuming shouted aloud in excitement, "Thanks, big bro." Zhao Shen reminded him, "Be safe." Tan Yuming thought Zhao Shen finally seemed more approachable today compared to the cold, silent demeanor from the previous period. Of course, given that the man had been sick, it was understandable. Shen Zhongnian sneered, "If you're giving him your car, where will you sit?" Chen Wan stepped forward to defuse the situation. "Mr. Zhao, if you don't mind, would you like to ride with me?" Today, he had deliberately driven out in a Toyota Land Cruiser, which couldn't compare to the luxurious sports cars owned by the young masters but excelled in spaciousness and comfort. Zhao Shen looked at him and said, "If it's inconvenient, I can take Jiang Ying's car." Chen Wan hurriedly responded, "It's not inconvenient at all." "All right then." Shen Zhongnian eyed Zhao Shen somewhat coldly, who patted his shoulder like an elder brother advising him, "Keep an eye on Yuming, he'll be fine." Chen Wan moved briskly to open the rear door for Zhao Shen. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Shen casually opened the passenger seat instead. For a moment, the air froze, both parties halting mid-motion, exchanging puzzled glances. Chen Wan broke the silence first, saying, "Mr. Zhao, the back is roomier, more comfortable." Zhao Shen scrutinized him for a moment, reached out to remove the hand still on the door handle, pulling the person to his backside, and with a snap, closed the rear door, declaring, "I'll sit up front, better visibility." Chen Wan acquiesced with, "All right." Seemingly unused to sitting in the front passenger seat, Zhao Shen struggled with unfamiliarity to the layout of this particular vehicle. His legs were long, and after adjusting the seat settings for a while, an alarm kept sounding. Concerned about several cars ahead already having departed, Chen Wan turned his head and offered assistance. "Mr. Zhao, may I help you?" Zhao Shen turned toward him, raising his hands as a sign of invitation. Leaning over, while maintaining proper social distance, Zhao Shen still caught a whiff of identical shower gel emanating from him, a citrusy aroma. Chen Wan. Chen Wan quickly adjusted the seat settings, pressed on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel, and swiftly caught up with the preceding vehicles. Elbow propped on the car window frame, riding in Chen Wan's car felt incredibly relaxing, allowing Zhao Shen to enter what felt like a private sanctuary where one could fully unwind. Fully at ease, Zhao Shen dimmed the sound system slightly, reaching for the purified water bottle near the car door, only to catch sight of a streak of velvet red underneath the seat. Picking it up, it turned out to be a lipstick tube, probably having rolled its way from the rear seat area. Holding it aloft, without asking further, he inquired, "Where shall I place it?" Chen Wan stole a glance amidst managing the road conditions and muttered instinctively, "Oh, it's my mother's." Zhao Shen arched an eyebrow, uncertain if he had smiled or not. "Chen Wan, I was asking where to put it." Chen Wan realized his slip-up, feeling a bit flustered, and sighed inwardly. But outwardly, his voice remained steady. "Oh, sorry, I misheard you. Just put it in the drawer." Zhao Shen, showing understanding, said, "Then I'll place it here for you." The radio channel playing was one Chen Wan often listened to. It was broadcasting the cantopop song, Forever Beautiful. Not knowing Zhao Shen's music preference, Chen Wan said, "Mr. Zhao, feel free to change the station if you'd like." "It's fine, let's keep it on this one," Zhao Shen replied without any objection to the channel, though he turned his head toward Chen Wan and said, "Chen Wan, do you want to discuss something?" Suddenly called upon, Chen Wan unconsciously straightened up. "My days off aren't that frequent," Zhao Shen candidly raised his concern. "If you keep addressing me this way, I might think I'm still at work." Without diving into Zhuo Zhishuan's situation, the years-long friendship between them weighed significantly. Chen Wan addressed Tan Yuming as Master Tan, Shen Zhongnian as General Shen, Qin Zhaoting as Boss Qin, and Jiang Ying as Mr. Jiang. So there wasn't much difference with Zhao Shen. In the past, Zhao Shen would have granted Chen Wan some time to adjust and adapt, but now, Zhao Shen had come to realize that Chen Wan was willing to make compromises for him. Time and again. That phone call was hardly a pleasant memory, but strangely, fortune favored Zhao Shen, allowing him a winning card that put him at an advantage in this evenly matched tug-of-war. No matter what psychology drove Chen Wan, so long as Zhao Shen could seize even a tiny weakness or loophole, he would exploit it fully without hesitation. Chen Wan glanced over at him, eyes pitch black as if brimming with thoughts yet equally as if holding nothing at all. His grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly as he suppressed the storm within and asked gently, "Then how should I address you?" "If you don't mind, just my name will do," Zhao Shen casually replied, as if it were merely an insignificant trifle. He added, "No need for so many formalities." Chen Wan felt a lump form in his throat. In just a few short seconds, countless thoughts raced through his mind. But everything revolved around Zhao Shen's preferences, and he answered solemnly, "All right." In the past, Chen Wan would have fretted over numerous considerations, thinking about disrespect and propriety. Now, Chen Wan prioritized Zhao Shen's will above all else. Zhao Shen, Chen Wan silently repeated it in his mind. Few people in Haisha dared to call him by his given name, while Tan Yuming and Shen Zhongyan were close childhood friends. It had taken Chen Wan more than a decade of perseverance to reach this point. The Toyota Land Cruiser cruised along the Western Ring Road, passing Kwok Tin Road, the very path where Chen Wan once drove Zhao Shenj to Eagle Pool. Though red lights hung high again, the scenery along the way had already changed. Chapter 49, Zhao Shenj, I Want To. They arrived at the restaurant later than the previous few cars, but Chen Wan had arranged for staff to greet them. The others had already been seated in the private dining room, leaving the main seat empty for Zhao Shenj. Chen Wan stepped toward the spot designated for Zhuo Jichuan, only to find Zhao Shenj walking right past the main seat and following behind him. Zhao Shenj lightly coughed into his hand, nodding toward the main seat and succinctly stating, air conditioning. Facing directly toward the air conditioner, the main seat received strong airflow, which wasn't suitable for Zhao Shenj who had just recovered from a cold. But Chen Wan thought the adjacent empty seat near him was also quite drafty. Without further ado, he yielded one position closer. Mr. Zhao, please take this seat. I'll sit here instead. Seeing their positions swapped, originally meant to have Zhao Shenj seated between Chen Wan and Qin Zhaoting, it now resulted in Chen Wan being situated between Zhao Shenj and Qin Zhaoting. Zhao Shenj didn't say anything, following his suggestion and sitting down. Beside him, Zhuo Jichuan greeted him, and Zhao Shenj slowly turned his head, replying with a faint Zhuo Jichuan once again felt how aloof he was. Being closer to the door, Qin Zhaoting received the menu from the manager and handed it over to Chen Wan, implying they should decide together what to order. But Chen Wan seemed a bit oblivious to his intentions. After taking the menu, he thanked him and then turned toward Zhao Shenj. The restaurant was chosen by Chen Wan. This place should have quite a few dishes that Zhao Shenj liked. He had already selected the basic dishes in advance, catering to the taste of every guest. The manager brought the menu for individual additions. Chen Wan spread the thick menu before Zhao Shenj. Mr. Zhao, what would you like to eat? A slight flicker passed over Zhao Shenj's brow as he looked at him, tilting his head slightly and said, you ask again, and I'll tell you. After a moment's thought, Chen Wan realized the implication and couldn't help but smile helplessly. There are too many people here, it wouldn't be appropriate. Zhao Shenj said, names are meant to be called. You need to give me some time to get used to it. After pondering, Zhao Shenj agreed. The restaurant's menu was large and thick, featuring Chinese, Cantonese, and English languages all printed on its pages. Half raised, it could almost block two faces. On the other side of the table, Tan Yuming asked, have you two decided yet? He had been playing ball for a long time and was starving. Looking up, Zhao Shenj said, it's also on the phone, you can check yourself. Tan Yuming had no choice but to take out his phone from Shen Zhongyan's pocket. After observing for a while, Zhao Shenj picked only a dish of fermented black bean steamed fish. Compared to ostentatious delicacies, his taste leaned more towards simple home-cooked meals, possibly because he didn't have much opportunity to eat them when he was young. Chen Wan noticed that he chose a bowl cake for dessert, which made him curious, is this a mistake? No, Zhao Shenj looked at him and said, perhaps I just didn't know what I liked back then. Even if Zhao Shenj wasn't sitting at the main seat, he was still the center of the conversation. Ting Island's area has not been peaceful recently. It's hard to say who will come up next. Should we consider postponing the second phase evaluation of Baoli Bay? Jiang Ying asked. Jiang Ying looks scholarly but comes from a family involved in both legal and illegal businesses, with intelligence spread throughout Haisha City. This is why Tan Yuming insisted Zhao Shenj come today, saying there were important matters to discuss. Though Zhao Shenj did not participate in the operation of the Baoli Bay project, both the Tan family and the Shen family had invested capital in it. The safety of the project concerns multiple parties' interests. Chen Wan paused his hand movements and looked at Zhao Shenj. Zhao Shenj said, we will not consider postponing. Such a large cash flow stagnating would stretch leverage multiple times, and once the capital chain breaks, other projects would also be affected. Chen Wan pressed his lips, wanting to say something but holding back. He knew about the inspection Jiang Ying mentioned. The marine oil pipeline project would pass through the oceanic ridge and would rely on the continental shelf extended from surrounding islands. Ting Island is the largest naturally occurring island around Haisha City. Moreover, due to the reclamation plan of the 1990s, its geographical environment is particularly advantageous, located more than 60 nautical miles away from the island, making it the most suitable point for supporting the cost of the sea oil tunnel. However, due to the complex terrain and environmental conditions feedback from underwater detection instruments, Fang Jian must personally lead the scientific research ship to detect and assess the local ocean surface conditions and underwater environment. Ting Island is close to international waters, where native ecological residents of multiple ethnic groups live, and the lineage factions are divided. Given the complexities of the situation, Zhao Shenj must personally visit it as well. Without direct approval from higher authorities, future project developments would face setbacks. This also involves imports and exports, requiring Miss Su from a customs background to take part. Thus, the trip was booked for the coming Wednesday, starting from Haisha City. Jiang Ying reminded Zhao Shenj, you'd better bring more people along. The Duli clan's population has severely declined in recent years, those in Haisha mostly entered the Baiha sect. Now that Hong Qi and Xiao Yaodong have fallen, their former subordinates have fled back to the Duli region, and the police department cannot deal with these wandering bandits. Upon hearing Baihe sect, Chen Wan's lips tightened further. They changed blood last year, the new arrivals being Li Shenghui and Li Jiaming, Qin Zhaoting said, the outcome is uncertain. Zhao Shenge looked at Chen Zhongyan, who lightly shook his head to indicate he wasn't familiar with either side, merely stating, Li Jiaming benefited greatly from Xiao Yaodong when he was in Haisha. Zhao Shenge nodded, showing no great surprise, saying, I know my limits. With that, everyone stopped discussing this topic. When Zhao Shenge says he knows what to do, there isn't much left to worry about. Only Chen Wan remained restless. After speaking with his friends, Zhao Shenge leaned closer, lowering his voice to ask, what's wrong? Chen Wan was startled, as if he hadn't expected Zhao Shenge to notice him amidst a chat with so many people. Seeing Chen Wan hesitate to speak, Zhao Shenge gently encouraged, it's fine, go ahead and tell me. Ting Island, can I come along too? After much deliberation, this was the conclusion Chen Wan came to, he simply couldn't feel at ease. From the very beginning, Zhao Shenge didn't want to involve him in all this. Reflecting for a moment, he said, you want to visit an island? How about we go to Failing Zhou afterward? I'll be back soon, consider it a team-building activity. This remark clearly meant Zhao Shenge did not wish for Chen Wan to join. In the past, Chen Wan would have readily accepted such an arrangement without further pursuit, then followed them covertly anyway, after all, he had numerous tricks up his sleeve. But this time, circumstances were severe, and he bluntly stated, I don't want to go island hopping, I want to accompany you to Ting Island. Zhao Shenge stared straight at him and asked, why? Chen Wan suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. If Zhao Shenge knew that from the day he returned to the country, Chen Wan had been secretly tracking him, how would he react? Fortunately, this time he had a justifiable reason, we need to confirm and estimate the conversion rate of tidal energy and finalize the relay equation. Unsatisfied with the answer, Zhao Shenge replied coolly, with so many students available to perform these tests, why should you? Chen Wan blinked, our fields are different, otherwise, Mr. Zhao wouldn't need to hire me at extra cost. Zhao Shenge continued to look at him, still unyielding. Then Chen Wan said, I'll pay for myself. Listening to this nonsensical reasoning, Zhao Shenge didn't get angry, he looked at Chen Wan with calm patience, an indulgent resignation apparent in his gaze as he called out his name, Chen Wan. Chen Wan met his eyes resolutely. That gaze already spoke volumes, it was a straightforward declaration of intent, he still wanted to go. This journey was fraught with uncertainties and dangers. Zhao Shenge had already mentally prepared for all sorts of reasons and arguments Chen Wan might come up with, but Chen Wan only stared at him quietly, his dark eyes reflecting serene yet steadfast persistence and stubbornness. Zhao Shenge's heart was as hard as stone, unmoved by any of it. Then, he noticed Chen Wan lower his eyes, speaking softly, with an intonation Zhao Shenge couldn't quite describe, calling his name, Zhao Shenge. I want to go. An unexpectedly peaceful heart lake now saw the ripples expanding uncontrollably, beyond Zhao Shenge's grasp. Given the multitude of considerations involved, getting Chen Wan to call out his name once, Zhao Shenge, was akin to scaling insurmountable heights. But for the sake of joining him on this trip, this instance was delivered with evident willingness and sincerity. Chen Wan probably didn't realize how calling Zhao Shenge's name while letting his beautiful eyelashes cast shadows over his full lips could evoke certain psychological and physiological responses. Zhao Shenge shifted his gaze away. If Chen Wan knew his fetishes, he'd likely regret displaying this demeanor before Zhao Shenge. But it was too late now, the pebble tossed into the lake center cannot be retracted. They locked gazes in tense silence, detached from the clinking of wineglasses and lively chatter at the dining table. Chen Wan lifted his head while Zhao Shenge stayed silent, his expression unreadable, betraying no emotions. The atmosphere around them became laden with subtle tension, akin to countless unsaid tensions and standoffs they had endured previously. Nevertheless, Chen Wan felt the chances were slim, for he had never won against Zhao Shenge before. As long as he loved Zhao Shenge, victory was impossible. And in this world, decisions made by Zhao Shenge were uncontestable. He therefore chuckled awkwardly, swiftly formulating various backup plans, legal or not, no big deal, he always had other methods. Chen Wan built himself a mental ladder down, however, if it really isn't convenient. Can you shoot a gun? Chen Wan paused, his eyes pitch black and gleaming, yes. Zhao Shenge gazed deeply at him and gravely uttered, if you go, you must follow my instructions. Chen Wan smiled, I will follow your orders. Zhao Shenge turned his gaze away and said, let's eat. From that moment on, Chen Wan began to listen to him and picked up his chopsticks to eat attentively. The day of departure was sunny, they had to take a car to a private pier first and then board Zhao Shenge's cruise ship. In the morning, when the Maybach arrived, Chen Wan went straight to open the front passenger door. The rear window lowered, revealing Zhao Shenge with a laptop on his lap. He called out, Chen Wan. Then he opened the rear door for him. Mr. Chen Wan paused as he looked into Zhao Shenge's pitch-black eyes and said, Mr. Zhao, good morning. Zhao Shenge was gratified that Chen Wan hadn't turned ungrateful, based on his past record, once permitted to go to Ting Island, it was highly probable he'd revert back to addressing him as Mr. Zhao. Zhao Shenge nodded and extended his hand, come. Without hesitation, Chen Wan sat next to him. For some unknown reason, the awkward phone call that made them both uncomfortable actually brought them closer inexplicably. Chapter 50, Rose Beretta. Zhao Shenj handed him a cup of coffee. Chen Wan accepted it. It must have been prepared by the second assistant. It wasn't the kind bought outside in disposable cups, the wall bore Minglong's logo, just like the disposable cups he used during meetings at their company. Zhao Shenj moved the laptop from his legs to the side and asked, "Do you like it?" Chen Wan detected the scent of oats. In the past, no matter what, Chen Wan would say he liked it. But now, knowing Zhao Shenj truly regarded him as a friend who cherished equal dialogue, he was willing to share something true about himself. "I like oats, though I usually prefer it slightly less sweet." Zhao Shenj glanced at him and said affirmatively, taking out his phone. "I'll tell my secretary." Huh. While sending the message, Zhao Shenj continued, "You'll be coming to Minglong many times in the future." Chen Wan looked at him, suddenly unsure of what to say. From childhood to adulthood, he'd rarely been treated so seriously and earnestly. Finally, he softly replied, "Thank you." Zhao Shenj's typing slowed down, and he looked at him for a while before slowly saying, "What's there to thank?" "It's nothing at all." "What about food? What flavors do you like?" Zhao Shenj slightly leaned towards him, adopting a relaxed pose. His knee accidentally brushed against Chen Wan's but didn't move away, seemingly encouraging an intimate chat. Chen Wan had never discussed or shared his real preferences with anyone, so he thoughtfully responded, "I rather enjoy Cantonese cuisine, and Jiangsu dishes are also good." Since Song Qingmiao was from Gusu, Chen Wan's childhood taste followed hers. Zhao Shenj nodded approvingly, understood. Chen Wan smiled and asked, "Mr. Zhao, what do you like?" Zhao Shenj raised an eyebrow. In the past, even if Chen Wan answered 10 questions earnestly, he would never dare to ask back. Putting away his phone, he rested his arm on the car window and leaned on one hand to look at him teasingly, "Didn't you know?" Feeling guilty and somewhat helpless, Chen Wan spread his hands and laughed, "I really don't know." Zhao Shenj stopped teasing and said, "Probably I prefer home-style dishes." After a pause, he added, "The most common ones." "Anything will do." Chen Wan hesitated momentarily, several thoughts crossed his mind as he focused intently and said sincerely, "Okay, I'll remember that." Zhao Shenj looked away, his reflection in the car window glass revealed a relaxed and pleased expression. Chen Wan suddenly felt Zhao Shenj was very close to him, close enough to chat about the most ordinary things like friends, share likes and dislikes, and reveal many truths he would never utter to others. Zhao Shenj wasn't cold at all. Zhao Shenj was actually a very gentle and generous person, Chen Wan thought. Suddenly, Zhao Shenj took out a Beretta Bu-9 from the safe box and handed it to him. Chen Wan stared at it, "For me?" Yeah, recalling the last time Chen Wan heroically cut off a speeding Jeep Cherokee to save Su Jiying, which landed him on Zhao Shenj's blacklist, Zhao Shenj looked at him and said, "Shoot when necessary," without any other consideration. This implied that Chen Wan's safety came first, and everything else could be left to Zhao Shenj to handle. However, there was no way Chen Wan would interpret it this way. He just took the gun, its body was brownish, and his fingers paused slightly when they touched a small bulge on the handle. His heart felt as if hundreds of butterflies were flapping their wings at once. At an inconspicuous place, there was a delicate and intricate pattern engraved with the letter G. This wasn't an ordinary gun. Chen Wan had heard Zhuo Ziqian talk about it before, how the Zhao family once had private arms production lines overseas, in Minglong. This totem symbolized authority, and only those who reached a certain level of power and status could have it inscribed. But no matter what level of authority one possessed, they couldn't use a gun model starting with G. That was Zhao Shenj's exclusive right. The gun handle still retained the warmth from Zhao Shenj's palm, tightly gripped in Chen Wan's hands. He secretly stroked it for a long time. Grateful for Zhao Shenj's trust, he carefully tucked it away and solemnly said, "Thank you." Zhao Shenj didn't think much of this, but Chen Wan's gaze on him was so dark and bright that Zhao Shenj thought for a moment and asked, "Do you like guns?" "I don't use them often, but I've always wanted to practice." Zhao Shenj's encounter with a gun attack in Italy had been Chen Wan's recurring nightmare. Zhao Shenj said, "Use it for now. When we return, ask someone to measure your hand circumference, and get yourself a custom-made one." Chen Wan's eyes slightly widened. Zhao Shenj said indifferently, "There will be many opportunities for distant business trips in the future, and a custom gun is more handy, especially abroad. Without a suitable gun, it's difficult." Chen Wan thought he made sense and said yes, but after considering for a while, he added that it wasn't necessary. "Zhao Shenj." Chen Wan raised the rose Beretta, "This one is fine for me." Zhao Shenj looked at him for a moment and nodded, "You have good taste." He casually switched off the financial news station and changed the channels until FM 40, where he stopped. A Hong Kong radio station playing classic pop songs was airing Secret Love Flight. Chen Wan felt somewhat embarrassed. Zhao Shenj, he already spoke less formally to him now, "Let's just listen to financial news, it doesn't need to cater to me." "No," Zhao Shenj said leisurely, "it's time to take a mental break." Zhao Shenj had experienced great comfort and pleasure riding in Chen Wan's private car and hoped that Chen Wan would also spend a relaxing and pleasant time in his own car. listening to his familiar radio station and music, talking about topics he found interesting, without centering around others. He wasn't sure if this Maybach was custom-made, but its space was larger than most on the market. Chen Wan noticed a chessboard placed on the stand. "Zhao Shenge, do you play chess?" When Chen Wan called out his full name, it carried an indescribable feeling. At least for Zhao Shenge, it was akin to pressing a subtle switch inside him, making his heart beat and blood flow faster than usual. Rarely did Chen Wan show interest in others' affairs, so Zhao Shenge calmly watched him and asked, "Can you?" Chen Wan truthfully replied, "Not very well, I just know the rules." Zhao Shenge nodded and went to take the chess box, "So there are still things you don't know how to do." Chen Wan quietly contradicted him, "I don't know that much either." Chen Wan didn't naturally know so many things either, but sometimes he just had to learn. Zhao Shenge glanced at him and said, "It's enough." Chen Wan smiled. Zhao Shenge waved the chess box and said, "How about a game?" Chen Wan agreed. Queen and king were respectively held by Zhao Shenge and Chen Wan, engaging in strategies of offense and defense. Approaching the large roundabout near Haikao, Chen Wan vaguely noticed several ordinary cars merging into their convoy. His attention was divided, and then he was stopped by a hand grabbing his. Chen Wan, trying to cheat. Chen Wan looked down and realized he had mistakenly picked up Zhao Shenge's queen. Chen Wan apologized with a serious expression. Zhao Shenge looked at him and took his queen back from his hand, placing it in a position where it would thoroughly defeat Chen Wan, saying, "It's fine." There was an innate sense of security about Zhao Shenge. Though Chen Wan relaxed a little, he remained alert. Zhao Shenge looked at him again and repeated, "It's fine." Upon arriving at the pier, Su Jiying greeted Chen Wan enthusiastically, while Fang Jian pulled him aside to discuss his latest engineering architectural plans. Zhao Shenge walked ahead, listening to the security head reporting on the deployment for this trip. Approaching the deck, clouds were blown away by the wind, and the sun suddenly became bright. Chen Wan went to fetch an umbrella for Su Jiying and Fang Jian, then opened a wide one for himself, walking behind Zhao Shenge silently holding it up. A cooling shadow suddenly covered them, causing Zhao Shenge to pause and look back briefly before continuing to listen to the security chief as they moved forward. At the same time, he pulled Chen Wan next to him, nudging his hand to adjust the umbrella that was leaning too much towards himself. Chen Wan's arm tingled slightly as Zhao Shenge's hand directly covered his. Chen Wan quietly said, "I don't need it." Zhao Shenge didn't bother replying, merely pressing on Chen Wan's shoulder. So Chen Wan stood still without further objections. The captain and the security had noticed Chen Wan's arrival and tactfully remained silent since long-distance voyage safety conditions and risks were confidential matters usually reported only to the employer. However, Zhao Shenge told them, "Continue speaking," while not letting go of Chen Wan, allowing both of them to stay under the shade of the umbrella together. Few people accompanied them on board, making the cruise ship seem quite spacious. It wasn't the massive whale ship 17 from their previous open sea expedition which looked more like a symbol of strength, but rather a standard official vessel showing no traces of indulgence. Sitting in the cabin as the crews entered deep sea zones, Fang Jian grew restless and stepped onto the deck to observe the ocean surface environment, tides, wave energy, and temperature differences of seawater, along with its salinity gradient, all critical factors affecting their engineering construction. Minglong was well-funded, equipped with specialized marine research vessels and unmanned boats. If negotiations went smoothly, exploration would set sail from High City to Ting Island within 2 days, entering deep waters. But for now, everything was uncertain. After discussing some business matters with Su Jiying, who represented another major company, Zhao Shenge decided not to let Chen Wan leave. "There's no need." He openly stated to Su Jiying, "Please continue." Su Jiying glanced at them, saying, "Ultimately, we can't avoid involvement with Li Jiaming. After the fall of Xiao Yaodong, most of his subordinates have joined him. Originally, Prince Bei was sure to be his. Your sudden intervention took control over enough resources to last them several decades. This grudge will surely accumulate." Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Shenge replied, "I didn't plan to evade him." "Then you intend to completely eliminate him?" "An enemy's enemy might not be impossible to befriend. To support Li Shenghui, making them fight each other?" Su Jiying speculated, planning to sit idly while watching others wrestle. "It depends on his choice," Zhao Shenge said calmly. Whether or not he would support Li Shenghui depended on circumstances. After all, Zhao Shenge had always used both rewards and punishments effectively. The favorite concubine and son of Li Jiaming were currently residing in High City. Su Jiying paused. Zhao Shenge was always subtle in action, often already preparing meticulously when others just started considering steps. In High City, that was Zhao Shenge's territory. Furthermore, Zhao Shenge revealed confidently, he has privately established banks and black markets. Cutting off his retreat won't be difficult. Private banks? Su Jiying remarked coldly, as a stable woman of the Su family unbothered by wealth, then perhaps our Su family could contribute a small part from the Securities Commission side. Chen Wan. Chapter 51, Unpredictable Turbulence. Soon, Fang Jian came in, cutting their discussion short. Fang Jian preferred not dealing with those in fame and fortune circles, though Chen Wan was also a businessman, lacking the typical impatience and vanity associated with wealth. While conducting business, there was even a scholarly air about him. His character was steady, indeed an excellent candidate for scientific research. In fact, Fang Jian had repeatedly asked Chen Wan whether he'd like to study masters or PhD under him, all of which Chen Wan politely declined. Chen Wan was someone easy to open up to and share thoughts with. Unconsciously, Fang Jian expounded on many of his ideas again, treating Chen Wan far more kindly than his own graduate students. When disembarking, it was expected that someone sent by Li Shenghui greeted them. Although not surprised, Chen Wan had previously guessed Zhao Shenge likely reached some level of agreement with the party before setting out. Their reception was very respectful, yet Zhao Shenge and his companions acted nonchalantly. Despite this casual demeanor, Chen Wan still clearly felt the implicit contest in every movement between the two sides. The sea surface was calm, yet under the water current surged, everything was just the tranquility before the storm. Upon reaching the estate, Li Shenghui personally came to greet them, and Zhao Shenge shook his hand. Concealing himself in an unobtrusive corner among the group, Chen Wan calmly observed this one of Ting Island's local power figures. He was a bit over 40, not tall, stocky, with the dark skin typical of the Li ethnic fishermen here. His smile seemed very simple and warm-hearted. Everyone shared a meal together, and the atmosphere was fairly cordial. Afterward, Li Shenghui mentioned that they had prepared resting rooms for everyone but invited Zhao Shenge alone to sample the special tea from their tropical plantation. This, alone, felt rather subtle. The tea house was in another villa, several minutes away by sightseeing cart. Chen Wan unconsciously touched the rose beretta on his waist. He wanted to follow along. But he couldn't. This was clearly intended to be a private discussion, even the bodyguards could only wait outside the door. Zhao Shenge glanced at him, then walked off with the others. Chen Wan was sent back to their resting room, his mind restless, having no heart to appreciate the serene countryside scenery or indulge in the lavish single-person hot spring. His focus remained sharp as he strained his ears for any sound within 10 miles around. At the first sign of anything unusual, he'd rush to Zhao Shenge's side. Yet the entire estate remained eerily quiet, with leisurely cat meows even audible and the slow rhythm of waves crashing near the coast. As dusk approached, cicada calls grew louder. Finally unable to sit still, Chen Wan made his way to the garden closest to that tea room, politely declining when passing servants asked if he needed anything, merely stating he was taking a walk to relax. He paced around the garden as the sun set behind the mountains, but Zhao Shenge still hadn't emerged from the secluded tea room. The duration was truly too long. Farther away, it appeared there were guards stationed at the entrance. Once more, Chen Wan placed his hand on the small, robust beretta dangling at his waist. Cold sweat formed in his palm. Though he well knew there were many hidden snipers present and Zhao Shenge was himself an expert in such situations, plus Li Shenghui had no real reason to sabotage his own operations, so there was most likely nothing amiss. Still, Chen Wan couldn't calm down. He couldn't bear the slightest chance of Zhao Shenge being injured. Half an hour passed. Chen Wan's gaze became firm and cold. At most, half an hour. If Zhao Shenge didn't emerge from the tea room after half an hour, he would go directly to check. Just as Zhao Shenge and Li Shenghui emerged chatting together, beneath the bougainvillea stood a lean and towering figure, with a demeanor like fine jade. The long neck glistened brightly against the orange twilight glow of the evening clouds. Yet his expression was obscured by the shade of the tree, appearing detached and shadowed even amidst the golden sunset rays. Chen Wan. As Chen Wan looked up, his eyes met Zhao Shenge's pitch-black ones instantly. Even though they had been separated for only a few hours, it felt like millions of years had passed. In this short yet lengthy glance, Chen Wan quickly yet meticulously analyzed every detail of Zhao Shenge's eyes, face, and body, until confirming that he was intact without damage, did he then lightly flash a faint smile to greet him. No one could perceive the icy killing intent briefly hidden in those beautiful eyes, if Zhao Shenge had come out just a few minutes later. Li Shenghui also smiled, using his slightly accented Mandarin. "Mr. Chen, are you here waiting for Mr. Zhao?" Chen Wan grinned, making the surrounding twilight seem brighter. "I'm simply touring and appreciating Mr. Li's backyard garden." Li Shenghui eyed him meaningfully for a few seconds, suddenly asking, "Mr. Chen, have we met before? I thought you seemed familiar during lunch." Chen Wan maintained his smile, calm and composed. If Mr. Li frequently visits High City, it wouldn't be surprising to have met. High City isn't that big. Li Shenghui tried to say more, but Zhao Shenge stepped forward subtly, pretending to continue walking and thus blocking the line of sight Li Shenghui had on Chen Wan, saying, "Let's go inside, it's too sunny." Li Shenghui invited the whole group for dinner. Likely due to the successful afternoon talks, the atmosphere was evidently much more relaxed than when they disembarked in the morning. Even Su Jiying had several drinks with Li Shenghui, while Dr. Fong avoided alcohol entirely due to its effects on the brain. However, the drinks Su Jiying consumed were all red wine. Any white wine-related toasting was naturally handled by Zhao Shenge and Chen Wan, leaving no burden for the ladies. The next day, Su Jiying stayed at the estate to play mahjong with Li Shenghui's wife and a few concubines. Fang Jian was about to start his seabed monitoring work, and Chen Wan and Zhao Shenge needed to go along to discuss pending issues from their previous plan. Their research vessel and unmanned boat hadn't arrived yet. Li Shenghui sent people to escort them out to sea and arranged for some local indigenous residents to accompany them so that they could better understand the surrounding environment. It was overcast that day with strong winds and high waves, making it suitable for collecting risk management data on pressure resistance and measurement thresholds. In the vast depths of the ocean, everything was exposed without any shelter. The waves were more turbulent, but as the oil pipeline project covered a large area, the yacht had to patrol hundreds of square nautical miles. Signal transmission indoors would have a certain margin of error, so they could only observe on the deck and collect information immediately. The students and staff all wore professional protective clothing. Zhao Shenge was looking at the real-time display of colored screens on the detection equipment while listening to Fang Jian explain where to drill through the ocean ridge or fill in the trenches, along with timelines and budgets. Further out in the ocean, the wind picked up even more. This wasn't a specialized exploration vessel, it didn't go deep enough underwater. A large wave came crashing over, causing the cabin to rock violently. The UV umbrella got knocked over. Instinctively, both Chen Wan and Zhao Shenge grabbed each other simultaneously. Chen Wan's grip was very strong, subconsciously protecting Zhao Shenge behind him. Zhao Shenge, on the other hand, pulled Chen Wan tightly into the space between himself and the mast, refusing to let the wind and waves carry him away. The sudden bout of rough weather lasted for a minute or two. The whole ship was thrown into chaos, and everyone exposed on the deck instinctively clumped together in groups of 3 or 4 to withstand the danger. Zhao Shenge and Chen Wan stayed close together like two steadfast trees in the heart of an ocean storm, trunks standing parallel, branches entwined. When the fierce wind subsided, Chen Wan realized Zhao Shenge had already formed a wall around him, shielding him from the unpredictable power of the storm just moments ago. Zhao Shen's hands were incredibly strong, holding Chen Wan firmly, almost like being chained by iron links. Chen Wan also crumpled Zhao Shen's clothes in his grasp. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment before Chen Wan broke away first, glancing far into the distance and blinking, saying, "What a strong wind." But Zhao Shenge did not step back. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, his gaze calm and steady as he softly said, "All right, don't wander off." Chen Wan nodded silently, thinking to himself, "I won't leave your side, not even a single step." Continuous operations went on. After Fang Jian collected part of the data and took the students back to the cabin to rest, seeing Chen Wan resolutely sticking to Zhao Shen's side, Zhao Shenge said, "Chen Wan, go rest a little." "No need," Chen Wan replied after all, still uneasy being on someone else's turf. He wanted to be 200% sure Zhao Shenge was safe and preferably always within sight, never straying too far from him until they safely returned to High City. He claimed, "I'm not tired." Leaning against the mast with a stretch of azure deep sea ahead of him, the wind lifting his shirt up, Zhao Shenge watched Chen Wan for a while and then suddenly asked, "What did you want to do yesterday?" Chen Wan slowly turned back, as if he didn't quite understand. With black, tranquil eyes, Zhao Shen's tone remained mild. "Yesterday afternoon, outside the tea room, what did you want to do?" Chen Wan responded steadily and naturally, "I was taking a stroll in the garden." A ripple surged in the distance, indicating another impending gust. Gazing at him calmly, Zhao Shenge murmured quietly, "Is that so?" Chen Wan's gaze was clear and open, like the surface of an ocean with no secrets hidden, affirming yes. So Zhao Shenge believed him, nodding lightly and approving, not asking further, simply saying, "Chen Wan, can you protect yourself?" Chen Wan felt a jolt of emotion deep down. The beretta strapped to his waist remained icy cold metal. He smiled faintly and responded to Zhao Shenge, "I can." As the sky grew darker, the yacht returned to shore. There was nothing planned for the evening. With great sincerity, Li Shenghui entertained them well, providing plenty of local specialties. The 4 of them enjoyed a relatively relaxing dinner together. Fang Jian passionately reported the achievements and gains of the past 2 days to the 2 clients and gave a speech on how to upgrade the offshore oil platform's pipeline bridge and pipeline floating construction procedure system. During this time, only Chen Wan responded enthusiastically and actively served as a translator and interpreter, which prevented the dinner atmosphere from turning cold. After a tiring day, once dinner was over, everyone went back to their respective rooms to rest. Chen Wan made a phone call to Song Qingyao but still got no answer. Since the last unpleasant discussion about dispersing shares in Rongxin Corporation, Chen Wan's messages and calls to Song Qingyao had gone unanswered. Chen Wan continued to send money to his mother on time and secretly monitored where it was going, both worried that she might have taken a wrong path and whether she suffered any grievances in the Chen family. The investigator said there was nothing unusual about the flow of funds, therefore, Song Qingyao truly did not want to speak with him again. Though he didn't expect much from his mother anymore, there was still a slight sense of disappointment. Chen Wan decided to go for a walk outside, not planning to go far. The villa had an aerial garden. When passing by, he heard the sound of water, realizing someone was swimming. The blue water shimmered, the man tall with a visible six-pack under the pool water. Drops of water ran down from his stern dark eyebrows, standing still under the moonlight, exuding a powerful presence even while standing motionless. Chen Wan was slightly awed. He couldn't guarantee he would be able to maintain propriety if he kept watching, so he attempted to quietly leave. But just as he turned around, his trouser legs were splashed with some water. A leisurely voice sounded behind him. "Where are you going?" Chapter 52, Sea Witch. Chen Wan hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned back. "Chen Wan," Zhao Shenge scolded him, "you peeked and now you're leaving." Zhao Shenge, leaning against the pool wall, beckoned him with a wave. Chen Wan clearly felt a certain part of his body beginning to burn, though his expression remained calm. Walking to the edge of the pool, he squatted down unwilling to face Zhao Shenge from a higher position, smiling and flatteringly saying, "Mr. Zhao, you swim really fast." His brow arched, asking teasingly, "Did you see that?" Chen Wan felt guilty, chuckling sheepishly, saying, "Mr. Zhao, why did you come to swim?" After all, it was Li Shenghui's place. Looking at him for a while, Zhao Shenge spoke softly, "He sent 2 people to my room." It was a form of ingratiating and testing. If Zhao Shenge had accepted them and brought them back to High City, having a lover whisper in his ear could make their cooperation more stable and long-lasting. Zhao Shenge refused, hence coming to the pool was another way of showing trust and ease towards him. Many things did not need to be explained outright, every move carried hidden messages they both understood. Chen Wan stayed silent for a while before nodding in understanding, "Oh." As Zhao Shen's features were soaked by the water, they appeared darker than ink. His brows twitched slightly, revealing a touch of youthfulness rarely seen, demanding reasonably, "Time me." Chen Wan, resting his head on one hand, exhibited a gentle gaze he himself hadn't noticed, replying, "Sure." Zhao Shenge took off his watch from his wrist and threw it across. Chen Wan caught it firmly. Shaking the droplets of water from his hair, Zhao Shenge put on his goggles and submerged into the water like an arrow released from a bowstring. With fair skin, all Chen Wan saw was a flash of white light in the deep blue water, ghost-like, as Zhao Shenge swam far away. 100 meters back and forth, freestyle going, butterfly stroke returning, showcasing his waist strength and explosive power. Chen Wan's face hidden in the night, his expressions indistinct, his soul briefly pulled back to the school sports meet in the spring term of his second year of high school. Chen Wan wasn't a student of the main campus of Yinghua, so the main campus competitions were separate from theirs. During the final 100-meter butterfly swim competition, Chen Wan used every possible method to sneak into the main campus swimming pool. In the second half of the semester, Zhuo Zhishuan went abroad for an exchange, and Chen Wan couldn't get a ticket. Yinghua had always been hierarchical, the boundary between the main and branch campuses was clear, only a few regional facilities were shared, and students from the branch campus could hardly infiltrate. Originally, Chen Wan planned to post an online ad offering paid rental of student cards, but none of the main campus students lacked money. Therefore, he had considered getting a volunteer slot. However, what he hadn't expected was that, for Zhao Shen's matches, there was never a shortage of volunteers. In the end, Chen Wan risked punishment by custom ordering a student ID card online styled after the main campus and spent his childhood savings, earned from collecting bottles, to find a cash-strapped computer science major in the black market to replicate the chip inside. With this setup, he managed to infiltrate the finals venue. The swimming hall was packed. Chen Wan's arms were even scratched by 2 red marks from an overly excited girl beside him with long nails, but he had no time to care because he himself was thrilled, though he hid his excitement deep inside. As expected, the pride of heaven won the championship. Zhao Shen's agile and flawless physique and figure were imprinted into the dreams of countless young girls. Chen Wan was already adept at covert actions during his high school days, so others didn't notice when he slipped unnoticed into Zhao Shen's locker room and secretly left a bouquet, white peonies and pink hydrangeas, along with a card that simply read, "Good luck in the competition," as ordinary a message as could be. After the award ceremony, Chen Wan wanted to confirm if his flowers had been received by Zhao Shenge. When the crowd thinned out, he sneaked back inside and just happened to witness someone confessing their feelings to Zhao Shenge. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Shenge rejected them, his attitude distant and cold, "I'm sorry, but I don't have such feelings for you." Thus, Chen Wan wouldn't go confess either. Why would one crash headlong into a dead-end wall where there's not even a sliver of hope? Would it result in bloodied heads or heartbreak? Chen Wan believed that as long as he gave what he wanted to give, whether it be blessings or flowers, Zhao Shenge didn't need to know who sent them, he only needed to understand that he was well-liked and adored. Apparently, Zhao Shenge misunderstood. He picked up the bouquet Chen Wan had clumsily hand-assembled over 3 hours and handed it to the person confessing, saying, "Take the flowers back too, thank you, but please do not send them again in the future." Gentle, polite, yet cruel. Chen Wan, hidden in the shadows, opened his mouth anxiously but couldn't utter a word, having neither the identity nor reason to stop it. After all, he shouldn't even be here. The confessor, perhaps due to unknown reasons, did not clarify, and Chen Wan watched as the other person walked away holding his flowers. A few days later, Chen Wan heard rumors from the main campus that Zhao Shenge had given flowers to someone else. Chen Wan felt like he had bitten into an unripe plum, sourness mixed with bitterness, lingering under his tongue for a long time after swallowing. It was the bouquet he had sent to Zhao Shenge. But Chen Wan was good at making peace with himself, at least now he knew it was a misunderstanding. Otherwise, hearing this news might have made him more heartbroken than he is now. The teenage infatuation has long since passed. At 17, Chen Wan was dependent on others for shelter, living in constant vigilance amidst hardship and humiliation, striving to survive within cracks. He could never have imagined that one day, he would watch Zhao Shenge swim in an aerial pool. There were no spectators in the whole venue, only him alone. Zhao Shenge had swum to shore, lifting his head to flick his hair off his face, revealing his handsome and stern features, like a victorious lion shaking water droplets from his mane under the night sky exuding a mesmerizing charm. He asked Chen Wan, how much? Chen Wan hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat guilty for being engrossed in watching and forgetting to stop timing. Lowering his head, Chen Wan looked at him and blurted out a random time. Zhao Shenge arched an eyebrow subtly, directly uncovering him. Chen Wan, you didn't time me, did you? Not long ago, he had just competed against Chen Zhongyan and others. Even then, during his best condition, he hadn't broken 1 minute and 8 seconds. This evening, after drinking alcohol, the improbable 1 minute and 5 seconds was clearly a time Chen Wan had randomly made up. You weren't paying attention properly. Zhao Shenge removed his goggles, his piercing eyes unusually dark, his voice deep, though Chen Wan somehow detected a faint undertone in his tone, one he dared not interpret as a familiar complaint, let alone as flirtation. Chen Wan was lost in an unsettling heat. Zhao Shenge urged for his explanation, as if reprimanding him for not timing him properly. Standing slightly higher on the ground, Chen Wan nonetheless looked down with honest, earnest eyes and sincerely replied, I was paying attention. Zhao Shenge tilted his head slightly, seemingly enjoying observing this disoriented yet sincere demeanor. That same person who remained so calm and decisive earlier in the day, even carrying a rose-colored beretta holstered at his waist, now appeared like some extremely loyal little creature, allowing him to command as he wished. Chen Wan was getting nervous, the ripples on the pool's surface seemingly flowing straight into his eyes, stirring a tender softness and helplessness within him. His smile appeared calm and natural, yet his eyes conveyed an unspoken plea, please let me off the hook. Chen Wan had always been meticulous and collected, but this occasional tension and vulnerability struck Zhao Shen's heart like a bullet. His heart began to race irregularly. The stronger it beat, the calmer Zhao Shenge became as he asked in a deep tone, if you saw it, why didn't you remember? Chen Wan tugged at the corners of his lips, giving a self-deprecating laugh, I guess I was too focused on watching, so I didn't actually memorize the time. He sensed that Zhao Shenge might be somewhat upset, instinctively coaxing him, do you want to keep swimming? Another 2 laps. This time I will definitely remember. Zhao Shenge looked at him for a moment before asking, do you want me to continue? Chen Wan nodded. Zhao Shenge replied, no, not tonight. Next time. Chen Wan felt a pang of regret. Zhao Shenge, is there any water around? Chen Wan looked around and couldn't find any water but noticed there were fruits under the large sun umbrella. Would a coconut do? Zhao Shenge agreed. Chen Wan stood up, fetched a coconut, inserted the straw properly, brought it to the poolside, and knelt down to offer it with both hands. Zhao Shenge didn't reach out to take it, instead, he leaned forward slightly and directly bit onto the straw from Chen Wan's hand. Chen Wan froze momentarily, a light flush rising to his ears. His body instinctively leaned forward involuntarily, making the coconut closer to Zhao Shenge, ensuring he could drink more easily. This meant Chen Wan was also moving closer to Zhao Shenge, who now seemed magnified, his handsome face, wet lips, neck veins. It was intoxicating. Chen Wan's hands holding the coconut were trembling slightly, but he mustered all his willpower not to touch the other. The night was tranquil, and Zhao Shen's throat movements when swallowing reverberated against Chen Wan's eardrums, causing his fingertips to turn white with tension. Although the water droplets were cool, Zhao Shen's body radiated immense warmth, making Chen Wan feel scorched even without physical contact. The urge to touch Zhao Shenge had never been as intense as it was at that moment, reaching its peak. So close, the chin, Adam's apple, and arms, all those parts that repeatedly surfaced in Chen Wan's adolescent dreams and adult fantasies, were even more charged with sexual allure than he'd ever imagined. Chen Wan's breath became warm, his heart swelling into a full, soft fruit bitten by nighttime insects, exposing its sour core. Suddenly, Zhao Shenge reached out and grabbed Chen Wan's trembling wrist, stabilizing it. Their fingers and wrists touched on damp skin, and he lazily raised his gaze, meeting Chen Wan's eyes from below as he softly inquired, what's wrong? Chen Wan had endured too many years, maintaining composure becoming an ingrained reflex. He laughed lightly, teasing, Mr. Zhao, open your mouth and food will come. Even though he said that, Zhao Shenge noticed how Chen Wan went even further, kneeling on one knee to make it easier for him to drink, deepening his gaze. Dressed simply in a white shirt and black pants, Chen Wan was performing a gesture resembling a marriage proposal, his eyes filled with focus and tenderness, almost devout, as if possessing infinite patience waiting for and indulging Zhao Shenge. It was as if Chen Wan would keep holding the coconut until Zhao Shenge declared himself finished. Gradually, Zhao Shenge realized that Chen Wan's feelings for him seemed boundless. Zhao Shen's lips, moistened by the water, turned bright red. His voice rose and fell as he spoke, Chen Wan, head straight to Failing Island on our way back. Chen Wan was stunned. Failing Island had been the excuse Zhao Shenge used earlier to refuse his company to Ting Island. He hadn't expected Zhao Shenge to follow through, asking, are you really planning a team-building event? Zhao Shenge closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, saying, Fang Jian has extra shifts these few days due to data processing. Su Jiying is a workaholic, go ask her if she'd like to join you on vacation. Chen Wan's eyes widened slightly. Did this mean they would be going alone? Why? Was it because Zhao Shenge couldn't find anyone else to accompany him? Don't you want to go with me? Matching Chen Wan's puzzled gaze, Zhao Shenge could have easily offered some justifiable reason such as, you've worked hard these days, relax a bit, but he chose not to. Instead, he deliberately left Chen Wan guessing, intentionally troubling him. It wasn't fair that he alone was so troubled and restless. Even until now, Chen Wan still couldn't detect any definitive signals from Zhao Shenge. If previously Zhao Shenge had retained just a shred of patience to negotiate, probe, or engage with him, then after tonight, it wouldn't be possible anymore. Failing Island was a resort destination for the wealthy of Haishur City, but few knew that this island belonged exclusively to Zhao Shenge. If Chen Wan didn't want to say anything about it, then Zhao Shenge would take charge. If Chen Wan didn't agree, they would stay on the island until he did. Zhao Shenge lowered his eyelashes to cover the shadows in his eyes. No. Chen Wan's eyebrows curved as he said, I want to go. Just now, he only followed Minglong's large project, without any other work. Zhao Shenge looked at this face, which appeared slightly happy and clueless, and smiled politely and warmly. He grabbed Chen Wan's wrist and gently pushed him, saying, no more swimming. He propelled himself out of the water in one graceful motion, like some sea demon emerging from the depths. His breath drew near, their gazes intersecting in an instant when Chen Wan willingly offered up his heart and soul, submitting completely under his feet. Chapter 53, No Tricks, Chen Wan. Chen Wan controlled his gaze to linger on Zhao Shen's face, not letting it drift downward. However, every part of Zhao Shen's body possessed immense presence. On the surface, Chen Wan remained calm, but in reality, his head had already grown hazy. Zhao Shenge walked barefoot along the shore, and Chen Wan took long strides ahead to pick up the shoes, bending down and placing them beside his feet. From his lofty position, Zhao Shenge observed Chen Wan bowing in submission and pulled him up, putting on his own shoes while keeping a grip on Chen Wan's arm, leaving his arm wet and warm where Zhao held him. Chen Wan feared he might catch a chill. Occasionally, servants passed by the small path, so he held out a white bath towel, asking, shall you wrap yourself? Zhao Shenge wrinkled his nose tip, seemingly finding it a bit bothersome, but since Chen Wan continued holding out the towel with both arms, Zhao Shenge leaned slightly towards him. Realizing it, Chen Wan raised it and draped it over him. His arms circled around Zhao Shen's back, giving the illusion of an embrace. Zhao Shenge kept his head low, silent and obedient like a large feline animal allowing itself to be manipulated. Wet strands of hair brushed against Chen Wan's cheek and earlobe, droplets falling onto his shoulder, one by one. Chen Wan held his breath, suppressing his wildly beating heart unable to bear such stimulation, and even his always confident smile faded slightly. It wasn't because of some filter he had on, rather, Zhao Shenge was truly attractive, youthful, without the mystery and authority he carries now. Someone described him as a male model at the negotiating table. After wrapping the towel, Chen Wan went to fetch Zhao Shen's personal items, walking back together to the villa. There were more maids in the villa area, but Zhao Shenge paid no attention to them, acting as if no one else was there. Chen Wan escorted him to the entrance, where Zhao Shenge asked, do you want to come in? Chen Wan felt tempted but shook his head, it's late, I still have to go out to sea with Fong Bo tomorrow morning. The research ship and unmanned boats were arriving on the island late at night. They would conduct comprehensive data collection starting early the next day. It would involve substantial engineering work, so they would leave early in the morning. Zhao Shenge then said, good night, Chen Wan. Good night, Zhao Shenge. Chen Wan watched him enter before returning to his room. He locked himself in the bathroom, glaring coldly at his reflection in the mirror with self-loathing. The sound of water started, and someone seemed immersed yet profoundly tormented, muttering a name, Zhao Shenge. On the last day at Ting Island, the exploration set sail, the weather better than yesterday, with manageable waves. Although the research vessel wasn't particularly large, it was quite noticeable during its operations at sea. Le Shengui assigned more people for Zhao Shenge to command despite Zhao Shen's subordinates being highly skilled, as they were unfamiliar with the area. Today's journey was 2 to 3 times that of yesterday's, passing through various ports, docks, and tribes. To ensure smooth travels, Le Shengui also recommended sending Lin Lian, one of his most trusted deputies, who would be recognized as well as Le Shengui by the local fishermen and residents, thus preventing any obstruction or difficulty. Unsure what benefits Zhao Shenge promised Le Shengui, after their private tea-room discussions reached an agreement, Le Shengui acted as if he were surrendering to an emperor. Zhao Shenge also appreciated the gesture, advocating distant friendship and nearby attack. Ting Island posed no significant threat, so he was willing to use soft power to achieve a win-win situation. Chen Wan had no objections. Le Shengui's few deputies were almost investigated by him down to their 18th-generation ancestors. The exploration was Minglong's most ambitious project in recent years apart from whale ship number 17. It was jointly developed with the mainland and manufactured there, marking the first major collaboration between the two regions in scientific research, causing great excitement not just in the Asia-Pacific region but worldwide. The ocean surface was calm without a ripple. As Fang Jian finished collecting the last data point, the exploration started heading back. Chen Wan thought about how tomorrow he and Zhao Shenge would be going alone to beach number 19, also known as Failing Island, and felt an unbearable excitement stirring inside him. 2 hours later, the research ship signaled its intention to dock, its engine sound slightly louder than usual. Zhao Shenge was listening to Fang Jian explain his thoughts on filling and shifting the Siroc layer, while Chen Wan compared the real-time monitored tidal energy differences. He occasionally looked up and squinted. Even though the ship had signaled its intention to stop, its bow never turned, and soon it would enter a zone of concealed undercurrents. A premonition rose strongly from within him. Without alarming anyone, Chen Wan placed his hand on the beretta at his waist and went to the window to observe. Lin Lian, who had been stationed on the deck all day, seemed to sense something amiss too, nodding subtly at Chen Wan. Li Jiaming. The benefits Zhao Shenge promised to Leshengui these past days almost forced Li Jiaming into an impossible retreat. They had been on high alert, guarding against any actions by Li Jiaming. Yet, they had overlooked a loophole, which appeared on the last day. After replaying the situation in his mind, Chen Wan couldn't pinpoint where things went wrong. Their vessel had docked earlier that day, with people stationed everywhere on board. Li Jiaming's men were clever. Currently, the ship was in a signal-weak and perilous bay, making it difficult to detect whether their navigation track was approaching the shore. But Chen Wan, someone who had grown up fighting in Xiaolan Mountain, naturally maintained vigilance and sensitivity to danger. Walking beside Zhao Shenge, it took only one glance for the latter to instantly understand his intentions. Zhao Shenge didn't say a word more, immediately ordering for Fang Jian to be escorted to the underground hold. The accompanying bodyguards were well armed, including both Zhao Shenge's people and Leshengui's people. However, it was unclear how many others might have infiltrated already. They were open enemies now, but their opponents remained in the dark. The ship still floated in the middle of the ocean, weather conditions changing rapidly, and the helm was controlled by the enemy. Unperturbed, Zhao Shenge contacted his deputy while simultaneously sending out his location to Leshengui. Then he firmly pulled Chen Wan into an area that required personal face verification to access. Chen Wan grabbed him from behind, his voice low yet steady. Zhao Shenge, you go to the secret compartment. The verification area was only temporarily safe. If Lin Lian failed to identify and neutralize Li Jiaming's people promptly, then the ship's systems could very likely be compromised. Though the exploration was only a medium-sized research vessel, fortunately, its comprehensive performance was strong. It could conduct virtual anchoring, deep-sea base station operation, vertical domain cruising, multi-wave sweep mapping for underwater missions, and even equipped with a secret chamber. This hidden chamber was akin to an emergency Noah's Ark, resistant to low temperatures and high pressure. Bullets couldn't harm it, and even if bombs exploded aboard the ship, the chamber would remain undamaged. In emergencies, the secret chamber would automatically detach from the mother ship, maintaining operation within the laminar flow 50 meters below sea level. It could run continuously for 72 hours amidst hurricanes and waves, and with a positioning system, allowing the people inside to wait long enough for rescue. However, this small secret chamber was made entirely of new, sealed pressure-resistant material, sturdy like a fortress, meaning it was also highly airtight, with low oxygen storage capacity. Being at such depth under the water, the two of them wouldn't survive long enough for Leshengui's rescue team to arrive. Generally, a single ship could only be equipped with one or two secret chambers, otherwise it would hinder the entire vessel's normal functions. Zhao Shenge stared at him for 2 seconds before saying, you take me there. Seeing that Zhao Shenge wasn't arguing, Chen Wan sighed in relief and escorted him down the gangway to the lower deck. As soon as the secret chamber door opened, the person behind him suddenly shoved Chen Wan inside, causing Chen Wan to swiftly use his gun to brace the doorframe. He had left himself an option. Alas, although Chen Wan understood Zhao Shenge understood him equally well. Zhao Shenge was unsurprised that he had left a trump card. The deck above began to shake abnormally, and he immediately drew a Colt Python revolver. With his large hands, Zhao Shenge handled the imposing gun with ease, effortlessly knocking down Chen Wan's small but sturdy beretta. He coolly said, Chen Wan, I don't want to point my gun at you. You promised to listen. Don't make me angry right now. The exploration had 2 secret chambers, one went to the helpless Fang Jian, while Zhao Shenge decided to offer the other one to Chen Wan. Unfortunately, Chen Wan had already independently decided it should go to Zhao Shenge. Hastier footsteps echoed from the ceiling overhead. Zhao Shenge clamped Chen Wan's wrists like an iron chain, lifting his chin gently as he ordered in a warm voice, get inside. He used the other hand to grab the rope from the ship's railings and mercilessly bound Chen Wan's wrists, allowing no room for resistance. Whatever you hear, don't come out. Zhao Shenge's tone wasn't harsh, but his manner was strong. Zhao Shenge, Chen Wan stopped him, raising his bound hands tied to the pillar and saying, you've tied this too tightly, I can't reach the temperature adjustment button. If things really deteriorated to the point where the chamber had to detach from the ship, the time adrift on the sea would be uncertain. If they drifted near an iceberg, they'd need to increase the chamber's internal temperature, leaving at least some basic freedom of movement for whoever was inside. Don't play tricks, Chen Wan. Zhao Shenge gave a faint warning but still returned to adjust the rope for him, reserving enough length for him to move within the cramped space. Zhao Shenge was exceedingly cautious, using tremendous force, nearly giving Chen Wan no room for resistance. Though Chen Wan had been in numerous fights since childhood, his physique and strength were nowhere near Zhao Shenge's level. To prevent any counterattack, Zhao Shenge got very close. Chen Wan could almost hear the strong heartbeat from his chest. Chen Wan looked as if he didn't plan to resist, merely lowering his eyelids and softly saying, Zhao Shenge, my wrist still hurt. Furrowing his brows slightly, Zhao Shenge thought that Chen Wan wasn't speaking with a coquettish tone, but he still felt Chen Wan was being coquettish. In a deep voice, Zhao Shen said, "Be quiet." He didn't want Chen Wan to speak anymore, fearing it would easily disrupt his thoughts. Seeing the white wrists truly marked with significant red traces, Zhao Shen showed no change in expression, but he loosened it slightly more. Chen Wan didn't stay quiet, letting himself get tied willingly as though accepting his inferiority. After composing his thoughts, he asked, "Which way do you plan to go out?" Zhao Shen ignored him and focused intently on binding his hands thoroughly. Chen Wan leaned closer again and suggested, "From the starboard railing. That escape ladder is more discreet." Leaning back a little, Zhao Shen worked with his head low, not looking at him, and simply responded with an to show he adopted the suggestion. When Zhao Shen finished tying the last knot, Chen Wan gave him a few instructions, but Zhao Shen no longer wanted to engage in conversation and remained silent. "Did you hear what I just said?" Chen Wan suddenly covered Zhao Shen's hand and lightly shook it. Chen Wan's hands were soft and warm, sweeping across Zhao Shen's palm softly with his fingertips. He was uncertain. Seemingly distracted by it, Zhao Shen furrowed his brows as though disturbed. Just as he was about to tell Chen Wan to behave, in the next moment, the rope slipped away nimbly from his fingers due to a sudden unexpected force. The rope skillfully twisted around, encircling Zhao Shen's own wrist, causing him to furrow his eyebrows severely. During their conversation, Chen Wan had stealthily untied and retracted the rope. When it came to physical prowess and domination, Chen Wan couldn't match Zhao Shen, who had received systematic training from a young age. However, regarding underhanded tactics and tricks, Zhao Shen fell short compared to Chen Wan, who grew up amidst a chaotic and complex environment. The things Chen Wan knew were far dirtier than those Zhao Shen did. Chapter 54, You're completely dishonorable. Even if Zhao Shen had successfully bound him, Chen Wan would try every method to free himself. The demons from Xiaolan Mountain's hellish conditions couldn't restrain Chen Wan, let alone Zhao Shen, who was so gentlemanly. In dealing with a gentleman, the winner is always the rogue. Now, it was his turn to tie up Zhao Shen. Chen Wan took the lesson from Zhao Shen's previous experience and bound his wrists extremely tightly, with such a complex pattern that it made Zhao Shen dizzy. But Zhao Shen was tall and robust, incomparable to Chen Wan in physical strength. Under the absolute disparity of power, all tricks were just fancy but ineffective moves. Even if Zhao Shen was tied up, he could still lift his hands to directly strangle Chen Wan's neck. Chen Wan had a long neck, easily ringed by Zhao Shen's large hand as his thumb pressed heavily on his Adam's apple. With a deep voice, Zhao Shen said, "Chen Wan, untie this immediately." Chen Wan's breathing grew heavier, his throat continuously rolling under the threatening caress of Zhao Shen, who appeared truly angry, using more force until Chen Wan felt a slight suffocation. However, shaking his head, Chen Wan let Zhao Shen control the most vulnerable and sensitive part of him while tightening the binds even more. Unaware of what was happening outside the cabin, the ship suddenly swayed, causing both of them to fall to one side. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Shen extended one leg to suppress Chen Wan. His towering figure pressed down like jade, falling gracefully. With quick reflexes, Chen Wan went for the kill, flipping over to sit on Zhao Shen's waist, pressing down on both sides. In a desperate counterattack, he gained the upper hand, using all his strength to press Zhao Shen down. Their breaths intertwined tightly, tense and confrontational. "Get off." Zhao Shen's expression turned dark and imposing without needing to raise his voice. Chen Wan paid no heed and declared, "No matter what you hear later, don't come out. I will lock the secret chamber. Their target is not me, they won't do anything serious to me. As soon as I go out, I'll find a place to hide. Don't worry about me." Zhao Shen's eyes sharpened like blades as he lowered his voice sternly, "Chen Wan, don't make me repeat myself." He exuded an innate authority and aura that left people trembling at heart. But Chen Wan disregarded his words, his face cold and ruthless, with a fanatical gaze entirely different from his usual gentle and compliant self, decisive, abrupt, obsessive, and overwhelmingly dominant as he issued orders methodically. "As soon as the alarm sounds, you initiate detachment from the mother cabin. I will coordinate the separation of the secret chamber externally. If by the deadline I discover you haven't started the separation mode, I will use the emergency brake on the mother cabin from above until it successfully detaches." Zhao Shen's pupils constricted, his whole body going still as if struck by gunfire to his chest. Chen Wan threatened him, using the safety of the entire ship including himself to ensure his successful escape. The warning signal light in the core area illuminated. Acting quickly, Chen Wan stuffed a magazine into Zhao Shen's suit pocket. "What are you doing?" Zhao Shen roared angrily. "I have more." Chen Wan wasn't reassured, he prepared several magazines before departure. "I don't need so many, you take them, just in case." Chen Wan couldn't tolerate any unexpected incidents involving Zhao Shen. Based on his marksmanship, the bullets on him would be enough, and if they weren't, then it was already a situation beyond the capacity of just one gun to solve. Chen Wan. Enraged, Zhao Shen became terrifyingly stern beneath the dim light below sea level, anger deeply etched on his features. Chen Wan paused for a moment, having never seen Zhao Shen this furious before. Zhao Shen had always been steady and relaxed, making it almost impossible to meet his penetrating gaze straight on. Chen Wan fully understood that what he was doing might expose his deeply hidden secrets, yet he had no hesitation. Protecting Zhao Shenj was an instinct, something one could never go against. Chen Wan even managed to smile, saying, "There's no time. Let's meet 1 hour later on land, alright?" After speaking, he turned to set the system shutdown password on the cabin door, after which the secret cabin would enter emergency protection status. He heard Zhao Shen's calm voice from behind, "Chen Wan, if you dare to take another step outside, we won't be in contact anymore afterward." Chen Wan paused slightly. "You're utterly devoid of trustworthiness. You break promises, disobey orders, and ignore commands. Ming Long can't afford this kind of subcontractor." Zhao Shenj grew up at the negotiation table and was always able to sensitively detect and quickly analyze his subtle advantages and bargaining chips and hopeless disadvantages. It was only during this critical moment that Zhao Shenj suddenly discovered something he had never realized before: Chen Wan's concern for him was much more than he had imagined. Chen Wan cared about him, that was definite. But he didn't know that this care was almost overflowing. In the past, Chen Wan hid it well, making Zhao Shenj guess if this was due to his cultivated manners, or if it was the gentleness he was born with, or if it was the sophistication he gained from years of experience, or if it was because of the respect and fear towards his status. Now he knew. None of these were the reason. It was Chen Wan's heart. Chen Wan's favoritism. As long as Chen Wan cared about Zhao Shenj would always have the upper hand. Sure enough, Chen Wan's finger on the door key slowed down a little. "You know me, I always follow through with my words." Zhao Shenj regained his ease, feeling sure of victory, always. Chen Wan said, "All right." Chen Wan systematically finished setting the password, turned around, completely calm to the point of seeming indifferent. "I may not contact you anymore, but I must ensure your safety." Zhao Shenj's safety had priority over everything else, first in line, no risks allowed, no violations tolerated. This was the principle, no one could break it, not even Zhao Shenj himself. A tremor passed through Zhao Shenj's eyes. He took a deep breath and patiently tried to guide Chen Wan. "Chen Wan, think carefully." His tone was calm yet cruel. "When did my affairs become decided by you? On what grounds? What position do you hold? Are you perhaps overestimating yourself?" Chen Wan remained unmoved, continuing to focus on setting the password while lowering his head. "Chen Wan," Zhao Shen's words became direct and somewhat hurtful, "don't cause trouble for others. With your actions, I won't be grateful, only thinking you're ruining things for me. Don't make me hate you." Chen Wan quietly listened without defending himself, still calm and composed, unswayed. But unbeknownst to himself, there was an unintentional flicker of confusion and loss in his eyes, making Zhao Shenj feel uncomfortable and irritated. But Zhao Shenj did not soften, continuing, "There's no need to make it this way, right?" Gunshot sounded again, so Chen Wan stopped paying attention to what Zhao Shenj was saying. He spoke steadily on his own. "The password I set was random. Don't try to guess it after I leave. I don't even know what it is. It will automatically open when we reach a safe environment. I can see its status from outside. If you insist on cracking it, I will carry out my threat." Zhao Shenj had never encountered such an opponent on the negotiation table who lacked basic principles, losing some of his earlier rationality and calmness. "Chen Wan, are you not hearing what I'm saying?" Chen Wan wouldn't listen to him, calmly and coldly interrupting, "Goodbye, Zhao Shenj." Chen Wan. Without looking back or sparing another glance at Zhao Shenj, showing no signs of lingering, Chen Wan resolutely closed the secret chamber. Watching his sharp figure cleanly disappear behind the slowly closing door, Zhao Shenj found the whole sealed cabin utterly silent. The door cut off Zhao Shenj's gaze. There was no time for Chen Wan to deal with the dull pain in his chest. He pulled down all the circuit breakers around the cabin door, preventing the killers from finding the location of the hidden chamber, confirming everything was secure. Then, he crouched down and moved toward the ship's rail. The lowest level of the vessel was the large machinery workshop maintaining the ship's operation. It wouldn't be easy for them to find Chen Wan. The ship sailed along an uncertain route, bang bang, several urgent sounds, gunshots rang out from an unknown deck. Rapidly, chaotically, persistently. Lin Lian was above, stopping more people from seeping into the core area. The rescue aircraft commanded by Li Shenghui was expected to arrive in at least 40 minutes. They couldn't be sure how long their team could hold out. Chen Wan squatted between some panels, almost merging with the machine. The gear rotation produced an enormous roar, torturing his eardrums, but this effectively masked his breathing and unavoidable sounds. The gunshots grew closer. Chen Wan calmly identified the direction of the approaching threats amidst the deafening roar, his fingers gripping tightly to his firearm. Their pursuers were meticulously searching inch by inch for the hidden cabin and their hiding spot. Chen Wan pressed himself as close as possible to the machine that was in operation. But he couldn't press any closer, the high-speed machine would produce suction powerful enough to drag him entirely inside. "Mr. Chen, we see you. Come out." Chen Wan's heart skipped a beat before quickly calming again. They were probably bluffing. The voice wasn't from an ordinary killer, it must be Hu Ming, a trusted hand-picked underling of Li Jiaming. Chen Wan had investigated these people thoroughly. It seemed Hu Ming had once served Li Shenghui before defecting to Li Jiaming. "You know, the person we're looking for isn't you. If you cooperate, Mr. Li will certainly treat you with respect." Chen Wan scoffed coldly. There were actually people trying to convince him to betray Zhao Shenj. When Li Xinghui's men arrived, he would definitely shoot this man first. The mechanical noises were too loud to accurately pinpoint Chen Wan's position, so Hu Ming simply cut off the power switch. The lower deck quickly quieted down. Chen Wan's first thought was how lucky it was that the secret cabin's electrical circuitry was independent and sealed, leaving Zhao Shenj unaffected. But without the noise as a cover, being found was only a matter of time. The group outside mustn't be large since infiltrating through such strict defense was incredibly difficult. However, those who could sneak in like this were all top-notch experts. Hu Ming began his search, covering every inch systematically. Suddenly, a bullet struck just a few inches away from where Chen Wan crouched on the steel plate, the smell of burning powder making his nose tingle. Despite the situation, Chen Wan remained still, wagering that the shooter was merely probing, trying to draw him out. Unfortunately, the footsteps grew nearer, and just as the enemy was about to reach his hideout, Chen Wan swiftly pulled the trigger of his Beretta. There. Chen Wan quickly vaulted over the engine, entering the escape ladder to lead them away from the core area. Follow. As the escape ladder shut, the killers immediately rushed up the stairs. Once they reached the upper deck, they realized the elevator was empty. He had used a classic deception maneuver. No one knew which floor Chen Wan had slipped away on. One of the subordinates tightened his grip on the handgun and cursed. In the distance above the deck, the sound of a helicopter thundered. The reinforcements led by Li Xinghui had arrived earlier than expected. Hu Ming clenched his teeth and ordered, "Search floor by floor. We must catch him." Li Jiaming's primary target was Zhao Shenj, but they were well aware of how challenging capturing Zhao Shenj would be. If not Zhao Shenj, then Fang Jian could also suffice. But based on their observations during the past few days, perhaps Chen Wan might be a more valuable bargaining chip. This time, Hu Ming abandoned stealth tactics, using the remaining bullets to sweep each corner relentlessly, forcing Chen Wan to step out. Dodging left and right, Chen Wan engaged in long-distance shooting, disabling the subordinates' arms. Now only one gunman remained, wielding a powerful sniper rifle. Comparing firepower, Chen Wan was at a disadvantage and had no choice but to continue evading. Above, a massive helicopter roared overhead, as Li Xinghui's men descended. Dozens of guns pointed downward toward Li Jiaming's group. Despite being outnumbered and nearly overwhelmed, Chen Wan managed to hold his ground, albeit barely. With a series of bang 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 echoing near his ears, several shots came perilously close, grazing mere centimeters from his face. Breathing heavily and chest rising and falling rapidly, Chen Wan retreated towards the pressure window. The relentless pursuit of the assassins forced him to return fire while smashing the glass with a life-saving hammer. Submerging underwater might offer a glimmer of hope. The attacker's aim was both fast and accurate. Just as the bullet lined up perfectly with Chen Wan's vital spot, suddenly, a tremendous force violently yanked Chen Wan away. Chapter 55, You Like Me? Someone firmly pressed Chen Wan's head into their embrace, broad, warm, pulsing with a strong heartbeat and exuding a familiar aura. It was like a drowning man finding oxygen again. Zhao Shen's python revolver fired faster and more accurately, directly striking the assassin's wrist. Bang! Zhao Shenj kept one hand on Chen Wan while aiming the gun at the subordinate, who raised both hands, shouting, "Mr. Zhao." Without hearing another word, Zhao Shenj shot the man's left shoulder without hesitation. As Hu Ming fell, the remaining enemies closed in from all sides. Zhao Shenj leaned down and told Chen Wan to hold on tight before swiftly picking him up and leaping over the porthole. The two dived into the shock absorber below. Zhao Shenj's arm held Chen Wan tightly as if trying to press him into his very bones. Chen Wan could smell the strong scent of blood from Zhao Shenj. He reached out to touch the man's back, but his palm became sticky with blood. This uncontrollable surge of killing intent instantly rushed to Chen Wan's mind, and he tightly gripped his Beretta. Zhao Shenj steadied the back of Chen Wan's head, his chest vibrating as he said deeply, "Don't move." The remaining enemies approached, surrounding them from both front and back. In the embrace of Zhao Shenj, Chen Wan peered out and raised his gun towards Zhao Shenj's back. Click. Almost simultaneously, the Rose Beretta and the Colt Python chambered around, and the next moment, rapid gunfire thundered through the sky. On the boundless sea surface, gunpowder smoke rose everywhere, lightning flashed and fire sparked. Amid chaos, the Beretta and the Colt guarded each other closely, providing cover and responding accordingly. With every shot of the Colt acting as the main sniper and the Beretta staying ever close, like the most loyal guard and knight, they struck their targets following an unspoken understanding, a defensive rule no one else could decipher. In the turmoil, their cooperation remained impeccable, flawless. Until a patch of blood bloomed in the seawater. The tree had fallen, now the monkeys were scattering. The helicopter was forced to land. Li Xinghui personally came down with a large group of bodyguards filling the bottom cabin. Li Xinghui, a sturdy man in his 40s, led Lin Lian who also had an injured arm, bowing and apologizing humbly to Zhao Shenj. Zhao Shenj looked extremely cold, saying nothing. He maintained a firm grip on Chen Wan's shoulder, never letting go, even when Fang Jian emerged from the hidden cabin or Li Xinghui spoke to him. Covered in bloodstains, Zhao Shenj with red blood splattered on his black clothes, his features stern, resembled a devil king fresh from a battlefield in hell. So there Chen Wan was, carried almost effortlessly in public by this Yama whose large hand was exerting so much force on his shoulder that it pinched deep into the bone, causing great pain. Chen Wan did not utter a sound. Occasionally, Yama's fingers would tremble, but Chen Wan thought it might be his own illusion because the hand was steady enough to hit a target 5 meters away accurately under dim lighting conditions. Lifting his head to look at Zhao Shenge, the latter merely glanced down emotionlessly, his gaze dark and cold, fathomless. Sensing the surging fury beneath Zhao Shen's calm exterior, Chen Wan prudently remained quiet like a quail under control. Suddenly, he violently broke free of Zhao Shen's restraint, disregarding his bleeding arm to raise the beretta in front of Zhao Shenge and fired a shot. The disarmed killer still had a hidden knife and took advantage of the distraction to break loose. The target was Zhao Shenge. All the hired assassins were ready to die for their mission. Failure meant certain death, success ensured substantial reward for their families, thus worth taking such desperate risks. Though there was some distance between them, memories of Zhao Shen's past assassination attempt in Italy flooded Chen Wan's mind, prompting him to rush forward, stepping on the killer's hand and firing a shot, eyes crimson. "I'll send you to your death." Chen Wan. Reacting instinctively, Chen Wan couldn't stop, his hands shaking. Under Monica's guidance recently, he had managed to live somewhat normally like others, yet here, all was lost again, reverting to his old ways. "Chen Wan, calm down." Zhao Shenge kicked the man aside forcefully and embraced Chen Wan strongly, comforting, "It's over. Chen Wan, I'm fine. I am Zhao Shenge, look at me. I'm fine." Chen Wan appeared trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken. Zhao Shenge enveloped him completely, stroking his back gently to soothe, "Chen Wan, relax, I'm fine." People were quickly dragged away afterward. Chen Wan gradually regained awareness, calming down. Zhao Shenge released his soothing hand and did not speak further to him. Once aboard the plane, medical personnel checked their wounds. Zhao Shenge suffered injuries to several joints, while Chen Wan endured multiple soft tissue bruises along with a head injury. Zhao Shenge had been talking to the doctor, asking about precautions. Chen Wan watched him, trying a few times to speak but stopped each time, reminded of their conversation in the secret cabin and feeling his heart sink like retreating tides. After the medical staff left, Zhao Shenge went through the medicine and prescriptions one by one, reading very carefully. There weren't many medicines for external wounds, but there were quite a few types prescribed to calm nerves. Chen Wan waited for a while, but Zhao Shenge continued reading, frowning slightly. Finally, he called softly, "Zhao Shenge." Zhao Shenge finally looked up, his expression calm, his eyes deep yet tranquil, so tranquil that it seemed a bit merciless. He asked, "What is it?" Chen Wan opened his mouth and asked, "Do you still want to talk with me?" "Chen Wan, I always mean what I say." This was Zhao Shen's original words from the secret hold. Chen Wan paused, nodded, then said softly, "Then I'll go out first." Suddenly, Zhao Shenge stood up and blocked his way, towering above him, his eyes downcast. He asked, "Do you feel wronged?" Chen Wan hesitated for a moment and immediately replied, "No." It was the truth, he did not feel wronged at all. On the contrary, he completely understood Zhao Shenge. Chen Wan was also a manager, albeit a small one, but if all subordinates were like him, staging a military remonstration, defying superior orders, there would be no rules or discipline. Since Chen Wan had done it, he accepted the consequences without any regret, just a touch of reluctance and unwillingness to part. He was reluctant to become just strangers again after becoming somewhat familiar friends with Zhao Shenge, reluctant to lose the opportunity to visit Failing Island, reluctant to let go of those spontaneous calls and video chats. These were things Chen Wan meticulously planned and worked hard for over a long time, accumulating little by little. They should be gone now. But Zhao Shen's safety mattered more. Even if everything was to start again, Chen Wan would still choose this path. Something that wouldn't change even if they restarted countless times must be fate. Protecting Zhao Shen's safety was Chen Wan's destiny. Chen Wan believed it firmly. As Zhao Shenge moved closer, though Chen Wan claimed not to feel wronged, Zhao Shenge saw his eyes, dark as if wet, and spoke quietly, "Why do I think otherwise?" "There's no feeling of being wronged," Chen Wan insisted. Zhao Shenge frowned coldly and sternly, "Chen Wan, do you think you made a mistake?" When Chen Wan admitted the error, there was some apology on his face, but no indication of repentance. Zhao Shenge broke through his pretense coldly, "You didn't." The overwhelming aura and authority of Zhao Shenge caused heaviness in one's heart just by his emotionless demeanor. "Are you thinking how I managed to get out?" Zhao Shenge coldly interrogated him. "Thinking despite your meticulous planning and no room for error, I still came out. Thinking how to act even more rigorously next time." Chen Wan's spine stiffened. Indeed, the password was set randomly by Chen Wan. Zhao Shenge tried hundreds of combinations using various formulas in the shortest possible time and couldn't crack it. He could only hope that the other party didn't know that after the hidden chamber closed, it had a self-destruction mode. This mechanism was a precaution in case the scientific research ship got hijacked or entered foreign waters, preventing geographical secrets from being stolen. However, this mode allowed a 30-minute grace period for reconsideration. This meant that during these 30 minutes, Zhao Shenge could do nothing. It was the most nerve-wracking and hopeless 30 minutes in Zhao Shen's smooth sailing life until now. If you don't think you made a mistake, then what do you want to talk about? Chen Wan tried to open his mouth but found the gaze the other gave him extremely disappointed. So, he dared not add anything further. He lowered his head and apologized, I'm sorry. Zhao Shenj remained silent. He apologized again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Using his life to protect someone, bleeding profusely and enduring much pain, and still having to apologize afterwards, Zhao Shen's heart was tightened momentarily. To punish such a stubborn backbone as Chen Wan, Zhao Shenj had 10,000 ways. The most effective methods didn't involve physical restraint or punishment but struck straight at his core. For someone as despicable as Zhao Shenj, understanding Chen Wan's concern was akin to acquiring an ultimate power. Being favored always made one act without restraint. Zhao Shenj only needed to utter a few hurtful words, and it would be enough to make Chen Wan feel distressed for a long time. Yet, Zhao Shenj looked down at the right hand that had lost much blood because of him, and his heart started to ache again. Perhaps no one knew that this person who never forgave anyone, after saving Chen Wan from under the gun barrel, had nothing but gratitude in his heart. After a long while, so long that Chen Wan began to feel short of breath and was about to fall ill again, Zhao Shenj finally spoke, Chen Wan. Can you take better care of yourself? Chen Wan was stunned. Zhuo Ziyan also asked him, could he take better care of himself? He didn't know why everyone kept asking him this. Chen Wan's consciousness slowed down slightly and replied in the same way as last time, I haven't been treating myself badly. This was the truth. Chen Wan truly did not think he was treating himself badly. He had done everything possible to protect what was most important to him, feeling lucky and without regret. Is that so? Zhao Shenj looked down on him, eyes dark and deep, interrogating him, if you're not treating yourself badly, then why did you leave the secret cabin to me? Chen Wan stiffened slightly, the blood in his body beginning to cool from the tips of his fingers. Whether in physical stance or aura, Zhao Shenj completely overpowered him. His calm and deep gaze pierced directly into Chen Wan's soul, warning him word by word, don't try to lie to me anymore. At this point, if you still lie, there's really nothing more to say between us. The light in Chen Wan's eyes completely disappeared. Zhao Shenj already knew. Years of carefully concealing all came to naught. In just a moment, many thoughts flashed through Chen Wan's mind, sadness overwhelming him uncontrollably. Zhao Shen's voice was less severe than before, but extremely compelling, speak, answer the question. Today, he must get an answer. Like analyzing data, Zhao Shenj listed out all the evidence he had control over, you left the only way out to me. Chen Wan remained silent. Zhao Shen's gaze shifted from his arm to his lips, to his eyes, seeing every tiny change in Chen Wan's expression, the limited bullets you had were forcefully given to me. Chen Wan lowered his eyes, looking like a bamboo stalk swaying precariously in the wind, exuding a dead silence. Zhao Shen's aura oppressed, his tone low and deep, yet causing the spirit to crumble, rather than break off relations with me, you would sacrifice yourself to ensure my safety. With each question, Chen Wan's heart sank further. Everything was too obvious to the point where telling a lie seemed foolish and laughable. Zhao Shenj was like a judge sitting high in the courtroom, his gaze calm, his speech righteous, his logic clear. Each sentence questioned to the depths of Chen Wan's soul. Chen Wan was the cunning thief, the criminal who schemed to get close to Zhao Shenj, with each sin laid bare for all to see. It was as if Zhao Shenj had decided to make him confess publicly, looking deeply into Chen Wan's eyes with a light tone, Chen Wan, you like me, don't you? Chapter 56, The Leaf Came Back. At this moment, Chen Wan's heartbeat stopped. The sea was obviously far away, yet he felt as though he drowned again into the abyss. His whole body temporarily lost thought and awareness, but it was as if the medicine wasn't on him. Chen Wan remained silent, Zhao Shenj gradually becoming tense, as if returning once again to the explorer, surrounded and pursued, hanging on a thread. Only this time, the person holding the gun wasn't Hu Ming, it was Chen Wan. Zhao Shenj soon heard Chen Wan say, I'm sorry. Zhao Shenj clenched his fists. Chen Wan gave a bitter smile, yes, I like you. Once again, Zhao Shenj was saved, but he quickly heard Chen Wan speak in a low, calm voice, sorry, even though I know my credibility with you has probably hit zero, I really have no other intentions. I won't bother you anymore. This time, I promise I'll keep my word. Zhao Shenj furrowed his brows and understood. Chen Wan liked him, but that was all there was to it. There was nothing more. A subtle, stifling, and specific sense of bitterness and dull pain slowly squeezed the heart. To like someone to the point of being willing to give up the right to life, but never intending to reveal it, and considering the exposure of a secret affection as a disturbance, this was how Zhao Shenj felt, more suffocated than when Chen Wan had closed the door on him in the storage room. The silence between them lingered for too long, until Chen Wan started to feel uneasy and at a loss. He calmed himself down and said, if Mr. Zhao really doesn't want to see me anymore, I can take a boat back on my own. Zhao Shenj didn't want to hear any more and interrupted, how do you prove it? Chen Wan thought for a moment, then spoke very slowly, I promise I won't show up in any place where you might appear. I'll delete all social media contact information you've given me, and you can have someone check. He had clearly considered this deeply and thoroughly, devising feasible methods and backup plans, ready to submit a planned proposal at any second. I'll file an application to leave the Boylove project team, and future matters related to scientific concepts will be handled by my business partner. Your name can be deleted from the research, patents, and roadshow lists. His tone was calm, as if he'd gone over this backup plan countless times. Unrequited love was like that, it required always being prepared for the truth to come out. When his gentle voice cut through like a sharp blade, revealing his sincerity, it simultaneously pierced Zhao Shen's heart into pieces. Taking half a step forward, Zhao Shen stood very close to him, lowering his voice with more patience. He repeated the question fully and calmly, "You like me? How do you prove it?" Chen Wan paused, looked up, seemingly not understanding, revealing some confusion in his eyes. "Prove what?" Looking down at him from a higher position, Zhao Shen's eyes remained cold as he questioned, "Could your liking for me also be a lie?" "No. It's not." Zhao Shen said, "Then prove it." Chen Wan lifted his eyes hesitantly, meeting Zhao Shen's profound gaze, biting his lips as he struggled with frustration. I don't know how to prove it." Because he'd never intended to express it, and he hadn't sought a result, so no proof was necessary. Leaning closer, Zhao Shen was now extremely near, almost breathing onto him. His eyes focused sharply on his lips, and his voice became low and resonant. "Think about it." His voice carried a cruel undertone. "If you can prove it, I'll believe you." From this moment, Chen Wan's heartbeat began to race wildly, barely keeping his composure under control. But having hidden his feelings for so long, exposing them openly left him at a loss for how to begin. After waiting for quite some time, Zhao Shen let his thumb press lightly against Chen Wan's lips, a somewhat suggestive gesture, lowering his head even closer, nearly brushing his lips with Chen Wan's, leaving only the smallest distance for Chen Wan to close. He wanted Chen Wan to personally admit, actively prove, and break the principles that made Zhao Shen want to flare up in anger, thus giving him a choice. Stiffened all over, Chen Wan's mind went blank, and after much serious thinking, he still admitted in a disheartened tone, "I don't know." Zhao Shen sighed inwardly, softening a little and gently caressing Chen Wan's face, almost enticing or encouraging. "You don't know." Lowering his voice further, "You do. Think about it." Chen Wan's brain had already stopped working, showing confusion on his face, mixed with some shock. "Think carefully." Zhao Shen suddenly grew colder. His hand was large, strong, and warm, touching Chen Wan's lips like flipping a certain switch. Chen Wan's heart quivered as though receiving some inexplicable command or instinctive guide. A deep sense of bravery surged from within his body, trembling slightly as he gripped Zhao Shen's hand. Then, bowing his head respectfully, solemnly but cautiously, without causing offense, he lightly kissed the back of Zhao Shen's hand. It was a light kiss, fleeting, just like the fallen leaf from before, which had now drifted back beside Zhao Shen's hand. Restrained yet straightforward, restrained but passionate, pure and solemn. Zhao Shen's heart stirred for a moment, but then he felt that Chen Wan might truly not know how to prove it. So, he extended the hand that Chen Wan had kissed, directly cupping his face and covering his lips, kissing him deeply and forcefully, tightening his arms around Chen Wan's waist, causing pain. Zhao Shen completely embraced the lost leaf into his chest, embedding it in his heart, thus gaining a perfect autumn. Chen Wan's lips were soft, full, and adorable, incomparable to candy or honey, sweeter than Zhao Shen had imagined by hundreds of times. They were like some tropical fruit, juicy and sweet when bitten. The person being kissed kept his eyes open all the time. Zhao Shen didn't let go, gripping his neck with a big hand, looking deeply at him and teaching, "You should at least prove it this way, Chen Wan." Chen Wan was shocked, staring blankly at him, like gazing at a deity, unable to recover. So, the deity kissed him again. Zhao Shen's kiss was deep, long, and detailed. Chen Wan felt his heart becoming very full, almost overflowing. Every inch of his heart was soothed by the deity, and even his soul was moistened and scorched by the other's lips and tongue. Chen Wan's slightly red lips opened slightly. "You, me. Say it." Zhao Shen was very gentlemanly. Before, Zhao Shen always made the first move while Chen Wan just reacted. He was too flawless, making it hard to detect any thoughts or emotions. Zhao Shen didn't know what Chen Wan was thinking, how much Chen Wan liked him, why Chen Wan liked him but never considered being together. Chen Wan's gaze became very deep and dark, with an ambiguous obsession as he asked, "Zhao Shen, can I chase after you?" Zhao Shen fell silent, looking at him with a strange expression. Chen Wan tried to keep his voice calm and steady, speaking sincerely, "I really like you, can you let me try?" Zhao Shen still looked at him with a complex gaze, as if he couldn't understand what he said. "I'll treat you well, Zhao Shen. I'll work hard to become the best person in the world for you." Chen Wan felt that his expression didn't seem willing to agree, so he added quickly, "But I won't randomly disturb you or cling to you shamelessly. Zhao Shen. If you think it's not suitable, I'll stop immediately, okay?" No, it couldn't be done anymore. Once this opening was created, once this line was crossed, Zhao Shen would absolutely not let go, regardless of whether Zhao Shen would eventually truly fall in love with him. This had once been an untouchable deadline, but Zhao Shen's interrogation revealed his true feelings. If he didn't fight for it, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment. Chen Wan had nowhere to retreat. Finally, he raised the knife and personally cut off the shackles that had confined him for over a decade. Yet he didn't want to scare Zhao Shen. In Zhao Shen's indulgence and liking for him, he didn't know how much of it came from the bridge effect of surviving disasters and gratitude for his single-minded bravery toward him. But this small amount of liking wasn't enough for Chen Wan. As long as there was a possibility of Zhao Shen falling in love with him, Chen Wan wanted everything, Zhao Shen saw. Zhao Shen wanted to say there was no need to pursue, but Chen Wan's gaze was too earnest and persistent, as if he really liked Zhao Shen and sincerely wanted to pursue him. Zhao Shen wanted to know what it felt like to be openly favored and pursued by Chen Wan. He said, probably not that fond. Chen Wan hastily contradicted, very fond. Zhao Shen's tone was light. Previously, you also didn't think about chasing me. Previously, it wasn't suitable, Chen Wan solemnly replied. Zhao Shen neither confirmed nor denied it with a smile, looking not entirely convinced. I really like you a lot, Chen Wan was serious, as if this was the most important thing in his life, his eyebrows slightly furrowing after waiting for a while, still receiving no answer, so he stubbornly asked again, can I chase you, Zhao Shen? Zhao Shen remained silent, just watching him. Chen Wan's heart was racing wildly in his chest for a long moment without any response, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Gathering his courage once more, he asked again, Zhao Shen, can I pursue you? Zhao Shen looked at him for a while before replying, yes, but Chen Wan. Chen Wan's relief was short-lived as tension gripped him once more. Zhao Shen continued, there is something I need to clarify first. Chen Wan did not blink, hardly daring to breathe. Zhao Shen stated firmly, I don't want there to be any misunderstandings between us. I like you too, Chen Wan. Chen Wan froze, unable to move. Zhao Shen repeated clearly, I like you. Even though I haven't said it, my feelings are certainly deeper than what you imagine. Chen Wan's heart underwent a massive jolt, his breathing becoming labored and his heartbeat accelerating as something wildly grew in the barren wasteland of his heart. The sea water was blue, warm and gentle like a tidal current flowing into Chen Wan's eyes, about to drown him. But, Zhao Shen suppressed the impulse to kiss Chen Wan, caressing his face with fingers that exerted some force. In a somewhat stern tone, he declared, this time you really made me very angry. I can't easily forgive you. This matter will be hard for me to let go. A 30-minute period in a confined warehouse, 1,800 seconds, was something Zhao Shen might never forget in his life. Still not fully recovered, Chen Wan had no words of defense and only pressed his lips together. Zhao Shen tilted his chin, calmly looking at him and coldly stating, you must pursue me seriously and sincerely for me to even consider accepting you. Chen Wan nodded emphatically. Seeing how obedient he was, Zhao Shen felt that this person was different from the stubborn and isolated figure in the storage room who was both annoying and worrying. Lowering his head, he kissed him again. Chapter 57, Mount Fuji is not far. News of Zhao Shen being attacked in Ting Island spread quickly. At night, Tan Yuming and Shen Zongnian both called. Zhao Shen said that he was currently safe and would return to High City soon. Upon hearing he was fine, Tan Yuming went off to play games, while Shen Zongnian stayed online. Do you have anything else? Shen Zongnian asked, are you alright? Zhao Shen paused for a second and replied, I'm fine. Shen Zongnian then asked, I heard you were locked up by Chen Wan in a storage room. You know already. Zhao Shen responded, Chen Wan confessed to me. Zhao Shen confided in Shen Zongnian, but we're not together yet. He's pursuing me now. Shen Zongnian hung up the phone. Perhaps because of that unexpected incident, when Li Xinghui held a banquet to apologize to their group, Zhao Shen stepped out to make a work call which lasted a little longer. Chen Wan walked out with a tight face. He now resembled someone trying to catch the moon in the water, each step feeling unsure. From afar, Zhao Shen watched quietly without calling out, simply observing calmly. Chen Wan looked extremely cold when he didn't smile, as if he would immediately grab his beretta the next moment if Zhao Shen were gone. Only when Chen Wan's expression turned exceedingly serious did Zhao Shen approach from behind and tap his shoulder, looking for me. Realizing how closely he had pursued, Chen Wan worried whether Zhao Shen might find him too clingy. Thus, he said, I came out to find a place to clear my drunkenness. Zhao Shen raised his chin slightly, isn't there a rooftop? Chen Wan didn't want Zhao Shen to think he was awkward or dishonest. He sighed and admitted truthfully, I came out to find you. He immediately explained, however, not intentionally following you, just, in case. Meeting Zhao Shen's calm gaze, he added seriously, if this makes you uncomfortable. No. Zhao Shen stood close to him, hand on his shoulder, but, Due to having consumed alcohol, Zhao Shen felt a bit stuffy and loosened his tie. Chen Wan's fingers twitched slightly, wanting to help but refrained from doing so. Chen Wan, Zhao Shen said, you don't need to be so polite when pursuing me. Chen Wan had everything good about him, careful, thoughtful, gentle, and devoted to the core. But he was also very polite, too considerate of others, always prioritizing Zhao Shen's feelings in everything. But Zhao Shen didn't need all this politeness. Huh. Chen Wan still couldn't believe it was happening. It was rare for Zhao Shen to see such an expression on his face, so vivid, so spirited. Staring at him intently, Zhao Shen said, I prefer someone who is more proactive. Chen Wan immediately interjected, I am quite proactive. Really? Zhao Shen looked at him with a hint of skepticism. Doesn't seem like it. Chen Wan insisted firmly, it's true. Could you elaborate? What other kinds do you like? That earnest and passionate gaze, as if ready to capture first place no matter what standard or requirement Zhao Shenj set, made Zhao Shenj's heart both startled and softened. The stubborn seed within Zhao Shenj thrived even more, growing wildly and crazily demanding attention. After looking at Chen Wan for a while, Zhao Shenj slightly bent down, bringing his lips near Chen Wan's ear, touching and leaving lightly, his voice deep. Perhaps I like someone a bit more genuine. Chen Wan hesitated, his ears turning red. Waiting for a bit but still not seeing any response, Zhao Shenj didn't wait any longer. He directly pulled Chen Wan into his arms and began guiding him personally, almost like teaching him to cheat. For instance, if you want to call me, just call. If you want to send me a message, just send it whenever. You can also make requests. Chen Wan's shoulders shrank inward, suddenly enveloped by Zhao Shen's warm, pleasant breath. His expression became somewhat blank, with some doubt creeping in, seemingly surprised that someone like Zhao Shenj, rational and calm, could be a clingy romantic type. But Zhao Shenj determinedly looked down at him and confirmed, I like it this way. Chen Wan pondered for a moment, nodded seriously, saying, okay, all right. Finding him obedient, Zhao Shenj leaned down and gently brushed his lips against Chen Wan's, similar to encouragement. In a daze, Chen Wan experienced a kind of happiness that had never existed since birth. He didn't even know why he deserved such bliss. This unrealistic, uncertain happiness pushed him to ask involuntarily, Zhao Shenj, there should be many people chasing after you, right? No, Zhao Shenj glanced at him and replied, I don't let others chase me. Why are you letting me chase you then? Why did Chen Wan get this opportunity when he wasn't anything special? He really wanted to know, being one among countless people gazing at Mount Fuji, yet he actually touched the snow atop it. Was it because he was the most persistent, worked the hardest, feared suffering the least? After considering, Zhao Shenj replied, this question, I can only answer in the future. Chen Wan pressed his lips together, smiling faintly with a small amplitude and murmured, I feel like it's all surreal. In fact, even in his dreams, this scene had never appeared. Zhao Shenj stared at him for a moment and said, then let's make it more real. After speaking, he bent down and kissed Chen Wan deeply. Chen Wan struggled to catch his breath, closed his eyes, and cautiously lifted his hands to return the embrace around Zhao Shenj, as if holding a handful of snow, cherished, restrained, because it was his first time truly touching the snow, unsure how much strength or posture would be appropriate. He wanted to hold tightly due to deep longing and the long journey he had taken, but dared not to apply too much force for fear the snow might melt, turning into cold water in his palm or foam in his dreams. But Zhao Shen's strong kiss seemed to tell him, Mount Fuji is not far, and the moon can indeed become private property. Chen Wan felt his heart overflowing with a certain sweet bitterness, realizing that when dreams deemed unattainable suddenly come true, it's not entirely sweetness, it's mixed with sourness, a little bitterness, but with aftertaste, winding and turning endlessly, making one feel like crying. After watching Zhao Shenj from afar for 16 years without shedding a tear, Chen Wan felt a bit of nose soreness during this night when Zhao Shenj kissed him. He didn't cry, just carefully yet forcefully gripping onto Zhao Shenj's clothes, as if hoping the snow would stay forever in his palm and the moon embed itself into his heart. Feeling that Chen Wan's body kept trembling and his emotions seemed off, Zhao Shenj caressed his back patiently, waiting for him to calm down and asking, do you feel very unaccustomed? Chen Wan pressed his lips together again, feeling quite embarrassed. Zhao Shenj said, I can give you some time to adapt, but it can't be the same as before. Huh? Chen Wan, Zhao Shenj looked at him, do you like others in the same way without crossing any boundaries? Chen Wan opened his mouth, unable to defend. Zhao Shenj calmly said, what you give me is merely a bonus. Not Zhou Zhishuan's bonus, nor Tan Yoming's, or anyone else's. He lightly touched his cheek, seeming quite perplexed and somewhat accusatory with a light, tsk, murmuring, your face is so soft, yet your heart is so hard. You're not a bonus. Chen Wan furrowed his brow, sighed in his heart, yet had no starting point to argue. After pondering, he cautiously extended his hand, gently and earnestly grabbing Zhao Shenj's sleeve to comfort and promise, later, I will treat you well. Thinking it was insufficient, he added, very well, the best. Zhao Shenj remained noncommittal. The moon hung behind him, and Chen Wan thought he resembled a deity descending from afar. The deity said, Chen Wan, actually. I don't value what you give others. He slightly tilted his chin, appearing rather aloof, if you want to chase me, you have to give me what you cannot offer others. Chen Wan was mesmerized and said, Zhao Shenj, whatever you want, you can take from me. Zhao Shenj looked at him, expressionlessly, glanced away, and muttered, empty words. Chen Wan smiled again, though a determined blackness gleamed in his eyes. Li Shengwei sent someone out to find Zhao Shenj, and Zhao Shenj pulled Chen Wan into a corner. Chen Wan turned around and shielded him with his body, and once more in the darkness, Zhao Shenj kissed Chen Wan. The words from the night Zhao Shenj left the island made Chen Wan feel deeply guilty. Years of suppressed affection awakened like a volcano, but unfortunately, Chen Wan was adept at silent love, pursuing someone was his first time, so he sought help from Zhou Zhishuan, nearly scaring him to death. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? He was overwhelmed by complex feelings, unsure what to reflect on, and after contemplating, could only ask, how about it? Did you do it? Chen Wan explained, we are not together yet, I'm still chasing him. Oh, after a while, Zhou Zhishuan asked, is this a new model of dating? He had experienced countless battles but had never heard of this before. Chen Wan suddenly said, Zhou Zhishuan. That side fell silent. Chen Wan lowered his eyes and softly said, I want Monica to help me quit. I'll accompany you. Zhou Zhishuan thought for a moment and asked, are you going to tell him? No, even though several days had passed since leaving Ting Island, Chen Wan still felt a bit dazed. He had pondered countless times, do you think, why me? It can only be you. Zhou Zhishuan, recalling Chen Wan's youth until today, was sure that Zhao Shenge would never find someone who loved him more than Chen Wan. I often feel it's an illusion. It's not an illusion, Zhou Zhishuan immediately countered, speaking righteously, Zhao Shenge is completely dazzled by you. Don't doubt it. No matter how impossible it seems, it's true. You just need to boldly seize it. Whatever you do, I support you. Ji Xian, thank you. Actually, Chen Wan smiled, looking at the high-rise lights outside the office window, his eyes a pitch black, regardless if it's real or not, there's no way I'll let him go. Zhou Zhishuan, with extensive experience, offered various methods for pursuing someone. When the second assistant walked in holding a bunch of flowers, Zhao Shenge looked up from the stack of public documents accumulated over the week and raised an eyebrow. White peonies and pink hydrangeas. After appreciating them for a moment, Zhao Shenge said, help me find a vase. The scent of peonies and hydrangeas was faintly fragrant, reminding Zhao Shenge of Chen Wan's skin. Chen Wan possessed a certain magic. Before, every day was the same for Zhao Shenge, but when he was with Chen Wan, life and time became specific emotions, heartbeats, and memories, transformed into the sunset over Central District, into Cantonese opera played on typhoon nights, and the fervent desires of late nights. Some news about Zhao Shenge getting injured on Ting Island leaked, though no one knew the specifics, leading to rampant rumors circulating for a while, saying all sorts of things. Zhao Shenge attended a banquet for this purpose, directly shutting the mouths of those spreading rumors. The crown prince had been fined recently, so don't think about stirring up trouble. He hadn't appeared in public for too long, and more people came to toast him than usual. After all, it was unknown when they would see Zhao Shenge again, who kept a low profile. Zhao Shenge didn't refuse any of them, but he only took a small sip from each toast. He usually spoke little, and others dared not disturb him excessively. Chen Wan also had some business dinners, but he kept sending casual messages to keep Zhao Shenge entertained throughout the night. Chen Wan, not over yet. Zhao Shenge replied, neither too fast nor too slow, almost. Does your head still hurt? You can drink a little warm soup. Zhao Shenge, who hadn't drunk much, just a bit. Shall I pick you up? Too late, just forget it. Chen Wan sent a picture of the streetlights outside the car window, I'm here. Little cat running, JPG. Chen Wan had drunk alcohol while the driver drove, quickly arriving at the underground parking lot and stopping in an inconspicuous corner. Chen Wan's car was parked too inconspicuously, and Zhao Shenge had to search for a while before finding it. When he pulled open the back seat, Chen Wan gently smiled and stretched out his hand, Zhao Shenge. Zhao Shenge's expression was quite indifferent, standing without moving as he initially intended to get into Chen Wan's car in front of many people. But looking at Chen Wan's smile with bent eyes, Zhao Shenge placed his hand into Chen Wan's hand. Chen Wan cherished it, warming it in his hands. Zhao Shenge loosened his tie, asking softly, what are you looking at? Chen Wan gazed at him admiringly and switched to Cantonese, Zhao Shenge, you may not realize how incredibly handsome you are. Zhao Shenge turned his head and chuckled helplessly. Though not drunk, his eyes weren't as steady as usual, carrying a kind of leisurely wildness like a lazy fierce beast. He looked at Chen Wan for a while and gently embraced him onto his lap, facing him and scrutinizing him seriously for a moment. In these past few days since returning, Chen Wan's hair had grown a bit, possessing a kind of classical beauty. Zhao Shenge recalled having many figurines when he was young, but all were destroyed by Zhao Maozheng. Yet he remembered the look of every single one. If Chen Wan could be Zhao Shenge's figurine, he would definitely be the most beautiful, the most expensive, and the one Zhao Shenge played with the most. Chen Wan felt his heart pounding under Zhao Shenge's indescribable gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed but indulging in it anyway. Chen Wan didn't want the driver to see, so he raised the partition. Zhao Shenge supported his waist, keeping him from moving around and asked calmly, weren't you quite experienced in sitting in the safe warehouse? Chen Wan's face got hot. Indeed, Zhao Shenge toyed with his hands just like playing with a figurine, leaving Chen Wan obediently allowing him. Zhao Shenge slightly spread apart and then closed the index and middle fingers on Chen Wan's right hand repeatedly. Feeling ticklish, Chen Wan laughed. Zhao Shenge pressed his thumb pad there, rubbing it for a long time before lowering his eyes and muttering, how come I've never noticed before? Chen Wan felt like Zhao Shenge was playing with some small animal's paw and grabbed his hand, saying, it's originally hidden here, not easy to notice. Oh, Zhao Shenge asked, has no one else noticed? Chen Wan felt the strong beat of Zhao Shenge's heart in his palm, unable to hold back laughter as he said, who would stare at my hands? Zhao Shenge glanced at him, remaining silent. Chapter 58, Lingering Fireworks. The frequency of his heartbeat rapidly transmitted from Chen Wan's fingertips to every nerve. Chen Wan stopped smiling and suddenly said, Zhao Shenge, I've obtained the annual qualification assessment reports of Shenghui over the years. Zhao Shenge arched an eyebrow, indicating to continue. Chen Wan put both hands on his chest, grabbing the shirt that already had 2 buttons unfastened, his gaze filled with endless loyalty. It's for you. I can also find out about changes in equity. Chen Wan couldn't read the expression on Zhao Shen's face, pausing briefly before adding, if you need it. Zhao Shenge silently watched him, finding it very interesting. Shenghui specializes in crude oil and chemical processing. Fang Jian needed one of their patents, and similar technology was available overseas, but Fang Jian believed it to be unsafe. Ming Long went to negotiate, but Shenghui held firm on a price that exceeded the international market average by 3 times. That day, Chen Wan overheard Su Jiying reporting to Zhao Shenge that they were trying to crack this tough case. It's possible to coerce Shenghui using other means, but that takes time. Over the years, always walking a thin line, Chen Wan remarked, they've received quite a number of administrative penalties. If these buried scandals came to light, there would be significant impact on the company's image. Back then, without the internet, but still, Chen Wan had his ways. Zhao Shenge felt amused inside, nodding as he asked, then are you, asking for rewards? Chen Wan paused momentarily, hastily saying, not at all. He maintained a serious tone, it's not for you to agree to my pursuit. Recently, Chen Wan has been chasing Zhao Shenge seriously, greeting him morning and night, picking him up whenever going out, responding positively to any requests. His solicitous care wouldn't make anyone feel pressured. A sense of propriety, elegance and appropriateness were cultivated from long-term habits and were etched into his very bones. It wouldn't falter just because he decided to chase someone he'd secretly loved for so long and break his basic code of conduct. But as long as Zhao Shenge turned around or extended a hand, even without speaking, he would get an immediate response. People who've basked in the sun during winter could understand 1/10,000th of how it feels. Since childhood, Zhao Shenge had been placed in icy cold environments, enjoying the warmth of the sun far less than most people on Earth. Once being loved by someone like Chen Wan, it would be impossible to let go of such affection even if another person entered his life afterward. I hope you're happy, Chen Wan earnestly said, even if you don't reciprocate my feelings, it's fine. Zhao Shenge looked at him silently without speaking. Chen Wan felt somewhat embarrassed, changing the topic by asking, does your head still hurt? Tonight Zhao Shenge drank alcohol, though only slightly. Can I massage it for you? Chen Wan, Zhao Shenge stopped with both hands at his waist, staring at him for a few seconds before saying, you're really well-mannered. Chen Wan felt he might not be pleased, yet when the other leaned down, like a tamed wild beast. Chen Wan leaned forward to press his temples. His fingertips were soft, and Zhao Shenge felt they touched nerves under his skin and things in his mind, the veins in his temples throbbed more noticeably. Opening his eyes, Zhao Shenge reached out and placed his hand on Chen Wan's neck, rubbing his throat with his fingers. What a good boyish face. Who's taller between the two anyway? Zhao Shenge gently pinched his neck and gave a gentlemanly kiss near his neck, after which he gracefully and precisely bit down. Chen Wan gasped audibly, clearly sensing the sharp force of Zhao Shen's canines advancing bit by bit. Only after biting did Zhao Shenge ask, do you want it to be touched? Chen Wan panted heavily, confined by this position, completely controlled by absolute power, while every detail of Zhao Shen's features grew more stunning, tightening Zhao Shen's clothing and humbly offering himself, yes. Zhao Shenge seemed satisfied, biting once more on the already marked area but softer this time, soothing it with his tongue before letting go. The bitten spot became wet and red. Zhao Shenge touched it, pressing neither too hard nor too soft, tilting his head and looking sideways at Chen Wan with some sort of tender wickedness in his eyes. Would you give me permission even if I don't agree to your advances? Chen Wan answered, yes. Zhao Shen's gaze grew complicated, carrying a touch of pleasure as he closed his eyes briefly. Feeling this, Chen Wan shifted slightly. Both adults know that those few moments of greeting squeezed between daily schedules clearly aren't enough. Ever since returning from Ting Island, both of them have been extremely busy. An accident occurred on the scientific research ship, leading to fears of Li Jiaming's potential resurgence, causing the failing island vacation plans to fall through. Even though Chen Wan devoted all his spare time to Zhao Shenge felt it wasn't much. Both Zhao Shen's mind and body missed Chen Wan greatly. That person was usually respectful to others, yet in front of him, became submissive and compliant. Zhao Shenge thoroughly applied his innate commercial traits meant for conquests onto Chen Wan, gently touching his cheek, his calm voice gentle but also cruel, even if I allow physical intimacy, I may not necessarily reciprocate your feelings. Chen Wan reacted for a moment, nodded, and said, it's fine, you should think it over. Zhao Shenge gazed at Chen Wan for a while before starting to kiss him, but not too deeply, teasing Chen Wan to wrap around him. Though seemingly distant yet sweetly bittersweet, it surged into Chen Wan's heart like an ocean tide, encompassing every wave and storm that he cherished entirely. The Cayenne had already exited the underwater tunnel, driving past Central, and fireworks were bursting today over Victoria Harbor. The lights were dazzling, vibrant fireworks unfolded like a grand dream in the harbor's night sky, brilliant reflections shimmered in Zhao Shen's eyes. The fireworks were beautiful, but they wouldn't burn forever. Chen Wan didn't know how long he could have this, so he desperately clutched onto these fleeting glimmers of brilliance. Zhao Shenge. Leaning against the car backrest, Zhao Shenge appeared composed with a faint expression. He asked, "What is it?" Chen Wan stared straight at him, his gaze filled with resolute darkness. Out of a last bit of conscience, Zhao Shenge stopped Chen Wan. "You don't need to do that." Startled, Chen Wan seemed slightly hurt as he raised his head and softly said, "I haven't done this for anyone else." He was pristine. Zhao Shenge felt angry inside, his gaze grew darker and deeper. He grasped Chen Wan's neck, his high and mighty, expressionless appearance looked somewhat menacing, and his voice was hoarse, deliberately misinterpreting me. Shaking his head, Chen Wan held the hand that stopped him, the force so great that Zhao Shenge was slightly surprised by his earnestness and a peculiar obsession, "Because I want to." If Zhao Shenge refused, Chen Wan even considered forcing himself upon him, figuring an apology afterward would suffice. Love sometimes brings tenderness, but sometimes it warps, making a gentle person stubborn, and a harsh one softer. Chen Wan expressionlessly held his ground for a moment. Zhao Shenge looked down at him for a long time and commanded gently, "Chen Wan, come here." After what seemed a long while, from central to the hillside villa, Zhao Shenge rested lazily on the car backrest, his face emotionless as he touched Chen Wan's cheeks and lips, looking at him for a while with his eyes lowered and faintly said, "Thank you, baby Chen." Chen Wan shivered all over. This was the first time he'd heard Zhao Shenge speak Cantonese, saying something like that with a poker face, and his entire heart went numb. Zhao Shenge lowered his eyes, extending his arms to embrace Chen Wan, who retreated, saying, "No, it's unnecessary." "Too domineering, aren't you, Chen Wan?" Zhao Shenge's face carried a sense of seductive satisfaction after satiation. Glancing at him, he spoke lightly, "Can it only be given by you?" Zhao Shenge was an extremely fair businessman. Thinking it over, he slowly stroked his spine, stroke by stroke, and started teaching him how to chase again step by step. "I like things to be fair, reasonable." Whatever Chen Wan could give, Zhao Shenge gave in return. Finally lost in thought, Chen Wan collapsed into Zhao Shenge's arms. The Qian stopped in the underground garage. Zhao Shenge covered Chen Wan with his coat, intending to carry him out of the car, but Chen Wan held onto him, his eyes still holding misty moisture, reminding him, "Zhao Shenge, right now, I'm the one chasing you, remember?" But if Zhao Shenge kept indulging him like this, Chen Wan would become emboldened and push further. Zhao Shenge didn't answer anything, just asking him, "Are you coming?" Chen Wan said yes, but he didn't let Zhao Shenge carry him. So Zhao Shenge simply took his hand, and despite it being their first visit, Zhao Shenge made it seem so natural that any daring paparazzi nearby could write an article titled, "Prince of the Sea City and his male lover walking hand in hand late at night into their coastal love nest." Zhao Shenge owned many properties, and Chen Wan had already seen this property on Garden Hill many times during video conferences. The floor-to-ceiling windows were large, some books scattered on the carpet, the floor lamp turned on by sensor, and unfinished tea lay on the coffee table. It was Taiping Hokue tea. Probably because there was so much work piled up after returning from Ting Island, working late every day. Zhao Shenge said, "I'm going to take a shower." However, after saying it, he didn't move immediately but instead looked very calmly at Chen Wan. Chen Wan said, "Let me help you, okay?" Zhao Shenge didn't say anything, just turned and walked into the bathroom. So Chen Wan followed him in. Zhao Shenge was very quiet while taking a shower, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, resting in a manner that exuded a cold sensuality. Chen Wan helped him wash his face and hair, during which he obediently allowed it, making Chen Wan think of some large feline predator, powerful aura, majestic, but now docile and harmless, completely different from the man who had been commanding in the car just moments ago. Chen Wan quietly observed him, his hand reaching toward Zhao Shenge's waist and abdomen. Zhao Shenge lazily lifted his eyelids and gazed at him, and Chen Wan looked back with eyes glowing with an odd, obsessive light. Zhao Shenge admired him for a while, then lightly touched his face as if asking concernedly, "Why are you so excited?" Chen Wan's body didn't align with his usually mild-mannered surface or character. Chen Wan trembled slightly, his gaze filled with sincerity and infatuation. "Zhao Shenge." Zhao Shenge's nose brushed against his, sniffing him, faintly replying with a soft, Chen Wan seemed to also feel his request was somewhat unreasonable. "Although I haven't really caught up with you yet, can we do it tonight?" Chen Wan used to want nothing, but Zhao Shenge lured him step by step, feeding him little tastes of sweetness until greed started to creep into his heart. Trying to hold on to the lingering warmth of the Victoria Harbor fireworks. "Didn't we just do it? Why are you so anxious?" Zhao Shenge scrutinized Chen Wan, gently stepping on his foot. Chen Wan's heart skipped a beat, his toes turning red as they curled, yet his gaze remained abnormally determined. "If in the future I really don't catch up with you, there won't be another chance." A low chuckle emerged from Zhao Shenge's chest, as if mocking his childishness. "Chen Wan, playing the victim card?" Chen Wan stubbornly said, "It's not the victim card, and I'm not asking you to take responsibility." Zhao Shenge wiped the water off his face and pushed him away, calmly saying, "No." Though Chen Wan had already treated Zhao Shenge as best as possible, practically ready to give his whole heart away, Zhao Shenge wanted more than that. Disappointed, Chen Wan heard Zhao Shenge say, "Nothing special." Zhao Shenge had no lovers, even Tan Yuming rarely came here. Chen Wan blinked and said, I do. Zhao Shen's pupils fluttered slightly, narrowing his eyes. Did you bring a condom to meet me? Chen Wan's straightforwardness contained a peaceful obstinacy and resolution. Not just for meeting you, every time I see you, I carry one with me. Since Zhao Shen agreed to let him pursue him, Chen Wan was very honest and reasonable. Opportunities are given to those who prepare. Tonight wasn't it being waited for? Zhao Shen laughed wryly. Anyone else would seem calculating, but with Chen Wan, Zhao Shen thought it only showed how strongly attracted he was to him. He asked, Chen Wan, do you really want to do it with me? Since adolescence, Zhao Shen had been the theme of his dreams. Zhao Shen's nature was inherently wicked, tenderly yet condescendingly. Let me remind you once again, doing it doesn't necessarily mean I will truly accept you. Chapter 59, Fear of Sunrise. Zhao Shen was very domineering, but not without tenderness. He personally set off many fireworks for Chen Wan. More splendid than the fireworks at the harbor, Chen Wan cherished them, as if his life had only this night's brilliance. Once they were burned out, they'd be gone forever. Hugging his only floating timber, breathing rapidly, many images and scenes flickered through his mind: the deep blue night sea on the deck, the rugby field and swimming pool at Inghua headquarters, fireflies on Gadori Hill, and the fence on Little Lawn Mountain. Times were jumbled, but all led to Zhao Shen. The person lighting the fire gripped his neck tightly, his chest rising and falling, his voice hoarse. Chen Wan, why do you place me so high? Am I a decoration? Chen Wan stared wide-eyed at his face. I understand now, you're not. Zhao Shen was real, tangible. Zhao Shen expressionless, tightening his grip further. Looks like you still don't quite get it. Chen Wan nearly suffocated. I know. Zhao Shen became less aggressive then, touching his face and looking at him with a deep and complex gaze that could be described as pity and timeless devotion. Until this moment, Chen Wan had never been gazed at with such eyes, a gaze that made his heart feel as if it were growing new flesh and blood inch by inch. Zhao Shen. At the first light of dawn, with the slightest movement from Chen Wan, Zhao Shen woke up too. He seemed grumpy upon waking, burying his face into Chen Wan's neck impatiently. But when Chen Wan gently patted his back, he froze, his hand subconsciously wrapped around Chen Wan's waist, like a wild beast defending its prey. It somewhat surprised Chen Wan that Zhao Shen, so steady and powerful, would need so much affection and comfort after what they had just done. If Chen Wan slightly pulled away, Zhao Shen would instinctively furrow his brows. So Chen Wan didn't move, gently patting his back or caressing his hair. Zhao Shen was like a wolf returning to its warm nest, content to fall into a deep sleep. At such moments, Chen Wan truly wished he could dig out the softest, sweetest part of his heart and offer it for Zhao Shen to bite, to do with as he pleased. Chen Wan quietly looked at Zhao Shen's face, finding it similar to how he had been as a child, but not quite the same. When Zhao Shen opened his eyes, Chen Wan was shielding the sunlight for him with his hand. The bed curtains, not properly closed in the heat of last night, let in rays of sunlight. Zhao Shen hadn't slept soundly, and when Chen Wan wanted to adjust the curtain, Zhao Shen, ever perceptive, placed his hand over Chen Wan's soft palm, covering his eyes comfortably, like a cotton blanket. Zhao Shen didn't know how long Chen Wan had held that pose, but outside the window, the sun had risen high, sprinkling golden spots across the sea. In the golden morning light, Zhao Shen realized two things. First, Chen Wan must truly love Zhao Shen. Second, Zhao Shen held absolute sovereignty in Chen Wan's heart. After Zhao Shen fully regained his composure, that tender side vanished, reverting to his usual self, restrained, steady, and reliable. He sat up against the headboard and said to Chen Wan, come here. Chen Wan obediently leaned over, allowing Zhao Shen to check his forehead. There was no fever, but last night's activities had indeed been extreme. Zhao Shen's arms were longer and stronger than Chen Wan had imagined in his dreams, more sensual, and provided even greater security. Chen Wan sneaked a touch, and Zhao Shen asked, what? Chen Wan shook his head and questioned, you're still keeping this? The Cartier lighter was on the bedside table, next to a few books. Zhao Shen hummed, picked it up, lit a cigarette, and bit down on it. Relaxed against the headboard with a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips, Zhao Shen looked very nonchalant, yet incredibly sexy. Chen Wan watched him intently without looking away, his dark eyes wide. Glancing at Chen Wan, Zhao Shen handed the cigarette over to him. Chen Wan did not take it directly, instead opening his lips and softly nibbling the cigarette filter right from Zhao Shen's hand. Zhao Shen raised an eyebrow but patiently held the cigarette, brushing his dry lips with his fingertips as he waited for Chen Wan to exhale a ring of smoke before putting the cigarette back in his own mouth. In the dim room, the firelight glowed orange-red. The two quietly shared a single cigarette. Chen Wan asked, shall we get up? Zhao Shen had no schedule in the morning, but Fang Jian had mentioned needing both Zhao Shen and Su Jiying for something in the afternoon. The scientific exploration model for Ting Island was established, and tasks had already been assigned to Chen Wan by Fang Jian. As Chen Wan reminded him, he seized the opportunity to sneak another touch of Zhao Shen's arm. But Zhao Shen swiftly grabbed his wrist in return, muttering, that's the second time, Chen Wan. Was he really thinking that Zhao Shen hadn't noticed? Chen Wan blinked, saying, I just wanted to check. And with that, he silently recorded the wrist size and finger measurements. Zhao Shenj paid it no mind, letting out a faint chuckle. Then he threw off the covers, stepping down from the bed. Not bothering to dress properly, he walked barefoot into the bathroom. Worried about him catching a chill, Chen Wan fetched a bathrobe and draped it over his shoulders. Zhao Shenj. While brushing his teeth, Chen Wan checked the brand of Zhao Shenj's aftershave lotion. Lunch had already been prepared downstairs. Seeing the housekeeper leave, Chen Wan stiffened slightly. After realizing who she was, he blushed at last night's boldness and whispered, "So Auntie works for your family?" "Aha. You sent her to the hospital to look after me then?" He was astonished. "Aha." Zhao Shenj stared at him quietly. "What do you think the reason is?" Chen Wan said, "I don't know." In his understanding, he and Zhao Shenj could only be considered as acquaintances at that time. Having someone I don't know take care of you won't work. Zhao Shenj glanced at him and pointed out bluntly, "Chen Wan, you're good at taking care of others, but not yourself." Chen Wan was startled for a moment and suddenly felt warm. It was the warmth from when he was hospitalized, which Chen Wan received late. It might also be because the fireworks from last night in Victoria Harbor had stayed in his body, warming his heart. Zhao Shenj got up and took their used tableware to the dishwasher in the kitchen. Suddenly, Chen Wan pulled him back, looked up, and directly asked, "Zhao Shenj, do you think I did well last night? Did you like it?" His expression was very serious, without a trace of a smile, as if he must get an answer. Uncommonly seeing such straightforwardness from Chen Wan, Zhao Shenj raised an eyebrow and pondered, then counter-questioned instead of answering, "Chen Wan, do you think I did well last night? Did you like it?" When Chen Wan asked the question, he was quite bold, but when questioned himself, he hesitated and grew embarrassed, feeling slightly speechless, not knowing how he even managed to blurt out those words. Zhao Shenj didn't press him further, and went to the kitchen. When he came out, he stood before him, leaned down, looked into his eyes, and earnestly said, "Chen Wan, you're incomparable." Chen Wan's face turned red instantly. His heart thumped loudly, and his hands tightened. With his head tilted sideways appreciating for a moment, Zhao Shenj bent down to kiss his lips, which were redder than his flushed face. Zhao Shenj's expression was indifferent and calm, but his arms were tight. His detached demeanor contrasted greatly with some of his intimate actions, which were very alluring. Chen Wan was bitten a little painfully and moved closer, entwining with him. Zhao Shenj lightly pressed on his shoulders and said, "Chen Wan, we need to leave." Fang Jian had already sent many documents in the group chat. Chen Wan saw Zhao Shenj off to Minglong. As they left, Chen Wan bent down to fetch Zhao Shenj's leather shoes from the shoe cabinet. Zhao Shenj pulled him up, mimicked his gesture, bent down to take out Chen Wan's leather shoes from the cabinet, and placed them by his feet. Startled and puzzled, Chen Wan stared at Zhao Shenj, who pointed at him and said, "Chen Wan, if you keep doing this, we'll have to do it again right here." Chen Wan opened his mouth, wondering how Zhao Shenj could say such things so naturally. Yet, he forgot, it was himself yesterday who admitted bringing condoms each time he picked Zhao Shenj up. They drove along the same central elevated road as last night. In daylight, the Victoria Harbor lacked fireworks, but the layers of light shadows had already etched themselves in Chen Wan's heart. All along the way, blue bilingual road signs stood tall, turning right led to Queen's Road, while straight ahead led to St. Paul's Cathedral. Every time Chen Wan drove through this road henceforth, he would surely recall Zhao Shenj holding his hand at Admiralty, kissing his lips at Fend Alley Street, and saying thanks at Pak Fu Lam. The autumn in the coastal city was very brief. The sea wasn't as clear as in summer, but the sky was blue. The Cross Harbor Tunnel experienced no traffic jam, and the Cantopop radio station played Mailman today. The Kayan arrived at Minglong as the line, watching butterflies failing to fly across the horizon, played. Chen Wan held the steering wheel with one hand, smiled through the lowered car window, and waved goodbye. The post-autumn sunlight lazily bathed him, imbuing his entire person with a golden, sweet warmth radiating from his eyebrows and eyes' tails. Taking a few steps, Zhao Shenj walked back, bent over, and spoke through the car window, "Chen Wan." The radio sang, "You are thousands of piles of snow, I am the long street, fearing once the sun rises, we will dissolve each other." Zhao Shenj looked at his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Do you remember what I said in your ear when last night ended?" Stunned for a moment, a bit of heat rose behind Chen Wan's ears, but his face remained calm. He was always utterly honest with Zhao Shenj, obedient to a fault, except this one time. He raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "What did you say?" Zhao Shenj also arched an eyebrow, stared at him for a while, straightened his body, inserted his hands into his pockets, and said, "If you didn't hear, then we'll talk about it next time when we're doing it." Chen Wan smiled helplessly, gazed at his retreating figure, and thought to himself, maybe it's better if I say it this time. On the way back to Kusyang, they passed by a flower shop. However, there were only hydrangeas and no peonies, it was no longer their season. Chen Wan went to the next one. The grapes had ripened, and Chen Wan tasted them personally. He wondered if this counted as pursuing Zhao Shenj. Chen Wan recalled again the phrase, "You're incomparable." Incomparable meant unique, the best, the most beautiful. Chen Wan was quite traditional, declarations of love must be serious, formal, and grand. Whatever others had, Zhao Shen should have more than anyone else. Fortunately, the next flower shop had peonies. Chen Wan picked a bouquet and also asked for stationery, writing everything he wanted to tell Zhao Shen on it. Zhao Shen would surely be greatly surprised. He thought about it like this, holding the flowers as he walked out, just as a flock of pigeons flew up from the purple square, heading toward the free blue sky. Chen Wan curved his lips into a smile, got in the car, turned the key, and the radio had already reached Key Lo Levi's reply, but it was no longer filled with sorrow. Knowing we are separated by space, I still put my admiration in an envelope every day. Now that the letter was full, it was almost time to send it. Chen Wan meticulously adjusted the flower wrapping, then his phone rang, and he picked it up for a glance. After a long pause, Chen Wan turned off the engine. Outside the window, the flock of pigeons had spiraled down and hadn't flown any higher, leaving him a bit regretful as he placed the flowers on the passenger seat and searched the car for a moment. He pulled out a medicine box and swallowed a few calming pills. Chapter 60, Pulling out the firewood from under the pot. The autumn sunlight wasn't intense, but it was dry. The flowers that weren't taken out of the car stayed on the passenger seat. After being warmed by the sun, they quickly curled up at the edges with a little yellowing. That letter had been hastily shoved back into the car compartment with the medicine box. Chen Wan walked into Taiji Tower and waited in the lobby for nearly 2 hours. The receptionist started to feel a bit awkward and offered another cup of coffee. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Gu has been very busy recently." Chen Wan smiled amicably and said, "It's fine." He didn't know if Gu Shi was genuinely busy, but deliberately making him wait was certainly true. Chen Wan wasn't angry. Song Qingmiao was the one who erred first, hooking up with Meng Yuanxiong, Gu Shi's son-in-law. After flipping through the photos sent to his email by Liao Quan, Chen Wan experienced a moment of blankness. The two entered luxury stores on Queen's Road together, and there were also photos of them drinking on a cruise ship, things they thought were hidden but were actually obvious. Chen Wan had closely watched Song Qingmiao's accounts and asset movements, keeping tabs on her and Xie Jiajian's activities, but never expected it to be Meng Yuanxiong. Xie Jiajian was a shareholder of Rongxin, but Meng Yuanxiong had never crossed Chen Wan's line of sight. More importantly, Meng Yuanxiong was the husband of the eldest daughter of the Gu family in Taiji Group. At this moment, Chen Wan finally realized that Song Qingmiao wasn't as innocent as he had imagined. Her shrewdness was all used against him, she at least knew how to deceive him effectively. Thinking about it, their relationship as mother and son was truly pathetic. Chen Wan sent people to spy on Song Qingmiao, while Song Qingmiao treated Chen Wan like a paparazzi. Before visiting Taiji, Chen Wan first met the person who sent the email. "I heard the Baoli Bay Pier and Sea Oil Channel project is scheduled to go public at year-end, and Awan will be part of the roadshow team." Liao Quan grinned as he poured tea for him. Chen Wan didn't touch it, leaning against the chair back coldly saying, "Liao Quan, do you want your fingers clipped again?" Liao Quan sighed with admiration, "You haven't changed, your temper is exactly the same as when you were a child." Chen Wan restrained the nausea brought by those memories, lit a cigarette, and nodded, "Yes, exterminating the obstructive ones completely, that point is indeed accurate. But children throwing tantrums can be locked away in Xiaolan Mountain for a few years, and grown-ups throwing tantrums," Liao Quan openly threatened him, "means letting investors freely watch the scandal of the lead creative team member's mother committing adultery. Habitual third-wheeling, a poor man playing the prince, cheating, affairs, these kinds of scandals over wealthy family disputes are always the juiciest gossip for the public nowadays." Chen Wan's gaze was as cold as a blade's edge, but Liao Quan found it particularly appealing. Chen Wan. His eyes were subtly between that of a junior and a lover, scanning him. "Do you look at Zhao Shen this way too? Did he take advantage of you? How many times did it take to get this project, trading favors for sex? You really surpass your mother, rising above blue and even greener." Chen Wan pinched his cigarette, pointing directly at Liao Quan with only a few centimeters between them, and the cigarette but would have directly been inserted into his nostril if it were a bit closer. "Clean up your mouth." Liao Quan was startled, stepping back and raising both hands in surrender, laughing shamelessly, "Isn't it true? You're so precious, nobody else can touch you except him. Does Zhao Shen know you were locked up in Xiaolan Mountain?" Xiaolan Mountain was the mental asylum of High City, housing special patients such as officials' mistresses, illegitimate children, and mentally ill celebrities. How many of these people were truly insane, how many pretended to be, and how many went mad after being admitted, nobody knew. Called an asylum, but when High City's people mentioned it, their tone was always quite subtle. It was notorious for sexual scandals, filled with unmentionable, unspeakable people, adding mystery and ambiguity to this closed island. The bitterness of the pill rose in the bottom of Chen Wan's tongue, yet he didn't lose his composure. Liao Quan watched him remain the same icy and unreachable figure from his childhood, turning his eyes. "What if the scandal about your mother affects the listing and roadshow of Baoli Bay and the Sea Oil Tunnel project? Would Zhao Shen still want you?" How could he explain to the shareholders? Chen Wan stayed very calm, not giving him more reactions. But Liao Quan had to break his facade of calmness. Chen Wan never showed any other expressions toward him, not even extreme emotions. "Oh, Meng Yuanxiong gave your mom a piece of antique, pigeon blood ruby from the 17th century, priced to buy a plot of land in Central through Swiss banks. How could he possibly have so much money? When his wife Gu Shi traces it back, how could investors and officials believe there are no issues with your financial statements? Chen Wan threw the pictures on the table, smirking, so that's all you got. What can a few photos prove? It wasn't hotel naked photos or some deathblow evidence. For this kind of thing, do we need to prove anything? All it takes is public opinion. Liao Quan laughed, you know your mom's reputation. If these photos leak, your dad will deal with her. Meng Yuanxiong's wife is the eldest daughter of Taiji Group, Gushi. You know her better than me. The credit of Zhao Shen's project will be ruined because of a sex scandal. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, this is enough. Chen Wan didn't bother with his nonsense, asking directly, is this your intention or Chen family's? Liao Quan didn't expect his mind to work so fast, squinting his eyes, indeed, your father also wants to have a chat with you. However, I've taken the first step since I think my chips are just a bit stronger than his. Chen Bingxin had a hold over Chen Wan's weak spot, Song Qingmiao, while he held Song Qingmiao's. Chen Wan raised his chin, what do you want? Liao Quan didn't beat around the bush, laying out his cards, I want to be your building materials supplier. Recently, infighting in the Chen family had become increasingly fierce, with the main house monopolizing power and eating away at their second house equity, making their status more marginal. Nowadays, with the poor economy, the pie was already small, and they could only expand resources externally, otherwise, they'd be played dead by the main and third houses. Minglong was the biggest ship in High City, no matter what, he had to hitch onto it. Chen Wan sneered, a dreamer's talk. Ah Wan, stop pretending with me, being their transit transportation, this permission is something you could obtain, right? Or is your pillow talk not effective? And, Liao Quan leisurely poured him another cup of tea, if I don't come find you now, your dad will be preparing to talk to you. Rongxin is not what it used to be, nepotism, fighting for power, looking good on the outside but weak inside. Tingdao's affairs may be hidden well, but some rumors will spread anyway. Chen Bingxin knowing that Chen Wan had hooked up with Zhao Shenj was inevitable. But, he won't give you anything, you know the type of person he is, right? It's better to cooperate with me, isn't it? Chen Wan was eerily calm for someone being threatened, what can I gain from cooperating with you? I can ensure these photos only exist in my possession. Once we win the bid, I'll destroy them without keeping backups, Liao Quan persuaded him, moreover, the best way to guarantee this matter is fully suppressed is to pull me aboard Zhao Shen's ship. With mutual interests, our fates are intertwined. A rise together, a fall together, I certainly can't ruin my own meal ticket, right? Chen Wan's eyes looked dim, neither refuting nor speaking. It wasn't until the other party got impatient that he said, your stuff isn't worth this price. Liao Quan's expression turned serious as Chen Wan added, I want 6% of Rongxin's scattered shares, not options. 6%. Liao Quan's voice rose. What do you need shares for? Chen Wan had always been on the fringes of the internal struggles within the Chen family and had never shown any ambition for Rongxin. Do you think you can get things done without any benefit? Stop daydreaming, Chen Wan pressed out his cigarette and directly stated, photos and shares, take it or leave it, Liao Quan, weigh your own importance. Do you really think you'll stay out of trouble if you leak these things? You interfere with Zhao Shen's project, and he could crush you with a single finger snap. Liao Quan stared at him quietly. The wolf cub had grown stronger, sharper than before. Though he came to threaten Chen Wan, every move was countered. After a moment, he said, 6% is too high. I don't have enough funds to gather that many scattered shares. Then we're done talking. Chen Wan stood up to leave. There was no way Liao Quan wouldn't be able to manipulate behind the scenes in the boardroom if he truly wanted to. Liao Quan called out anxiously, wait. Chen Wan continued to put on his coat. I could try for 4%. Chen Wan looked at him indifferently, and Liao Quan gave in, 5%. Get it first. As Chen Wan passed by Liao Quan, he suddenly pointed the Beretta gun handle against Liao Quan's back. His fingertips pressed against the insignia engraved to represent Zhao Shenj. The gun was cold, but Chen Wan's hand was warm, like someone else's hand gripped it tightly, giving him endless strength and confidence. With a frosty glare, Chen Wan warned, if you try to trick me, the bullet will pierce your back just like the scissors did to your palm 19 years ago. Liao Quan immediately broke out in cold sweat, raising his hands repeatedly saying, I won't, I won't. Chen Wan seemed more unhinged than ever, pulling out a gun to intimidate people in broad daylight. He didn't doubt that if he refused, blood would spill or he'd end up decapitated in some deep night. I'll figure something out. Shares, I'll find a way. Though Liao Quan appeared to be threatening Chen Wan, he was actually cornered, knowing no one would risk ruining Zhao Shen's projects. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Wan would immediately confront Meng Yuanxiong's wife Gushi at Taiji. Chen Wan patiently waited in the hall for a long time just to appease Gushi, until the receptionist finally invited him upstairs. Gushi hailed from a distinguished family, one of the top female leaders in High City, over 40 years old but still commanding presence. She didn't continue to challenge him, the young talent. Mr. Chen must have something extremely important to say if he insisted on seeing me. Chen Wan humbly placed his gift on her guest table, I'd like to discuss the acquisition of Rongxin shares with Ms. Gu. Guxi's gaze shifted from disdain to more seriousness, what Mr. Chen is saying, I don't quite understand. Chen Wan smiled. Only fools like Liao Quan would truly believe Song Qingmiao's affair with Meng Yuanxiong could be hidden from the world. Meng Yuanxiong, who relied on his wife for upward mobility, was too cowardly to directly give Song Qingmiao a massive antique pigeon blood ruby. If his guess was correct, Meng Yuanxiong was intentionally set as bait by Guxi. She had her eyes on Rongxin's shares, and Song Qingmiao was a perfect opening into the chaos of the Chen household. Song Qingmiao might be out of favor now, but earlier when Chen Bingxin pursued her, she did receive some shares. This made Song Qingmiao feel she still held potential. From what Chen Wan knew, Guxi and Meng Yuanxiong's marriage had already deteriorated to a mere formality, and Guxi had plenty of male companions outside. She was far beyond caring about a useless husband. What mattered to her was expanding the Gu family's business empire. Still, no matter how you slice it, Song Qingmiao was wrong here. So Chen Wan came to apologize, respectful yet cryptic, hinting that he knew she had an ulterior motive behind the setup, making her seem less innocent. The first collector of the opal pigeon blood auctioned off by Mr. Meng was a Swedish lady, Madame Camel, who used to be a governess in the Gu family. Guxi's tone turned dismissive and meaningful. It's in your mother's possession now. Even though Chen Wan had come fully prepared psychologically, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Over the years, he had cleaned up many of Song Qingmiao's messes, apologizing in person, paying off gambling debts, dealing with internal and external conflicts, all of which made him more skilled and improved his mental resilience. Yet, it was never something glorious, and as a person, he still maintained basic moral standards and self-respect. Yes, to show my apology, Chen Wan is willing to offer Ms. Gu some help. Guxi examined him. Song Qingmiao may not have been very bright, but she had raised a smart and filial son. Your purpose? Chen Wan looked at her and said, I hope that before those photos are exposed, Ms. Gu could issue a report under Taiji's name, saying that you invited my mother to visit Taiji's newly opened flagship store, as well as celebrating on the cruise ship, with Mr. Meng as an escort. None of the photos contained overly explicit actions, even the intimate ones could be explained as friendly gestures. Take the initiative. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. From the start, Chen Wan didn't trust Liao Quan. Even if he destroyed the evidence as promised, this matter absolutely wouldn't stay hidden forever. He had to dismantle this potential crisis from its root. Only by striking first could he control the narrative. Whether entering luxury stores or enjoying 2 nights of revelry in high city, these were all portrayed as friendly exchanges between aristocratic young women, with Meng Yuanxiong merely accompanying them. Any subsequent exposure would then fail to create much fuss once the nature of things had been established, and the project wouldn't be affected. This kind of ambiguous matter mostly depended on the attitude of the original spouse. Is that all? Guxi didn't think this condition was worth exchanging for Rongxin shares. That's all. Chen Wan let her scrutinize him freely. You really are filial, but, Guxi inspected him and smiled, young man, you're not just trying to save your mother, are you? You want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and reap the benefits afterward. Chen Wan didn't deny it. Anyone who plotted against Zhao Shenj had only one path in Chen Wan's mind, dead end. Guxi wasn't concerned, but why should I believe you? You're not in the center of power at Rongxin. She hadn't even heard of Chen Wan until recently when news about Zhao Shenj surfaced in Qingdao. Because I'm more useful than Meng Yuanxiong, Chen Wan said, the younger generation is willing to handle 2 points up front as a sign of sincerity, and then Ms. Gu can decide whether or not to cooperate with me later. Guxi had remained steady amidst wolves and tigers in high city for many years, sharp-minded. I am a simple businessman, and I don't do illegal activities. Chen Wan said, neither do I. That was something for Liao Quan to worry about, not him. All he needed to ensure was that Guxi appeared as a benevolent third party. I'll give you a week's deadline, Guxi said. Thank you, Ms. Gu. After the science conference ended for the day, Fang Jian had released quite a few new topics recently, making the tasks heavier as the projects progressed. Chen Wan walked into Han Jin's office and closed the door. Quit the partnership. Chen Wan handed him a cigarette to calm him down, it's nothing serious. I will continue to participate in the research behind the scenes. Just don't let my name appear on the patents and project documents anymore. Han Jin stared at him in shock. Chen Wan explained the situation while smoking, his expression indifferent and somewhat cruel. Eliminating the source is the best approach. Han Jin waved his hand, Zhao Shenj controls High City entirely. Dealing with people like them is. Brother Jin, these 2 projects involve red-headed documents, state-owned capital, and people's livelihood. The money part is minor, but public credibility and social image matter greatly. And, it's not because of this single incident, Chen Wan pressed out the ash. These issues arose because of me, so it's naturally my responsibility to resolve them. It wouldn't take long before Chen Bingxin would also come looking for him. Since he had already gotten entangled in this murky water, no matter how much Liao Quan promised, or whether Guxi helped him or not, Chen Wan couldn't completely feel at ease. Chen Wan certainly knew that Zhao Shenj was powerful, and all these petty tricks wouldn't amount to anything in front of him. Not to mention whether Liao Quan really stirred up any trouble, even getting media coverage would be questionable. But regarding matters involving Zhao Shenj, Chen Wan wouldn't harbor a sliver or leave the slightest loophole. The most foolproof method was eliminating the source. Before the incident occurred, Chen Wan directly withdrew from the project, completely cutting all ties. No matter what happened afterward, it would have nothing to do with Minglong or the project. Times are precarious, so as a precaution, I cannot afford to make even the slightest mistake. Besides, Chen Wan exhaled a ring of smoke, which obscured his shadowy expression. This time, I'm going to crush them utterly. Like pressing fallen leaves into the mud or stepping on ants underfoot, he had to eliminate the root and leave no remnant alive to achieve total peace of mind. Since they dared to threaten Chen Wan, if there was one time, there could be another. As long as Chen Wan continued pursuing Zhao Shenzh or wanted to stay together with him, anyone could take a piece of Zhao Shenzh's blood, tear off a chunk of his flesh, endlessly. But once he backed out, he would be fearless against those still in power. Whatever Chen Wan did would then have nothing to do with Kuxiang Company, nothing to do with the Bailawan project, and nothing to do with Zhao Shenzh. Anyone who dared to scheme against Zhao Shenzh deserved nothing less than death in Chen Wan's eyes. Good, yeah, I'm going to crush them. Chen Wan repeated this softly, his tone light, but his eyes darkened. Han Jin looked at his expression and felt alarmed deep down. Chen Wan's methods were known to him, yet he still opposed. Kuxiang is the skyscraper you built brick by brick with your own hands. It's your entire life's work. You know how hard these years have been. To secure their first business deal, Chen Wan drank until he caused stomach bleeding. He collapsed due to heatstroke after attending 4 exhibitions in 2 days but didn't go to the hospital. He flattered deliberately difficult clients with smiles and endured oppression from competitive rivals step by step, fighting through countless challenges. Seeing Han Jin's grievance and deep concerns, Chen Wan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Jin, I am only temporarily stepping back. I'm not giving up entirely. Once everything is resolved, I can come back more relaxed, isn't that better? All these current entanglements and attachments had turned into weak points, making him vulnerable to manipulation. Chen Wan was unusually determined and refused to listen to anyone's advice regarding Zhao Shenzh. After standing in opposition for some time, Han Jin finally said quietly, your position at Kuxiang will always be reserved for you, along with your share of dividends. Even though we can't record it on the books, I will definitely ensure you get every cent in other ways. I appreciate the thought, but it's unnecessary, Chen Wan reminded his soon-to-be former partner, someone especially skilled at skirting the law. Just don't create fake accounts recklessly. Make sure to follow the rules. Chapter 61, Full Moon Course. Han Jin looked at him with mixed feelings. Chen Wan, however, did not feel particularly regretful but instead felt as if a great burden had been lifted from his heart. As long as Zhao Shenzh wasn't implicated, he could do anything without reservation. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Chen Wan opened it to see, the other party has retracted a message. Chen Wan's nerves, which had been tense for the past couple of days, suddenly relaxed. Chen Wan sent, Kitty Peak JPG. Zhao Shenzh didn't respond, so Chen Wan asked again, what did you send? Kitty wants to know JPG. Zhao Shenzh replied, it was a mistake. Chen Wan pursed his lips and asked, are you still working? After a while, an image without any context appeared, a wooden office desk, a corner of a nameplate, probably from a meeting room. Chen Wan said, are you having a meeting? Should I pick you up? Zhao Shenzh declined. However, Chen Wan had already decided to go anyway. Upon enlarging the photo, the logo and document print details revealed not only the time and location of the meeting but also the floor and meeting room number. Still, he made a polite request just for formality, Kitty pleads JPG. The meeting seemed ongoing since Zhao Shenzh took quite some time to reply, it will be late. Chen Wan kept scrolling down in his sticker pack. Originally, he rarely used emoticons, but now he had a whole library courtesy of Zhuo Zhishuan, who contributed these out of friendship upon learning about Chen Wan's pursuit. Chen Wan searched for a long time before finally finding one that seemed appropriate, Kitty it's okay JPG. Zhao Shenzh. After a while, Zhao Shenzh replied, Realizing his lack of proper emoticons to accurately express his emotions and thoughts, Chen Wan hesitated but finally settled on, Kitty loves you JPG. After sending it, he briefly considered retracting it, deeming it insufficiently mature, but eventually let it stand. As he was about to leave, Chen Wan said, Good Jin, do you have any stickers or emoticons in your phone? What? Still caught up in his emotions, Han Jin was momentarily dazed. If you have any, send them all to me. Chen Wan opened the door and requested rather pickily, preferably something like cats. Thanks. He thought sending cat emoticons might increase the chance of Zhao Shenzh replying more frequently. When Zhao Shenzh reached the building's lobby after the meeting, Chen Wan was leaning against the door of his Cayenne, waiting for him. Not playing with his phone, hands in his pockets, he waited quietly, seemingly lost in thought, his eyes calm without a trace of impatience. The autumn wind ruffled the hem of his long coat, scattering a few osmanthus petals behind him, making everything around seem suddenly serene. From where Zhao Shenzh stood, he felt as if he could smell the fragrance of the Dan Gui flowers lingering on Chen Wan's clothes. After watching him for a moment in silence, Zhao Shenzh finally approached. Chen Wan greeted him with a slight curve of his eyes and said, Done. These days, Bailawan was preparing to enter the final stage of the project proposal, and Fang Jian seemed determined to torment everyone every day. Chen Wan courteously opened the car door for Zhao Shenzh and said, Get in, I'll take you home. Zhao Shenzh looked at him and replied, I'll drive. Huh? Zhao Shen's gaze was steady. He tilted his head slightly and softly asked, do you feel a bit tired? Chen Wan slightly startled. His fingers twitched. He hadn't felt it when Liao Quan threatened him, nor did he feel wronged while waiting for Gushi for several hours in the hotel lobby. Even when Song Qingmiao called and they had a loud argument that left him numb, he wasn't particularly sad. But within less than a minute of meeting Zhao Shen, he immediately noticed, do you feel a little tired? Chen Wan suddenly felt an indescribable sensation, something akin to having a hand gently squeeze his heart. It was similar to some kind of warm reassurance, safe. He hadn't experienced this feeling much before, so it seemed strange, let alone coming from Zhao Shen. Chen Wan smiled a little while lowering his head, then lifted it again and said, Zhao Shen. Do you treat all your suitors this nicely? There are no suitors. Zhao Shen looked at him and replied, I've already said not to let anyone pursue me. Oh, Zhao Shen added, the one who seems least capable. Chen Wan laughed again, fine, I'll let you drive. He took out the keys from his pocket and tossed them lightly, which Zhao Shen caught with one hand and pressed the unlock button. Chen Wan got into the passenger seat, handing over a drink to Zhao Shen, this is herbal tea, still warm. Autumn was dry, and the people of Haishur emphasized moisturizing the liver and lungs. Zhao Shen didn't reach out but leaned down to sip directly from Chen Wan's hand. His lips paused for a second, seeming slightly stiff, then quickly pushed his hand away, maintaining a distance. Chen Wan sighed with a laugh, looking at him like an obstinate child refusing to eat carrots. But there wasn't much to be done, so he finished drinking the rest himself. Both Chen Wan and Zhao Shen were workaholics, and after the project conclusion, they needed to prepare for the upcoming roadshow matters right away. Zhao Shen turned the steering wheel slightly and mentioned a few potential sponsors for events. Of course, Minglong wouldn't lack any sponsorship. However, creating buzz was part of their strategy since this wasn't just Minglong's project but a larger initiative above their company level. Naturally, the higher-ups wanted it to be grandiose. Chen Wan analyzed, Tan family has too close business ties with Minglong, so probably won't generate additional publicity effects. Actually, if we're talking seriously. He paused briefly and glanced at Zhao Shen, I think Yao family would be better. Marine resources involve geopolitical factors. Compared to local tycoons rooted in Haishur, Yao family had deep overseas networks that offered significant advantages. Zhao Shen subtly raised an eyebrow and gave a meaningful look to Chen Wan. Chen Wan silently pleaded inside for him not to bring up that awkward dinner party again but couldn't help giving a helpless smile, saying, I'm serious. Zhao Shen let it go and nodded solemnly. Chen Wan's analysis made sense, and Zhao Shen agreed, saying, Su Jiying leans towards Taiji. They've shown great sincerity. Chen Wan's mind paused slightly before analyzing objectively, Taiji has foreign capital components, which is both an advantage and disadvantage. If Gushi planned to acquire Rongxin, it meant that Taiji capital would remain unstable for a longer period. Chen Wan said, they have great ambitions. They initiated many projects in the previous quarter, and acquired quite a few small to medium-sized enterprises in the first half of the year. We should be cautious if we want to introduce them. He paused for a moment, adding, of course, this is just my personal suggestion. It still depends on the opinion of your risk control and evaluation team. Zhao Shen glanced at him, you really know a lot. Chen Wan looked ahead at the road, saying, I saw it during the public announcement. Zhao Shen made a left turn, saying, the latest survey maps are in the file bag. Do you want to take a look? Chen Wan took them out and unfolded them. On the seabed topographic map, there were continental shelves, rocks, sea ridges, every bit of data, every contour line, every current direction, Chen Wan examined with extreme meticulousness. Flashes of light passed by his side face from the car window, his eyes revealed a hint of yearning glow. In fact, Liao Quan's threats about something called Xiaolan Mountain meant nothing to Chen Wan. But he was truly, very, very concerned about this project. It was their joint effort and pride. The Bailuan Dock and Haiyu Tunnel were Minglong's top projects in the next few years, and had deep cooperation with the official authorities, entangled with interests that couldn't afford any public relations crises. Although Chen Wan was only a very small link in this massive project, it carried so many memories of him and Zhao Shen together. Late-night work calls at 3 a.m., negotiation tables where they worked shoulder to shoulder to mediate talks with the authorities, the cup of Blue Mountain coffee that had been refilled countless times to keep them alert. And in Ting Island's investigation, when they followed Fang Jian to inspect the seabed terrain. It was precisely on that day they decided to name this sea oil tunnel, Full Moon Channel. Because the middle section of the tunnel had to pass through the ocean trench of the world's largest ocean, with strong gravitational effects, and tides affected more significantly by the moon. In this patch of sea, one could see the super gold moon more frequently than anywhere else in the world. So Chen Wan suggested that Haiyu No. 7 tunnel could be named Full Moon Channel. Zhao Shen commented, the implication is wonderful. When he read the word full moon, in his eyes, Chen Wan saw an immense universe and twinkling stars. Zhao Shen himself was the full moon at sea. The project was the result of infinite efforts from him, them, everyone, and Chen Wan would not tolerate anything that could affect it. After staring at the map for too long, Zhao Shen reminded him, Chen Wan, your phone is ringing. It was Song Qingmiao. Right in front of Zhao Shenj, Chen Wan picked up and briefly exchanged a few words before hanging up. Later, when a message came into Chen Wan's phone, he didn't check it anymore. He looked up to discover the car had stopped in front of his apartment building. Zhao Shenj lifted his chin, saying, "I'll take the car. You go back to sleep." Chen Wan's eyes showed some dark shadows under them, indicating he hadn't rested well. Chen Wan didn't get out of the car. Instead, he turned around and silently stared at Zhao Shenj with bright black eyes, motionless. Zhao Shenj rested his hand on the car window and asked quietly, "What is it?" Zhao Shenj, Chen Wan suddenly leaned closer to him, his hand resting on the central console, his eyes filled with a stubborn darkness, softly saying, "Can I kiss you?" "I haven't kissed you today." Before Zhao Shenj could respond, he added, "And yesterday, neither did I." Without answering yes or no, Zhao Shenj gazed at him for a moment, asking, "Chen Wan, have you caught up with me yet?" Chen Wan slowly shook his head. Zhao Shenj said, "Yesterday, it was because you didn't come." Chen Wan admitted his mistake with a nod. Zhao Shenj asked again, "Do you want to that much?" Chen Wan nodded rather forcefully. Zhao Shenj said, "Come over here." Chen Wan immediately moved closer, placing both hands on his shoulders, lightly grabbing them. Seeing his clumsy posture, Zhao Shenj directly embraced his waist, allowing him to sit on his lap, and gradually deepened the kiss. Zhao Shenj's expression remained indifferent, but the force was heavy, his arms tight around the waist, eliciting a sound from Chen Wan. Chen Wan clung tighter to him, thinking that he must quickly catch Zhao Shenj's heart, ensuring he doesn't get hurt, needing to keep him close to feel at ease. However, the kiss didn't last long before Zhao Shenj grabbed Chen Wan's nape with a firm but not too heavy grip and said, "That's all for today. You need to work harder tomorrow." Chen Wan felt a hint of fulfillment, yet a trace of regret lingered. Still, he obediently replied, "All right." Yet his movements to get out of the car were sluggish, as he thought to himself, was it impossible to do more today? He really wanted to see Zhao Shenj's fierce look one more time. Maybe he just hadn't been hardworking enough, then he would have to try harder tomorrow. Zhao Shenj looked at him silently, reading some scattered thoughts from his mind but not entirely clear about them. After a moment of reflection, he offered a vague explanation, "Tomorrow is Fang Jian's exam, and you'll be the focus." These past 2 days had left both him and Su Jiying quite worn out. Only then did Chen Wan fully give up and step out of the car, saying, "All right, I'll head back." Knowing that Chen Wan expected to watch him leave, Zhao Shenj simply drove off without looking back. Chen Bingxin's call came sooner than Chen Wan had anticipated. Dexinuan lay hidden behind tall tree clusters, its structure retaining the Nanyang style favored by immigrants from the Republican era, with circular windows and pointed roofs blending in elements of British Queen-style architecture. From afar, it looked like an old-fashioned monster, mismatched and grotesque, its teeth bared and swallowing generation after generation of residents' flesh and souls. The last time Chen Wan was summoned back here was during the Zhongyuan festival. From mid-year to year-end, half a year had passed so quickly. This massive monstrosity stared at him from a distance, and Chen Wan realized, despite thinking he'd escaped, that he hadn't. Chapter 62, Golden Bell Cover. When Chen Wan returned to the Chen residence, Song Qingyao wasn't the first to notice. "Ah, Aoyuan looks quite impressive, coming back in a new car." Liao Lu of the second house cast a sultry glance at him before tossing a card on the mahjong table. Chen Wan glanced at her but didn't say anything. Song Qingyao only looked up when she was focused on her hand, smiling broadly and animatedly, "Baby brother, you're back." Chen Wan hadn't seen her for a long time, and a surge of complicated emotions still rose within him, uncontrolled. In regards to Meng Yuanxiong's matter, Song Qingyao never felt that she had done anything wrong. At this intense power struggle period within Rongxin, every household was working hard to gain leverage openly or covertly. What was wrong with her finding a patron? They had fought over the phone and gone cold towards each other in these days, but now that Song Qingyao was once again warmly reaching out to him, Chen Wan felt somewhat dazed. Besides, Song Qingyao hadn't sat at the Chen family's mahjong table for a long time. The combined efforts of the second and third houses aimed to ensure that this ageless beautiful woman stayed locked forever in the grey little Buddhist hall on the 4th floor, unable to ascend to any higher social status. But now, thanks to Chen Wan, she could regain her seat at the table, much to others' chagrin. Thus, Song Qingyao was convinced that her luck was about to change. Chen Bingxin only descended once everyone had taken their seats. Jiu Zhao of the main house beckoned, "Come, Aoyuan, you haven't been home for a long time. Sit next to your father." Chen Wan indifferently responded, "I'm fine sitting here." Song Qingyao gave him a suggestive glance, but Chen Wan bowed his head and sat down, pretending not to notice. A nephew from the third house laughed, "Aoyuan is such a big shot now, a favorite in front of the crown prince. Who has the time to return home often for meals?" Chen Bingxin observed Chen Wan carefully with clouded eyes. Since hearing the rumor that Chen Wan had boarded Zhao Shen's massive ship, he doubted whether this abandoned son, who seemed abnormal since childhood, could actually achieve such heights. Until an unknown point in time, people outside started referring to Chen Wan as Little Chen Boss. "There's nothing to it," Chen Wan coldly replied, "I don't know Mr. Zhao well. Everything is out of respect for Zhuozhishuan." "Aoyuan, that's too modest of you. I heard you also went to Ting Island." That can be counted as successful bodyguarding. Chen Wan began to speak, just following a group of people. Not quite, Song Qingmiao interrupted smugly. Last time, Aoyuan accompanied me to the Queen Mother Temple to worship Mazu. Mr. Zhao came over to greet us, chatting for quite a while. Mr. Zhao is truly handsome, not at all intimidating, very amiable towards Aoyuan. Chen Wan froze, his gaze completely cold now, and whatever warmth he had left for her dissipated into thin air. Chen Bingxin assumed the demeanor of the family patriarch, tapping his chopsticks against the table and saying, "Let's start eating." The dinner table was as lively as ever, with talk shifting from Rongxin's stock price to the eldest daughter of the third house's upcoming marriage. The people at the bottom seemed to have already climbed aboard a giant ship sailing smoothly, dreaming dreams of blue skies and white clouds that made no sense whatsoever. Chen Wan remained calm, but the evil thoughts and violent elements suppressed deep in his heart began to stir once more. Everyone wanted to suck a bowl of blood from Zhao Shenge through him, then everyone deserved to die. This house was like a prison carrying painful memories. No matter how many years Chen Wan had been away, how decent he had become outside, once he returned here, he would turn back into the emotionless devil who held a pair of scissors and stabbed people. There were several Buddha statues hanging on the hollowed-out walls, some golden, some jade, and others sandalwood. They all seemed to see through his wicked, insane soul, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Chen Wan's hands trembled slightly, and he quickly put them in his pocket. He couldn't feel the medicine box, but his phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Wan opened it. Picture. I left it at my place. The violent nerves suddenly relaxed, as if his heart was being steadily supported by a hand. Neither the people, Buddhas, nor any petty ghosts or demons in this dark mansion could harm him in the slightest. As if enveloped by a protective aura, Chen Wan's hands stopped trembling. He opened the picture and scrutinized it carefully. It was his cufflink, which should have been torn off during that intense night. Chen Wan's ears turned slightly red as he typed, "Can I pick you up today? I'll bring it with me." Zhao Shenge replied evasively, "The material is rather ordinary." Chen Wan was a little confused. Though these cufflinks weren't extremely expensive, they were still a classic model from a somewhat well-known brand. After pondering for a moment, inspiration struck, and he said, "Next time, I'll wear ruby ones." Zhao Shenge fell silent. Chen Wan sent another message, cat-rich.jpg. Mr. Wan seems to be doing big business now, never letting go of his phone. Chen Wan put away his phone and listened to the scheming conversations among the mistresses of the houses or their idle chatter about Zhao Shenge while indulging in impractical dreams. During this time, Song Qingmiao even served him a dish, but Chen Wan didn't eat it. The heat from the phone in his palm gave him a sense of calm. A gap that had been missing for so many years had finally been filled. The harmonious dinner ended, and Chen Bingxin ordered Chen Wan, "Follow me to the study." Rongxin was failing now, appointing relatives only to fight for power and gain, outwardly splendid yet hollow within. Minglong's arrival as a powerful company was timely indeed. Chen Bingxin had no other skills, but he still had Song Qingmiao. Using her to pressure and control Chen Wan would suffice. It was nothing more than dredging up old matters, Song Qingmiao's past involvement in gambling, affairs, and other black history. Suddenly, an intense wave of anger surged in Chen Wan's heart. Song Qingmiao might be naive or foolish, but did these so-called black histories not also bear the marks of others' hands? How easy it was for a man to push a woman, especially a beautiful one, into the abyss, turning her into a plaything with effortless effort. Though Song Qingmiao had her faults, she also had her pitiful side. The most despicable and deserving of death was Chen Bingxin, those oppressive patriarchs who were like towering mountains, immovable. Chen Wan lifted his eyes and asked calmly, "What do you want me to do?" Chen Bingxin was dissatisfied with his detached and cold demeanor. "What do you mean what I want you to do? You should think about what you can do for the family. I've raised you for over 20 years, and this is the attitude you show." Chen Wan found it laughable. He hadn't lived in the Chen household for long, just 3 years in Xiaolan Mountain, and a year and a half in the dog room. But he didn't push things too far, only countering diplomatically, "Then you must overestimate me. Do outsiders' random words count as truths? Not to mention Zhuo Zixuan isn't influential in the Shuo family. Even if he were, could the current Shuo family say a few words in front of Zhao Shenge?" Chen Bingxin didn't expect him to actually have deep ties with Zhao Shenge. For someone like him, merely establishing a connection was impressive enough. "There will be an event in the high-tech zone in a few days. Baoying will follow your brother over there. You can make an introduction for her." Chen Wan's gaze turned cold. Chen Bingxin was truly extraordinary, unchanged in character after all these years. In the past, he sold his wife, and now he sells his daughter. Chen Bingxin was quick to count his beads. "You should bring her around and introduce her to more people. Of course, the most important is Zhao Shenge." The eldest son, Chen Yu, had always failed to enter that exclusive circle of wealthy offspring. But now, it was rumored that even the rich young men showed some respect towards Chen Wan. Chen Baoying, the second daughter from the third house, was Chen Bingxin's most favored daughter in terms of beauty. She had just graduated from Australia this year, and he valued her highly. "As for the project you're doing with Zhao Shenge, I see that the two divisions of materials align well with the subsidiary company your older brother has newly taken over. You shouldn't let profit slip away to outsiders. By connecting with Zhao Shenj, even if it's only through such an insignificant branch, it would be like discovering a treasure mine. Chen Wan was astonished by how naive people could become as they grew old. This thinking was utterly far-fetched. Who do you think I am to interfere in Zhao Shenj's affairs? And about those others, though Chen Wan had a cold relationship with Chen Baoying, he despised these underhanded dealings. They are all business relationships. We have no private contact whatsoever. Can any member of the Shen family, Jiang family, or Tan family say a word for me? Chen Wan, what does your evasion mean? It shows no sense of responsibility or accountability as a big brother. If your sister marries into a good family, she will be a great support to both you and the clan. Chen Wan looked at him with a chilling gaze but remained silent. Already showing signs of aging, Chen Bingxin felt an unexplained chill run down his spine. In the eyes of his son who had never fought, seized, or made noise, there was an eerie calmness. Chen Bingxin, having dominated half a lifetime, would not tolerate such a challenge to paternal authority. His face turned completely dark. Chen Wan, your wings have grown strong and you wish to fly. But your mother is still here. Where do you think you can fly to? She hasn't left this place since before she turned 20. Every single matter concerning her is in my control. If you truly care about her, stop always going against me and don't pretend to follow me while secretly resisting. Otherwise, once the secrets of her and your childhood are revealed, Zhao Shenj might cut off cooperation with you, and Haisher won't give either of you a way out. From beginning to end, Chen Wan remained calm and cold. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said yes, then I want shares. Give me the ones you were planning to transfer to Chen Yu. I cannot help Chen Baoying. As for Chen Yu, he paused to bait Chen Bingxin, it depends on his fate. Chen Bingxin squinted, sweeping a cloudy look over him. Chen Wan openly allowed himself to be examined. You've distributed shares among every house. If you want me to work for you, there must be some benefit for me. Chen Bingxin angrily scolded, what you're asking for is outrageous. Chen Wan played with his watch, if you don't give me anything, how can I work for you? Chen Bingxin regretted having none of his sons fit for any significant task. Rongxin wasn't as prosperous as it used to be, otherwise, he wouldn't resort to Chen Wan. I'll give you 2 points first. The rest depends on your performance. Chen Wan neither accepted nor rejected the offer. Chen Bingxin warned, don't try playing tricks with me. Chen Wan, the few schemes you have come straight from what I used to play with back then. No matter how much you hate me, we're still a family. As long as you stay in Haisher, you can never escape being a Chen. When Chen Wan didn't hide his mercenary intent and didn't waste another word, when will the shares be transferred? Chen Bingxin choked, coldly saying, you and your mother are both money-crazed. Chen Wan asked again impatiently, when? You. Chen Wan lost patience, money first, work later. Don't tell me after so many years of business you still don't understand this basic principle. Chen Bingxin angrily yelled, wretch. Chen Wan paid no attention, turning to leave the room. Downstairs, Song Qingmiao was still drunk on mahjong, her slender back reminiscent of a young girl. Chen Wan watched her quietly for a moment and ultimately decided not to approach her to say goodbye. But he had already bid farewell to her within his heart. Ever since Chen Wan was little, he hoped that Song Qingmiao could stand up for him at least once during those dinners filled with mockery, calculations, and disdain. But she never did. This time, it crossed his line. Fortunately, he had already decided not to feel sorrow for this person anymore. Chen Wan walked out the door amidst a cacophony of bridge games. The day lacked sunshine, and the outside was dark, gloomy, with heavy clouds hanging low. He tripped over something and looked down to find an old dog chain, the same one he had noticed during the last ghost festival when he was called back home. It remained there, either overlooked by the servants or as some form of intimidation or warning. A throbbing pain arose at Chen Wan's temple. He lit a cigarette and sat in his car for a while, lost in thought. Realizing his breathing became slightly labored, he reached into the compartment and took a few tranquilizers from the medicine box. Ever since he started courting Zhao Shenj, his condition had significantly improved, and Monica gradually began reducing the dosage for him. But he didn't want to appear unstable before Zhao Shenj, so he still swallowed a few more pills. After concluding a meeting with Shen Zongyan, Zhao Shenj decided not to join others for lunch. He picked up his phone and replayed a recorded voice message. When Chen Wan called Zhao Shenj's name, it carried a unique, almost unconscious undertone, a very calm tone, without any trace of coquettishness. However, each time Zhao Shenj heard his name being called like that, his heart would slowly swell with warmth. Shen Zongyan glanced at him and said, wait a moment, then turned the computer toward him. There is no follow-up on what you asked me about last time. Zhao Shenj finally set down his phone. Shen Zongyan continued, it's not exactly illegal, but it seems more like whoever took over has created a shell corporation out of nothing. Digging further would lead nowhere. Chapter 63, An Uncommon Zhao Shenj. Several recent stock transactions within Rongxin raised suspicions, all initially flagged by Zhao Shenj. Minglong wouldn't pay attention to a crumbling family enterprise nearing collapse, but Song Qingmiao was still tied to the Chen family. Zhao Shenj had occasionally seen her call Chen Wan, though it wasn't necessarily related to those matters, and all calls were openly made in front of him. But Zhao Shen's mind worked too deeply into everything. Morally speaking, he was far from upright. Regardless of whether it concerned his mother, Zhao Shen didn't want Chen Wan devoting too much energy to anyone else. How could someone who can't fully focus on chasing someone expect success after centuries? Rongxin appeared strong on the surface but was hollow inside. The Gu family from Taiji and Su Jiying both harbored ambitions to swallow it up. Zhao Shen didn't want Song Qingmiao to get entangled with Chen Wan anymore. Shen Zhongyan told him it was a waste of effort, he's just a hidden partner at Kuxiang. Any changes won't be disclosed anyway. But he doesn't need to go through such lengths, and, Shen Zhongyan sent his current location to Tan Yuming before continuing to Zhao Shen. Right now, isn't he already following your every word? Isn't knowing whatever you desire from him easy? Zhao Shen shook his head, you don't understand him. Shen Zhongyan closed his laptop. Anyway, currently, it doesn't seem relevant to him. Zhao Shen grabbed his coat and stood up, saying, if it's fine, then good. Chen Wan bought flowers again. Still peonies and hydrangeas, even though it was deep autumn, and these weren't seasonal blooms. Fortunately, Haishi's tropical climate ensured an ample supply of fresh flowers. Why do you keep sending me flowers? Zhao Shen asked. Chen Wan tilted his head and seriously replied, because I'm still pursuing you. When we don't see each other, I'm afraid you'll forget about me. Zhao Shen stared at him for a bit, then muttered softly, so you know. Chen Wan touched his nose. In the mid-afternoon rush hour of Central District, the setting sun cast fragmented light through large palm leaves. The orange glow filtered through the car window and rested on Chen Wan's earlobe. Zhao Shen reached out to touch it, as if trying to catch a golden butterfly. Chen Wan, with his appearance, should look pretty good wearing earrings, he couldn't help but think. Prince Edward Road experienced significant traffic congestion, yet Zhao Shen didn't seem troubled, carrying the flowers as they got out of the car. Do you want to leave the flowers in the car? Zhao Shen replied, flowers are meant to be seen. Chen Wan felt a bit amused, cute, actually, in his seriousness. He laughed, okay. On Temuta Street, there were many duty-free shops, bustling with tourists. Zhao Shen held the flowers, attracting curious glances from passers-by, but his expression remained composed, completely unfazed. Chen Wan stayed close to Zhao Shen, careful not to let the moving crowd bump against him or his flowers. He suddenly remembered reading about classmates from school days going on dates with their girlfriends, buying them flowers, and then taking them out to dinner. They ate Cantonese cuisine. While Chen Wan scanned the menu, Zhao Shen watched him and asked, Chen Wan, do you never rest? Huh? He reached out and touched Chen Wan's eye sockets, saying, they look really dark. He looked exhausted. Chen Wan rubbed his own eyes, teasing while pouring tea, yeah, working hard, making money to chase you. Zhao Shen's gaze was calm as he stared at him, making Chen Wan feel a bit uneasy. Then he said softly, Chen Wan. Chasing me doesn't require much money. It does, Chen Wan put down the teapot and lifted his head, looking slightly disapproving yet serious, it requires a lot of money. Zhao Shen looked at him for a moment, waiting until the waiter left before saying, come over here. Chen Wan obediently sat next to him, their knees touching. Chen Wan didn't move away. After a thought, he began by saying, Zhao Shen, chasing you can't just be about words. Zhao Shen gazed at him without speaking. Chen Wan continued, I know you have everything, need nothing, but I still should offer you my best. That's what I ought to do. Otherwise, how could it be called liking? How could it be considered pursuing? Chen Wan said, even if you don't like or need it, I must still have it. I will do my best to be good to you. This is all the meaning of Chen Wan's love. Even if Zhao Shen didn't agree, Chen Wan would carry it out to the end. I won't make the same mistake again when you were sick last time, Chen Wan looked earnestly into his eyes. Zhao Shen's fingers barely moved, and he heard Chen Wan say, in fact, I've always wanted to say sorry. With a bitter smile, Zhao Shen said, at that time, I was afraid you'd find it annoying. I hope you won't dwell on it. That night after we hung up, I didn't sleep a wink, worried about your fever, also afraid you had no medicine. Chen Wan slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with concern, and said, never again. Then he pressed his dry lips and added, not to persuade you to accept my pursuit. Despite Zhao Shen's calm expression, his palms became very hot, and his heartbeat wasn't as steady as it appeared. Being looked at in such a way by Chen Wan felt like falling into a winter sunbeam. Zhao Shen shifted his gaze and said indifferently, I forgave you long ago. He was not someone who held grudges anyway. You have countless offenses, more than one could ever record. Chen Wan stumbled for a second, then gave a sly look and laughed, that's good. When you played bowling, you didn't talk to me much, and I feared you might hate me. Zhao Shen's lips quivered slightly. Chen Wan got no answer, so he asked, was it because I knocked down the Christmas tree that you forgave me? Zhao Shen asked, what do you think? Actually, it wasn't, forgiveness had come even earlier during the Pingyang Monkey King incident. Chen Wan thought for a moment and said, probably. With twinkling eyes, he sighed, if I make you mad in the future, Zhao Shen, can I knock down the Christmas tree to apologize to you? Will you forgive me? Zhao Shen didn't fall for his sweet trap. Narrowing his eyes, he retorted, meaning there will be a next time. Chen Wan smiled helplessly, I'm just saying if. Zhao Shenj replied, we'll see. A person like Chen Wan couldn't be given a free pass, already arrogant without one, with it, wouldn't he become utterly unruly? Chen Wan touched his nose tip and said, all right. After a brief pause, he added, but I will knock down the Christmas tree for you anyway. You can forgive me or not, but it's just my wish for your happiness. Chen Wan, Zhao Shenj asked, why? Zhao Shenj phrased it differently, what do you like about me? Chen Wan seemed puzzled, do I need a reason to like Zhao Shenj? He spoke matter-of-factly, is there anyone who wouldn't like you? I'll take this statement as well, Zhao Shenj thought quietly. He pointed out objectively, rationally, I think you should demystify me. However, Zhao Shenj did not continue further. Demystify? Zhao Shenj's manner of speaking was very direct. Whether it was evaluating others or dissecting himself, there was a cruel objective calmness, actually, we've already spent some time together, and you should have noticed. Take away the status, fame, and halo, and I'm just an ordinary person. His taciturnity and steadiness made Zhao Shenj appear arrogant and cold, but in reality, he was very clear-headed, and personal factors had little to do with what he had today. If I didn't bear the surname Zhao, perhaps I would be nothing more than a young man who commutes from 9 to 5 by subway every day, or worries anxiously about mortgages and car loans. I can take the subway, taking the subway wasn't bad, Chen Wan said, if you take the subway, we might meet on the subway, but, Chen Wan looked at him seriously and solemnly, Zhao Shenj is not ordinary. Even if Zhao Shenj took the subway, he wouldn't be ordinary. Chen Wan's love for Zhao Shenj wasn't out of loving someone considered as the apple of heaven's eye. Zhao Shenj's heartbeat rhythm was somewhat disrupted again. He no longer wanted to talk about this and slightly raised his chin, saying, let's eat. Chen Wan didn't move, staring intently at him, perceiving something different, then smiled. After dinner, they parked in an open-air parking lot nearby, so they needed to walk a short distance. Chen Wan was very happy, many people were around Victoria Harbor that night, citizens enjoying urban walks, ferry passengers, and tourists coming for a visit. There wasn't a light show tonight, but a nearby sports hall was hosting a concert, and the songs clearly came over. If true words have healing powers, who fears revealing more? Even if our teeth begin to chatter. Do not lie, accompany me. In explaining why we eventually grew distant. On both sides of the river, people were walking their dogs. Chen Wan would voluntarily step aside. Some people tied chains to tree roots to let their dogs play alone. When they passed through the park, a large German shepherd suddenly appeared from behind the trees, brushing up against them. It was driven off by Zhao Shenj. Chen Wan quietly glanced at Zhao Shenj once, possibly because Zhao Shenj disliked dogs, thought Chen Wan. That night, they returned to Zhao Shenj's villa nestled by the mountain. Perhaps because Chen Wan had said many pleasant things that day, Zhao Shenj was relatively gentle when removing Chen Wan's clothes, caressing his brows and eyes. He felt that Chen Wan hadn't rested well, so his actions were much more considerate than last time. But Zhao Shenj lingered long, kissing for a long while, and showing warmth for a long time. Afterward, Zhao Shenj personally fed Chen Wan water, helped him bathe, and dressed him. He almost did not allow Chen Wan any willpower or action, maintaining a strong and closely attached posture. In a daze, Chen Wan thought, when Zhao Shenj was fierce, he was sexy, but when he became tender, it was easy to drown in such care. The next day, both of them had to attend a commercial event in the high-tech zone. Rarely did Zhao Shenj personally attend these kinds of activities, but the project was soon going into its promotional phase and roadshow, requiring an appropriate appearance to boost investor confidence. Chen Wan almost couldn't stand straight. Zhao Shenj watched him for a while, then walked over and directly helped him put on socks and tighten his belt. Chen Wan's body retained numerous imprints of various shapes, blue ones, red ones, the colors distinct, yet all hidden under a tailored suit fitting perfectly. Zhao Shenj personally fastened his cufflinks and tie for him, leaning down to kiss his lips lightly, like sealing a perfect gift. Chen Wan instinctively followed the kiss but was gently pushed back by Zhao Shenj, who said, we're late. Shen Zhongnian, Tan Yuming, and Zhuo Zhishuan were all present, and Chen Wan following behind the group did not draw too much attention. Once inside the venue, Zhao Shenj subconsciously wanted to check the time. He still had to return to Minglong to hold a meeting with the executives, so he probably wouldn't stay long. However, his wrist was bare, possibly because he had taken off his watch last night out of fear of hurting Chen Wan in the heat of the moment, and now didn't know where it had been tossed. Uncertain, Zhao Shenj paused, turning around to ask Chen Wan, do you remember where my watch was placed? His tone and expression were extremely natural, neither loud nor soft, but to the surrounding people, it sounded like thunder. Chen Wan also hesitated for a second before smiling instinctively and saying, it might have fallen in the car just now. Let me find it for you. Only then did the expressions of the people around become normal again. Only Zhao Shenj gave Chen Wan a calm look, but didn't say anything. Chen Wan went to the front desk to pick up the seating list for the inner venue, glancing around at the guests along the way. It wasn't until she obtained the seating list that Chen Wan confirmed a few executives from Rongxin, including Chen Yu and Chen Baoying, wouldn't be able to enter the inner venue, they wouldn't see Zhao Shenj. Chen Wan sighed in relief. Zhao Shenj didn't linger any longer after confirming this and left. That night, when Chen Wan said she wanted to pick him up, Zhao Shenj didn't refuse. But for some reason, it was completely different from last night. Zhao Shenj's tenderness and consideration were gone, replaced once again by his usual fierce demeanor. Chen Wan felt on several occasions that she was about to pass out, her cries going unanswered, devoid of even a shred of warmth. Afterward, Zhao Shenj took a phone call. His tone remained calm, contrasting sharply with the alluring sweat-drenched state of the previous night. Hanging up, he rose to dress himself. Chen Wan longed for some lingering affection or caress and asked somewhat bewilderedly, "Are you leaving at such a late hour?" Zhao Shenj looked down at her, unsmiling as he said indifferently, "There's work." However, his actions had paused, his feet no longer moving. His deep-set eyes locked onto Chen Wan. Well then, Chen Wan unexpectedly stood to see him off, saying, "I'll see you out." Zhao Shenj held her back, his expression not looking too pleasant as he said, "Can you even stand up?" Chen Wan indeed had no strength left, feebly raising her gaze with a mist of exhaustion forming in her eyes. Her hand slipped from his collar without any strength left. With astonishing speed, Zhao Shenj caught her hand, enclosing it firmly within his palm. With an icy look, yet strong motions, he bundled her tightly in the blankets. His large hand effortlessly gripped her vulnerable neck, applying force while asking with obscure intent, "Chen Wan, are you trying to start something behind closed doors with me?" When there was no reply after a long pause, Zhao Shenj looked down and realized Chen Wan had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Chapter 64, Falling Leaves Are Not Coincidental. When Chen Wan woke up, she found herself alone. The marks on her arms and chest had turned bruised and purple. She touched them slightly, treasuring their presence. Even after a night had passed, the pain still felt as if Zhao Shenj were currently hugging her tightly, squeezing her. Unsure if Zhao Shenj had left during the night or early morning, the warmth from the other side of the quilt still lingered faintly. After a moment, Chen Wan buried her face deeper into it before finally getting up. As she got into the car, her eyelid twitched but she didn't think much of it. She had a full schedule today, meeting Liao Quan, who had been neglected for 2 days, finalizing share transfer procedures with Chen Bingxin, and signing a dual contract with Gu Shi at Taiji. Picking up her phone, she made a call, "Aiden, can you do me a favor?" After speaking, Zhuo Ziqian paused for a moment before replying, "Chen Wan. Are you still chasing after Zhao Shenj?" "I am," Chen Wan said after a brief pause, then added, pursuing him clearly and fairly. "If you keep doing these things, he will destroy you." Chen Wan put away the medicine, saying, "I'll explain everything to him." Zhuo Ziqian didn't agree, hanging up the call heavily. Chen Wan sighed softly. A moment later, the other party sent a long voice message filled with Cantonese intermixed with national oaths. After listening to it, Chen Wan could only helplessly smile. The morning atmosphere of Central District was quiet and serene. Minglong stood majestically among towering skyscrapers. Except for employees who had worked overtime and stayed in the company the previous evening, no one had come to work yet. The standalone office building in the core area was the first to light up. Zhao Shenj glanced at his phone. It was very quiet, Chen Wan should still be asleep. What he did last night was indeed extreme. No matter what position Zhao Shenj demanded, Chen Wan had not hesitated or refused for even a second. Even with redness around her eyes, Chen Wan would still ask Zhao Shenj, "Are you comfortable? I can lift higher." Zhao Shenj's heart grew angrier. He remained silent, his face expressionless while his actions became even more brutal. The sun began to rise from the direction of Pearl Bridge. After a brief rest of a few minutes, Zhao Shenj called Shen Zongnian. The shell company discovered previously had led nowhere, but yesterday at the event, Taiji leader Gu Shi came over to talk with Su Jiding. They seemed to enjoy each other's company. Zhao Shenj listened more and spoke less. Su Jiding apparently believed strongly in introducing sponsorship from Taiji. On the other hand, Chen Wan proposed inviting support from the Yao family. However, Zhao Shenj was unsatisfied with both sides. Although the Yao family did have deep roots overseas, it also meant they were difficult to control. Shen Zongnian didn't answer the call, so Zhao Shenj tried again. This time, the phone rang once before being abruptly cut off. Zhao Shenj had a pretty good idea who it was and decided not to try again. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and employees gradually started coming into the business park. The Mingjing Tower was filled with its usual daily scent of bitter coffee. The secretary came in to report to Zhao Shenj. At the moment, Ms. Song's assets have almost no intersection with Mr. Chen's aside from some real estate transfers or beneficiaries tied to high-priced insurances. Recently, Ms. Song's equity holdings haven't changed significantly either, so this attempt at buying at a bottom probably has nothing to do with her. Zhao Shenj nodded. Rongxin's stock price kept showing signs of false prosperity, which reminded Zhao Shenj of a similar tactic he used when he was still in the financial district, buying at lows. However, domestic regulations were different, and such tactics were risky depending on the situation. He wasn't sure whether Gu Shi or Su Jiding had such an appetite. But we'll need more time to trace her equity transaction streams over the recent years. Rongxin's management is very disorganized, and their disclosures aren't very transparent. As the secretary replied, they seemed somewhat anxious. Zhao Shenge wasn't a harsh superior, though completely lacking in human warmth. He stayed emotionless, addressing matters objectively without causing unnecessary difficulty for others. But this was already the second time Zhao Shenge had asked for updates, and it seemed the task wasn't being handled as efficiently as expected. Still, Zhao Shenge said nothing but simply instructed, continue investigating. There must be several forces trying to take advantage of the murky situation. As a non-restructured family business, internal conflicts in Rongxin were serious, and each branch operated according to its own interests. Such investigations would naturally take time. Relieved, the secretary left. It was a normal Wednesday, a regular workday. Close to quitting time, the enlarged senior management meeting of Minglong was about to conclude when the secretary rushed into the conference room and was stopped by the special assistant. The secretary wore an extremely serious expression. It's about Mr. Chen. The special assistant hesitated for a moment, then gave way. The secretary strode into the room and whispered something into Zhao Shen's ear under everyone's gaze. Without any visible reaction, Zhao Shen calmly instructed the vice president to continue chairing the meeting, and then got up and left together with the secretary. Walking briskly, Zhao Shen spoke calmly while instructing the secretary, contact Hiida immediately. Hiida was a member of the city's inspection committee. Just now, Chen Wan had been summoned by the supervisory committee for questioning within 24 hours. Expressionless, Zhao Shen walked fast and orderly, his logic clear. Call Han Jin and tell him if he dares to sign the partnership dissolution agreement with Chen Wan, Minglong will hold Kexiang accountable for breach of contract to the fullest extent. Zhao Shen thought he didn't understand Chen Wan well until this moment, realizing how little he actually knew about her. The mysterious haze clouding Zhao Shen's mind lately had never been clearer. This risky maneuver on the edge wasn't carried out by Gushi or Su Jiting. With tens of millions in financing involved, this was certainly not a small amount. Zhao Shen could only blame himself for having overestimated Chen Wan's moral standards. Manipulating large transactions, cleverly shifting responsibilities, all these traits aligned closely with Chen Wan's known style. Traffic wasn't yet congested before evening rush hour, and the secretary noticed Zhao Shen continuously taking calls through the rearview mirror. Still composed and calm, Zhao Shen handled everything methodically but showed less of the usual ease and confidence than before. After he hung up, the secretary personally handed over a file. Mr. Zhao, we accidentally discovered this while investigating the shareholding proportions of different Chen family branches and Ms. Song Qingmiao's personal asset transfers over the years. Song Qingmiao, after entering the Chen family, exacerbated the internal strife in Rongxin, causing fluctuations in the balance of power and shares among various family branches. However, during a certain period, Song Qingmiao frequently transferred properties to the second branch, Liao family, leading the secretary to suspect foul play. On further investigation, it was uncovered that these properties might be compensation, but there was also a significant possibility that they were ransom. The photocopies were blurry, but the red highlighted word secret and the traditional characters Xiaolan Mountain still pricked at Zhao Shen's eyes. Through the rearview mirror, the secretary noticed that Zhao Shen hadn't moved for quite a while. He just held the envelope, sitting silently. Time seemed to have frozen for a bit, until the Maybach crossed the Mingzhu Bridge and Zhao Shen finally opened the envelope. Zhao Shen clearly and slowly felt his heart sinking inch by inch into a pool of black still water. In fact, the file was only 1 page long. After all, it was really too long ago. Time sealed everything, leaving only the tip of an iceberg. Zhao Shen read it many times, picked up his phone and made a call, and the other side answered quickly. The red sun on the horizon was about to set, the remaining sunlight like blood. Zhao Shen's voice was heavy. Zhuo Jishuan. I know everything you did for Chen Wan. Zhuo Jishuan paused. The matter was revealed far earlier than he had expected. He hadn't even thought out how to respond, but then he heard Zhao Shen say, next, every word I say, every question I ask, I need you to answer seriously, honestly, and in great detail. Zhao Shen naturally carried an aura of authority. Zhuo Jishuan was scared stiff by the cold and domineering tone because he also realized just how huge the mess was. But he couldn't help Chen Wan. If even he didn't help her, no one would. Yet soon Zhuo Jishuan heard Zhao Shen's voice again through the phone. This isn't an order or a threat, it's my request. Zhuo Jishuan froze. At that moment, he knew Chen Wan had won. It was as if he had found backing and confidence. After a brief deliberation, he replied, Xiaolan Mountain. I know very little. I only heard him mention that starting from the first encounter there, this year marks the 16th year he has known you. Zhao Shen's expression immediately worsened. He frowned sharply, feeling suddenly overwhelmed by thoughts that were hard to untangle. It was as if he could unravel something unimaginable from his past if he just pulled one string. After graduation, do you remember flying to California ahead of schedule? Tan Yuming gathered some friends to see you off at the airport. When you went through customs, I asked if you could wait another minute. Zhao Shen had no recollection. I don't remember. It was because Chen Wan was rushing to the airport. He managed to escape. Around that time, he was locked in the basement by Chen Bingxin. Song Qingmiao had gambled heavily and was beaten severely by Chen Bingxin. At that point, Chen Wan had already applied to your school. Zhuo Jishuan did not elaborate further. When he found out you would leave early and might not come back for many years, he wanted to see you once more. Of course, it was only from outside the jet bridge. he wouldn't follow to bother you. The sun was about to completely set, giving its last bit of light. In the second semester of your sophomore year, you chose the rugby class. I told you the extra wrist guard was prepared by him. A lot of the drinks you received probably were as well, you definitely have no memory of those. Chen Wan watched every speech and game of yours he could access. He couldn't get into the bowling alley and fencing hall where you participated, but that semester I went abroad for exchange, so he missed out on seeing them all together. In your senior year, the robot model you created for a competition was displayed in the Ifu Building Sky Gallery. That semester faced several typhoon warnings, and each time after classes resumed following a typhoon break, he would sneak in using my student ID card to carefully clean your model. He would also clear the fallen leaves and sweep the trash so that your model always stayed spotlessly clean. To avoid crowds, he always waited until late after study sessions ended, or got up extremely early. He talked to the robot model. Around that time, Zhuo Zhishuan began realizing his friend's unusual behavior, saying a lot of things, which I couldn't understand. Zhao Shenge always thought this chase and trap was deliberate and forced by himself. But it turned out that the leaf falling through the window wasn't a coincidence. The confiscated lighter wasn't, neither was the repeated serving of the Hong Pao tea. Neither were the replies to texts and calls, nor the fireflies under the moonlight, nor the Christmas tree with a 1,000,000 to 1 probability, none of the fine details were coincidences. Zhuo Zhishuan was still saying something, but Zhao Shenge had already begun to lose focus. How much? 1 minute and 5 seconds. Chen Wan, you didn't time it properly. You didn't watch carefully enough. I watched carefully. At this moment, Zhao Shenge remembered, the 1 minute and 5 seconds Chen Wan blurted out was his personal best record during the high school sports meet, breaking the record set by athletic students. Though he vaguely remembered, it wasn't a deep impression. No one could remember a fellow alumnus's swimming final record from 10 years ago with such speed and precision to the second. After all, Zhao Shenge himself couldn't. What Zhao Shenge thought were coincidences and accidents were, in fact, Chen Wan's endless efforts. Red lights hung high all the way, the seaway flyover resembling a grand auditorium. The last gleam of the setting sun faded away as well, leaving only an oppressive silence in Zhao Shen's eyes. I can't hold him back anymore. He doesn't care about anyone. Zhao Shenge, you are probably his only tether, and his last ounce of reason. Zhuo Zhishuan didn't know how far Chen Wan had gone in chasing Zhao Shenge or what stage they were at now. He didn't want to overstep either. Besides, the knowledge he possessed was merely the tip of an iceberg because Chen Wan is someone who can endure hardships and persevere. For him to reach you has been incredibly difficult. The last afterglow of the sunset fell on Zhao Shen's side face. His eyes were cast downward as he spoke gravely, his sufferings have come to an end. Chapter 65, A Sinking Ship. Chen Wan didn't receive Zhao Shen's call. The music in the banquet hall was loud, voices were noisy. Chen Bingxin celebrated his 69th birthday, the final age milestone before turning 70. Half of the influential figures in High City had shown up to attend. Chen Wan was allowed for the first time to appear formally at a Chen family occasion, dressed modestly in a white suit, with slightly long hair ends that gave him a gentle yet handsome demeanor. Most of the younger generation in High City only vaguely heard of Song Qingmiao's scandalous secrets from the late 20th century and did not understand them deeply. As a result, Chen Wan seemed mysterious, drawing many to converse with him. Chen Wan played along, moving gracefully among the dazzling crowd of men and women until he was stopped by Liao Quan behind the tall champagne fountain. Are you playing tricks on me, Chen Wan? In just over half a month, Liao Quan looked visibly fatigued, aged, and grotesque. Chen Wan didn't even spare him a glance, raising a toast remotely to someone else before finally turning to look at him without saying a word. Liao Quan's eyes were menacing as he gritted his teeth. You incited me to buy scattered shares, take advantage of falling stock prices, and collude with major investors to manipulate the stock market. And regarding Beimao's loan, you tricked me into thinking it was for financing, but in reality, it was a disguised misappropriation of public funds and embezzlement. Chen Wan put down his wine glass. Just as planned, he had just secured the last tranche of shares promised by Chen Bingxin. In a pleasant mood, he still had a little patience to talk to this discard pawn. Do you have any evidence? The contract was signed by you, the shares were purchased by you and transferred by your own hands. I merely made the introduction as per your request. Minglong's decision-making process is beyond my control. Your choices have consequences you need to bear. Liao Quan's chest rose and fell. If I must take responsibility, so will you. Do you even know that Beimao has ties with Black 9? Yesterday, more than 10 of them carried weapons to vandalize Rongxin Danieli Street's branch store and even broke into my private vacation home. They even threatened to cut off his right hand if he didn't pay the debt and send it to his sister and brother-in-law, letting Chen Bingxin see his traitorous actions. Chen Wan nodded, indifferent to matters not concerning him. Then I hope Director Liao fills the hole soon and preserves this dirty hand of yours. Liao Quan was shocked, you know. Soon, panic flickered in his eyes. You conspired with them. You want me dead, don't you? Chen Wan's eyes showed a faint, pitiful smile. Liao Quan felt a chill down his spine. The grudge and vengeance of his opponent far exceeded his imagination. You still remember when? I just touched your foot once. I didn't actually do anything serious to you, right? But this hand makes me feel nauseous. Chen Wan tilted his head slightly, his gaze calm yet cold, his voice eerie and unsettling, making others nervous and frightened. I can clip one of your fingers, and I can also have someone chop off your entire hand. Liao Quan panicked. Won't you be afraid if I release those photos? Go ahead and release them. Chen Wan raised his wrist and glanced at his watch, but before you do, I suggest you check the 7 o'clock evening edition of Gangan Evening today. Though it only occupied a small section, the explosive power of those photos had been neutralized. Because of Chen Wan's capable work and additional share transfers, Gushi even agreed to invite Song Qingmiao to reshoot some photos which were then placed on the front page. For her, money mattered far more than any man. Meng Yuanxiong meant nothing to her in their Gu family. You're playing me. Chen Wan looked at him calmly, as if observing a dying man beyond salvation. A delayed sense of satisfaction surged within him. He nodded quietly. You said it yourself, speech requires evidence. You maliciously transactions, leaked business secrets, monopolized the stock market. Any one of these offenses would be enough to land you in deep trouble. Chen Wan, prepare for penalties from the Securities Regulatory Commission. No need to bother, replied Chen Wan, utterly composed with no ripples in his heart. I've already received their warning card. He didn't care. The standard of proof required for economic crimes was too high. Chen Wan had been interrogated several times before, fully understanding the gray areas involved. He took this risk only after being 120% sure he could walk away clean. Chen Wan specially sought Zhuo Zhishuan's help in orchestrating transactions abroad. As long as the trading occurred outside the country, it remained on the borderline without violating any explicit laws or leaving behind substantial evidence. The most they could do is warn and caution. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been mere questioning alone. Besides, Chen Wan acted for Gu Shi's benefit. Even if Gu Shi chose not to protect him, the newly acquired equity would still remain in his possession. The reason Chen Wan expended so much effort in negotiating with Liao Quan was merely to completely eradicate the roots of the Chen family. When it came to retiring heroes and turning loyalty into betrayal, Chen Wan excelled uniquely, unmatched by anyone else. Liao Quan stared fiercely, chest rising and falling but unable to speak. Chen Wan curved his lips into an elegant smile, turning around again, and put on a perfect mask of warmth, like a butterfly gracefully flitting into the colorful lights. Fourth young master, master requests your presence. Chen Bingxin had not yet formally acknowledged Chen Wan's identity, but people below were adept at following trends, even their titles changing appropriately. Holding his wine glass, Chen Wan approached. Chen Bingxin, flanked by both the elder wife from the main house and a secondary concubine, trailed behind with clusters of younger generations from different houses. Recently, under Chen Wan's secret operations, Rongxin's share prices kept climbing, bringing a flush of delight to Chen Bingxin's face. Yet, Chen Bingxin knew not that ominous winds foretold a coming storm. Chen Wan watched coldly at the festive revelry before him, feeling an indescribable excitement. The last piece of the puzzle was now in hand. Very soon, he would personally send this ship, long battered with holes, to the abyss of the ocean. All those who schemed against Zhao Shenzh would vanish one by one, and Chen Wan experienced a long-lost satisfaction. Various younger cousins came to flatter Chen Bingxin, offering numerous blessings and performing acts of filial piety, including violin performances by Chen Baoying and a lengthy congratulatory speech written by Chen Yu. Only Chen Wan responded lukewarmly. Chen Bingxin used to underestimate the abilities of this neglected son, but now grew dissatisfied with his uncontrollable nature. With a knock of his cane, he ordered, "There are important guests tonight. When the banquet starts, go first and toast to Uncle Su," filling his cup generously. Although Rongxin had shown good recent momentum, its strength would wane quickly. Chen Bingxin always aimed to secure tobacco export trade as a long-term lifeline. Su Jiming was a key figure that Chen Yu had repeatedly failed to convince. Chen Wan glanced indifferently, icy shadows flickering in his eyes. Su Jiming's well-known inclinations in High City included keeping male consorts, most recently hiring a male companion nearly 40 years younger than himself, a college student. A treacherous and slippery individual, Su maintained unclear relations with many senior executives, therefore possessing significant resources. What Chen Bingxin implied in asking Chen Wan to make a toast was obvious. Su Jiming preferred Chen Wan's type. This also served as an opportunity for Chen Bingxin to tame Chen Wan while establishing his authority in such grand occasions, an instinctual desire common among middle-aged men. Moreover, with Chen Wan now meddling in Rongxin's affairs, allowing him full autonomy could lead to endless future troubles. Subtle glances were exchanged among the various concubines' houses, interspersed with sneers of disdain from the other young people. In recent days, Chen Wan had outshone them and seized much of what was theirs, but in the end, wasn't he merely someone who relied on his looks? Like his mother. Chen Wan felt nauseous churning inside but stood immovable, sarcastically saying, "So it seems Rongxin has deteriorated to this level. Even if you asked me to sell my soul for its survival, it probably couldn't be revived." Nonsense. Chen Bingxin reprimanded sternly, hating when anyone mentioned Rongxin's declining state, refusing to acknowledge the truth about the foundation of his empire becoming outdated. He struck the table corner heavily with his walking stick. "It's just a simple toast, a regular courtesy exchange. And here you go dragging all these baseless accusations into the mix." The second mistress tried to smooth things over. "Ah Wan, today is your father's birthday. Don't be angry with him, it's just a matter of drinking some wine. She went on delicately, her beautifully groomed face betraying the shrewdness and cruelty typical of wealthy housewives in Haishur. Her words were deliberately vague, inviting speculation. When your mother was younger, she used to accompany Uncle Sue in drinking, she said with an insinuating tone, and it wasn't just about having a drink back then. The people who understood the implication all exchanged suggestive smiles, while Awan felt as if her heart had been scorched by fire. Over the years, Awan believed that her psychological resilience had improved, yet at this moment, she still felt the embarrassment of being stripped naked in public. In broad daylight, these individuals did not hesitate to humiliate a woman using disdainful tones and foul language. Song Qingmiao wasn't always like this. Her nature wasn't that frivolous originally. Being thrown into the vat of ink for too long caused her to transition from struggling to becoming numb, gradually forgetting what she once was and losing her ability to resist. Eventually, dazzled by the glitter, she became a bubble at the center of the vortex of power. She had her innocence, and her pitiful side. The real culprit, however, was the man who pushed her into the abyss. Men use women as pawns to exchange for benefits, and later when the women end up scorned, it shows how cruel and absurd their actions are. Awan swept the room with a calm and icy gaze. At this point, there was no need to bear insults anymore. With dignity, each word he spoke sent shivers down others' spines. Madam, there's no need to say such suggestive things. What happened wasn't voluntary on my mother's part, your husband manipulated and forced her to do so. You very well know how many things your husband has forced my mother to do for his social exchanges these years. Without my mother engaging in these interactions, smoothing relations, and smiling through gritted teeth, could he have attained the status he enjoys today? Madam, you are merely another one of his sacrifices, just like my mother is but a pawn to him. Why must you make things difficult for each other? He sold women in the past, now he sells his children, madam. Take care, Chen Baoyi is already 16 years old, you should protect her well. The complexion of the second madam changed drastically, and Chen Bingxin turned red with anger, about to reprimand, when Su Jiming walked over with a wine glass in hand. Su Jiming was frail, with a puffy face. Pretending to have come specially for a toast with Chen Bingxin, his eyes flickered multiple times toward Awan. Awan's elegant demeanor captivated all, making Su Jiming regret that the Chen family had hidden this son too well in the past. Now that he had grown powerful and independent, he wasn't as easily acquired. Chen Bingxin intended to smuggle several tobacco lines out with the lowest tariff possible via Su Jiming. As they clinked glasses of white liquor, Chen remarked, among the comrades who sailed out together from Zhelongwan back then, you were always the best drinker. In a blink, so many years have passed. From now on, Rongxin will also depend heavily on our old brother's support. Su Jiming half-heartedly nudged his cup aside without drinking, pointing at him and grinning sarcastically, Old Chen, that's where you're wrong. Now that Awan is back to help you, why must the old father continue doing everything? How can we give the young ones the chance to learn? Then, Su Jiming fetched a bottle of highly potent spirits, filling Chen Awan's glass to the brim and presenting it with a smile, come, Awan, you drink with Uncle Su. In the future, Uncle Su will look after the tobacco business of Rongxin. These days, foreign trade isn't easy to conduct. You young folks lack experience and must follow the right people to avoid stumbling. This statement was partially a bribe and partially a threat, but Chen Awan was unfazed, there's no need. We won't trouble Boss Su regarding the tobacco sector anymore. Rongxin has other plans. Tobacco raw material exports constituted one of Rongxin's few remaining profitable sectors. If Su Jiming stopped helping connect the dots, it would indeed be a blessing in disguise. Chen Bingxin hesitated for a moment, anger flushing his face as he struck the floor loudly with his cane. Awan, what nonsense are you talking? Having transferred equity to Awan, Chen began to feel an unease creeping in his heart. Awan's eyes glimmered with pity, feeling unburdened as he continued provoking the situation. Not only tobacco, the logistic side will also be handled separately. With Rongxin teetering on the brink of collapse, what industries would remain? On the contrary, Su Jiming found it increasingly intriguing, his narrow eyes squinting faintly. Old Chen, your fourth young master seems rather interesting. Have you checked those shipments at Qingwan port that didn't pass inspection? Are they returning to port or? Before Su finished his sentence, Awan loudly interrupted, it's unnecessary even to return them. Mr. Su can destroy them if you wish. Just as Chen Bingxin was about to open his mouth, suddenly, both Awan and Su Jiming noticed something distinctly odd happening simultaneously on their faces, clearly evident. He didn't fully understand what was going on, but soon enough, this subtle, complex, and noticeable abnormality rippled out from their faces onto the faces of the various mistresses, collateral nephews, and ultimately onto every single person present in the room. Chen Wan's brows furrowed slightly as she turned around, her eyes suddenly widening. Zhao Xinga was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, apparently coming from some formal occasion. He walked confidently at the front, with Chen Yu, Chen Eng, and a few other members of the Chen family trailing behind him, bowing and nodding. If it weren't for having met Zhao Xinga once during the peak of the Chen family when he was younger, Chen Yu wouldn't have dared to claim that the person arriving was indeed Zhao Xinga. The major clans in Haishur would invariably send invitations to the Zhao family for all their small and large banquets, but only a handful of them received replies in a year, and Zhao Xinga himself never attended. No one knew why he had come. Tall and leggy, Zhao Xinge had sharp features with an air of aloofness and coldness. The few people following him looked slightly nervous and flustered. Chen Yu, who was closest to him, attempted to strike up a conversation several times with ingratiating smiles but received no response. Zhao Xinge's gaze was condescending, looking at everyone as if they were ants, ignoring all kinds of gazes throughout the venue. His expression remained calm throughout as his gaze swept through every corner. When he finally saw Chen Wan, there was a barely perceptible softening on his face. Chapter 66, Life Imprisonment. Like a lion surveying its territory locking onto prey, Zhao Xinge took long, confident strides directly towards his target. Chen Wan stood motionless, her heart pounding wildly as his proximity reached its limit, nearly stopping her own movements. Over a distance of dozens of meters, Chen Wan felt like Zhao Xinge's gaze lingered on her for an eternity, dark and calm, making her tremble. It scraped across every inch of her skin, piercing into the deepest recesses of her soul. All her thoughts were laid bare before him. She even caught a glimpse of rare restraint in his composure, which disappeared as quickly as mist. However, Zhao Xinge did nothing but walk straight up to her, pulled out a key, placed it in her palm, and said gently, "I left it in my office, you probably didn't hear when I called." Just moments ago, Chen Wan was assertive and bold, but now she could only think of one thing: Zhao Xinge knows. She guiltily replied, "Thank you." Zhao Xinge grunted softly, his brief response sent shockwaves through the room like thunder splitting the forest, igniting waves of speculation, doubt, and probing inquiries. Chen Bingxin was the first to react, hastily handing him a glass of red wine, still fumbling with his words, "Mr. Zhao, how did you come here?" His tone was both excited and apprehensive, honored yet instinctively nervous. Zhao Xinge, reclusive and inscrutable, suddenly intruded into his birthday banquet, causing unease whether it brought blessing or disaster. Without accepting the wine, Zhao Xinge glanced at him and returned his focus to Chen Wan's face, saying indifferently, "I thought those with an invitation could enter." Of course, Chen Bingxin responded obsequiously, "Your arrival honors our home, I couldn't ask for more. If there's anything unsatisfactory, please bear with us." He offered the unaccepted glass of red wine again. It seemed Zhao Xinge had no intention of accepting it either, instead pointing at the cup of white wine sitting in front of Chen Wan and asking, "Is this yours?" Chen Wan, used to being alone, wasn't accustomed to someone standing next to her, shook her head without speaking up about whose drink it was. Zhao Xinge then stopped asking, waiting patiently for someone to claim it. His towering figure exuded an aura of authority even in silence, his gaze inducing immense pressure. Su Jiming and Chen Bingxin were perplexed by the situation, exchanging uneasy glances, unable to endure the intense tension any longer. Su Jiming, maintaining a smile, stepped forward humbly to take responsibility. "Mr. Zhao, this drink is mine. I offer it to Master Chen." Zhao Xinge didn't look at him, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Wan and calmly said, "Then you drink it." This single sentence caused ripples of surprise and commotion. Chen Bingxin furrowed his brows, trying not to make it too obvious. He started piecing together the situation but wasn't entirely sure yet. Glancing at his youngest son whom he had never deigned to notice before, his clouded eyes were filled with terror. Su Jiming, also an influential figure in Haisher, was many years older than Zhao Xinge, but he didn't dare defy him. Despite the humiliation, he forced himself to drink it, feeling dizzy, flushed, and swollen. Zhao Xinge slightly tilted his chin, signaling the waiter to refill the glass again, saying, "Drink this one too." Though no name was mentioned, Su Jiming stiffened instantly and so did the surrounding voices. All the previous whispers and giggles ceased, while the elegant music continued, infusing a strange sense of joy that carried an ominous atmosphere. Zhao Xinge's tone wasn't harsh, it could even be described as calm, but with a simple glance, his presence was enough to invoke awe and fear. In a flash, many rumors about Zhao Xinge flooded through Su Jiming's alcohol-soaked brain. The other day, Li Jiaming on Ting Island had suffered a severe attack and hadn't fully recovered yet. The once formidable Baihe Hall, now fled in disarray like rats, and Mai Jiehui, who used to be rich enough to rival a nation, jumped off from the 72nd floor after owing 10 billion yuan, not to mention how countless others' businesses were ruined in the commercial battlefield by this crown prince. It seemed Zhao Xinge had never dirted his hands, yet those who opposed him all met with dire consequences. Terms like achieving victory without bloodshed, turning clouds into rain at will, were not exaggerations or flattery for Zhao Xinge. His status and power required no flaunting. Su Jiming realized that Zhao Xinge truly intended to torment him openly and brazenly without any disguise. Under overwhelming authoritative suppression, dignity lost its meaning. Compliance was the way to minimize harm when faced with such absolute power disparity. Under the scrutiny of all present, Su Jiming endured the humiliation, slowly extending his hand toward the wineglass. After finishing it, Zhao Xinge calmly said, "Drink more." After several cups, Su Jiming nearly went into shock. Facing his flushed, tear-streaked face almost poisoned by alcohol, Zhao Xinge remained indifferent, asking Chen Wan casually, "Shall we go back? Or would you like to stay a bit longer?" Chen Wan looked at him with complicated eyes. Zhao Xinge was here to catch him. She could only nod and reply, "Then let's go back." "Good," Zhao Xinge said, slightly leaning forward to pick up the original red wine cup from her hand and placed it on the long table nearby, saying, "Let's go." The more peaceful and considerate he was, the more uneasy and perplexed Chen Wan became. This truly foretold a brewing storm before a big rain. Chen Wan ignored the varied gazes throughout the hall and turned around. When Chen Bingxin tried to call her back, Zhao Xinge stood firm like a towering mountain, shielding Chen Wan completely from Chen Bingxin's sight. He addressed everyone solemnly, "Mr. Chen, Minglong's project is about to enter roadshows. As the sincerely invited engineer and technical advisor of Minglong, Chen Wan has a very tight schedule ahead. Without my personal permission and approval, I doubt Chen Wan will have much time available." Chen Bingxin's face paled as he recalled the share transfer agreement he received in the afternoon, regretting it deeply. Word by word, Zhao Xinge addressed both Chen Bingxin and Chen Wan, "If you want to find Chen Wan, find me first." This wasn't a threat against Chen Bingxin. Zhao Xinge indeed planned to take over the situation. Since Chen Wan didn't know how to protect herself anyway, then Zhao Xinge decided to personally life imprison her. Upon finishing, the banquet hall resembled a lit matchbox hastily stifled, with countless murmurs surging beneath a lid that couldn't burst open. In any setting, no one walked ahead of Zhao Xinge, rarely did someone walk beside him, people usually followed behind. However, at this moment, Zhao Xinge slightly lowered his head, allowing Chen Wan half a step ahead. Though the distance was short, with his tall and broad frame, his shoulders effectively blocked all gazes from reaching Chen Wan's back. Chen Wan's silhouette was graceful and upright. No matter how curious the audience might be, they couldn't glimpse his expression at all. Like a young prince escorted by a silent knight, just a small segment of his pale neck was visible, inciting endless imagination. So closely following behind Chen Wan, Zhao Xinge looked like he was escorting as much as guarding. But upon exiting the door, Zhao Xinge's hand slipped from Chen Wan's back, making his heart sink. Missing the warmth of Zhao Xinge's palm, Chen Wan felt a chill on his spine and glanced at him. Zhao Xinge didn't return the look. The night wind was strong, hinting at an impending rain. Zhao Xinge pressed the car lock button. Neither the driver nor the secretary was present, and Zhao Xinge maintained silence. After waiting for a moment and looking around, Chen Wan sought conversation awkwardly, "Mr. Zhao, so this is your car?" It was the Rolls-Royce Phantom, not the one sold at the auction for a Dai car. Zhao Xinge turned his head and looked at him, "Yeah, so what?" His tone was very calm, but he spoke slightly faster, so it was impossible to guess if he was angry, which only added more psychological pressure. "Are you mad, Zhao Xinge?" Half an hour ago, this confident and fearless man now seemed somewhat cautious. Zhao Xinge didn't answer his question but calmly asked him, "When did you start planning all these things?" Taking advantage of Liao Quan, courting Gushi, exiting the partnership, shorting Rongxin, deceiving the CSRC, these actions in such a short time were seamless and breathtakingly brilliant. Chen Wan was stunned and no longer lied, "Ever since Liao Quan started threatening my mom." Zhao Xinge nodded as if they were chatting, "Did you build Katang all by yourself?" "Yes," Chen Wan answered. "Was it hard?" "What?" "Building Katang." Given the Chen family's attitude towards Song Qingmiao and Chen Wan had no choice but to start from scratch. Yes, it was hard, Chen Wan initially wanted to say it wasn't, but also knew the consequences of lying even a little bit now. "Why did you exit the partnership?" Chen Wan paused and said, "I just exited the partnership, but I'll still follow up on the project. Also, I was already an anonymous partner, so there's not much difference." Zhao Xinge ignored his play on words, "Because of me." "No," Chen Wan denied, "not entirely." Zhao Xinge continued unperturbed, "Exiting Katang ensures that whatever happens won't affect Minglong, because Minglong signed with Katang, not Chen Wan. Chen Wan could leave any time, affecting neither Minglong nor Zhao Xinge's life." Being so bluntly exposed, Chen Wan could only say, "I'm sorry." The person who rushed into flames without hesitation yet said, "I'm sorry," making Zhao Xinge's throat move as he calmly asked, "What exactly are you apologizing for?" Chen Wan was no longer invincible like at the banquet, showing signs of slight dejection and confusion, causing trouble for you and Minglong. "Aren't those troubles all solved?" As of now, Minglong hasn't been affected at all, Zhao Xinge factually analyzed step by step, the rumor and photo crisis has been resolved, the Liao family can never rise again, Rongxin is on its way to destruction, and the CSRC probably has no effective measures against you. Still not satisfied? Chen Wan concealed the gloom in his eyes, after all, it's still a hidden problem. Zhao Xinge paused for a moment, asking, "So what do you plan to achieve?" His tone held no blame or questioning, instead it felt like an objective inquiry, a sincere discussion between Zhao Xinge and Chen Wan. Chen Wan was used to shouldering his own responsibilities, to do everything within my power. Zhao Xinge opened his mouth for a moment before asking, "Chen Wan, do you remember what I said?" Chen Wan hung his head without speaking, so Zhao Xinge said, "Remember I told you not to treat me as a decoration? Treat him as a mere figurehead to love, to protect, to imagine, to adore." Chen Wan could only say again, "I'm sorry." Zhao Xinge fell silent, then heard Chen Wan explaining gently, "But I think this is the best way. The project involves two wide interests, you have a special status, and during these turbulent times, it's better not to get involved." Zhao Xinge shut his mouth, silent, contemplating how to explain clearly to Chen Wan. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xinge, while he remained quiet, a natural sense of scrutiny and oppression lingered around him. At this moment, the rain finally began falling, hitting the car window, trapping both of them in the black rain. With his hands on the steering wheel, Zhao Xinge kept his eyes forward without looking at him, his voice calm yet sending jolts down Chen Wan's temple. Chen Wan. Do you really want to be with me? Chen Wan stiffened, his gaze becoming bewildered and uncertain. Zhao Xinge said, probably not. Not the kind of being together that can be openly disclosed, long-lasting, and sincere. Chen Wan paused momentarily, furrowing his brow before denying it immediately. No, it's not. A pang of pain flickered across his face. I've never thought that way. Zhao Xinge, he licked his lips, which were extremely dry, as if struggling to express the emotions in his heart, finally uttering simply, I really like you, and I want to be with you. To be together openly, cleanly, and sincerely. Zhao Xinge's expression was unreadable when he said, but I don't want this kind of relationship. Chen Wan stiffened. For a moment, his breath and heartbeat seemed to stop, even the flow of blood slowed down. Zhao Xinge continued, I don't like this either. Upon hearing these words, Chen Wan froze. He didn't know whether Zhao Xinge meant that he didn't want to have a romantic relationship with him or that he just didn't like him at all. Either way, it left Chen Wan feeling deeply hurt. After pondering for some time, hesitantly, he asked again, Can I continue pursuing you? Zhao Xinge neither responded nor looked at him. His hands rested calmly on the steering wheel, tapping lightly with his fingers before saying, Chen Wan, you're smart. If you were still pursuing me, you'd carefully observe what I like to eat, drink, and when I'm deep in thought. Then why don't I hide everything too? In the future, I won't let you know my feelings, my habits, my thoughts. Zhao Xinge's tone remained emotionless but carried a coldness. He slightly tilted his head, softly saying, I should be better at hiding than you, right? Hearing this, Chen Wan felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, breaking out in a cold sweat. Chapter 67, You can interpret it as love. Zhao Xinge was always difficult to understand. In this world, if Zhao Xinge decided to isolate someone completely, then there would be no possibility of that person getting closer to him ever again. The reason Chen Wan knew Zhao Xinge's preferences, hobbies, and innermost thoughts wasn't because he was especially perceptive or observant, it was entirely due to Zhao Xinge's indulgence, tolerance, and openness. To lose that privilege equaled blending into the crowd once more. Chen Wan's breathing began to grow erratic. Facing Chen Wan's abnormal state, Zhao Xinge showed no emotion, no hostility, no blame. Calmly, he said, Chen Wan, you don't need to feel so upset. That's how you treat me. You caught fireflies for me, decorated Christmas trees, sent peonies and hydrangeas. You told me you wanted me to be happy. I've never felt happy. Chen Wan. This is the saddest day of my life. Chen Wan's eyes turned red. When Zhao Xinge said he didn't like him, Chen Wan didn't cry. But when Zhao Xinge said he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy. A sharp and precise pain shot through Chen Wan's chest. There was no intention from Zhao Xinge to comfort. Taming Chen Wan, methods like leniency, temptation, and teaching had become useless. If his deepest concern was used to hit where it truly hurt, wouldn't it leave a lasting impact? Zhao Xinge continued, as a child, I thought I might never attain the effortless happiness others seem to easily enjoy. Later, I thought love should also be hard to get. But now I see, trust isn't something I'll ever be granted, even a little. Chen Wan's chest rose and fell, his nose tingling with acidity. Zhao Xinge could tell he was crying without needing to look. Chen Wan's tears fell soundlessly. He said, I'm sorry, once more. But Zhao Xinge did not reply with, it's okay. The rain grew heavier, dark and heavy like ink slanting against the car window, obscuring the pitch-black world outside and leaving Chen Wan unclear about his future path. So he asked again, Zhao Xinge. Can I still pursue you? It seemed he didn't know how to say anything else, repeating this one question over and over again. The night sky was unusually gloomy, clouds thick and laden with lightning, while the wind roared. Zhao Xinge briefly turned his head and glanced at him, speaking indifferently, maybe not. At this, Chen Wan's pupils dilated slightly, his eyeballs moving slowly as his whole body quivered like a white bird outside drenched by the rain. I see. He replied slowly, countless and dark thoughts flashing through his mind, but apparently his consciousness could no longer control his body as symptoms appeared, with trembling hands and lips. Zhao Xinge simply watched, waiting until his breathing grew increasingly difficult and his expression more anguished before saying, if you can't pursue properly, then don't. Let me take over. Chen Wan's head was still lowered. After several seconds, his chest slowly filled with oxygen again, regaining some movement, slowly reacting to the situation. In a very soft voice, he asked, huh? Zhao Xinge didn't answer immediately. He just stared at Chen Wan, waiting for him to calm down a bit and become aware. Then he repeated once more, I said, you truly don't know how to chase after someone. No matter how much I try teaching you, you still fail, so let me handle it instead. A little while later, the sound of Chen Wan's crying became audible. Zhao Xinge didn't comfort him right away. Calmly, he looked on as Chen Wan wept for a moment before extending a hand and asking, do you want to come over here? Chen Wan immediately responded affirmatively. Zhao Xinga adjusted the driver's seat back, gently picking up Chen Wan from the passenger seat to sit on his lap. Chen Wan's mind wasn't entirely clear, yearning desperately to embrace Zhao Xinga. But Zhao Xinga pushed his shoulders back, not allowing it. Chen Wan's heart leapt in suspense again, too frightened to blink as his entire body trembled, resembling a puppet controlled entirely by the strings operated by the other person. Zhao Xinga kept watching Chen Wan anxiously, only letting go slightly when he reached what seemed like an extreme point, granting Chen Wan an embrace that wasn't particularly deep. Even though it wasn't a deep hug, Chen Wan felt as if blessed rain had fallen upon him, his heart rejuvenating with blood flow again. With his head bowed, he looked down at Zhao Xinga, yet it was as if he were being examined, his breath and heartbeat fully controlled by the other. After hugging for a brief period, Zhao Xinga pushed him away. Chen Wan. I won't tell you that we are breaking up, which caused Chen Wan's heart to drop again before continuing, but from now on, I will treat you the way you have treated me. Zhao Xinga's tone was gentle but cold. For every one thing you hide from me, I'll hide 10 from you. If you hide 10, I'll hide 100. Hiding back and forth, we will drift apart. In the end, we'll break up. Do you wish to break up with me, Chen Wan? Chen Wan's eyes watered again. Zhao Xinga felt water droplets hit his face. Chen Wan never cried unless in bed. After looking at him for a while, Zhao Xinga placed his hand on his back, slowly sighing, "You're crying despite committing such a huge mistake." Chen Wan, who hadn't shed a tear since childhood, had exhausted all of them that day. Zhao Xinga did not comfort him for stopping his tears. Chen Wan understood that crying in front of him meant something good. He removed his hand, faintly gazing at him. "If I am going to chase you, it must be done my way. Do you agree?" Chen Wan's eyelids turned red. Although it was Zhao Xinga pursuing him, there were numerous conditions. "My pursuit is not shrouded or concealed as underground dating. Are you okay with this?" His tone, expression, and attitude were extremely assertive and autocratic, having already decided everything but still asking if Chen Wan agreed. As for confession, when spoken by me, it sounds like a cold and mechanical contract clause. I don't practice self-sacrifice or forced humility either in pursuing someone. Sharing benefits and bearing risks together, do you concur? You've committed too many offenses with me and act arrogantly without fear. It's hard for me to trust you again. Suddenly, Zhao Xinga grabbed Chen Wan's hand, lifting his chin and quietly commanding, "Chen Wan, swear an oath." In the rainy night, Zhao Xinga's face looked somewhat shadowy and sinister, like a herald from hell, high above as he uttered word by word, "If Chen Wan offends again, Zhao Xinga will never be happy or content evermore." Thunder roared loudly in the sky as lightning tore the heavens into pieces. Chen Wan was terrified, shaking his head violently, forcefully trying to pull his hand out from Zhao Xinga's grip. However, it was useless. Zhao Xinga tightly held onto him. White light flashed across his face, looking merciless and ghost-like, proclaiming, "The heavens have heard. The vow is sealed." His tone was solemn, his demeanor dignified, as if this event was true. Chen Wan began to cry sorrowfully again, wetting Zhao Xinga's clothes. After Zhao Xinga's outburst, he became a little gentler, stroking his back. "Chen Wan, if you try me again, I will really lock you up." Chen Wan's eyes were red. For the first time, and it would be the only time, he asked, "Zhao Xinga, do you really like me that much?" This time, Zhao Xinga remained silent for a long while before answering softly, "Chen Wan, you can interpret it as love, as I love you, Chen Wan." Chen Wan's eye rims turned abruptly crimson, the saturated hue reminiscent of the large-leafed jacaranda trees drenched outside by the rain. He had never even told Zhao Xinga such words himself. Zhao Xinga felt him struggling to breathe again, so he pressed a kiss to the corner of his eye. His tender lips brushed against damp skin, their contact in the rainy night carrying a profound meaning of mutual support. "Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for me to be deceived so many times by the same person. It was me who loved you first, Zhao Xinga." Chen Wan's emotions suddenly surged, as if something he'd been holding onto had just been snatched away by someone else. "I am the one who loves you most." Zhao Xinga consoled him gently, "I know." Chen Wan was the one most qualified in this world to say these words. "I believe you." Still, Chen Wan continued shedding tears. Zhao Xinga showered him with countless deep kisses and embraces, yet it seemed they couldn't console him entirely. This was perhaps the most willful, candid, and authentic moment Chen Wan had ever displayed in front of Zhao Xinga. Sighing silently in his heart, Zhao Xinga rocked him slightly and said, "Chen Wan, you really do cry a lot." Chen Wan hadn't intended to lose control so dramatically, but after being tense for too long, once he relaxed, his emotions surged wildly throughout the evening. The physical manifestation of his condition appeared more severe than usual. Zhao Xinga knew that his illness had flared up, but all he did was ask, "What's wrong?" Chen Wan paused briefly before finally admitting truthfully, "Zhao Xinga, I'm sorry. I have a condition." Zhao Xinga seemed relatively satisfied, feeling through Chen Wan's pocket to retrieve the medicine box. He said, "Then take your medication." Unable to discern anything from Zhao Xinga's expression, Chen Wan could only apologize again because originally, he had wanted to offer Zhao Xinga a healthy, unbroken version of himself. Zhao Xinga gave him an intentionally bewildered glance and spoke lightly, "Do you have to apologize for taking a pill?" Chen Wan choked momentarily. Zhao Xinga retrieved the medicine, unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, and held it to Chen Wan's mouth, who doesn't get sick sometimes. It seemed everything became less significant in his presence. After taking his medicine, Chen Wan calmed down somewhat. He watched Zhao Xinga's carefree demeanor for a while and eventually looped his arms around the other man's neck, embracing him tightly, whispering, "Thank you." Zhao Xinga didn't tell him not to be thankful, he simply held him firmly. The night birds flocked out again after the rain, one perched on the rearview mirror. Zhao Xinga noticed Chen Wan's mood wasn't improving, and since he'd never consoled anyone before, after some thought, he pointed outside and said, "Chen Wan, can it see you?" "Don't let it look." Chen Wan, belatedly conscious of his own embarrassment, wiped his face, sighed, "I'm almost 30 and crying like this." A grown man like Chen Wan had never lost his composure so thoroughly in front of others, now feeling belated shame. "There's no rule saying you can't cry when you're 30, Zhao Xinga told him, "you could even cry to me at 60. Zhao Xinga's steady bearing made him feel like a dependable elder brother, slowly easing Chen Wan's anxiety, prompting him to hold on to him tighter. The rain had completely stopped. In the winter fog, the Chen family villa looked hazy, resembling a mirage on the sea, swaying precariously. "Did you grow up here, Chen Wan?" Chen Wan appreciated Zhao Xinga's body warmth. Nodding, he pointed in a direction and said, "That's where the Chen family keeps the dogs." "Aha," Zhao Xinga pulled him a little closer. "There used to be 3 Siberian Huskies and 1 Bernese mountain dog there." "Aha. I lived there for a year and a half." Zhao Xinga remained silent for a long time, hiding his darkened gaze, softly asking, "Was that before you went to Xiaolan Mountain?" Chen Wan hesitated slightly but wasn't very surprised. If Zhao Xinga decided to investigate something, he wouldn't stop until he uncovered all the details. Lowering his head, looking at Zhao Xinga, he spoke lightly, "Do you pity me now?" Zhao Xinga shook his head slowly and said, "It's not pity. If I must describe it, I hope you understand it as compassion. Compassion, affection, cherishment, they are all forms of love." Chen Wan curved his lips slightly and said, "You don't have to feel I'm pitiful. I give them a lot of trouble every day, and later on, it becomes unclear who troubles who more. And I first saw you there, though, you probably don't remember." Zhao Xinga asked if he could tell him more. "In my 3rd year there, some officials came to select people. Xiaolan Mountain was a breeding ground for sexual crimes, regularly providing protection through exchanges of power and sex, an open secret among the upper echelons of Haishur City. I escaped, and they sent many people to find me. That day, you happened to be attending a charity event at a nearby orphanage in Phase 2 of Xiaolan Mountain. How ironic that an orphanage was built right next to a lunatic asylum." A cold murderous intent rose in Zhao Xinga's eyes, but his voice remained deep and gentle. "Did we meet? I intruded into your rest room because I saw a knife on the table from the window. Even though it was just a fruit knife. You were dozing then, when I disturbed you and woke you up. You looked at me for a while and thought I was eyeing the fruit, so you handed me a lychee. The young Zhao Xinga wasn't yet a cold-hearted person. I didn't eat it. You thought I didn't know how, so you told me to peel off the black shell and eat the white flesh inside." Zhao Xinga stayed silent for a long moment, his dry lips brushed against Chen Wan's cheek, his hoarse voice spread like ink in the dark. "Did we talk? You might have thought I was one of the children from the orphanage and asked me why I was here. Did you tell me?" "No. Why?" "That was my 4th day with high fever due to tonsillitis. My throat had burned so badly that I hadn't spoken for a long time. And, Chen Wan couldn't bring himself to say it, he wasn't one of the orphanage children, he was a lunatic from the neighboring asylum. You were soon called away since the charity ceremony was about to start. Before leaving, you told me I could take any of the fruits on the table. But Chen Wan didn't, not even the lychee that had been peeled for him. He only took the fruit knife. 12-year-old Chen Wan, trapped in a psychiatric hospital, didn't need sweet-tasting fruit, only a knife that could offer self-defense. He also used that knife to stab the beast trying to forcibly drag him down into the abyss. However, the knife was confiscated eventually. Zhao Xinga has already forgotten whether he asked the staff of the orphanage about the boy after his speech, most likely, he did not. Zhao Xinga wasn't someone who pried into others' affairs, and Zhao Maozhen, who believed time was money, would never give him the chance to do such meaningless things. Even if he did, Chen Wan's name wouldn't be on their roster. Nevertheless, Zhao Xinga felt remorse for the first time over his own indifference and arrogance. But Chen Wan lifted his head, his eyes very bright, saying to him, I originally thought I wouldn't be able to survive outside Xiaolan Mountain, that getting out would merely be stepping into another cage, but I didn't get the chance to ask your name. It took Zhao Xinga a long time to finally respond with a wave of profound emotion rising in his eyes as he said, My name is Zhao Xinga. Chapter 68, No Snow in Hong Kong. Alright, Zhao Xinga, Chen Wan let out a relieved smile, my name is Chen Wan. Can we be together? I don't need chasing. Let's, Zhao Xinga stared at him, faintly replying, let's. Surprises on dates, flowers as gifts, personal pickups, everything others had, Chen Wan would have, and more. Zhao Xinga said, I prefer being serious about what I do, pursuing someone is no different. You don't have to agree too quickly. Chen Wan's heart was racing. He looked at Zhao Xinga for a moment before helplessly smiling and looking away. He lowered his head, placing his hand on Zhao Xinga's shoulder. Can I ask, Zhao Xinga? When exactly did you start liking me? Zhao Xinga didn't answer any question, instead, confronting him. Do you think you're unworthy of love? Chen Wan honestly said, I don't know. Someone who has never received love truly cannot find the reason why they are loved. Zhao Xinga thought for a moment and told him, there wasn't a specific time, being attracted to you was a vague but inevitable process. He spoke without a trace of embarrassment, his expression calm as if discussing business, yet his tone was naturally sincere. No one would dislike you, Chen Wan. You don't need to keep trying to find a specific reason, your existence itself is the answer. Zhao Xinga's evaluation carried too much weight, too definitive, it could be called a lifelong accolade. Chen Wan's chest felt warm, opening his mouth but unable to say a word. His phone rang many times, Liao Quan's, Chen Bingxin's, Song Qingmiao's, all directly rejected by Zhao Xinga, who put it into his own pocket. From this moment on, Zhao Xinga began to confine Chen Wan. Chen Wan really became Zhao Xinga's hostage, driven through the night cityscape by the Rolls-Royce, akin to finally arriving home on a tardy carriage. The car radio played Hong Kong station broadcasts that Chen Wan often listened to, where late-night channels were playing a compilation from Millennium-era divas. To write this noble love letter. Using self-talk. As my holy scripture. If I don't even love myself, how can I give or receive love? Chen Wan had now gathered himself, Zhao Xinga. Did you know me at that auction? Zhao Xinga turned the steering wheel, making a right turn, his eyes forward. What auction? No impression. Chen Wan chuckled with an "oh," resting his hand on the window frame and turning his head to look at him. It was the auction we attended together once. You may not have seen me then, I got boxed out by a Rolls-Royce that day. Zhao Xinga nodded slightly and pressed the accelerator. You should upgrade your car soon, let's pick one out tomorrow. The Rolls-Royce parked at Soho. This was Zhao Xinga's first visit to Chen Wan's place. A sprawling flat, with a sea view terrace boasting an excellent view, but Chen Wan thought he'd eventually need to buy a standalone villa for Zhao Xinga. Leading Zhao Xinga in, Chen Wan casually suggested he browse around, hoping he might start considering this as his own home. When Chen Wan went to heat water, Zhao Xinga didn't wander aimlessly. Still, his sharp gaze instantly found the gilded Nanwood Hunter treasure cabinet located in the side hall. Because it was indeed massive, incredibly, ostentatious, like extravagant show cabinets that young women today splurge large sums on to display collectibles. Zhao Xinga, hands clasped behind his back, walked closer and took a quick glance. An Eternal Series Yves cufflink, a Patek Philippe watch, limited edition perfumes, handmade Turkish wool rugs. Luxurious extravagance above, stark contrast below, an old tennis ball, a chipped Visconti pen, and a dried leaf specimen. Though few and worn out, they were confidently occupying half of the luxurious treasure cabinet, rendering the crowded high-end items above seem diminished and lacking in class and presence. No matter how dazzling the gems and pearls, they were the true master and soul of the treasure cabinet. Zhao Xinga examined each piece for a long while, head down, lost in deep thought. When Chen Wan brought over the warmed magnolia flowers tea, he noticed Zhao Xinga holding a yellow draft paper. Chen Wan's face immediately turned red. Zhao Xinga arched an eyebrow. With an itching scalp, Chen Wan hurriedly explained, I didn't steal it. You threw it in the trash when you left the exam room. Zhao Xinga nodded, carefully placing the already fragile draft paper back before stroking his back reassuringly, I never accused you of being a thief. Shifting his hand to grasp tightly onto Chen Wan's wrist so he couldn't escape, he picked up the old tennis ball and asked gently, can you tell me about this? Chen Wan's face heated up further, feeling as if he was forced to read a passionate love letter aloud on the spot, but with his hand held firm, Zhao Xinga's imposing aura gave him no way out. Reluctantly, he said, back during sophomore year and the mainland league training, maybe because you found the main school gymnasium too crowded watching you play, you chose to play alone behind the Ifu building at meal times. I generally studied books nearby at Ifu building. You watched me play every day. But Chen Wan made a solemn declaration, it really rolled to my feet on its own, I wouldn't steal your things. Zhao Xinga immediately said, it's fine. He just asked, didn't you think about taking it to find me? This is something you probably discarded, Chen Wan pointed at a certain spot on the ball, look here, it's caved in. Taking a broken ball to someone seemed too much like an ill-intentioned attempt at small talk, and Zhao Xinga had come to the branch precisely to avoid disturbances. Zhao Xinga looked at him, trying to see through these pitch-black eyes to the 16-year-old Chen Wan. Were the eyes of the 16-year-old Chen Wan also so dark? Had they already learned to hide affection back then? His heart felt as if drenched in an unventilated torrential rainstorm, Zhao Xinga having been unknowingly loved so greatly, fully, and suitably for all these years, finally receiving today's resounding backlash. Fragments from his youthful days lost were picked up one by Chen Wan and cherished. Chen Wan gathered bit by bit, collecting piece by piece, enduring for so many years this way. Zhao Xinga pulled him closer, his voice lower, is the cufflink also for me? Yes, Chen Wan held no deep-seated grudge, this was his solo treasure hunt game. Today finally brought both the owner and companion, and he helplessly chuckled, that time at the island, I thought you would take it from me. But since it was originally intended for you, if you'd ask, I would certainly let it go to you. Zhao Xinge tilted his head slightly, staring at him, I thought you might want to give it to some friend. I don't have any friends. Will the wool blanket be for me too? It's just. Chen Wan looked somewhat helpless, the bay window at your place seems pretty cold with the marble you've attached there. You like to work there, so I worry about you catching a chill, especially during typhoon weather or seasonal changes. Chen Wan's gaze was very earnest, I truly don't want you to get sick again. Touched uncontrollably, Zhao Xinge gripped his hand tighter, his gaze slowly scanning the shelf, why did you buy so many things for me? Chen Wan was rather natural in saying, there's no particular reason, I just couldn't control myself. I see something, and I want to buy it for you. His liking was simple, no more than that. When Zhao Xinge was young, he didn't receive many gifts nor held anticipation for any holidays, but originally giving and receiving gifts need not have specific times or reasons. Since Chen Wan realized he knew everything, he decided to bare his soul without reservation, I spotted the watch when you bought me the cufflinks. I wanted to look further, but you seemed uninterested. Later, I went back alone. However, these are just based on my aesthetic preference. If you don't like them, it's fine. In the future, whatever you fancy, I'll buy it for you. Can I have anything I want? You can. Zhao Xinge listened carefully to every word Chen Wan said, trying to retrace those moments he had missed and could never retrieve when he was loved. Happiness tinged with regret lingers in the mind. Suppressing the storm within his heart that could not vent, Zhao Xinge said he didn't mind the things Chen Wan picked for him, even thanking Chen Wan for the gifts, saying he liked them a lot. He appeared generous and grateful throughout, but when he pressed Chen Wan against the rosewood 100 treasure cabinet at night, it was nothing like that, quite fierce. While moving, he instructed Chen Wan to wear each of the gifts that almost forever remained unseen by light, one by one. Chen Wan. Wristwatch. Zhao Xinge was very gentlemanly, only his aggressive actions and thoughtful tones seemed like two different people. May I try the signet ring? He was so polite, wiping away the sweat streaming down Chen Wan's forehead, negotiating by asking, shall we wear the necklace as well? Chen Wan's toes curled, tightened, then relaxed again. There are also earrings, sapphire and obsidian. After playing with them for a moment, Zhao Xinge said regrettably in a low tone, I don't have ear piercings. But if you want to see, I could also do it for you. Chen Wan was nearly fainting, even his fingertips trembled, gasping weakly, no, don't do it. It will hurt you. Zhao Xinge stopped, glanced at him for a while, then became even more aggressive. Chen Wan's heart and body were filled to the brim, there was no room for anything other than Zhao Xinge. Regardless of how fiercely Zhao Xinge acted, Chen Wan could only look upon him with gentle eyes. With his hand gripping Chen Wan's neck, Zhao Xinge exerted force, towering above as he asked expressionlessly, Chen Wan, on what grounds did you arbitrarily withhold my gifts? Had it been just a bit less fortunate, he might never have received them. Nearly choking, Chen Wan struggled to lift his hand and touched Zhao Xinge's sweaty face. After pondering for a moment, all he could say was, in the future, I'll buy you even more, and better ones. He embraced Zhao Xinge's head into his neck as if making a promise. Zhao Xinge was not as ferocious afterward. Gentleness and love could mend all fear and insecurity in a relationship. Zhao Xinge pursued people with the same efficiency as his work, no longer appearing intermittently like a dragon whose tail is rarely seen. He had been photographed by paparazzi for 2 consecutive nights visiting Crown Prince East. Chen Wan attended a meeting that went very late into the night, and he didn't emerge. The paparazzi seemed determined not to stop until they uncovered the mysterious close friend, who could make Zhao Xinge patiently wait for 2 hours. Seeing someone lurking, Zhao Xinge instructed the driver to open the door and handed the paparazzo a bottle of water. Startled that despite hiding so well he was still discovered, the paparazzo shakily accepted the bottle, recalling numerous versions of stories about those who angered Zhao Xinge and met unfortunate ends, before fleeing with his camera. Afterward, Zhao Xinge asked, why did he leave? The driver guessed, probably because it was too cold outside. So Zhao Xinge continued working on his laptop without any change of mood. However, as Zhao Xinge visited more frequently, one lucky paparazzo managed to snap some photos. But under the dim night light, the identity of the close friend was unclear, sparking various speculations. People outside couldn't identify him, but acquaintances surely would. At a gathering where Chen Wan missed due to overtime work, Tan Yuming furiously berated Zhao Xinge as an animal. Chen Wan is out of the question. There are plenty of others willing to accompany you, Zhao Xinge, but Chen Wan is off limits. Chen Wan was a friend recognized by Tan Yuming, not just some nobody to toy with. Zhao Xinge asked, play. Shen Zongnian asked, are you two together now? No, Zhao Xinge said, I'm pursuing him. You actually chase people. Tan Yuming sarcastically remarked. Zhao Xinge's calm gaze swept across their faces, Shen Zongnian looked indifferent, Tan Yuming was indignant, Jiang Ying seemed completely oblivious, Zhuo Xian likely regretted causing trouble last time and kept quiet the whole evening. Turning back, Zhao Xinge lightly knocked on the table, is this your attitude towards me? What attitude should we have? Tan Yuming countered, do you think Chen Wan is easy to bully because he has a soft personality? I don't care about others' opinions, Zhao Xinge, unconcerned with how they felt, simply declared what he intended to do. As Tan Yuming wasn't someone worth dealing with seriously, but Shuai Xian happened to be present, a rare intimate friend of Chen Wan, Zhao Xinge interlaced his hands on the table and said, I'm quite serious. At the end of the gathering, everyone headed to the underground garage when Zhao Xinge said, Ji Xian, hold on a minute. Shuai Xian froze, thinking that this day had finally come. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Xinge found it somewhat exasperating, not bothering to scare him anymore. He said, if the family gives you a hard time, just let me know. In memory, Shuai Xian was still that kid who would run to him and Tan Yuming whenever he lacked money or got into trouble. Now, he dared to help Chen Wan in such things. Surprisingly, Shuai Xian hesitated. This wasn't what he expected, an autumn reckoning perhaps. You aren't mad at me? Why should I be? Zhao Xinge replied. Even if he robs and murders, that's fine, but I need to know about it. Shuai Xian suddenly felt that this time, the older brother from childhood had truly returned. But then again, Zhao Xinge added, thank you these past years, but next time will be different. His authority was evident, and Shuai Xian immediately nodded, hurrying to get onto Tan Yuming's Bentley. Because of helping Chen Wan, he'd lost access to his card and car, so Shuai Xian could only hitch a ride back. It was Shen Zhongnian driving. He turned the steering wheel and asked, did Zhao Xinge reprimand you? Before Shuai Xian could say, no, Tan Yuming in the passenger seat turned around and said, he deserves it. Chen Wan and Shuai Xian were both heartless compared to each other. Zhao Xinge would scold them even if they didn't do anything wrong. Although Shuai Xian had his card and car suspended, he was still quite happy and laughed twice at Shen Zhongnian. Hee, I didn't get reprimanded. Tan Yuming turned around in terror, grabbing Shen Zhongnian's arm and said, it's over, the kid has been trained into idiocy. Chen Wan missed several of Tan Yuming's gatherings in a row. Finally, just before December officially arrived, he successfully completed the acquisition of sufficient equity. As always, his approach was unconventional and pushed boundaries, only this time, it was him voluntarily opening up to Zhao Xinge. After hearing it, Zhao Xinge remained silent, simply looking at him. Chen Wan smiled patiently but firmly stated that this step had to be personally taken by him. His eyes twinkled, and Zhao Xinge showed mercy by not interfering, repeating his usual phrase, you can commit robbery and murder, but I need to know. Chen Wan felt torn between laughter and crying, genuinely believing what he did wasn't so perilous. Rongxin held its last shareholders' meeting of the year. Chen Wan, who had never appeared in the company, made his first appearance, sparking much discussion. This was also the first time since the birthday banquet incident that Chen Bingxin met with Chen Wan. Regardless of whether Chen Bingxin sent Chen Yu or personally attempted an audience, all requests were rejected without exception, with Zhao Xinge ensuring there were no loopholes. Despite the various gazes upon him, Chen Wan remained calm and composed, sitting confidently in the position next to Chen Bingxin's, somehow bearing a resemblance to Zhao Xinge's intimidating presence over the years. After making his report to the board, Chen Wan proposed that due to the change in equity shares, Chen Bingxin had lost his veto power. Since that night, Chen Bingxin seemed to have aged 10 years, his blood pressure spiking as anger consumed him, losing control of his emotions in public. Wretched child. Rongxin was built entirely by my hands, I know it best and have the final say. You've cunningly schemed your way here, knowing nothing, yet dare to give orders. Chen Wan responded coolly, unyielding, reminding the founder to follow laws and regulations, emphasizing decisions violating the corporate law were invalid, urging Mr. Chen to understand how times had changed, and the board could no longer be dominated by one voice alone. Chen Bingxin glared furiously as Chen Wan continued undeterred, stating according to the supervisory board proposal, directors Chen Yu and Liao Zhihe's shares contained flaws and engaged in misappropriation of funds during tobacco exports for personal gain. He hoped they resigned on principle. The two men looked shocked, sweating coldly, but before they could defend themselves, Chen Wan delivered the ultimatum, if you don't comply, I will invoke the Zhao Xinge bill to request securities regulators initiate oversight procedures. Upon hearing these words, the whole room erupted in shock. Through the dispirited eyes of Chen Bingxin, Chen Wan saw the collapse of an old empire, powerless to reverse its fate, sensing clearly that the heavy monument that had weighed on his back for decades had now crumbled. In mid-December, the cover stories of Haishi's top financial weekly magazines were sensational and eye-catching. Shock. A 30-year giant of the Chen family falls amidst chaos in central Hong Kong. Rongxin meets its end at Taiki's hands. 3 years later the Zhao Xinge bill resurfaces in business wars. Crown Prince accompanies his close friend to meet Chamber of Commerce chairman. Founder of Rongxin displays premature gray hair and defeat, scolds decadent children publicly. With photos and videos. Rongxin executive surnamed Liao becomes disabled. Urinary problems for half a month draw widespread disgust. Haisha officially entered wintertime. Although the harbor island rarely saw snow, winds increased, days grew shorter, nights longer, and dawn arrived late. Zhao Xinge dropped Chen Wan, Iron Egg, off at Taiki, parking on the side. The weather appeared slightly gloomy, large bauhinia trees having shed their leaves, bare branches swaying in the cold wind. Numerous well-dressed white-collar workers crossed over elevated walkways, seemingly bright yet revealing sharp expressions when observed closely, like young blood lacking vitality flowing slowly into an empty park. This was the 12th day of consecutive work for Chen Wan. With Rongxin now fragmented, unless roots were thoroughly eradicated and enemies eliminated, Chen Wan couldn't feel complete peace. Zhao Xinga took a scarf from the rear seat and gently wrapped it around Chen Wan's neck. It was a classic British plaid style, personally selected by him, perhaps an extension of his inherent desire for control. From the tie clip and leather belt to the lighter at the sleeve cuffs, everything Chen Wan used was chosen by Zhao Xinga. Of course, Zhao Xinga was quite fair and democratic. The decision-making power over his own clothing, food, accommodation, and transportation also belonged entirely to Chen Wan. The pair of Changxing Wuji cufflinks he wore today were personally tied on by Chen Wan, although her fingers were trembling at the time. Gu Shi's urging regarding the transfer of equity can be appropriately slowed down, installment payments would be best. If conditions allow, even your mother can appropriately step in. This way, it would reduce outsiders' suspicion and alertness about Chen Wan's covert methods, and also reinforce that Song Qingmiao and Gu Shi indeed had deep friendship, making those photos and reports not staged. Of course, Zhao Xinga pressed down on his scarf and said, "This is just my suggestion. You decide." Alright, Chen Wan was bundled up tightly by him, seeing that there was still a hint of irritation from being woken up too early, and couldn't help but smile. "Don't bother to send me tomorrow, sleep longer." Zhao Xinga, that's not how you pursue someone. In that case, should I stop pursuing? Let's make it official. Zhao Xinga, not yet, haven't passed. Chen Wan exclaimed in surprise. Ever since that night when they caught someone from Rongxin Garden, these days Zhao Xinga hadn't left his side, as if holding him closely like a fire pot warming and burning him, making him almost melt. So, what else do you want? Chen Wan didn't understand. Zhao Xinga looked at him and said calmly, "I didn't prepare well enough." If he had been more vigilant and interfered more strongly. Chen Wan loosened the scarf a bit, leaned closer and asked, "What wasn't good, Zhao Xinga?" "Chen Wan, are you comparing me with others?" Huh? Chen Wan didn't understand. "How good or bad I am, don't compare me with others, compare me with myself." Zhao Xinga's standard was Chen Wan, which made him always one step behind. Loving has already been done perfectly by Chen Wan, no matter how hard Zhao Xinga tried, it seemed he could never let Chen Wan experience this kind of depth of being loved. This wasn't fair. When encountering this person, you'd only think of wanting to be better to them, better and better, without any other solutions. Chen Wan found it amusing and smiled, "So you're saying whether you've caught up with me or not depends on you?" "It depends on you. But letting things slide isn't good." Zhao Xinga reminded him. When Chen Wan got out of the car, he failed to open the door successfully for the first time. He suddenly remembered something, turned around, leaned close to Zhao Xinga, and asked, "If I don't let things slide and I haven't gone official yet, can I kiss you first?" Zhao Xinga said it could be. After getting kissed, Chen Wan successfully unlocked the car. Zhao Xinga watched his figure disappear and drove away from Taiki, not heading directly to Minglong, but turning right through the west tunnel to Tsuan. Zhao Xinga had accompanied Chen Wan to Monica's clinic twice, today was the first time coming alone. There were some things he needed to ask Monica privately, and Monica seemed also willing to have a private conversation with him. However, due to an early morning meeting, the chat didn't last long, and by not quite 11, Zhao Xinga returned to Minglong. The Boliwan project was about to enter a month-long roadshow covering both mainland China and overseas destinations. Zhao Xinga needed to pre-deploy all other projects of Minglong. Shen Zhongyan and Tan Yuming attended the meeting today along with several other investors and partners. The meeting lasted from noon into the afternoon, with only a brief rest period. Zhao Xinga glanced at his phone and saw no new messages. Chen Wan was in meetings and negotiations at Taiki all day. Gu Shi raised objections to part of the defective shares, while Chen Wan proposed phase transition. After much deliberation, they reached a preliminary agreement with mutual understanding. Her phone was on silent mode. During the break, she pulled out a Visconti pen from her pocket. It wasn't the same model as the one in her collection cabinet, but from the same series, likely a custom-made piece with a very discreet private logo. Chen Wan took a photo of the fountain pen and sent it to Zhao Xinga. After a while, Zhao Xinga replied, "How did it end up with you?" "The kitten doesn't know JPG. Not the kitten's fault JPG. Zhao Xinga knew that this was Zhuo Ziqian sending him a new emoticon again. Chen Wan often found things in his pockets that didn't belong to him, including but not limited to handkerchiefs, fountain pens, gloves, or lighters. They were not formal gifts, but private intimate belongings of Zhao Xinga, like casually placing a piece of candy in his pocket so Chen Wan could reach in and find a pleasant surprise. It was also a kind of territorial marking, constantly accompanying, reminding, and responding to him. The meeting only ended close to 4 o'clock. On the way back from Taiki to Kusiang, it started raining. He sent a message to Zhao Xinga saying there was no need to pick him up, "I'll come find you." Kitten sprinting JPG. Zhao Xinga only replied with one word. No. Chen Wan. A full day of meetings left Tan Yuming with a headache. He filled Shen Zhongyan's meeting notebook with turtles and tigers, finally waiting for the meeting to end. Back at Zhao Xinga's office, after closing the door, he collapsed onto the sofa, loudly proclaiming how exhausted he was, and proposed going to relax properly together. "You guys go ahead, I have to go pick up Chen Wan." It's raining, if you don't want to go out, you can eat at Minglong. Zhao Xingde closed the drawer and met Shen Zhongnian's gaze with composure. Tan Yiming returned the notebook to Shen Zhongnian, glancing at the grey-black sky outside the window. This damn weather, there's definitely going to be a heavy downpour. You could let your driver go. Zhao Xingde put on the long coat hanging on the rack and said, it's not like my driver is chasing after him. The reason Zhao Xingde insisted on picking Chen Wan up himself wasn't because he was worried about getting wet. Chen Wan had his own driver, but most matters in love couldn't be entrusted to others. Zhao Xingde refused. Tan Yiming probably couldn't understand. It wasn't that Chen Wan needed Zhao Xingde to pick him up, it was that Zhao Xingde wanted to see Chen Wan sooner, to hold his hand, embrace his shoulder, and kiss him in the rain. He began owning time with Chen Wan too late. Even if they were in love every single day after that, Zhao Xingde still felt it was far too little. But there was no way around it anymore, Zhao Xingde thought expressionlessly. Dating also meant racing against the god of time, so tragic. As Zhao Xingde entered the elevator, he received a text from Shen Zhongnian. The 0659 model chip has already been discontinued. When Zhao Xingde closed the drawer, he caught sight of it immediately, a half-finished item that resembled the meteorological sensor robot model they made together years ago, which was placed in exhibition at Ifu Building after winning an award. He wondered if it had been taken down now. Zhao Xingde replied, then create a sustainable updated version. Never stopping its operation. Chapter 69, The Moonlight 16 years ago. The night fell early, and the rain had begun to ease. Zhao Xingde took a long-handled umbrella through the central garden and did not enter the main lobby of the office building. He didn't wait long before Chen Wan emerged from the building alongside some partners, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, with a long overcoat draped over him, discussing official business. Occasionally, he would nod as a few young people from his group followed behind. It was obvious Chen Wan was preparing to say goodbye, yet the youngsters seemed to be clinging to him asking questions, all of which Chen Wan patiently answered. Almost the moment the glass doors opened, Chen Wan spotted Zhao Xingde standing under a bauhinia tree, with fallen leaves resting on his shoulders. Their eyes connected through the dim yellow lights and rain, meeting quietly. A faint smile rose in Chen Wan's eyes as he bid farewell to his subordinates and quickened his pace towards Zhao Xingde, shedding some of his earlier dignity and composed demeanor. Taking a step forward, Zhao Xingde extended his hand to meet him, pulling him securely under the umbrella. Chen Wan touched his hand, thankful it wasn't too cold. Sorry to keep you waiting. Recently, Kuxiang's reputation had skyrocketed, and Chen Wan was busy assisting Gu Xi in dividing Rongxin affairs, significantly increasing his workload. Not at all. Zhao Xingde naturally placed his hand at Chen Wan's lower back and walked with him, guiding them through the wind and rain. Both the wind and the rain were blocked by Zhao Xingde and the umbrella, leaving Chen Wan completely dry as he got into the car. From school to work, he had little experience of being picked up and taken home by someone else. After looking at Zhao Xingde warming up the car for a while, he felt his heart full and leaned over to kiss him. Zhao Xingde only let him kiss for a bit before pushing his shoulders and pulling away slightly, handing him a craft paper bag and saying, eat first. It had been some time since dinner, and in terms of keeping regular hours and eating on schedule, Chen Wan was very strict with others but lenient with himself. Within reasonable limits, Zhao Xingde wouldn't interfere, after all, he himself was also a workaholic. But lately, Chen Wan had indeed gone too far. The paper bag was still warm when Chen Wan opened it, blinking in surprise. How did you know? The occasional snacks from that particular shop, pomelo sago pudding, fish balls, pineapple bread with extra thick frozen butter, all were favorites. When they still lived in the outer ring tenement buildings, someone would sell waffles with ice cream, red rice sausages, and pan-fried radish cakes on the street. Young Chen Wan didn't have money, so he would just stand nearby watching, waiting until closing time when the vendor would feel pity and grill any leftovers to give him a small portion. The steaming hot curry fish balls in winter left Chen Wan feeling content. It had been a long time since Chen Wan last ate this kind of kid snack, though he used to drag Zhuo Jiqian there to indulge. Zhuo Jiqian, without any air of superiority, ate 3 bowls of curry fish balls. Watching his almost empty pocket of spare change, Chen Wan hesitated silently. Chen Wan smiled in nostalgia. You actually know about this. I thought these things were probably lost on someone like you. Zhao Xingde adjusted the steering wheel halfway, reversing the car. I know as much about you as you know about me. Even if Zhao Xingde currently knew less than Chen Wan, he was determined that one day he would know more. For the 2 cars Zhao Xingde now frequently used, everything from the radio stations, leather-scented diffusers, tea-infused cushions, many times, Chen Wan got into the car and briefly mistook it for his own. As the pineapple bread melted on his tongue, Chen Wan found it sweeter than those from his childhood. After dinner ended, Zhao Xingde said, we're going somewhere. Chen Wan didn't ask where, replying simply, sure. Halfway through the drive, Chen Wan recognized their destination. Zhao Xingde slowed down the car, turning to ask him, do you mind? He'd already asked Monica about it, but if Chen Wan showed even the slightest reluctance, Zhao Xingde would turn around immediately. Over the years, Chen Wan had grown impervious to wounds or poisons, and this place could no longer harm him. So he replied, I don't mind. Xiaolan Mountain hadn't changed much from over a decade ago. Although it had been converted into a sanatorium, the dark hills and not particularly tall trees, meticulously maintained lawns and white fences made it seem more like an exclusive, silent prison. The howling mountain winds covered countless tearful and desperate struggles. Apparently, Zhao Xinga had arranged beforehand, as they encountered no one along the way. Room 407. Once upon a time, this was the tomb that trapped Chen Wan, where the young boy was imprisoned in this 50-square-meter room, forced to take medication, injections, electroshock therapy, and mandatory treatment day after day. His consciousness and soul were gradually fragmented, transforming him into something neither human nor ghost. Inside, Chen Wan felt little emotional turbulence, merely looking at Zhao Xinga in confusion, unable to comprehend why they had returned to this place. Zhao Xinga held his hand and placed it in his own pocket, then directly pushed open the door. The room was nothing like what Chen Wan remembered. There were no hospital beds, no 4 stands. It wasn't even a proper ward anymore. The air carried an indescribable smell that, if Chen Wan had to define it, reminded him of bloody flesh. The light was dim, and Chen Wan couldn't see clearly. He moved closer to Zhao Xinga, whose grip on his hand tightened as they entered. Inside the room, Chen Wan saw a body, its skin and flesh severely rotten, chained to the wall. Had it not been for that finger Chen Wan personally broke, he might not have recognized this person as Liao Quan. Everyone outside believed Liao Quan had been taken away by the Securities Regulatory Commission, yet here he was, locked in Chen Wan's former ward by Zhao Xinga, suffering 10-fold, 100-fold worse than the torment Chen Wan endured back then. Liao Quan screamed angrily, "Zhao Xinga, what gives you the right to capture me? Torture is a crime." Zhao Xinga ignored him, instead looking at Chen Wan and asking, "Afraid?" Though Chen Wan himself was also a wanderer on the edge of the law, as he gazed at Zhao Xinga's face shrouded in darkness, it was the first time he truly felt the extent of Zhao's overwhelming power and decisive actions. Chen Wan had been lost in thought for quite some time, and the pressure on his hand from Zhao Xinga had increased significantly. Chen Wan immediately tightened his grip in return. No. Liao Quan now had only one eye left, glaring at them with jealousy as their fingers intertwined. He mocked with a sneer, "Zhao Xinga, so this is why you did all that for him, you've become a lovesick fool." All the trouble Zhao Xinga went through to extract him from the police wasn't for revenge, it was for Chen Wan. The Chen Wan he lusted after for years but could never have. You're being deceived by him, he's using you. He's just like his mother, a heartless opportunist who attaches herself to wealthy and powerful men. People like him have no soul, they'll only toy with your feelings. How could you fall for such an unclean person? Don't you know he was already? Without hesitation, Zhao Xinga picked up a cattle prod and shoved it into Liao Quan's mouth. The sharp, hoarse scream instantly shattered the night's tranquility. Not even blinking, Zhao Xinga applied more force, burning through Liao Quan's lips as if it were a blazing stick, reaching deep into his throat. You know, Zhao Xinga said impassively, that's why you're here today. Liao Quan screamed in pain, and Zhao Xinga stared down at him disdainfully, appreciating his suffering for a moment before throwing the cattle prod aside and speaking gravely. Because you got it wrong. It's me chasing him. Liao Quan's eyes widened in terror. Zhao Xinga tilted his head slightly. In fact, I begged him to be with me. Even Chen Wan couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. With a bloody mess spilling from his mouth, Liao Quan emitted indistinct sounds. Zhao Xinga casually picked up a dagger, offering it to him. Which hand did he use on you? His right, Chen Wan replied nonchalantly as he took the dagger. But I already broke his finger back then. Zhao Xinga appeared to ponder for a moment, reclaiming the dagger from Chen Wan's hand and enveloping it in his own warm palm as he said, then let someone else handle it. Since the vengeance had been served, there was no need to dirty Chen Wan's hands again. Consumed by jealousy and rage, Liao Quan cursed furiously. Zhao Xinga silenced him with a dismissive shoo, treating him like a barking stray dog, and informed him coldly, your right hand and tongue will soon be delivered to your sister. Under Liao Quan's fearful gaze, Zhao Xinga led Chen Wan away. Chen Bingxin is in the next room, Zhao Xinga said. Do you want to see him? On the day of the shareholders' meeting, Chen Wan personally expelled Chen Bingxin from the board of directors and joined forces with some minor shareholders to strip the actual power from Chen Yu and the other estate heirs. In a few short days, the Chen family fell into despair, their grand courtyard blanketed in death-like stillness, resembling a living tomb. One could even place a gravestone at the gate and offer incense in mourning. Deprived of his authority, Chen Bingxin seemed to lose his soul, suffering a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Zhao Xinga took the opportunity to bring him to this sanatorium. Before Chen Wan could reply, Zhao Xinga spoke. Never mind. There was no need to see him. He tightly held Chen Wan's hand, guiding him out of the white building. Unconsciously, they walked to the very spot where Chen Wan had first met Zhao Xinga. The moonlight of tonight seemed unchanged from 16 years ago, yet it also seemed subtly different. Zhao Xinga was looking down at his phone, likely giving orders about how to deal with Liao Quan. Chen Wan edged closer. Without lifting his gaze, Zhao Xinga sent messages while pulling Chen Wan into the warmth of his coat with one arm. Neither the fallen leaves from the trees nor the night wind from the valley touched Chen Wan. He was well protected, with only his bright eyes exposed under the dark sky. After staring at Zhao Xinga for a long while, Chen Wan spoke, Zhao Xinga. As Zhao Xinga finished typing the last 2 characters, he put his phone away and gripped Chen Wan's nape, glancing down with a questioning hum. Chen Wan stepped out from his coat, creating some distance between them, saying, "What he said, none of it is true." Zhao Xinga stared directly into his eyes. Of course, he knew what Liao Quan said wasn't true. Whether true or false didn't matter anyway, it was Zhao Xinga's expertise to dominate negotiation tables and understand human nature, knowing exactly what to say to pierce someone's heart most deeply. No matter how despicable Liao Quan painted Chen Wan, Zhao Xinga loved him, protected him, was devoted to him, and had obtained him. This would pierce the heart of the other party more than anything else, making him feel worse than ever. Chen Wan looked at him and said again when he didn't reply, "What he said isn't true." Zhao Xinga replied, "What I said is all true. Every single word." Chen Wan opened his mouth but found himself unable to speak. Zhao Xinga then said, "However, there's one point where he probably didn't lie to me." Huh? Taking 2 steps closer, Zhao Xinga stared deeply into Chen Wan's eyes. "You toyed with me." Chen Wan widened his eyes in shock. Zhao Xinga listed his offenses and past misdeeds. "You liked me, but never thought about being together. One foot chasing me, the other firmly planted as a retreat plan, ready to leave at any moment. You said you wanted to be together, but never planned for it to last long." Chen Wan touched the tip of his nose. Zhao Xinga raised an eyebrow and gazed at him, saying indifferently, "I don't think this counts as defaming you." Chen Wan quickly spread his arms to embrace him and said guiltily, "Not really. I didn't do that." He reiterated. With a humph, Zhao Xinga gave no comment. Chapter 70, Taking Responsibility for One's Own Life. The mountain road twisted downward, the Rolls-Royce's passenger side window was rolled halfway down, sea wind blowing in. Chen Wan felt exceptionally light-hearted and refreshed, not because of Liao Quan and Chen Bingxin's fate, but because of Zhao Xinga. Chen Wan's hair was blown disheveled as he reached for the cigarette box but was stopped by Zhao Xinga. "Don't smoke during the day." Chen Wan hadn't slept well, and Monica advised against smoking or drinking before bedtime. "All right." Chen Wan smiled. In fact, ever since Zhao Xinga came into his life, he rarely suffered from insomnia or woke up startled anymore. When sleeping, Zhao Xinga would bury his head in the crook of his neck, holding his waist while exuding warm, secure breaths. But this night, Chen Wan was rare to stay awake in the darkness. Quietly pulling aside the edge of the blanket, suddenly, his wrist was caught. Turning around in the dark, Chen Wan whispered, "Did I wake you?" Zhao Xinga's hair was somewhat tousled, looking lazy and drowsy, yet his eyes were clear and his voice deep and hoarse. "Where are you going?" Chen Wan whispered softly, "To take medicine. Monica prescribed him small doses of sleep aids." Zhao Xinga looked at him under the night sky. Chen Wan blinked and clutched Zhao Xinga's arms lightly, whispering, "I can't fall asleep." After watching him for a moment, Zhao Xinga said, "It's fine, let's not sleep then." Chen Wan used to carry heavy burdens in his heart when he couldn't sleep, but Zhao Xinga told him that insomnia wasn't a sickness, so he didn't feel guilty anymore, nor would he apologize. Zhao Xinga casually slipped on a silk robe without fastening the belt properly. Then, with both long arms, he swept Chen Wan onto a wool blanket atop the bay window in his room. The handmade wool blanket bought for Zhao Xinga eventually ended up here. He turned on the remote control, opening the glass window. Even in winter, the stars twinkled in the night sky. From behind, Zhao Xinga tightly embraced Chen Wan, pressing their broad chests together, giving Chen Wan the feeling of landing on a safe and reliable island. Zhao Xinga handed him the medicine and lukewarm water. "Tomorrow we'll visit Monica again." Recent therapy progress was smooth, and Monica believed that Chen Wan's issues stemmed from always thinking he could fully control everything and bear everything himself. If he could start believing in others and learning to rely on them, that would be a significant improvement. "All right." Leaning his chin on Chen Wan's shoulder, Zhao Xinga pulled his legs close and interlaced their fingers. Chen Wan almost felt trapped in his embrace. "Is it because we went to Shaolin Mountain tonight?" "It's not," Chen Wan turned back, being very honest and trusting as he said, suddenly thinking of my mother. Liao Quan could no longer disturb his mind, but throughout the way back from Shaolin Mountain, Song Qingmiao's face kept appearing in his mind. He had met Song Qingmiao just the week before. After Chen Wan took charge of Rongxin during the shareholder meeting, Zhao Xinga drove him there. Rongxin Garden was built at the end of the 20th century and was originally the residence of a British businessman. It was seized and auctioned after the city returned to Chinese control. At the time, taking advantage of the reform's favorable winds, Chen Bingxin rose to prominence in High City and spent lavishly to acquire Rongxin Garden. He then renovated it extensively, with intricate beams and embroidered pillars, vermilion balconies, and flying eaves. Now, it stood desolate, abandoned by its former owner. Chen Bingxin had stepped down, and his household scattered in every direction at the sign of trouble, while most of the servants were dismissed. "You wait here for me," Chen Wan held back Zhao Xinga, saying, "I don't want them to see you." Zhao Xinga arched an eyebrow, sensing something else behind these words, and nodded compliantly, saying, "All right." He leaned against the door of the Rolls-Royce, tilting his chin, "I'll watch you go in from here." Chen Wan said, "You can sit in the car and wait." Zhao Xinga's voice was gentle and deep, "Chen Wan." So Chen Wan said, "Okay, I'll be out soon." The wind wasn't strong today, but the sun wasn't warm either, pale and uninviting. With his hands in the pockets of his coat, Zhao Xinge said, "No rush, take your time." After this conversation, he probably wouldn't let Chen Wan visit Song Qingmiao as frequently anymore. Chen Wan nodded. Perhaps because of the knowledge that someone was waiting for him, his heart remained calm and steady as he entered this neither western nor eastern mansion this time. The familiar sounds of mahjong and languid music had disappeared. The chain that used to block the road each time he came was gone, and the flowers by the pond hadn't been tended to for a while, overtaken by weeds. The wind sweeping through the halls emitted hollow, desolate echoes. A few nephews from the third house were busy dividing up and liquidating the antique collections within the house. Rongxin's market value had plummeted overnight and was acquired, leaving these parasites without their food source. Even the Buddha statues embedded in the walls were being dug out and carried away. When the light at the door dimmed, and a shadow revealed a face, they were all shocked, staring at Chen Wan who had appeared so suddenly. Their fearful look seemed directed not only at the boy with scissors in his hand from over a decade ago but also at the young man making decisive judgments at the recent shareholders' meeting. Chen Wan passed by them and went straight upstairs, knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Song Qingmiao asked cautiously. "It's me. Baby." "Yeah." The door opened, revealing more than a dozen open jewel boxes, their contents dazzling. No matter how tumultuous things were outside, the world collapsing didn't deter Song Qingmiao from counting her jewels. Boxes made of willow wood, large and small, covered every surface. "Not too surprising," said Chen Wan as he helped her open the window, letting the tobacco smell disperse, asking, "Are you packing up? What are your plans afterward?" Through all she had endured, Song Qingmiao maintained an air of carefree innocence. She pushed her hair behind her ear, still beautiful, replying, "I called a cab, moving first to Hong Kong, then later, I have plans to go play somewhere for a while." The house in Hong Kong that Chen Wan had purchased for her, she had never lived in. Song Qingmiao busily folded her fine clothes and expensive outfits, enthusiastically mentioning Australia's good weather and Italy's fashion season now and then. "Okay," Chen Wan thought of many things to say before coming here, but in the end, only said, "Be careful, and if you're short of money, let me know." "Aren't you having people keep an eye on me?" Chen Wan pursed his lips slightly. "Do you blame me?" Song Qingmiao scolded him teasingly, "How dare I blame you? You've grown up, become independent, I can't control you anymore." Chen Wan sighed inwardly and started helping her fold clothes, saying, "Then leave me alone. You're free now, just live your life well." Song Qingmiao seemed unconcerned, muttering absent-mindedly, but just as Chen Wan was about to leave, she called him back, "Baby." Chen Wan stopped abruptly, his heart fluttering subtly. Song Qingmiao lit a slender cigarette and bit it at the edge of her lips, exuding charm, glancing out the window, "Didn't you say you wouldn't repeat my mistakes?" Under the purple blossom trees, Zhao Xinge waited patiently and calmly. Song Qingmiao said with a touch of indifference, "They're all the same, none of them reliable." Chen Wan felt a rare sense of care, looking at her and shaking his head slowly, telling Song Qingmiao, "No, he's different, Anne. I will take responsibility for my own life." Chen Wan thought about it for a moment and then added, "I hope you do too." Song Qingmiao let out a snort, seemingly not paying much attention to what Chen Wan had just said. After that, Song Qingmiao went on an outing while Chen Wan was busy with work, and they did not meet again. But for some unknown reason, on this sleepless night, Chen Wan kept thinking of her face, coquettish, tearful, radiant, pitiable, from 16 years ago, and more recently. "When I was still at Tang Tower and hadn't been taken back yet, there was once when I got beaten up badly, which led to a severe illness that took a long time to recover from." Zhao Xinge hummed softly, listening quietly. At that time, she must have just entered the Chen residence. With little money, she stole a piece of jewelry, pawned it, and brought me to see a doctor. She also bought me a bag of candy. Later, I found out that after she returned home, she was also beaten. Mr. Chen Bingxin beat her once, and the head housekeeper also hit her once. The day I learned about this, I cried in sadness and anger, hating myself for being so powerless, but I didn't dare to let her find out. There was also one birthday, actually, I didn't even know it was my birthday, I grew up without knowing. One day, she suddenly came to visit me. By then, she seemed to have already done a lot for Mr. Chen Bingxin and gained a bit of footing in the Chen household. She brought me a cake and a model airplane made of building blocks. She stayed with me for a while, helping assemble it. Then she stroked my head and said that soon she would be able to take me away to live in a big house. I didn't tell her, but actually, I didn't want to live in a big house, I just wanted to stay by her side. Each time she visited me, she carried different wounds. And I always thought, if only I were stronger, no one would dare hurt her. You might not believe this, but before I met you, I entertained thoughts of killing Mr. Chen Bingxin several times. Something I never told even Zui Jian, but Zhao Xinge was his most trusted person now, so he continued, though perhaps he subconsciously sensed it later, so eventually he arranged Monica for me. In the summer when I got accepted into your school, she gambled, and Mr. Chen Bingxin locked us in the basement. I don't know if her gambling was related to trying to send me abroad, I didn't dare ask her, fearing she'd say yes, and fearing she'd say no. The Chen family appears luxurious, but if we didn't have enough money, it was actually very hard to get by. You need money to tip servants, bribe house managers, curry favor with cooks, and every madam spends generously. If you don't give tips or red envelopes, you'll get bad food, clothes, and other essentials. And if you offend the wrong people, they'll retaliate behind your back. The wives of the various branches formed factions, and their subordinates engaged in open rivalries. In fact, Chen Baoying had a younger sister who died because the maids intentionally delayed calling a doctor when she had a fever. Chen Wan's emotions suddenly flared up, but Zhao Xinga simply held him close, neither persuading nor consoling. He placed Chen Wan's hand in his, holding it gently, as he listened silently. Gradually, Chen Wan calmed down. Maintaining social connections requires money. The main house keeps track of daily expenses, and after she redeemed me from Xiaolan Mountain, she had almost no money left. She was such a vain person, yet during the year after I came out of Xiaolan Mountain, she rarely wore any jewelry. Perhaps due to this lack of adornments, later on, she developed a habit of collecting gemstones. Maybe jewels gave her a sense of security. After I graduated, she always wanted me to fight for Rongxin's shares, and I could understand her reasons. She used all her stock shares to redeem me, it's something I owe her. She was once an excellent mother. When I was young, I really loved her, but reality is cruel. Her innate affection couldn't match the oppressive power of patriarchy or the twists of fate. When a person is struggling to survive themselves, it's impossible to expect them to love others fully. Even though Chen Wan had been hurt countless times by Song Qingmiao, when thinking of her, a certain tenderness remained within him, an unbreakable softness. That was the first taste of warmth he received upon coming into this world. No one is born knowing how to love. If one learns, it's undoubtedly because they've been loved before, even if just a little. Chapter 71, Rising Fame. As Zhao Xinga listened to his incoherent and repetitive recounting, he did not interrupt. His large hands provided endless warmth on the winter night as he calmly said, "It's all right, I'll keep an eye on her for you, nothing bad will happen again." Initially, Zhao Xinga had no intention of letting Chen Wan see Song Qingmiao again. However, seeing his moist eyes, he still added, "When you want to see her, I'll take you." Unlike Chen Wan, if it were Zhao Xinga, he would never harbor any hope for someone who once abandoned him. Thus, he severed all ties and bonds with his parents and Zhao Maozeng. But Chen Wan was naturally tender-hearted and deserved protection, one shouldn't be too cruel to him. Chen Wan turned around to look at him, his black eyes so bright. The distant buildings and lights already bore the red elements of the new year. So Zhao Xinga continued, "If you wish, we can do it in the new year." Chen Wan felt as though he were being treated like a child and let out a muffled laugh. "No," he replied, "for something like this, go with the flow, there's no need to force anything." Zhao Xinga's embrace and breath were warm. He tugged at the sleeve of the other man and sighed softly, asking, "Zhao Xinga, actually, you don't really dislike dogs, do you?" I saw it that day. Through the window in Song Qingmiao's room. That day, Zhao Xinga leaned against the Rolls-Royce waiting for him when a little dog wobbled its way over from the roadside. It wasn't very clean, but Zhao Xinga allowed it to circle around his feet for a long time without driving it away, his face showing no sign of impatience. It was very different from their encounter with the German Shepherd in Victoria Harbor. Zhao Xinga truthfully answered, "I don't hate them." Zhao Xinga had never mentioned Pearl to Shen Zongnian or Tan Yuming, but he could say it to Chen Wan. "I once picked up a stray dog somewhat similar, it was dealt with by others." Chen Wan fell silent for a moment. Even though Zhao Xinga spoke lightly, he could still deduce the full story and felt sorrow creeping into his heart. Looking at him, Chen Wan suggested, "Then how about we get another one? A smaller breed, like the one by the roadside that day, with a round head, I'm not afraid of those. We can take it for a walk in Victoria Harbor when we have time, or hike mountain on weekends. When you swim, I can watch it together with you and help time your laps." Zhao Xinga stared at him for a while before saying, "No need. I already have one." Chen Wan was momentarily stunned, regained his senses, and nodded, "All right, fine, I agree." It was Zhao Xinga's turn to be stunned. Then, unable to resist, he smiled. As December officially came to an end, in the new year, the cover headline of the first issue of a renowned financial magazine in Haishur City glistened with golden letters, "Poly Bay pure glitters like pearls, Zhao leads private roadshow overseas with companion." The first stop of the roadshow was Manchester. Su Jiying and Fang Jian met with Zhao Xinga and Chen Wan at the airport and boarded Zhao Xinga's bombardier aircraft across the ocean. In the new year, Fang Jian remained the same as always, absorbed in academia and neglecting his appearance. Chen Wan heard that Zhao Xinga specially sent his secretary to measure him for the entire month's roadshow outfits. Dr. Fang accidentally overheard the cost and was deeply distressed, calling it corruption and lamenting what a beautiful thing it would have been to spend such money on scientific research instead. Recently, due to the success of the Poly Bay project, Su Jiying was making waves within her family power struggles, overtaking her two brothers and becoming even more spirited. While waiting for the flight in the VIP lounge, Zhao Xinga suddenly leaned over and quietly asked Chen Wan, "How did you know I'd come out from B3 after returning to China?" Chen Wan was momentarily startled and reacted, laughing helplessly, "Just how thoroughly did Ji Xian sell me out?" Zhao Xinge raised an eyebrow. Seems like your supposedly unshakable friendship isn't worth much. Not even threats or inducements were necessary for Zhuo Zhixian. Chen Wan perceived some underlying meaning and found it amusing, deciding to just say it directly. Not just this time. When the media reported about you being attacked in Italy, I almost flew there immediately. Zhao Xinge didn't speak, but his expression clearly said, please continue. Previously, Chen Wan would have felt a bit embarrassed, as if he were some scary stalker fanatic, but now, if Zhao Xinge liked to listen, he would tell him straightforwardly, you know how unreliable higher media paparazzi can be, exaggerating headlines, blurring truths, maliciously distorting facts, and courting popular favor. Chen Wan's face was full of helplessness. One moment they said you had serious injuries requiring amputation, the next claiming your life hung in the balance due to a bullet wound on your left chest. Zhao Xinge, who only had a minor arm abrasion. Besides, Minglong must have suppressed the news quickly because later these paparazzi fell silent, not mentioning a word about this matter. I truly couldn't eat or sleep properly. Chen Wan remembered the torture back then, his eyebrows still knitted together. If it weren't for Zhixian saying you were safe when I went to handle my visa, I would have really flown over. A hint of an arc in Zhao Xinge's mouth was pressed down slightly, his expression remained calm as he said, these media indeed aren't very reliable. Guys, Su Jiying sitting across could no longer bear listening, suddenly lifting her sunglasses up onto her head, eyeing Zhao Xinge and Chen Wan with a teasing look. Higher media might be unreliable about other things, but from what I see, their reports on both of you are somewhat accurate. Originally, Su Jiying's relationship with Zhao Xinge was just that of ordinary partners. Zhao Xinge being taciturn, aside from work matters, they didn't chat much. However, every time there was Chen Wan present, the atmosphere was always pleasant. Zhao Xinge would also become less stern, making her speak more freely. Things like, the Crown Prince smitten by the Bay Area, spent 2 nights and 3 days meeting friends, or, Crown Prince Zhao engages in East charity, considerate enough to gift bottled water to paparazzi. My mom even asked if those were true. Her mahjong pals knew we worked together on Boli Bay. Without these relationships she couldn't get anyone to play with her, calling her out for withholding information. Zhao Xinge and Chen Wan. Fang Jian found it objectionable that they were chatting gossip at such a critical moment, so he came over with the measurement diagram, addressing them as if scolding misbehaving students. Hey, stop all this nonsense. I need to remind you guys again about the pollution index issue. The environmental activists will definitely seize onto this. As boarding approached, Zhao Xinge told Chen Wan, when I left after graduation, I departed from the front gate. Gate 37, International Departure Gate. Chen Wan looked at him, his scalp tingling slightly, murmuring, I knew Zhixian betrayed me, but I didn't expect it'd be this clean. Seeing his expression, Zhao Xinge finally seemed satisfied. In the plane's ascent into the clouds, Chen Wan, closing his eyes to rest, heard Zhao Xinge holding his hand and whispering, in the future, I'll send you flying. Chen Wan curved his lips and, 9 miles above the ground, tightened his grip on his hand in return. This was Zhao Xinge's first roadshow with Chen Wan present. He remained in the background as usual, watching Chen Wan step in front of the spotlight and cameras. Whenever Chen Wan turned around, he would meet Zhao Xinge's steady gaze. The first roadshow was smooth but also fraught with twists. Su Jiying, a formidable female entrepreneur in the business world, angrily confronted a Canadian journalist who asked whether her appointment as the PR lead for the giant Boli Bay project was due to her close relationship with Zhao Xinge. She then ruthlessly mocked a questioner with a large beard who raised an uninteresting query about how she planned to balance her future marriage, work, and life. Chen Wan smiled inwardly, applauding her silently in his heart. Then Fang Jian gave a half-hour advanced lecture on ocean currents to a Western reporter who doubted their scientific standards, delving from ocean current control technology to deep-sea automated operations. When stubborn reporters met Fang Jian, it was like scholars encountering soldiers. All their insinuations and attempts to confuse issues were blocked by Dr. Fang's profound and complex physics lessons. The reporters then shifted their attack toward Su Jiying. Chen Wan was not surprised by the relentless probing and deliberate harassment from foreign media. The forthcoming confrontations would likely revolve heavily around resource wars, and the Boli Bay project wasn't just one of the top-tier ventures domestically, globally, it was a massive and even alert-triggering engineering feat. Simultaneously, since Minglong joined hands with mainland China, severely suppressing foreign capital's living space, stock market fluctuations impacted foreign exchange rates. When it was his turn to speak, another foreign journalist continued the previous journalist's sensitive questions and asked him to compare Minglong's technological patents with a certain country's exclusive technology in terms of advantages, and questioned what impact this project would have on marine ecology and neighboring countries' environment. The atmosphere became slightly awkward for a moment. The special assistant bent down to ask Zhao Xinge, do you need me to contact those above? Zhao Xinge looked at Chen Wan and said, it's fine. Under the spotlight, Chen Wan calmly took the microphone. This friend, our domestic deep-sea exploration technology was the first to conquer high and low position, power positioning, and mainstream floating support challenges. Both modular construction technology and underwater operations have fully entered the ultra-deep water era. Year-round, full ocean float support capabilities, operational difficulties, and technical complexity have consistently ranked top internationally for a decade, and are already in use. In recent years, we've engaged in in-depth cooperation with several marine development and protection member states, achieving remarkable results. This is an achievement acknowledged by all countries, not to be erased or misattributed. His tone wasn't heavy, but exceptionally firm. Through the flashes of long lenses and a crowd with varying skin tones, Chen Wan's gaze met Zhao Xinga's steady eyes. 12 years ago, he stood below, looking up at Zhao Xinga, attentively listening to every one of his competitions and speeches. 12 years later, in a foreign land, Zhao Xinga watched him from below, his gaze calm and focused. He couldn't help but feel a subtle stirring in that moment, leaving everything unspeakable yet deeply understood. The spotlight surrounded Chen Wan with a golden halo as he represented Zhao Xinga in telling the world, the Boylove project isn't just an opportunity to promote and delve into marine science and technology, but also a step forward in safeguarding marine ecological barriers, and serves as a bridge for economic exchange and cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. We always follow the principle of mutual collaboration and win-win cooperation, dedicating ourselves to the scientific utilization and protection of marine resources. This is both the undeniable social responsibility of the Boylove project and the unwavering goal of our innovative scientific team. As his words echoed, the domestic journalists led the applause. From this point on, Chen Wan had made a name for himself amidst countless rounds of applause. In the midst of the cheering and clapping, Chen Wan could only see Zhao Xinga's tranquil eyes. Through lenses, flashlights, and various faces, they locked eyes amidst the crowd and applause, saying nothing but needing no words. A month-long roadshow saw Chen Wan become well-known on the shores of the Western Ocean. This oriental face reminiscent of a Jiangnan ink painting swiftly became the darling of international financial media. During each event, Zhao Xinga sat in the audience clapping for him. All the flowers and applause he hadn't received during his youth were finally being given to him by Zhao Xinga. At the end of the final roadshow, Fang Jian was presented with a red palm to symbolize enduring academic success. Su Jiying received a bunch of chrysanthemums for prosperity in her career. Chen Wan hugged his peonies and hydrangeas, glancing at others' bouquets, slightly raising the corners of his lips as he turned to Zhao Xinga. Did you pick mine? Chen Wan looked at him with indulgence and a slight smile. Are you copying me? Zhao Xinga replied simply, I thought you'd like it. Chen Wan didn't answer immediately, staring at him for a while before stepping closer and whispering near him, since that's the case, Zhao Xinga, I'll tell you a secret even Ji Xian doesn't know. Zhao Xinga arched a brow. In the swimming competition in grade 12 when you broke the record, I sent you a bouquet. It didn't mean anything beyond just congratulating you. The white peony signifies sincerity, and the pink hydrangea represents fulfillment. I hoped whatever you did afterward would be successful and complete. Zhao Xinga gazed at him silently, lost in thought. Chen Wan chuckled amusedly, but someone happened to confess their feelings to you back then, so you thought it was from them and gave my flowers to that person instead. Zhao Xinga stared at his smile as he reached out to hold his hand and said, I'm sorry. There's no need. Chen Wan raised his hands holding the fresh flowers and said, I've received them now. Zhao Xinga held his hand tightly, keeping it in his pocket. Walking out from the financial street, Manchester was enveloped in heavy snowfall. Chen Wan, like many people from the south, liked snow, but there was no snow in Hong Kong Island. It had a long summer all year round. Instead of asking the driver to bring the car, Zhao Xinga walked from the apartment which wasn't too far. He bundled Chen Wan up tightly with a scarf, opened a dark-colored large umbrella, and strolled through Lincoln Park together. This is where your first multinational acquisition case press conference was held. Chen Wan pointed at a nearby skyscraper and said. Zhao Xinga tightened his scarf around him, looked down at him, and didn't say anything. There, walking past a hall, Chen Wan said, you were paparazzi-ed here once. Is that so? That's right, Chen Wan was sure, you must have been attending the APEC forum that year. Before the Italian shooting incident, Zhao Xinga's itinerary hadn't been so mysterious yet. If Chen Wan wanted to find out something, he always managed to do so. And you? Zhao Xinga asked softly. What? What were you doing back then? I was, Chen Wan recalled, casually prying for any information on you through Ji Xian. Every day I kept an eye on finance magazines and news. Then, I started to brainstorm about founding Kuxiang. He didn't mention the sleepless nights spent trying to raise funds or waking up hungover after business engagements, but Zhao Xinga could guess. Those moments Zhao Xinga had missed would forever remain missed. He stopped, pulling Chen Wan closer, lowering the umbrella to cover both of them, then leaned down and kissed him. Snow fell onto the umbrella while all under it was utterly quiet. Zhao Xinga embraced Chen Wan into his long coat, kissing him deeply, as if he had already loved him for many years. Back at the apartment, Chen Wan arranged the flowers nicely, and Zhao Xinga came over, handing him something and saying, take a look. But he clarified first, it's not for congratulating you on the successful roadshow. It was something Zhao Xinga originally planned to give him. It was just they'd been so busy previously, now that things had settled down. Chen Wan unfurled it, stunned. You know. Zhao Xinga arched an eyebrow. I saw you helping Qin Zhaoting organize bottles outside his shooting club. Not long after that, Chen Wan began sponsoring that boy. So, Zhao Xinga established a foundation for him. After staring at the documents for a while, Chen Wan didn't know when Zhao Xinga had started preparing this. Since the anti-money laundering regulations in high-C finance had come out, establishing a foundation was very complicated now, having money alone wasn't enough. Chen Wan's heart stirred slightly, and he said, "Where were you at the time? Why didn't I see you?" Zhao Xinga nodded. "I was probably engrossed in a serious chat with Qin Zhaoting, normal." Chen Wan laughed helplessly. "Zhao Xinga, that day you shot at me." Chapter 72, The Snowman of Manchester. "Zhao Xinga, why did you shoot at me that time?" "No, you just happened to be standing next to the target. For a long time, I wondered if you disliked me." Zhao Xinga felt a flicker inside, his throat moved slightly. "No." Chen Wan tilted his head, smiled, and said, "Then, surely you couldn't have liked me back then already, could you? That early?" Zhao Xinga pointed to another box and said, "Why don't you take a look at this one?" Chen Wan smirked and teased him, cooperating by opening the second gift. His fingers clenched abruptly. There was no one more familiar with this robot model than he was. The original version on Ifu building had listened to countless confessions of his heart, encompassing all his youthful confusion and hopelessness. Chen Wan carefully observed it for quite a while before finally reaching out to gently stroke the robot's head, feeling a rare pang of sorrow welling up inside, and sighed somewhat emotionally, "You made a new one again." Zhao Xinga demonstrated how to use it, saying, "That one is for the school, this one is specially made for you." However, Zhao Xinga paused after letting him inspect it for a while. "Although this one is given to you, in the future, if you need someone to talk to, you can talk to me." Chen Wan's heart was pounding as she stared intently at the robot styled after a model from years ago. The man who had been so poised in front of foreign media now resembled a child who couldn't stop fawning over his new toy. What used to be an excellent work showcase to everyone had now become his personal gift. After staring at it for quite a while, Zhao Xinga said, "Whatever you told it before, you can also tell me again." Clutching the robot tightly, Chen Wan looked up and softly said, "Zhao Xinga, it seems like you really do love me." Zhao Xinga replied solemnly, "So, you've figured it out." The hint of bitterness that arose in Chen Wan's heart got mixed again, and he smiled, saying, "Back then, I must have been under too much pressure. I wasn't used to confiding in real people. In front of that robot, my heart felt very peaceful. Actually, what I said back then, after such a long time, I myself have forgotten. But every time I finished talking, I always felt better. It was just poor Zhuji Xian," Chen Wan added with a touch of apology. "When he first saw me talking to a robot, the way he looked at me, was very shocked. But he tried to conceal it, pretending that there was nothing unusual. Can you imagine that look? So, painstaking." After finishing, Chen Wan finally put down the cherished gift and reached out to hug Zhao Xinga, burying his head in the crook of his neck, smiling and sighing, "Thank you, I really love these gifts." "You don't need to thank me, you'll have to return them someday." After the official conclusion of the overseas roadshow, the project team began preparing for the victory banquet, inviting local aristocratic families as well as thanking the media journalists they had interacted with during those days. Shenzong Yan and Tan Yuming, as investors, also had to attend to demonstrate their full recognition and high affirmation of this mission. On the day of the banquet, even Chen Wan's tie and socks were specially customized by Zhao Xinga. Because Chen Wan had played with the robot late into the previous night, Zhao Xinga pushed him hard, and thus he helped Chen Wan get dressed in the morning. Chen Wan grasped Zhao Xinga's wrist and showed the ruby cufflink bottom with a smile, asking, "Mr. Zhao, may I ask what does this mean?" Zhao Xinga looked at the circle without any emotion, standing up composedly and said, "It doesn't mean anything, don't worry about it." Chen Wan couldn't help but laugh through his tears, pulling him, and said, "Mr. Zhao Xinga." Zhao Xinga paused reluctantly and admitted, "It just means you are very stubborn. We're going to be late. Let's go." The banquet was scheduled in a manner. Shenzong Yan and Tan Yuming landed in Manchester the night before. Suddenly transported from a hot tropical island where the seasons are warm all year round to the snowy state roads, Tan Yuming was almost frozen senseless and regretted wearing his very stylish but not particularly warm long coat just to look chic. But the long coat really was stunning, it made him appear debonair. Shenzong Yan pulled off his scarf and gloves coldly, wrapping Tan Yuming unusually snugly, leaving only his peach blossom eyes exposed. "Oh, this is unbearable." Shenzong Yan gave him a glare, silencing Tan Yuming. A large, boxy vintage car left tracks on the snow-covered ground as it entered the manor, warming things up inside considerably. Tan Yuming immediately turned over a new leaf, throwing off the scarf and gloves Shenzong Yan had wrapped around him and tossing them back at him, reverting once more to being the suave young nobleman who was always at ease among the rich and famous. As Chen Wan was hosting guests, he heard someone shouting from far away, "Ah Wan." Lifting his head, he smiled, holding a glass of champagne towards the caller, "Are you here already? Was your trip smooth? The weather hadn't been good yesterday." Taking the champagne, Tan Yuming sipped a little and frowned, "Not smooth at all." Shenzong Yan's ACJ was bumpy beyond belief. He vividly complained, "I was half asleep, and I thought the plane was doing somersaults in the troposphere." However, when Shenzong Yan approached, he stopped talking. Chen Wan found it amusing inside and greeted, "Mr. Shen." Shenzong Yan nodded at him, "Congratulations." Chen Wan's impressive performances across dozens of roadshows had already spread to Haishur City. Chen Wan modestly replied, it's the result of everyone's efforts. Tan Yuming handed his phone back to Shen Zhongyan. Qin Zhaoting said the road was blocked by heavy snow, and he would only arrive in the afternoon. Qin Zhaoting had come to visit relatives at year's end. His mother had moved to Xingqing years ago. Since Xingqing wasn't far from Manchester and considering their relationship, Qin Zhaoting felt it necessary to attend this occasion. On behalf of Qin Zhaoting, Tan Yuming conveyed, as an apology, he will send a big gift. Chen Wan smiled, Mr. Qin is too kind. Shen Zhongyan glanced at him but didn't say anything. Let's go, Tan Yuming said to Chen Wan, and I'll introduce you to some old friends. Though the guests invited today were by Chen Wan, Tan's family had deep roots overseas, so many of the important people present were his acquaintances. Zhao Xinge, Su Jiying, and a local official had just finished their discussion when they saw Shen Zhongyan. They walked over and asked, when did you arrive? Yesterday. Zhao Xinge nodded. The two then went to drink on the terrace, discussing matters related to the city of Haishar. The terrace was on the second floor, with a view down to the banquet hall below. The last time the two had chatted like this was during the party after the Baoli Bay launch event. From a similar elevated position looking down at the entire scene, Zhao Xinge had worn the family crest that time. In the blink of an eye, it was already nearing the end of the Baoli Bay project roadshow. Shen Zhongyan spoke as always, how's it going? Leaning against the railing, Zhao Xinge replied, still chasing. Shen Zhongyan didn't understand what they were doing, I thought someone like him under your control would be eaten alive. Zhao Xinge looked at Chen Wan downstairs chatting affably with a British businessman and said, is that right? Shen Zhongyan was momentarily startled by his calm and profound gaze and couldn't think straight, what? Zhao Xinge's eyes remained calm. Was it true? That Zhao Xinge had fully taken control over Chen Wan. It appeared Chen Wan had secretly loved Zhao Xinge for many years, while Zhao Xinge acted arrogantly because of the favoritism. But only Zhao Xinge knew that in this relationship, the one holding the initiative had never been him. People who have a crush or take the initiative can stop their feelings at any time, whereas those deeply infatuated can only strive to preserve and claim that obsession. Seeing the turmoil beneath Zhao Xinge's calm exterior, Shen Zhongyan was momentarily speechless. Downstairs, Chen Wan received numerous business cards and invitations. Sometimes when he unintentionally gave someone an extra glance, Zhao Xinge also followed with his own look. His gaze was slow and steady, calm and casual, and no one knew what he was thinking. Shen Zhongyan slightly frowned, you. Zhao Xinge turned around and asked, what? Forget it, nothing, Shen Zhongyan said, just continue like this. What pan matches what lid? When Qin Zhaoting arrived, Chen Wan was conversing with a local dignitary. Keats, the other party subtly hinted about inviting Chen Wan to attend a concert in 2 days. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Wan politely ended the somewhat overly enthusiastic conversation, Mr. Wan, one of my friends has arrived, so I need to greet them first. Please forgive me if I'm not a perfect host. Qin Zhaoting waved a greeting, where's Zhao Xinge? He's chatting with Mr. Shen. After receiving the drink offered by Chen Wan, Qin Zhaoting raised his glass to look at him, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, it just transformed into a smile, congratulations, Chen Wan. There were many things to congratulate him for, career, love, ideals. Everything was unspoken. Chen Wan wasn't unaware. As such a smooth-talking person. But the decorum of adulthood dictated that some things don't need to be pointed out or responded to. He returned a smile, thank you. Qin Zhaoting mentioned Zhuo Zixuan wanted to fly over as well, but since it was close to New Year's, their family adhered to many strict traditions and wouldn't allow younger members to run around outside during the holidays. This was something Chen Wan understood. The day before, Zhuo Zixuan had lamented online about how unfair it was. No matter how busy Chen Wan was, they stayed in frequent contact, and despite being separated by the Pacific Ocean, nothing had changed compared to before. Qin Zhaoting's maternal family was in Luoshi, so he was fairly familiar with the area. The two of them thus discussed some business matters. They hadn't talked long when Zhao Xinge and Shen Zhongyan came over. The group exchanged greetings, and since Zhao Xinge appeared, Chen Wan had been looking at him all along, even arching an eyebrow suggestively. Finally, Zhao Xinge looked at him, his gaze deep without a trace of a smile. Tan Yuming returned after touring from one place to another, feeling highly satisfied. Upon seeing Zhao Xinge, he enthusiastically raised his glass, long time no see. Zhao Xinge nodded and also lifted his glass, asking, are you competing with Su Jiying to see who can withstand the cold better? Ms. Su wore a black laced velvet dress today despite it being minus 10 degrees Celsius outside, paired with a Paraiba tourmaline crown, making her look regal among the other socialites, as if ready to ascend the throne any moment. Winter days got dark early in Manchester, and by afternoon, most guests had left. Fang Jian left earlier than the guests. After letting the reporters take a photo, he headed straight to the airport with his students. Having been out for so long already, it would seriously delay his research work. When it was Su Jiying's turn to leave, the snow had become heavier. Her stiletto heels made walking outdoors difficult. Newly fallen snow is loose and hard to tread firmly on. Chen Wan put down his wine glass and walked over, saying, Miss Su, are you in a hurry to leave? If not, I could ask someone to bring over a pair of flat snow boots. Su Jiying looked at him, smiled, and sighed. Chen Wan. Has anyone ever told you how gentle you are? Startled, Chen Wan shook his head modestly. It's just a small matter. Thank you. Su Jiying shook her hair and said, this much snow isn't a problem. Oh, and I won't be flying back with your group. I'll head straight to Northern Europe for my vacation. Alright, have fun then, see you next year. Supporting a long-handled umbrella, Zhao Xinge walked over and handed his coat to him, saying, let's go. The snow had lessened slightly, and Tan Yuming had once again been wrapped warmly in a scarf that didn't quite suit his usual demeanor. Chen Wan saw him ordering Shen Zongnian to build a snowman for him. That's not a person. Head and body are the same size. And the hands. Shen Zongnian glanced up at him, causing him to quickly amend, the hands are kind of cute. Looking up at Zhao Xinge, Chen Wan said, should I build one for you too? Quietly staring at him, Zhao Xinge said, alright, then you'll end up as the snowman yourself. Reluctantly persisting with a competitive mindset toward others' romances, Chen Wan asked again, really don't want one? You should, Chen Wan persuaded, fireflies are nice, and snowmen shouldn't be missing either. Seeing Shen Zongnian's lump-like creation of uncertain shape, he quietly suggested to Zhao Xinge, I think mine will come out better than Mr. Shen's. No need, Zhao Xinge bent down and stared intently into his eyes, replying, there's something else I want. What do you want? He promised, whatever he desires can be found. Zhao Xinge didn't answer, but later, Chen Wan figured it out while gasping for breath under Zhao Xinge against the 72nd floor one-way floor-to-ceiling window. Chapter 73, really replied. Zhao Xinge's hand gripped his neck gently, slowly caressing it without applying pressure. His lips, ice-cold, kissed his nape softly, murmuring, Keats. Hearing this, Chen Wan felt his brain explode in shock and trembled all over. This night was particularly fierce. Every stroke and kiss from Zhao Xinge carried a sense of punishment. Chen Wan's heart was repeatedly lifted high, only to be gently placed down again and again, urgently seeking embrace, kisses, and comfort. Zhao Xinge occasionally gave in a little but never completely fulfilled Chen Wan's needs, leaving his senses and soul hovering between floors, unable to climb higher or descend lower. Zhao Xinge, please. Tears probably streaked down Chen Wan's face, yet Zhao Xinge called his name emotionlessly again, Keats. His deep voice sounded like both a reminder and a warning, brimming with icy tenderness, making Chen Wan's eardrums quiver. Later, Zhao Xinge fell silent. No matter how much Chen Wan pleaded, he continued silently without stopping, much like a wolf in pursuit. As Chen Wan teetered on the brink of passing out, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. With his last ounce of strength, he grabbed Zhao Xinge's hand and whispered faintly, I was rejecting him. Zhao Xinge stopped without any expression. Chen Wan had been saved, though he didn't know how Zhao Xinge figured it out. But if Zhao Xinge wanted to know, there was nothing he wouldn't find out. Clutching this one chance of being pardoned, Chen Wan explained, I returned the gift too, I didn't take it. The local notable, after Chen Wan politely declined an invitation to the concert, presented an expensive set of jewels before leaving. Chen Wan didn't accept it, but to avoid offending the person, he reciprocated with a set of tea as a gesture from the host, claiming it was a specialty of his hometown and inviting the other to visit China sometime. Zhao Xinge looked down at him, his gaze serene as he observed the reddened neck of Chen Wan. In a calm voice, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. Breathing heavily, Chen Wan's chest heaved. With a slight tilt of his head, Zhao Xinge brushed his cheek gently and said, you can do whatever you want, I wouldn't interfere anyway. Chen Wan used his final bit of energy to grasp Zhao Xinge's fingers, shaking them slightly and said, you can interfere, however you want. With a hint of amusement in his gaze, Zhao Xinge remained silent. Chen Wan then said, can we go back to the room? Could you open the second drawer of the bookcase for me? After gazing at him for a moment, Zhao Xinge carried him into the room, bundled him up in blankets on the bed, and retrieved the envelope and box from the second drawer that Chen Wan mentioned. Chen Wan finally caught his breath but still spoke softly, I wanted to give this letter to you a long time ago, but then the Chen family matters got in the way, so I never managed to send it. Leaning against the headboard, Chen Wan looked kindly at Zhao Xinge, could you please open it and read? Without hesitation, Zhao Xinge opened it, lowering his head to read while hiding his emotions. If you want to know about past events, you can refer to this, no need to ask Chua Zhiyan, Chen Wan continued. If you want to know about future matters, just ask me. Chen Wan reached out to grasp his hand, saying, here's also this synchronized bracelet, the password is your birthday. Chen Wan customized it with the highest permissions, location, vision, sound, even heart rate would be instantly synchronized, akin to monitoring. It's not because you gave me the foundation and robots that I'm giving you this, he thought it over carefully after learning about Boizhu, but then added, but you can consider it as my return gift. If Zhao Xinge's desire for control could never be filled, Chen Wan would offer himself to the tiger. Zhao Xinge looked intently at Chen Wan for a while and said, it's not necessary. Weakly tilting his head, Chen Wan's eyes radiated warmth as he smiled and said, just accept it. Since I can't really turn into a puppy to accompany you, will a digital dog suffice? Still silent, Zhao Xinge only looked at him. Chen Wan thus asked lightly, Mr. Zhao, would you consider accepting it? With an expression suggesting helplessness, Zhao Xinga picked up his phone and inputted the monitoring command, quite compliantly. He studied the bracelet much like the day Chen Wan played with the robot model. Finding it amusing, Chen Wan said, Zhao Xinga. Though I think it might be fun, I currently just want to take a shower, you were really too aggressive earlier. Zhao Xinga placed the bracelet on Chen Wan's wrist, picked him up, entered the bathroom together, and both stepped into the bathtub. From behind, he encircled Chen Wan in his arms, glanced at his phone, and commented, your heartbeat seems rapid right now. How high the pulse is. But your breathing and stress levels seem fairly normal. Chen Wan turned around to look at him, helplessly but sincerely said, given how you're holding me like this, it's hard for my heartbeat not to accelerate. Once more in the water, Zhao Xinga took him, allowing Chen Wan to fully surrender, resulting in an alarmingly sharp alert sound from the bracelet, which Zhao Xinga promptly disassembled and placed in the corner. Since Fang Jian and Su Jiying weren't continuing their journey via plane, Zhao Xinga and Chen Wan decided to return by sea, treating it as a short holiday on the sea with the destination being Failing Island. Before boarding the ship, Zhao Xinga drove the car to Pont-l'Abbé. Are you buying a ship? Chen Wan was a little surprised. Zhao Xinga already owned several yachts of considerable value. Zhao Xinga turned the key, killing the engine, and said, it's you who will buy it. Chen Wan hesitated for a moment, not knowing when he had started preparing for this. The yacht designer was a white man, with the interior mostly completed, but they had also created two models, one large and one small. Being from an engineering background, Chen Wan was quite interested in the model, secretly marveling at its intricate luxury. Seeing how Chen Wan couldn't put down the model, Zhao Xinga said, you can take this one. Normally, only one model is made for a ship, but Zhao Xinga specially requested another one to be created. Chen Wan grinned and said, then I'll put it in my office. The designer asked both of them, do you have any ideas for the name of the yacht? We need to file it during registration, and later it will be painted on. Chen Wan was still examining the model, saying to Zhao Xinga, since it's a gift from you, you decide the name. Zhao Xinga said, let's call it the Keats. Chen Wan smiled, and said that it was fine. Zhao Xinga added, when the Blseries pier is completed, let the Keats make its maiden voyage there. Chen Wan paused for a moment. For a second, he felt like he was lost in a reverie. Back when the Blseries pier project was established, Chen Wan really fantasized about owning a boat to inaugurate the first journey from Blseries. But back then, it seemed just like a wild dream. Now, Zhao Xinga had custom-made a yacht for Chen Wan, inviting him to partake in its first voyage. Zhao Xinga didn't hear a response from Chen Wan, so he continued, you get to decide the route of the maiden voyage. We could spend our honeymoon at sea. What do you think? Chen Wan. Chen Wan refocused his gaze, letting go of the model and reached for Zhao Xinga's hand, softly saying. Honeymoon for what? Zhao Xinga looked at him calmly, you heard me. Chen Wan smiled again, as if helpless, asking, aren't you still reluctant to settle down and continuing to pursue me? Zhao Xinga naturally replied, I can continue pursuing you after we are married. Chen Wan laughed, nodded, and agreed, all right. Zhao Xinga and the designer discussed some details further, like building a bowling alley inside the cabin because Chen Wan seemed to enjoy bowling. They also decided on a fishing platform for views because sometimes Chen Wan went fishing, with Zhao Xinga often accompanying him by sleeping beside. While Chen Wan took a phone call, the designer praised Zhao Xinga as a good man. Zhao Xinga diverted his eyes from the contract and shook his head. It's Chen Wan. Zhao Xinga thought no matter how much he did, he wouldn't surpass Chen Wan's own deeds. In the afternoon, as they boarded the ship, the sea was calm, sailing along the North Pacific winter current southward. Failing Island was located at x degree 26 foot north latitude and y degree 55 east longitude, north of the equator and south of the Tropic of Cancer, influenced by tropical monsoons, leading to abundant rainfall and summer-like weather year-round. Arriving at the dock, it was just around twilight, with splendid sunset colors painting the sky as if the clouds were about to set the ocean ablaze. Chen Wan rested his hands on the railing, his hair ruffled by the sea breeze, saying, sometimes when looking at the sea, it makes me feel how insignificant humans are, and how few things we can control. Even an enormous undertaking like the Full Moon Canal project was merely a grain of sand in the vast ocean of time and space shifts. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Wan, Zhao Xinga said, then let's focus on what we can decide. Doing one's best and having a balanced heart. Chen Wan turned his head toward him, laughter flickering in his eyes, Zhao Xinga. Can you stay so objective and rational all the time? No, Zhao Xinga looked down at him, you should know the exception. Chen Wan laughed. After disembarking, there were tourists having picnics at the seaside park, and someone was playing the accordion. Some locals were selling tropical fruits, flower garlands, and postcards to tourists. A blonde mother bought a little bunny balloon for her child. The doll-like little kid grinned and ran towards the wind. Chen Wan watched for a while, deep in thought, and Zhao Xinga asked him, which one would you like? He never asked if he wanted one, only which one he preferred. Chen Wan, nearing 30, felt too grown up to choose a balloon, so he picked a postcard. If sent by mail with payment, it would receive a Failing Island postmark. Chen Wan picked up a pen, and Zhao Xinga instinctively stepped to shield him from the setting sun. Chen Wan wasn't sure what to write or to whom he should send it, because the person closest to his heart was already by his side. Zhao Xinga saw him looking up, thinking he might say something, and leaned closer. But Chen Wan said nothing. He simply smiled softly, kissed him briefly, then lowered his head to write on the paper. Keanu Reeves actually replied. The end.